What is it like to marry an empress? Yang Lin traverses into the realm of Qian, where he initially intends to invent, creating glass and selling soap for a modest income. Unexpectedly, he finds himself with a wife, a fallen empress who insists he lead a rebellion to restore her kingdom and construct a colossal red cannon and armored warships. Yang Lin, feeling helpless, resolves to comply, for he has chosen to cherish her. Since Yang Lin's arrival, the small village has undergone a transformation. The houses he builds are grander than palaces, and the roads he constructs are wider than highways. Whatever his wife desires, he accompanies her, whether galloping through Dongying or spurring through North America, providing her with a flourishing Qian. Chapter 1. Choosing a wife. Yang Lin. Today you must select a wife. You are 18. According to our Qian laws, if you do not marry, your taxes will double. Village head Zhao Fugui implores, dragging Yang Lin outside. Today marks the day the county government distributes refugees. With wars in the north and floods in the south, refugees have become a burden. The county devised a solution. Male refugees are conscripted, while female refugees are sent to the countryside to become wives for local men. After half a year of this process, many bachelors have taken brides, yet the influx of refugees continues, and the county has quotas to fulfill. The village of Kaoshan has already declined to accept refugees 3 times. If they do not take in at least one today, Zhao Fugui will be at a loss. Yang Lin feels conflicted. Having just crossed into this realm, he is to receive a wife for free. Refusing is not an option. Is heaven compensating for his past regrets? In his previous life, he toiled through studies, pursued advanced degrees, and ultimately joined the Academy of Sciences. Yet, due to his straightforward nature and lack of adaptability, despite becoming a senior engineer, he remained unappreciated. To afford a house and a bride price, he worked tirelessly, transitioning from the academy to live, streaming roasted sweet potatoes, transforming a principled scientist into a mercenary businessman. Despite his efforts to amass wealth, he could not meet his fiancée's exorbitant bride price. After ceaseless toil, he met with a tragic accident, and in his final moments, he was scorned as a miser by his former beloved. Reflecting on the past third uncle, do they require a bride price? Yang Lin inquired. Zhao Fugui shot him a glare. What nonsense! To have someone take them in is already a blessing. Do they still need a bride price? How outrageous! No bride price? Excellent. Yang Lin sighed in relief. He instinctively patted his pockets, only to remember he had crossed over and lacked tobacco. In his previous life, he was an avid smoker, feeling restless without a cigarette. However, given his current circumstances, he must abstain. Indeed, his situation is quite dire. He is an orphan, impoverished and scholarly, living off the meager inheritance left by his parents, which is nearly exhausted. In the village, he is regarded as a laughingstock. Still fair and beautiful? Yang Lin's eyes gleamed. Come on, what are you waiting for? Yang Lin urged. Zhao Fugui was taken aback. Shouldn't this lad be reciting poetry and viewing romantic pursuits as vulgarity, regarding procreation as base? This is not what he expected. Yang Lin swaggered toward the village entrance, his heart racing with excitement. Qian is not part of known history. It has existed for 300 years, with a culture reminiscent of the Tang and Song dynasties. Yet its industrial technology is akin to that of the Qin and Han. Here, there is neither gunpowder nor glass, let alone soap, steel smelting, or salt purification. To a time traveler, this world is as pristine as a blank canvas. In such an extraordinary environment, with his knowledge, he sees a grand stage to showcase his talents. With no ties to the past, he is determined to live a remarkable life in this new existence. Am I the only one? When Yang Lin arrived at the village entrance filled with anticipation, he was dismayed to find himself alone. Such a momentous opportunity to receive a wife from the government was met with such desolation. Yet Yang Lin understood that everyone struggles. Adding another mouth to feed is a burden. If food is scarce, one might starve. Aside from the landowners, ordinary men are content with one wife who would dare take a concubine. At the village entrance, apart from the leading constable, Zhang Wu, stood a line of frail young women. They were all in their early 20s or as young as their teens, with disheveled hair and tattered clothing, their slender forms swaying in the gentle breeze, clearly emaciated. Yet their eyes shone with clarity and innocence, evoking a sense of comfort. However, this election process, where they were treated as commodities, left Yang Lin, educated in modern values, feeling uneasy. Is there only one from Kaoshan village? Constable Zhang Wu shot Yang Lin an irritated glance and frowned. Hurry up and choose. The county office has no food to spare for you. Those who are not selected today will all be sent to brothels. The women displayed expressions of terror. Choose me. Choose me. I eat little. I can work. Countless beseeching gazes were directed at Yang Lin, each vying for his attention. Among them stood a slender young girl, biting her red lip and clenching her fists. She was Liu Yao, the only daughter of the late emperor, the current empress. Before the late emperor passed, in haste and without a designated heir, he bequeathed the throne to her. However, on the third day of her ascension, the Yin Wang rebelled, besieging the palace, and the court officials turned against her. In the blink of an eye, the once mighty empress found herself in dire straits, escaping the palace only through the valiant efforts of her guards, fleeing southward. Unbeknownst to her, she encountered bandits along the way. Although she survived, she became separated from her guards and lost in the wilderness. With no money and unable to reveal her identity, this woman, accustomed to luxury, nearly faced starvation. Eventually, she joined a group of refugees, traveling with them southward to Jianghe County, where the county officials intercepted her, classifying her as a refugee and sending her to the village as a wife for idle and to be reduced to such depths as a dignified empress. To be sullied by a rustic villager is a tremendous humiliation. And now, she is to be sent to a brothel? No, she cannot allow herself to be sent to a brothel. She cannot view herself as a mere commodity to be sold off like the other women. Yet, she harbors a faint hope that he might choose her. The conflict and humiliation within her caused her face to flush crimson. Until she saw Yang Lin's gaze shift away from her, she panicked. Choose me, she exclaimed, almost commanding, her voice louder than the others. I'm a good choice. I'm 19, knowledgeable in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. I can spin yarn, and I can endure hardship. Liu Yao calmly arranged her disheveled hair, revealing her breathtaking beauty. She understood the power of beauty for a woman who cannot protect herself. Along the journey, she had deliberately made herself appear disheveled and filthy. The moment her hair was swept aside, both the village head and the constable's eyes widened. They instinctively swallowed hard. So beautiful. Yang Lin felt his heart skip a beat. Her aloof and ethereal demeanor was simply exquisite. Zhang Wu felt immense regret. How did he not notice such a gem sooner? No, he cannot allow this young man to take advantage of her. Zhang Wu's eyes shifted, and he immediately urged, hurry and choose one girl costs 101. What? Village head Zhao Fugue was taken aback. Constable, I thought there was no cost. Zhang Wu shot Zhao Fugue a glare. That was before. I traversed mountains and rivers to deliver women to you. What? Is 101 too much? If you find it excessive, you can simply refuse. It was clearly a deliberate obstacle. This, Zhao Fugue anxiously glanced at Yang Lin. 101 is no small sum. Even a laborer earns just over 101 a month, and after various taxes and expenses, a farmer might not even save 101 a year. And Yang Lin's poverty is well known. Alas, perhaps it is best to let it go. Zhao Fugue sighed and shook his head. A mere 101. Yang Lin dismissed the concern. I choose. Yang Lin elongated his tone, extending his finger to point sequentially at the women before him. Liu Yao watched with bated breath as that finger, which could determine her fate, landed on her. Her heart raced. That it is me. However, that finger flashed past her face in an instant. In that moment, it felt as though she had plunged into an icy abyss. Chapter 2. The demographic dividend. At the very moment when Liu Yao was engulfed in despair, that refreshing voice continued. Children make choices. I want them all. Silence ensued. The official stared at Yang Lin as if he were a monster. What did you say? I said I want to marry 10. Yang Lin enunciated each word clearly. The women were left speechless, their expressions a mix of astonishment. Liu Yao's heart surged with anger. This seemingly kind youth turned out to be a lecherous man. Zhao Fugue hurriedly pulled Yang Lin aside. Yang Lin, this is no joking matter. I'm not jesting. Third uncle, I'm serious. Yang Lin patted his pocket, realizing he had no cigarettes. Marrying one wife and taking 9 concubines is nothing to make a fuss about. In truth, he had resolved to do so even before arriving. His motivations were not impulsive, nor solely to rescue them from their plight. Yang Lin had his own ambitions. Nothing to fuss about? Zhao Fugue's eyes widened in disbelief. Not to mention that this gentleman demands 101. That's 1,001 for 10. And let's not forget the spring tax, autumn tax, population tax, and land tax. 10 people could lead to thousands of one in a year. Just the grain alone, your 3 acres of poor land cannot sustain so many. Even Lu Ditu only takes 3 concubines. You wish to take 9? Have you lost your mind? Yang Lin leaned closer to Zhao Fugui, grinning. Third uncle, have you heard the demographic dividend? What? Demographic dividend? What is that? Zhao Fugui looked utterly confused. Yang Lin simply smiled mysteriously. As Zhao Fugui stared in astonishment, Yang Lin approached the officials. Zhang Wu scoffed disdainfully. Kid, you want them all? Fine. 1,000 won. He doubted anyone in the village could easily produce such a sum. Yang Lin shook his head. I do not have it yet. Bold. No money, yet you speak such wild words? Yang Lin raised 3 fingers. 3 days, grant me 3 days, and I assure you I will have the money. I can give a written guarantee. The official chuckled coldly. Why should I let you owe me money? I certainly won't owe you for nothing. In 3 days, I will repay you with 300 won in interest. On the 3rd day at the county office, I will present you with 1,300 won. If I fail to produce the money by then, you may dispose of me as you wish. The official's interest was piqued. 1,300 won was no small amount. His monthly salary at the county office was barely over 200 won. Fine, but I will add one condition. If you cannot repay the money by then, I will take all these women. The official leered at Li Yuyao. He did not believe Yang Lin could come up with the money. With a written agreement, he could obtain both the cash and the women, an ideal outcome. Before Zhao Fugui could intervene, Yang Lin had already penned the IOU. Oh, Yang Lin, you are foolish, Zhao Fugui exclaimed, stamping his foot in frustration. That was 1,300 won, and given Yang Lin's circumstances, it was improbable he could borrow such a sum. Prepare the marriage certificate. Choose one as the primary wife, the others as concubines. The purpose of resettling the refugees was to allow them to establish homes and gain identities. A marriage certificate was a necessary procedure, and despite Zhang Wu's reluctance, he had no choice but to comply. Just as Yang Lin was looking at Li Yuyao, she boldly declared, I, the primary wife. Li Yuyao would never allow herself to be lesser. The others were taken aback. Some were dissatisfied, but just as they were about to speak, they instinctively fell silent under Li Yuyao's commanding gaze. That look was incredibly assertive. Even Yang Lin felt a chill run down his spine. She is the primary wife, Yang Lin declared without hesitation, winking at the girl who looked down on him. Li Yuyao's heart burned with anger. Once an empress, a woman of great worth, who dared to treat her so frivolously. However, at that moment, she realized that the other party's decisive manner suggested he had made up his mind long ago, but chose not to reveal it, proving he was quite profound. It only served to make her anxious. What a villain! Though she had been chosen, the thought of becoming the woman of this rustic youth, this lecherous fiend, left Li Yuyao in turmoil, filled with trepidation. The 10 marriage certificates were all duly completed, and Yang Lin carefully tucked them away. At that moment, he was exhilarated. In his previous life, he had been unable to marry even one wife. Yet now, with courage, he could marry 10 at once. Such a damned feudal society. Li Yao? A lovely name as he gazed at the alias Li Yuyao inscribed on the marriage certificate. Yang Lin slightly bowed. I am Yang Lin, a scholar. From this day forth, let us, along with the esteemed concubines, support each other and grow old together. Yang Lin bowed respectfully. He was certain that Li Yao must be the daughter of a prominent family. Moreover, among the 9 concubines, several possessed remarkable grace. While appearances could be concealed, one's demeanor could not be feigned. As the crowd prepared to depart, a figure approached in the distance. Dressed in a silk long robe, with a jade pendant at his waist, and fanning himself despite the mild weather, he exuded an air of pretentiousness. In all of Kaoshan village, the only one who could be so ostentatious was Lu Liang, the son of the landlord Lu Yukai. Let me see what sort of goods this batch contains, whether there are any beauties among them. Oh, Yang Lin, could it be you are also here to choose a wife? Ha ha ha, I heard you can barely support yourself. Yet you come looking for a wife? Do you think you're worthy? After casting a disdainful glance at Yang Lin, Lu Yang turned to village chief Zhao Fugui. Third uncle, what do you seek Yang Lin for? Just him. What use is he? If you encounter difficulties, seek me out. Although I've already married 3 concubines, the Lu family can afford it. If you ask, I could easily marry 2 more. Lu Yang held his head high, boasting of his glorious achievements. In all of Kaoshan village, only he and his father had married 3 concubines. He considered himself superior and flaunted it everywhere. Zhao Fugui chuckled coldly. Young Master Lu, you're late today. What do you mean? Lu Yang paused, bewildered. Yang Lin has already signed marriage certificates with them. They are now Yang Lin's wives and concubines. Well, that's not too many, just one wife and 9 concubines. Zhao Fugui said with a grin. He understood Lu Yang's character. Within half a month, that girl would be unable to endure the humiliation and would take her own life. The Zhao and Lu families did not have a good relationship, and Zhao Fugui certainly did not wish for these unfortunate girls to end up with the Lu family. What did you say? Yang Lin married 1 wife and 9 concubines? How is that possible? I don't believe it. Lu Yang's face immediately fell. The marriage certificates have been signed whether you believe it or not. From today onward, Yang Lin is the man with the most wives and concubines in Kaoshan village. Seeing Li Yu's family humbled, Zhao Fugui felt a slight sense of satisfaction. Lu Yang was dumbfounded. Looking again at the enchanting women beside Yang Lin, his expression soured drastically. Suddenly, his eyes lit up as they landed on Li Yuyao. His gaze instantly filled with greed, and he swallowed hard. He had never seen such a beautiful woman in his life. Yang Lin, I have my eyes on this little beauty. Speak, how much? Why are you looking at me like that? Haha, you just want money. As he spoke, he pulled out a piece of broken silver and casually tossed it at Yang Lin's feet. Chapter 3 Baoshan enough is enough. Your wife now belongs to me. Lu Yang arrogantly lifted his head, his eyes filled with disdain and arrogance. As he spoke, his chubby hand reached towards Li Yuyao's face. Yang Lin stepped forward to block him. Get lost. She is my wife. Yang Lin clenched his fist. Li Yuyao narrowed her eyes and glared at Lu Yang. Just as Lu Yang was about to speak, for some unknown reason, he felt a chill around his neck. Instinctively, he lowered his head, unwilling to meet her gaze. After a moment of astonishment, Lu Yang stood there dazed. What was he doing? You all wait. This young master will definitely claim this little beauty. After dropping a harsh remark, Lu Yang hurriedly picked up the silver and left. Yang Lin felt a surge of shock. He had noticed the look in Li Yuyao's eyes. It seemed to carry a sense of murderous intent. How can a 19-year-old woman possess such a fierce gaze? Yet, this combination of beauty and fierceness was rather appealing. The news of Yang Lin marrying 1 wife and 9 concubines quickly spread throughout the village. Everyone believed that Yang Lin had gone mad. How could he afford to support so many wives? Within Yang Lin's household, the women were also filled with worry. 3 days later, would Yang Lin be able to produce 1,300 women? If he failed, they would inevitably face a fate of being sent to the brothel. Amidst the clamor, Li Yuyao calmly spoke. Tell me, how much money do you have? I will find a way to earn the missing portion. You will find a way? Yang Lin was taken aback. It was evident that she was different from the other women. She was sharper, calmer, and quite daring. There was an air of mysterious defiance about her. Could she, like him, have traveled through time? Less than 201. Yang Lin was curious to see what she could come up with. What audacity! Li Yuyao slightly furrowed her brows, seemingly deep in thought. After a moment, she muttered to herself, shaking her head repeatedly. No, the conditions are too poor, the capital is limited, and the hole is too large. In such a desperate situation, even I have no solution. Disappointed, she shook her head, frustrated by her own inability to act. The other women also felt a chill in their hearts. Seeing Li Yuyao's seemingly composed demeanor, Yang Lin couldn't help but smile wryly. This woman is truly too arrogant. If I don't temper her pride and completely subdue her, how will things progress in the future? Why doesn't she ask if I have any solutions? Yang Lin spoke up. You? Li Yuyao looked at him with disdain. How about we make a bet? If I can accomplish it, you will have to listen to me from now on. Yang Lin said with a smile. Deal. Li Yuyao gritted her teeth. She couldn't believe that something she thought impossible could be accomplished by a mere poor scholar. From now on, everyone will follow my commands. Yang Lin suddenly declared sternly. First, let us report our ages and line up according to age. Soon, the line was formed. The oldest was merely 24, while the youngest was only 13. You 3, being older than me, shall be called eldest sister, second sister, and third sister. You 3, who are younger than me, will be fourth sister, fifth sister, and sixth sister. And you 3 even younger will be called little seventh, little eighth, and little ninth. As for my wife, she's simply my wife. Yang Lin swiftly changed the subject and began to issue commands at a rapid pace. Eldest sister, fetch water. Second sister and third sister, chop firewood. Fourth sister, boil water. Fifth sister, cook. Sixth sister, tidy up the house. Little seventh, little eighth, little ninth, come with me, and I will teach you how to make money. My wife, you will oversee everything, and once the water is boiled, we shall all take a bath. Make sure fifth sister cooks enough food so that everyone is full and satisfied. From this day forth, you shall never go hungry again." The last sentence was also directed towards himself. We are all in this together, and since we have come together, they are now my family. Meeting in our plight, we shall support each other and move forward hand in hand. After a brief moment of shock, everyone finally sprang into action. Though still somewhat bewildered, it seemed that there was a glimmer of hope for the days ahead. "Is that all?" Liuyo Fronut. "How will we earn money?" She admitted that Yang Lin's assignments were well organized, but what good would that do? Yang Lin smiled, paused his hand as he reached for a cigarette, and said, "Don't worry, my wife. I have my own methods. I guarantee that within 3 days, I will definitely earn 1,300 won. In a month, we will build a new house. Within half a year, we will become the richest family in Jiang County. Give me 3 years, and I will make you the illustrious Lady Yang Lin." As Yang Lin finished speaking, a heavy silence fell. In Liu Yao's eyes, there was only disappointment. Yang Lin took little 7th, little 8th, and little 9th to the storeroom. Little 7th, little 8th, carry the grains to the village in exchange for beans. Beans are not worth much. 1 dough of sorghum rice can be exchanged for 2 dough of beans. Little 9th, take this money and go buy beans in the village. They should be easy to buy at 2 won per pound. We only want yellow beans, not black beans. Do you understand? The 3 girls nodded, still somewhat confused. Good. Let's get to work. In 3 days, I will take you all to eat roast chicken. After arranging everyone, Yang Lin took a hoe and a bamboo basket and headed out. As he emerged, the villagers gathered outside, eager to see the spectacle. "Yang Lin, I heard you married 10 wives. Is that true? Women only know how to eat and can't earn money. Soon, you'll be eating dirt." They all chimed in, some with good intentions, others reveling in his misfortune. Yang Lin cupped his hands and replied, "Thank you all for your concern, but rest assured, my wives are all noble and bring good fortune. Therefore I, Yang Lin, will not only avoid starvation, but will enjoy sumptuous meals from now on. I'm just afraid of getting fat and needing to lose weight." Seeing Yang Lin so unyielding, the crowd sighed in regret. Once outside, he arrived at the back mountain. Gazing at the gray-white desolate hill, Yang Lin smiled. He crouched down, caressing the gray-white stones as if they were treasures. Limestone, iron ore, rock salt, borax, and gypsum. These minerals are rich in borates, nitrates, carbonates, and calcium carbonate. They represent lime, cement, glass, and even explosives. However, for now, the priority is to fill our stomachs. This time, he only planned to dig gypsum. 1 piece, 2 pieces, 3 pieces. The bamboo basket became heavy, and seeing it was almost full, Yang Lin prepared to descend a mountain. "Ha ha ha." Just then, a burst of mocking laughter rang out from nearby. "Yang Lin, who would have thought you would be so poor that you have to eat dirt so soon? But have you considered that what you are digging is not Guanyin soil? You can't even eat dirt. Yang Lin, you truly are foolish." Chapter 4. You ultimately cannot succeed. It was none other than Lu Liang who had arrived. "This young master offers you a way out. Sell your land. In consideration of your financial plight. This young master generously offers you 1 guan to buy your family's 3 acres of land. How does that sound?" Lu Liang said with a smug grin. The Lu family had long set their sights on Yang Lin's land, and previously, Yang Lin had been resolute, refusing to sell no matter the persuasion. Now, upon learning that Yang Lin had married 10 wives, the Lu family believed he would soon be unable to cope and would ultimately sell the land. When they found Yang Lin, they discovered he was already on the brink of poverty. Thus, for land worth 3 guan, Lu Liang suddenly offered only 1 guan. "Get lost." Yang Lin shot Lu Liang a glance, too lazy to respond, and walked away. "All right, you have some guts. There is nothing the Lu family desires that we cannot obtain. Just wait and see how long you can hold out." Lu Liang's face twisted in rage as he watched Yang Lin's retreating figure. However, the expressions of the women were far from pleasant. Although there was more food than before, yellow beans were not palatable. They not only caused bloating, but also diarrhea. Wealthy families used them as feed for livestock. It seemed that they would have to eat bean meals every day from now on. "What?" Yang Lin cast a fleeting glance at the beans, but his gaze swiftly shifted to the women. A treasure indeed. Excitement bubbled within him. Initially, everyone appeared filthy, their faces indistinguishable, but after a refreshing bath, the exquisite beauty of each woman dazzled his eyes. Is the quality of beauty in this world truly so high? While not every one of them could be deemed a paragon of beauty, at the very least, they all possessed an innate charm, ranging from delicate to cultured and youthful, far more pleasing to the eye than the internet celebrities of his previous life. Their damp hair cascaded around them, clad in thin garments, and amidst them, Yang Lin felt as if he had entered a realm of gentleness. Elder sister, second sister, your figures are quite impressive. The two were around 23 or 24. Graceful and enchanting. Fifth sister, sixth sister, are you twins? They bore an uncanny resemblance. The others each possessed their own unique allure. Third sister was tall and exuded an air of confidence, while fourth sister was alluring, with a willow-like waist and a fairy-like presence. Even the youngest, Xiao Qi and Xiao Ba, were undeniably beautiful. Only Xiao Jiao, resembling a tomboy, had a sparkling gaze that hinted at her cleverness. Yet, what astounded him most was his own wife. He had previously noted that Li Yuyao's demeanor and appearance were extraordinary, but now, after her bath, her stunning beauty, akin to a lotus emerging from the mud, left Yang Lin in awe. Her delicate oval face, captivating autumn-like eyes, flawless fair skin, and shoulder-length hair not only showcased her fresh and exquisite appearance, but also her figure, which the loose robe could not conceal. Especially, her ethereal elegance was akin to that of a celestial being, endearing yet proud, beautiful yet not seductive, reminiscent of a cold plum standing resolutely against the snow, or an ice mountain snow lotus. She resembled the little dragon girl from the Return of the Condor Heroes, and even more so, Wang Yuyin from Demigods and Semi-Devils. Beneath the voluminous robe, her tender white calves added a unique charm. Li Yuyao's cheeks flushed as she felt the emptiness beneath the robe, slightly uncomfortable. The previous clothes had been too filthy, and Yang Lin's home possessed only one large robe. Husband, the meal is ready, fourth sister spoke up. Yes, yes, let us eat. They all chimed in. In this feudal era, where men were esteemed above women, everyone awaited his command to commence the meal. They were already famished, and as Yang Lin spoke, the enticing aroma of sorghum rice wafted through the air, prompting them to rush forward and devour the food ravenously. Tears streamed down their faces as they ate. It had been far too long since they had enjoyed a hearty meal. The tears mixed with their food, representing both happiness and bitterness. However, even such happiness was fleeting. In 3 days, if Yang Lin could not produce money, they would be sent to the brothel. A dire fate awaited them. After the meal, Yang Lin began to organize matters. Elder sister, second sister, you two boil water to soak the beans, use warm water, and soak 8 dough, 100 jin. Xiao Jiao, take this drawing and go to the second house at the east end of the village. Find Wang the carpenter to make the molds. Ensure he completes them overnight and pay him double the wages. Xiao Qi, Xiao Ba, you two continue to gather beans in the village. This is all our savings. We must exchange it all for beans. The rest of you, take turns chopping firewood. We will need plenty for tomorrow. The mood among the group was mixed. Not only was there no assurance of earning money, but they were also burdened with debt. How long could they survive on beans? Would they not merely be consuming their future? Despair began to spread through each heart. After issuing these commands, Yang Lin called Li Yuyao aside and handed her several grayish-white stones. What is this? Li Yuyao asked suspiciously as she examined the stones. She had heard that during years of famine, people would use guanine soil to stave off hunger. But could such stones be eaten? Honey, I will teach you how to burn the stones. This is our core technique. Remember, it must not be disclosed to others. He then led Li Yuyao in gathering firewood to burn gypsum and prepare gypsum water. Time flew by swiftly, and soon night enveloped them. Li Yuyao wiped the sweat from her forehead, gazing at the large bucket of gypsum water they had prepared, her expression puzzled. Is this edible? Yang Lin shook his head. No, but the products made from it can be eaten. Li Yuyao was even more astonished. Yang Lin inquired, My dear, have you heard of tofu? Li Yuyao looked bewildered. Tofu? What is that? Her reaction confirmed Yang Lin's suspicions. Previously, he had worried that he was too ignorant in his past life. But it seemed this world truly lacked tofu. This was not surprising. While tofu originated during the Great Qian Dynasty, it only gained widespread popularity during the Ming and Qing dynasties. The industrial technology of the Qian was far too primitive, and the potential for soybean products had naturally not been developed. What about duqi, doujiang, or soy sauce? Li Yuyao appeared lost once again. Yang Lin's words were entirely unfamiliar to her. So, you gathered so many beans to make that thing called tofu? Li Yuyao finally understood. Indeed, Yang Lin nodded. Once we produce tofu and sell it, we will have money to repay our debts. Li Yuyao was suddenly overwhelmed with disappointment. Initially, she had hoped Yang Lin would have some brilliant strategy. Instead, it was merely a fanciful idea. Tofu, is it merely dependent on this gypsum water? Absurd. Li Yuyao felt foolish for having previously anticipated a miracle from him. It was evidently just a delusion. Noticing the change in Li Yuyao's expression, Yang Lin explained, while tofu may not be a rare commodity, it can still earn us some money with relative ease. Enough. Go and make your tofu. However, as they lay on the straw mat, preparing to sleep, none of them could find rest. That day, they had exchanged all their food and spent all their savings, leaving them with only over 400 jin of beans. How laughable. Sisters, do you think you can earn that much money? A youthful voice piped up, ill-timed. Who knows? Perhaps we should run away. Run? Where could we escape to? We are refugees without a pass. If we leave, we will be captured. If caught again, we may not be so fortunate. The plight of refugees was merely a formality for the county government. How many women could remain in the countryside? Wouldn't the rest be sent to brothels or sold to the local gentry as slaves? Regardless of the outcome, it would be far worse than their current situation. What shall we do then? We can't just wait to be sent to the brothel. Listening to the discussions, Li Yuyao clenched her fists. She knew Yang Lin was still working hard outside, trying diligently to keep them safe. Yet, effort alone was insufficient. If he lacked the means, why had he made such grand promises? Why instill hope in them only to lead them to despair? Ultimately, he was still incapable. Tears slipped from the corners of her eyes. Look, someone suddenly exclaimed, pointing outside the window. Instantly, little heads crowded together, peering through the window. Chapter 5. Believe in miracles. Create miracles. Through the gaps in the wooden planks, they saw a frail figure under the moonlight, laboriously rolling a heavy, grinding stone. Sweat dripped from his cheeks as he gasped for breath. Perhaps we should go help him. But isn't all this futile effort? Let him toil on his own. Sister, what about you? Someone turned to Li Yuyao. The others also looked her way. Me? In the darkness, Li Yuyao discreetly wiped away the traces of her tears, gazing resolutely at the slender figure outside the window, shaking her head. I do not believe he can create miracles, but I want to help him. Because there are some things that, even if we know they're difficult, we must still attempt. Only through trying can we truly know. When she took over the world from her father, did she not understand how challenging it could be for a woman? Yet, she still proceeded. At the very least, she did not want to leave behind any regrets. Outside, Yang Lin was busy cleaning the grinding stone when he noticed the door opening and the women stepping out. A smile graced his lips. The following morning, amidst curling wisps of smoke, the small courtyard of Yang Lin's home was bustling with activity. The women were diligently engaged in their respective tasks, cooking, grinding beans, and boiling soy milk. As the saying goes, there are 3 arduous trades in the world: rowing boats, forging iron, and grinding tofu. 6 individuals took turns at the millstone, yet the women were still drenched in perspiration and panting heavily. What was happening at Yang Lin's home? Curiosity piqued, he decided to take a closer look. Early rising villagers, noticing the commotion in Yang Lin's courtyard, gathered around. In a place where entertainment was scarce, everyone was eager for a spectacle, and soon a crowd had formed in front of the door. When someone observed the women grinding the soaked beans into a liquid and filtering out the dregs with a cloth, their eyes widened in disbelief. Absurd. What a waste. To ruin good beans like this. Can this slurry even be consumed? An elderly man couldn't help but shout, "Young folks, if you must grind beans, you should roast them first and turn them into flour for consumption. Soaking and grinding them is a mistake. Such foolishness will lead to starvation. You're wasting food." Buckets of boiled soy milk were poured into a vat. Under Yang Lin's direction, Xiao Qi and Xiao Ba stirred the soy milk while slowly adding the stone water from the buckets. Before long, the soy milk began to coagulate, resembling brain curds. The villagers furrowed their brows, shaking their heads in disappointment. Even the women sighed as they gazed at the unformed tofu curds in the vat. Once the tofu curds had set, they were placed in molds, wrapped in cloth, and pressed with wooden boards, allowing the whey to slowly drain. The commotion soon attracted the village chief, Zhao Fugue. Startled by the sight, Zhao Fugue exclaimed, "Yang Lin, what on earth are you doing? This is nonsense. Are you truly not afraid of starving?" Stop this at once. He anxiously pounded his thigh. Yang Lin, however, merely smiled serenely. To be honest, last night I dreamt of an ancient immortal who visited me and taught me how to use these beans to create a divine food known as tofu. Uncle San, you arrived just in time. Everyone has been watching for quite a while, and today I shall enlighten everyone and let you all have a taste. Soon, the cloth was lifted, revealing tofu that was as white as jade and tender as silk. Yang Lin cut the tofu into small 10-centimeter squares and placed one onto a dish. As he moved, all eyes fixated on the square, pearly white piece, astonished and incredulous. Could it truly be food of the immortals? It was something never before seen or heard of. The onlookers were mesmerized, and the women were left speechless. This delicate, smooth substance, glistening like jade and exuding a faint aroma, seemed almost otherworldly. Here, my dear, you should try it first. Yang Lin offered the tofu to Li Yuyao. She accepted it, her brow furrowing slightly. Although the tofu appeared appealing, she held no expectations for its flavor. After all, it was made from inexpensive beans. What could it possibly be? However, upon taking a bite, she was taken aback by the fresh and smooth texture, a subtle flavor bursting forth on her palate. Li Yuyao was astonished. Different perspectives yield entirely different insights. She saw far deeper than the others. This creation was not only extraordinary, but also groundbreaking, establishing a new culinary marvel, and it actually tasted delightful. And all of this was merely the result of his casual experimentation with stone water. Her gaze towards Yang Lin was now filled with surprise and profound curiosity. This scholar possessed some remarkable skills. Yang Lin offered samples to the villagers, and everyone who tasted it was left in awe, singing praises. I have lived over 50 years and have never tasted anything like this. Truly, it is food of the immortals. Though it was merely tofu, the scarcity of food in this era made it all the more astonishing. As the villagers continued to rave, Yang Lin instructed the women to set up a stove at the entrance and prepare a large pot, pouring in the last of their lard, and directing them to fry the tofu slices. Moments later, an enticing aroma wafted through the air. The tofu was fried to a golden crisp, sprinkled with crushed coarse salt. The courtyard was filled with the sounds of eager swallowing. The women, having tasted the fried tofu, were even more amazed. Even Li Yuyao had never experienced such a delicacy. The villagers, drawn by the tantalizing smell, felt their stomachs rumble. Yang Lin, will you sell this tofu? I am willing to pay. Yes, yes. I want to buy some too. How much is it? The crowd clamored, eyes fixed on the pot of sizzling tofu, eagerly swallowing their saliva. Though they weren't wealthy, spending a little now and then for a treat was not an issue. This was the moment Yang Lin had been waiting for. Dear uncles and aunts, brothers and elders, he began, clasping his hands together before clearing his throat. You all know my family's plight. Life is hard, and this tofu is a divine gift. I never intended to sell it. However, since you are all my elders and fellow villagers, how could I refuse? Thus, I will not profit from this. I will sell it at cost, for 2 won apiece. He raised 2 fingers. Instantly, the villagers' eyes lit up. 2 won? That is truly inexpensive. Sorghum and barley cost 5 to 6 won a pound. As for white flour and rice, they go for over 10 won. In comparison, such miraculous tofu for just 2 won was an absolute bargain. Upon hearing Yang Lin's pricing, Li Yuyao immediately grew anxious, tugging at Yang Lin's sleeve and signaling him frantically. That price is too low. Yang Lin shook his head. 2 won is indeed quite low, but my dear, am I selling to outsiders? These are all our kin. Although we labored tirelessly to make this tofu, I cannot profit from my fellow villagers. The hardships we endure, we shall swallow ourselves. I want to leave the greatest benefit for our family and neighbors. The villagers, simple and unaccustomed to such tricks, were instantly stirred. I will buy 1 piece. Yang Lin, I don't mean to take advantage, but my family is large. Sell me 2 pieces. Yes, yes. I want 2 pieces too. We are all neighbors. And to watch you grow up. Sell me 3 pieces. The crowd surged forward, eager to pay. I want 100 pieces. I want 200 pieces. 2 voices suddenly shouted from the crowd. Emerging were 2 figures, the village chief Zhao Fugui and the landlord Zhao Ji from the neighboring village. The Zhao family was a prominent local clan, and Zhao Fugui and Zhao Ji were relatives. The villagers were astonished. Could they possibly eat that much? Yang Lin, please help uncle send once more and sell me 100 pieces of tofu. I have great use for it. Zhao Fugui implored, his eyes pleading. Yang Lin was delighted, but appeared conflicted. Uncle San, you are putting me in a difficult position. Zhao Fugui quickly leaned in and whispered. Tomorrow I am attending a banquet at the Zhao family in the county and am at a loss for an appropriate gift. Your tofu is not only delicious, but also novel, perfectly suitable. Please help me out, Yang Lin. You know that Lu the landlord has always wanted to be the village chief. He has already established some connections. And if I cannot gain the support of the Zhao family in the county, I fear that my position will be compromised. Whether I can continue as village chief depends entirely on you. In Qian, village chiefs were typically landlords from the village, but the situation in Kaxiang village was different. The Zhao family is not only a prominent clan in the locality, but the village is predominantly inhabited by those bearing the surname Zhao. Moreover, there exists a relative who serves as the county official. Thus, the position of village chief has always been held by someone from the Zhao lineage. However, as the influence of the landlord Lu Yukai continues to expand, Zhao Fugui grows increasingly uneasy. Very well, Yang Lin nodded, saying, since you have put it that way, I will certainly show you respect. Rest assured, I will have 100 blocks of tofu ready for you by tonight. Zhao Fugui was overjoyed and promptly made the payment. Nearby, the landlord Zhao Ji from the neighboring village quickly approached with a grin. Dear nephew, we are indeed related, so sell me 200 blocks, will you? Zhao Yi beamed. Absolutely not. Zhao Leoi, your family is affluent. How can you take advantage of a poor scholar like me? I sell them to the villagers for 2 when each, allowing my wives to toil without compensation, and that's one thing. But you, being neither from Kaoshan village nor a humble individual, it would be inappropriate for you to seize this opportunity as well. Zhao Ji, a clever man, immediately grasped Yang Lin's underlying message and hastily replied, Dear nephew, I shall add 10 won as a labor fee. Yang Lin scoffed and cast him a dismissive glance. Remaining silent. 21. Zhao Ji gritted his teeth, believing there was already a considerable amount. Yet, Yang Lin continued to ignore him. Then tell me, how much do you want? Zhao Ji asked anxiously. Through the tofu, he saw a business opportunity. He was certain that selling tofu for merely 2 when was exceedingly cheap. Such a novel food, once taken to the county, could easily fetch double the price. This was a certainty. Thus, he was determined to have it. Yang Lin extended 4 fingers. For one each. What? Zhao Ji's eyes widened in disbelief. No way, that is far too expensive. He had never anticipated Yang Lin would have such lofty expectations. Who was trying to take advantage? Absolutely not. Yang Lin could see through Zhao Ji's intentions. So long as he firmly asserted the cost to be 2-1, no one could contest it. Thus, the value of the tofu would be dictated solely by him. Zhao Ji's expression grew grim. Meanwhile, the villagers of Kaoshan, upon hearing Yang Lin's words, felt they had struck a great bargain. Those who had hesitated to purchase a taste now eagerly waved their coins, rushing to join the purchasing frenzy. Zhao Ji cast a pleading glance at Zhao Fugui, hoping he might intervene. With no other options, Zhao Fugui reluctantly said, Yang Lin, did you not say the cost is 2-1? Just add 1-1 for labor and sell to him at 3-1. Consider it a favor for your third uncle. Sighing deeply, Yang Lin replied with gravity, Third uncle. Only you would say such a thing. No one else could even dream of it. 200 blocks of tofu to be picked up tonight, for 601. Xiao Jiu, collect the payment. Zhao Ji sighed with relief and hastily paid. Although 3-1 was more than he had anticipated, there remained a significant profit margin. He inwardly cursed Yang Lin for his apparent foolishness in not recognizing the opportunity to earn. Xiao Jiu was bustling about, collecting the heavy coins, though her expression grew increasingly peculiar. TSK, such a heartless scheme, yet she enjoyed it. Zhao Fugui, now beaming with pride, felt honored by Yang Lin's consideration, which reflected well on him. The flurry of activity persisted from morning until afternoon. Everyone was utterly occupied, sweat streaming down their faces, arms aching from continuous grinding. Yet, each individual bore a countenance filled with hope for the future. In between, they soaked another 100 pounds of beans, finally completing all orders just before dusk. By evening, some villagers, still unaware, arrived to purchase tofu, only to find that it had all been sold out, not a single piece remaining. It was only at this moment that the women began to realize what had transpired. Yang Lin had stated that this tofu was to be their future sustenance. Yet now it was all gone. What were they to do? What shall we eat tonight? Indeed, it was meant for our own consumption, yet through a twist of fate. It has all been sold. Head of the household, you ought not to have been so generous. Now we have provided for others while we ourselves are left to starve. After a long day of labor, seeing that not a single piece of tofu remained, the women wore expressions of despair and began to voice their grievances. We toiled all day, only to make someone else wealthy. For the sake of face, we have suffered ourselves. Their disappointment deepened, though their character was commendable. How could such naivety yield profit? Liu Yao furuit herbroth. What everyone said was not without merit, but she felt that something was amiss. She had not forgotten that Zhao Ji had sold those 200 blocks of tofu for 600 won. Furthermore, was the cost of the tofu truly 2 won? Did selling it 2 won really yield no profit? Faced with the women's mounting agitation, Yang Lin found their reactions amusing. The people of the Great Qian Dynasty seemed excessively honest, did they not? In his past life, every business person he knew would claim losses and engage in fire sales. Yet now, he merely parroted a few phrases, and not only did outsiders believe him, but even his own family did. What shall we eat? Yang Lin replied with irritation. How about some fragrant rice? Or perhaps some delectable pork? The women were momentarily taken aback. Pork? White rice? They would love to eat such things. But where could they procure them? Elder sister, second sister, the 3 of you go to Shaojiao, retrieve 1,001, and then borrow a small cart from Aunt Lin next door to go to the town for supplies. Purchase 50 pounds of rice and 10 pounds of pork. If there's any money left, buy whatever you wish. Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. What? 1,001? What nonsense is this? We do not possess such wealth. They all frowned in confusion. Yang Lin exchanged a knowing glance with Shaojiao, who grinned and quickly fetched a heavy bag. When the bag was opened, it revealed a bounty of coins. I promised I would not let you go hungry, and I, Yang Lin, always keep my word. The women stared in astonishment. Liu Yao leaned closer, gazing at the bag, equally taken aback. You actually made so much money? Liu Yao was astonished, and suddenly everything clicked into place. So, you never intended to treat the tofu as mere sustenance? Your aim was always to profit from it. But how could the profit margin from tofu be substantial enough to yield such a sum? Liu Yao questioned, previously believing Yang Lin had set the price too low. Yet now, it appeared the profit from the tofu was even greater than she had imagined. Yang Lin smiled mysteriously. Take a guess. Liu Yao pondered. A 30% profit? Yang Lin shook his head. 50%? She boldly ventured. Earning 50% profit would indeed be remarkable. Yet Yang Lin continued to shake his head. Even more? She gasped. Incredulity etched across her face. Never mind. Your imagination is too limited. You don't even dare to venture a guess. I shall simply tell you. It's not too much, merely double. You all have been busy, yet have no idea how much tofu we produce today, do you? For every 2 won of beans, 3 blocks of tofu can be made. Shaojiao excitedly chimed in. We soaked a total of 200 pounds of beans, yielding 630 blocks of tofu. With a total revenue of 1,451, and after deducting costs, the pure profit is 1,001. Upon hearing this figure, the women were left utterly speechless. They had only invested 201 for the beans and some sorghum rice. How foolish they had been to believe Yang Lin, thinking there was no profit to be made, toiling away all day for nothing. Little did they know, Shaojiao had been counting the coins to the point of cramping her hands. When Liu Yao learned of the twofold profit, she too found it hard to believe. She could understand that producing tofu might yield some profit, but she had never imagined it could be so substantial. Recalling how Yang Lin had claimed to the villagers that he was not making any money, his sincere demeanor made it seem all the more incredulous. What trickster! He has even deceived himself. Yesterday's figures had seemed utterly unattainable. Merely a day has passed, and he has indeed accomplished it. Has he really gathered enough funds to repay his debts? One person suggested. However, Yang Lin shook his head. Everyone has toiled throughout the day. If we do not indulge in a sumptuous meal to replenish our strength, how shall we have the energy to work tomorrow? Let us proceed as I propose. Tonight, we shall have white rice accompanied by pork, and everyone must eat their fill. As for repaying the debts, we can earn that tomorrow. If I desire, I can easily procure not merely 1,301, but even 13,001. The profits from tofu making barely cover labor costs, without accounting for those. Employing 10 individuals in the past would have led to immediate ruin. Upon hearing Yang Lin's words, Liu Yao felt a deep sense of disappointment. She had initially believed that Yang Lin possessed some capability, only to find him to be an arrogant individual. Nevertheless, with 2 days remaining, given today's sales method, it would not be difficult to earn another 1,000 won. Thus, while she felt that Yang Lin was only focused on immediate pleasures without foresight, she did not voice her opposition. After arranging for her elder and second sisters, Yang Lin instructed the third sister to boil water for soaking beans, the fourth and fifth sisters to chop firewood, and the sixth sister to seek out a carpenter to create molds. The youngest three, Xiao Qi, Xiao Ba, and Xiao Jiu, continued to procure beans from the village. Once everyone had departed, Li Yuyao approached Yang Lin, having known each other for merely a day. Do you truly dare to entrust them with such significant amounts of money? Are you not afraid they might abscond with it? Li Yuyao inquired curiously. Yang Lin smiled. Of course, I'm not afraid. It is merely 1,000 won. Should they choose to abscond with the money, I would only suffer a loss of 1,000 won, while they would forfeit a bright future. If spending 1,000 won can reveal a person's true character, it is not a loss, but rather a valuable investment. A glimmer of cunning shone in Yang Lin's gaze. Li Yuyao, deep in thought, suddenly brightened with realization and exclaimed, So, you are deliberately testing them by allowing them to spend money? Yang Lin chuckled, neither confirming nor denying. As you just stated, we have only known each other for 1 day. I do not yet comprehend each person's temperament. While this might reflect a bit of suspicion, it remains the most prudent approach. The most fortified cities are often breached from within. By making the right choices now, I can feel secure in the future. Li Yuyao frowned and inquired, Do you trust me? I do. Why? We have only just met. Li Yuyao said defiantly. Yang Lin smiled. Because I discern that you are no ordinary person, but rather an intelligent one. Intelligent individuals often understand what constitutes the best choice. Li Yuyao was taken aback. Though she remained unconvinced by Yang Lin, she could not deny the soundness of his reasoning. The town is merely 6 li from Kaoshan village, and neither the elder sister nor the second sister ran off with the money. They returned laden with goods in under an hour. Large pieces of pork were immediately placed into the pot to stew. Before long, a tantalizing aroma filled the air, causing everyone to swallow with anticipation. Among them were individuals from affluent families, yet due to various misfortunes, they had not tasted meat in a long time. A bowl of fragrant white rice paired with tender, succulent chunks of pork was laid before them, and the sound of swallowing could be heard incessantly. Eat. Why are you looking at me? In our household, we have no such outdated customs. There is no need to wait for me to begin. Yang Lin remarqued, feeling uncomfortable with the notion that others would hesitate to eat unless he did. Upon his command, the women immediately set aside their decorum and devoured their meals with unrestrained enthusiasm, their mouths glistening with oil. Yet, as they ate, tears began to flow involuntarily. As villagers passed by Yang Lin's home, they were drawn in by the enticing aroma. How delightful! What is that fragrance? It is pork. We had it last year during the New Year. Ah, young people these days are truly clueless about managing their lives. It appears they have profited from selling tofu. Tomorrow, let us not purchase his tofu. Let us see how he remains arrogant in the future. Yes, let us all refrain from buying. A little money can easily lead to losing sight of one's principles. It remains uncertain whether he can even support those women. When the time comes for him to pay the head tax, he will regret it. The passing villagers grumbled. Yet, upon recalling that Yang Lin had taken so many wives, envy crept in. After the meal, night had fully descended. Inside, a withered oil lamp was lit, casting its glow upon the lovely faces of Yang Lin's wives and concubines. They had been too busy the previous night to engage in proper matters. With nothing to occupy them this evening, and given Yang Lin's lascivious nature, it seemed that tonight might be the night of consummation. The thought of what was to come made Li Yuyao's heart race. Chapter 8. Gaining renown, consummation, indeed. With so many people present, if he were to act shamelessly in front of them, what would that mean for her? Just the thought of it made Li Yuyao feel both embarrassed and indignant. Her heart raced like a drum as she stood at the door, feigning interest in the moonlight. Are you not sleeping yet, elder sister? Xiao Jiu kindly approached to remind her. All right. Li Yuyao bit her lip and forced out a single word. Upon turning around, Li Yuyao noticed that the others bore expressions of embarrassment similar to her own. Husband, which sister do you wish to bed tonight? The alluring fourth sister playfully grasped Yang Lin's arm, smiling seductively. All eyes were upon Yang Lin. Under the oil lamp, the exquisite forms of the women stirred his emotions. Ahem, After a long day, are you not weary? Let us sleep. Xiao Qi, Xiao Ba, and Xiao Jiao can take the bed. The rest of you shall share the straw mat with me, Yang Lin declared, lying down without removing his clothing. The straw mat was laid on the ground, thickly padded with dry grass. While not particularly comfortable, it was at least warm. He was not a saint untouched by women. Yet the reality of their poverty left them with only one room. To engage with one of his wives in front of the others? That was simply unthinkable for Yang Lin. As he observed the awkward situation of having laid down without undressing, Liu Yao finally exhaled in relief. However, the women were mostly shy. Even as they lay down, they avoided being close to Yang Lin. Only the fourth sister, with her bold personality, not only lay beside him, but also wrapped her arms around his, radiating happiness. My husband is a good man. To meet you is my fortune. She seemed to be speaking to herself, closing her eyes. When Liu Yao was finally ready to recline, she found that only the space beside Yang Lin remained. Sister, why are you still awake? There's room here. Xiao Jiao pointed to the only remaining spot, extinguishing the oil lamp, plunging the room into darkness. Fine. Liu Yao grit her teeth. Thank you. In the dark, she had no choice but to lie down beside Yang Lin. Liu Yao endeavored to calm her racing heart. She intended to maintain some distance from Yang Lin. Yet with so many people squeezed onto the straw mat the moment she laid down, her body was pressed tightly against Yang Lin's, instantly flushing her cheeks with embarrassment. Yang Lin, feeling the warmth from his left arm and the softness of Liu Yao on his right, felt parched and restless. It was simply too cramped. Instinctively, Yang Lin raised his arm and draped it over Liu Yao. Startled, she was about to push him away, only to find that he had already fallen asleep. The next morning, in Jianghe County, Zhao Ji sent 200 blocks of tofu to be sold in the county town at the price of 5 won each, and they were quickly snatched up, bringing Zhao Ji immense joy. The purchasing power of the county town truly surpassed that of the villagers. With those 200 blocks of tofu, he turned a profit of 400 won. He simply needed to procure goods daily for sale, earning 400 won in a single day, amounting to 12,000 won a month, and in a year, over 100 guan, equivalent to the income from 1,000 acres of fertile land. Yang Lin, that young lad, toils endlessly, yet merely works for himself, earning a meager profit. What does a poor scholar know about business? Just as Zhao Ji was reveling in thoughts of how to exploit Yang Lin for his own maximum gain, an individual approached him. It was Su Maokai, the proprietor of Yongxing Trading Company. The newcomer, a middle-aged man clad in a blue long gown, slightly bowed to Zhao Ji. What brings you here? Zhao Ji regarded him with suspicion. It is this, Su stated. I find your tofu quite intriguing and wish to discuss a matter with you. Su Maokai wore a broad smile. There is nothing to discuss. The tofu is sold out. If you wish to purchase, you must wait until tomorrow. With that, Zhao Ji turned to leave. He discerned that the man sought to engage in the tofu trade alongside him, hoping to share in the profits. What a joke. For he too procures his goods from others. Bringing them to the county town to sell is no trouble. Why should he involve a middleman and relinquish his earnings? At the moment Zhao Ji turned to depart, the smile on Su Maotsai's face vanished, replaced by a glint of greed in his eyes. Su promptly issued orders to his subordinates. Yes, the underlings immediately followed his command. That very afternoon, the village chief, Zhao Fugui, presented the batch of tofu to relatives in the county town, astonishing all at the banquet, especially when Zhao Fugui boasted that it was food passed down from the immortals. It received immense praise, sparking widespread discussion about the miraculous tofu. Noticing the attention from prominent figures in the county town, Zhao Fugui felt a surge of pride, receiving commendations from the county magistrate's relatives, who expressed their continued support for him as the village chief of Kaoshan village. Zhao Fugui's heart soared with joy, and the burdens he carried finally lifted. However, after the banquet concluded, trouble soon emerged. A crowd gathered around him, eager to procure some tofu, and in considerable quantities. Without giving him a chance to refuse, they handed over deposits. Faced with these influential individuals from the county, Zhao Fugui dared not offend them. He understood that those seeking to buy tofu through him were not merely motivated by hunger. Certainly not. They had recognized the business opportunity within. The county town was rife with shrewd individuals. Upon encountering this novel food, they sensed the prospect of wealth. In Kaoshan village, Yang Lin and the women enjoyed yet another day of white rice and braised pork. Many villagers watched enviously, their eyes filled with both desire and jealousy. The number of people buying tofu in the village had indeed diminished. Nevertheless, Yang Lin had anticipated this, hence he hardly sold any in the village today. The two surrounding villages had never encountered tofu before, making its sale uncomplicated. Within half a day, all the tofu sold out. At this moment, after a long day of labor, Yang Lin remained oblivious to the fact that, while he sat at home, the fame of tofu had inexplicably spread far and wide. Moreover, substantial orders were already en route. That evening, after soaking the beans, everyone gathered around the straw mat, eagerly counting the money alongside Xiaojiu. 1,298, 1,299, 1,003. Upon reaching 1,301, the women erupted in cheers. After the previous day's extravagance, they had managed to gather enough to repay their debts. Though weary, every face radiated happiness. The toil was indeed worthwhile. The next morning, Yang Lin and his family prepared 300 blocks of tofu, pushing a small cart borrowed from Aunt Lin, heading towards a county town. Jianghe County, part of Pingyuan Prefecture, lay merely over 30 miles from Kaoshan village, yet the journey was arduous, with wooden wheels creaking and wobbling, taking over an hour to finally arrive. As soon as the tofu reached the county town, it was snatched up at the price of 4 won per block. The women were utterly astonished. The money was earned far too easily. Why not simply rent a place in the county town and make tofu here? The second sister, possessing keen business insight, exclaimed with great excitement. The village had only a few hundred households, whereas the county town boasted a population of 100,000. Remaining there would undoubtedly maximize their profits. No way. Li Yuyao immediately rejected the notion. Her identity, after all, was a taboo. The county town was crowded and full of prying eyes. Should they be recognized, it would spell disaster for them all. Now is not the time. Yang Lin, with a meaningful glance, replied, "Let us first repay our debts and settle this matter. I will take you all shopping." The repayment process went smoothly. The officer Zhang Wu was taken aback upon seeing 1,301, though he still harbored resentment. The black and white evidence left him no choice but to comply. Just as they exited the county office, they encountered Zhao Fugue, who rushed over in a fluster. "Yang Lin, white." Zhao Fugue pleaded with a pained expression, "I have a favor to ask of you. You must help me." The group entered a nearby tea house, and as soon as they sat down, Zhao Fugue mysteriously produced a heavy cloth bag from his bosom. Upon opening the bag, a heap of silver coins spilled forth. At least 100 taels. Each tael equated to 1,000 won, totaling 100,000 won. The women gasped in astonishment, their eyes wide at the sight of the silver. Not all that glitters is gold. Should someone covet his tofu-making skills, he would not entertain such a proposal. At least, not yet. He harbored even grander ambitions and plans. Zhao Fugue hurriedly recounted the events. Here is the situation. There are all significant figures in the county town who have taken an interest in the tofu business, desiring a slice of the pie. They insisted on shoving the silver into my hands and even signed orders with me. I dared not refuse without your consent. Zhao Fugue pulled out a stack of yellowed parchment, his face etched with guilt. Yang Lin was overjoyed. Upon examining the orders, his delight intensified. A total of 13 orders, with the largest being 500 blocks and the smallest 200 blocks, summing up to 4,300 blocks. The women, upon seeing these orders, became equally exuberant. However, no. Before Yang Lin could speak, Li Yuyao decisively shook her head. "We cannot accept these orders," Li Yuyao stated calmly. The women were taken aback, quickly realizing the gravity of the situation. The delivery date on the orders was set for 3 days from now. Their current capacity allowed them to produce 600 blocks of tofu in a day, which was their limit. In 3 days, they could manage only 2,000 blocks at most. Yet these orders totaled 4,300 blocks of tofu. Even if they worked tirelessly, they could not fulfill them. Yang Lin, however, gathered the silver and orders from the table, resolutely declaring, "We shall accept these orders." "Are you mad?" Li Yuyao erupted in anger, glaring fiercely at Yang Lin. "Look, the orders state that if we breach the contract, we must pay double. If you cannot produce the tofu in 3 days, how will you compensate?" Li Yuyao's eyes burned with fury. She had thought he possessed some ability, only to find he had become overconfident after earning a little money. The other women silently nodded in agreement. "The elder sister is right. We cannot complete this." "Indeed, dear husband, please remain calm." Yang Lin smiled gently. Do not worry. I have a plan. Zhao Fuguwei was instantly elated and hurriedly departed. Once the outsiders left, Yang Lin was met with a myriad of astonished and angry gazes. You have truly disappointed me. Are you not aware of your own capabilities? Acting without a plan, driven solely by greed. What great achievements can you accomplish in such a reckless manner? Li Yuyao clenched her fists, her eyes reflecting profound disappointment. Chapter 10. A pauper. A weakling, let us wager again. If I can fulfill these orders within 3 days, then from henceforth, you shall willingly be my wife. What say you? After 2 days of interaction, Yang Lin discerned that his wife was intelligent, composed, rational, and proud, yet she remained ever vigilant towards him. Unless he could completely win her over, it would be difficult for her to genuinely develop affections for him. He knew he needed not only to possess her physically, but also to capture her heart. Li Yao furrowed her brow and replied, Very well. I shall observe how you intend to accomplish this. On the bustling streets of the county town, Yang Lin strutted ahead with an air of confidence, while the women followed behind, visibly anxious. Recently having acquired 100 taels of silver, Yang Lin spent extravagantly on rice, flour, pork, lard, coarse salt, cosmetics, hairpins, and even promised Xiao Jio a roast chicken, filling his cart and spending over 20 taels. The women grew increasingly worried. How audacious he was. In the blink of an eye, he had squandered what would take an ordinary family years to earn. Only Xiao Jio appeared delighted, happily gnawing on his roast chicken, his face glistening with grease. At noon, Yang Lin led the women to a tailor's shop. After leaving a purse of silver for Li Yuyao, he departed. He had a cousin named Du Jing who resided in the county town. The reason for his visit was that Du Jing was an extraordinary individual. 2 years older than Yang Lin, their families used to maintain close ties before the Yang family fell from grace, and they often played together. He recalled a night when they lay atop a haystack gazing at the stars. When Du Jing suddenly remarked that he suspected the earth was an enormous sphere and that the stars above were infinitely distant. At that time, Yang Lin could hardly comprehend such notions, while Du Jing had a plethora of imaginative thoughts that others found incomprehensible, earning him the nickname Du the Mad. What was madness to others was merely genius. He was simply ahead of his time and misunderstood by society. Now, Du Jing had married, but his circumstances were far from favorable. After failing the provincial examinations repeatedly, he had become a figure of ridicule. Yang Lin understood that while he possessed solid theoretical knowledge, transforming that knowledge into tangible results required more than his solitary efforts. He planned to enlist Du Jing's help to change the world alongside him. Upon arriving at Du Jing's doorstep, Yang Lin encountered a young woman who glared at him as she exited. The woman was Du Jing's wife, Yuan. Casting a disdainful glance at Yang Lin, she coldly queried, Yang Lin, what do you want? We have no surplus grain, so be on your way. Yang Lin remained unfazed and inquired, Sister-in-law, where is Jingge? He is dead. Yuan snapped, glaring at him. It is pointless to seek anyone here. We are on the verge of starvation and cannot help you. So leave at once. With that, she shooed him away like a fly. Stop. Lindy, come inside. Du Jing emerged from within, casting a fierce look at Yuan before pulling Yang Lin inside. Bah! Yuan spat at the doorway, hands on her hips, seething with resentment. A destitute wretch, a good-for-nothing, and you dare call yourselves relatives. You are not of the same family, yet you share the same door. You will only bring ruin to this household. Alas, my life is truly miserable. Once inside, the flimsy wooden door could not shield them from Yuan's bitter remarks. Du Jing's expression darkened, and he quickly explained, Lindy, do not take offense. My wife is not a bad person. It is my inadequacy that has led our family to this state. Stealing a glance outside, Du Jing secretly retrieved a piece of silver from his belt and pressed it into Yang Lin's hand. Quickly, do not let your sister-in-law see. This is my secret savings. Though Du Jing was only 2 years Yang Lin's senior, he bore the weight of experience far beyond his years. Lindy, do not think it too little. Take this for now. If you find yourself in dire straits again, do not hesitate to seek me out. Though my own situation is not ideal, at least I am not starving. Yang Lin smiled. Jingge, I am not seeking alone. Not alone? Du Jing was taken aback. He knew Yang Lin was too proud to ask for money, as he had always been the one to offer assistance. I wish to invite you to help me. Yang Lin stated, absolutely not. The door swung open as Yuan re-entered, hands on her hips, pointing an accusatory finger at Yang Lin. We are on the brink of starvation, and you expect us to work for you? You lazy glutton, unwilling to labor yourself. Yet you want to involve my good-for-nothing husband? Dream on. Yang Lin countered, it will not be for free. I will pay Jinggu a wage. Yuan erupted in laughter, as if she had heard the most ludicrous joke. A wage? Pray tell, how much can you offer? 500 won a month. Yang Lin declared resolutely. Both Du Jing and Yuan were momentarily stunned before Yuan burst into another fit of laughter. Why, Yang Lin? It has been far too long since we last met. It seems your talent for boasting has only improved. Very well, 500 won, is it? Show me the money. If you can produce 500 won, I shall allow your brother to accompany you. He can do anything for you, even become your beast of burden. Du Jing shook his head in dismay. Though his brother was stubborn, he was fundamentally a good person. How had he developed such a penchant for exaggeration? It is settled then. Yang Lin produced a 5-tael silver ingot from his sleeve and casually tossed it to Yuan. Is this 5 taels satisfactory, sister-in-law? Yuan stared incredulously at the silver in her hand, biting it skeptically. It was indeed real. Her eyes widened as she swallowed hard, demanding, where did you acquire such a substantial amount of silver? This could only belong to a wealthy family. Common folk cannot save such large ingots. Surely, it cannot be stolen? Yuan's tone dripped with sarcasm. Yang Lin scoffed and produced a pouch of coins, shaking it in his hand. Sister-in-law, this is over 50 taels. Do you suppose I stole this as well? Yuan was taken aback. Yang Lin had become so affluent. If you do not believe me, return the silver, and I shall take my leave. Yang Lin extended his hand. Oh, why the rush? I was merely jesting. You two brothers converse. I shall prepare a meal for you. With just Yang Lin and Du Jing remaining in the room, Yang Lin urged, Jinggu, join me. Together we can achieve great things. I assure you, not only will you attain wealth and status, but your name will also be etched in history. Du Jing was left speechless. He did not question the source of Yang Lin's wealth, but instead asked, Lin Di, what can I do? Quite simple. You shall harness your talents to bring your past ingenious ideas to fruition. Yang Lin replied, ingenious ideas? Du Jing was taken aback. Yang Lin nodded. For instance, when you were 12, you crafted a pulley that made drawing water from a well significantly easier. Or when you discovered that mixing lard with wood ash yielded a superior hand-cleaning solution, nearly creating soap. And there was the time you bound bamboo and animal hide together, attaching a string to fly in the wind, almost constructing a kite. However, Du Jing, feeling ashamed, waved his hand dismissively. Ah, Lin Di, please do not mention it. I was young and foolish then, always lost in fanciful thoughts. Now, I am older, have failed to attain a title, and struggle to support my family. How can I possibly focus on such whimsical inventions? Yang Lin shook his head. Jinggu, you are not at fault. The fault lies with the world. Trust me. Together we can make this world a better place. Yang Lin retrieved another ingot of silver and pressed it into Du Jing's hand. I must take my leave for now. If you decide, come to Kaoshan village to find me. After patting Du Jing on the shoulder, Yang Lin turned to depart. Suddenly, Yang Lin was startled and rushed back inside, where he beheld a dapper young gentleman clad in fine garments, confronting his women. A group of women stood together, clutching scissors, rulers, and brooms, their eyes fixed anxiously on the young gentleman before them. Nearby, the owner of the tailor shop, visibly distressed, shouted, Do not act impulsively, Master Zhao, ladies. Please remain calm. The women cried out, Husband, Lord, Master. Little Jiu pointed angrily at the young gentleman, exclaiming, He intends to bully my sister. At that moment, Li Yuyao held a pair of scissors, her expression icy and eyes filled with a murderous glint. Yang Lin had no doubt that if the young gentleman dared to approach, she would use those scissors to pierce him. Furious, young Master Zhao, the son of the county lieutenant, was enraged that these audacious women dared to resist him for merely flirting with one of them. Upon seeing Yang Lin enter, he coldly demanded, Are they all your wives and concubines? How dare they offend me? I intend to purchase this woman. He pointed derisively at Li Yuyao. By your mother. Yang Lin stepped in front of Li Yuyao, raising his hand to deliver a resounding slap across Zhao's face. The young gentleman was momentarily stunned, then reacted with seething rage. You dare strike me? Do you know who I am? My father is Zhao Dei, the county lieutenant of Jianghe County. Yang Lin narrowed his eyes and retorted. Do you know who I am? Chapter 12. Hit and run. Exhilarating young Master Zhao hesitated. Who are you? You do not know? Zhao nodded blankly. pondering whether this meant Yang Lin was someone significant. That's good. With that, Yang Lin delivered a punch to Zhao's face. Ladies, let us beat him. He doesn't know who we are. After we finish, we shall flee. The women were taken aback. Is it really possible to do this? Nevertheless, they surged forward, quickly bringing Zhao to the ground and delivering a flurry of kicks. The tailor shop owner panicked. Stop, please. He is truly the son of Lord Zhao. Show some mercy. If you injure him, Lord Zhao will not let you off easily. Ah, hitting and running is indeed quite reasonable. Li Yao, still unsatisfied, raised her scissors, intent on stabbing young Master Zhao. Let us kill him. Her eyes blazed with fury. Yang Lin, Alarmed, Hurriedly intervenet. Ladies, calm down. We cannot take a life. Li Yao regained her composure, discarding the scissors, and coldly remarked, Humph. Killing him would only sully my hands. At last, the women ceased their assault. That bout of kicking was indeed cathartic. What are you waiting for? Run. Yang Lin took the lead, grabbing Li Yao as they dashed outside, with the other women following closely behind. Yang Lin understood that although they had vented their frustrations, they had also provoked someone formidable. Pushing a small cart, they sped away. Zhanghe County was but a small town, lacking even city walls, and they soon escaped the confines of the city. How exhilarating! Little Jiu shook her tiny fist, her face alight with excitement. Thank you. After their wild escape, Li Yao felt a surge of emotions. When young Master Zhao had bullied her, everyone had stood by her side, and in that moment, she felt a sense of belonging to this family. Do not mention it. We are family. Indeed, you are our elder sister. Of course, we must help you. Our husband is truly formidable. Hitting and running is thrilling. The women's faces radiated innocence and joy. Upon returning home, they prepared meals, while Yang Lin ventured out alone to seek out Wang the carpenter. As he entered Wang's yard, he was greeted by a chorus of cries. Wang uncle, what has happened? Upon opening the door, he found Wang Gei cradling his daughter Wang Ning, both wailing inconsolably. Upon seeing Yang Lin, Wang Gei was momentarily stunned, then suddenly knelt before him. Yang Lin, please help me. Please rise. Yang Lin rushed forward to assist him. Wang uncle, please lend me some money. They are threatening to take Gui Ying away. Wang Gui's tears flowed freely. Last year, during the famine, I borrowed 101 from Lu the landlord, and since we had no valuable possessions, he coerced me into using Ging as collateral. In my desperation, I foolishly agreed. Today, when I returned to repay the debt, I discovered the interest was exorbitant. I owe 301 in total. If I cannot gather enough by tonight, they will take Gui Ying away. She is my only daughter. I cannot bear to see her sold into servitude. Wang uncle, how much do you need? Wang Gui was taken aback, looking at Yang Lin in disbelief. I have saved over 101, but I still need 131. He glanced at Yang Lin with suspicion. Yang Lin opened his money pouch and surprisingly produced a piece of silver. Wang Gui's eyes widened in astonishment. This piece of silver was worth at least half a tael. Here, take this for now. Yang Lin handed the silver to Wang Gui. Yang Lin, is this truly a loan for me? It is far too much. Wang Gui accepted the silver, still in disbelief. Wang uncle, you once helped me when I was starving. How could I not assist you now in your time of need? Tears streamed down Wang Gui's face as he once again knelt before Yang Lin. Yang Lin, I cannot express my gratitude. From now on, my life belongs to you. I will repay this debt as soon as possible. Ignoring Yang Lin's protests, Wang Gui insisted on bowing 3 times in gratitude. Little Wang Gui followed suit, bowing repeatedly. Yang Lin felt a pang in his heart. In this world, lives were worth little, let alone dignity. Wang uncle was willing to pledge his life in gratitude for the help he received. Wang uncle, please rise. If you wish to earn money, I have a proposition, but I wonder if you would be willing? Chapter 13. This is productivity assisting Wang Gui to his feet. Yang Lin continued, I happen to need some items constructed. If you are willing, you could assist me, and I will pay you 10 won a day. What? 10 won a day? Wang Gui was taken aback, quickly shaking his head. No. Yang Lin, from now on, your affairs are my concerns. How can I accept payment for helping you? Rest assured, call on Wang uncle whenever you need assistance. Wang Gui was filled with enthusiasm. At this moment, he would unhesitatingly do whatever Yang Lin asked. Yang Lin shook his head. Wang uncle, my tasks will not be completed in a day or two. I must compensate you. If you refuse, I will have to find someone else. Wang Gui was immediately anxious. I will accept it. I will accept it. But the amount is too much. 2 in a day would suffice for me and Ging to survive. 10 won is far too generous. Typically, he earned only 70 to 80 won a month. Yang Lin's offer of 10 won would essentially quadruple his income. Such a sum made him uneasy. Wang uncle, please do not decline. If you wish to assist me, you must follow my lead. Time is of the essence. We shall commence work tonight. This is the blueprint. Could you take a look and see if you can create it? Yang Lin retrieved a drawing from his sleeve and handed it to Wang Gui. This was something he had long prepared, though he had not anticipated it would be needed so soon. Wang Gui took a glance and was momentarily stunned. What is this? The item depicted on the blueprint resembled a spinning wheel, yet it was not quite one. He scrutinized it from various angles, but could not comprehend it. Yang Lin chuckled. This is somewhat complicated to explain. You will understand once it is made. Uncle Wang, can you tell me if it can be constructed? Certainly. Wang Gui nodded without hesitation. Although he had never seen the object illustrated on the blueprint, its structure was not intricate, and creating it would not pose a challenge. Can be done in 2 days? Yang Lin pressed. 2 days? Wang Gui hesitated briefly, then gritted his teeth. No problem, though the time frame is tight. Losing a bit of sleep is manageable. With Wang Gui's assurance, Yang Lin finally felt at ease. If Wang Gui could not accomplish this, he would need to alter his plans. Uncle Wang, would enlisting a few more hands expedite the process? Yang Lin inquired furter. Wang Gui smiled wryly. Naturally, this task is not difficult, but it is time-consuming. If others assist, the work would undoubtedly proceed much faster. Very well, Uncle Wang. Consider this silver as payment for this commission. No need to repay. Please find a few more individuals to help. The sooner it is completed, the better. Wang Gui nodded vigorously. May I inquire what exactly this is for? Having lived half his life, he had never encountered such an invention Yang Lin intended to create. Yang Lin grinned. This, my friend, is advanced productive force. The women nodded in unison, their gazes towards Yang Lin filled with complexity. Though they remained silent, they were internally reproaching him. Had he not accepted this order and continued with the tofu business, they might not earn vast sums, but with steady accumulation, they could eventually attain a modestly prosperous life. Now, failing to fulfill this order would lead to double compensation. They had just settled a debt of 1,300 won, and now they were faced with the prospect of compensating 13,000 won. How could they not be anxious? Yang Lin remarked. Are you all despondent already? There is something you do not yet know. The women turned to him in astonishment. Tofu is a perishable food, although the weather is not too warm yet. It can barely last 2 days. In other words, we do not have 3 days to produce 4,300 pieces of tofu. We only have 1 day to create that quantity. After Yang Lin finished speaking, the women were left speechless. They had already deemed it impossible to produce 4,300 pieces in 3 days. Now, Yang Lin claimed it must be done in 1 day. How could this be feasible? Fourth sister spoke up. I believe my husband must have a plan, right? Li Yuyao scoffed. A plan? Absolutely impossible. This is beyond human capability. Let's not forget, on the first day, we made 600 pieces of tofu with 6 people taking turns grinding from morning until afternoon without rest. How long would it take to grind out 4,300 pieces? Li Yuyao's words resonated with gravity. Those who had previously held a glimmer of hope for Yang Lin were now engulfed in despair. Yes, this was beyond what human effort could achieve. However, Yang Lin merely smiled. Human effort? It is the most minuscule force in nature. If human labor cannot accomplish it, other forces can. There are many methods. Even relying solely on human effort, hiring a few more people would suffice. The women were taken aback, their expressions perplexed. Such a simple solution had eluded them until now. So, is my husband planning to hire someone to grind? Fourth sister asked. Yang Lin chuckled. Indeed, I intend to hire help. But employing someone to grind is not a long-term solution. I have a more efficient approach. You are all worried about not finishing, so let us begin now. Yang Lin immediately began organizing. Eldest sister, second sister, and third sister, go purchase beans. The more the better. Fourth sister, you have a way with words. Go borrow iron pots and water jars from our neighbors. We need 3 iron pots and 4 water jars by tomorrow evening. Fifth sister and sixth sister, accompany fourth sister to deliver gifts. When fourth sister borrows the jars and pots, you two should bring 2 pounds of rice and 1 pound of pork as a gesture. Both were taken aback. 2 pounds of rice and 1 pound of meat would cost 50 to 61. What about us? Yang Lin did not assign them a task, and little Nine, unable to contain herself, quickly asked. Yang Lin smiled. You all wait here a moment. I will take you to a place. My dear, you stay behind to look after the house. Once everything was arranged, everyone set about their tasks. Yang Lin also took 3 young girls out. Li Yao felt somewhat dejected. Yang Lin's arrangements were meticulous, with everyone having a role, while she had nothing to do. In the past, not doing anything had felt natural. Yet now, observing everyone else busy while she remained idle made her feel lonely and disconnected from the family. Just as Yang Lin and the others exited the door, they spotted a group of villagers rushing towards them with palpable urgency. Among those rushing were men and women, young and old, all bearing expressions of excitement and anxiety. In the distance, more and more people arrived, quickly gathering into a crowd of over a dozen individuals sprinting toward them. Within this throng, Yang Lin recognized Wang Gui, whose face was etched with worry and guilt, hurrying towards him. Chapter 14. Is borrowing money without repayment acceptable? They're not coming to rob us, are they? Little Nine quickly spread her arms, standing protectively in front of Yang Lin. The innocent little face was remarkably resolute. She would stand in the way of these individuals with her life, if need be. Yang Lin chucklet, patting the little girl on the head. What on earth are you thinking? Soon, the villagers arrived at the small courtyard, their eager eyes fixed on Yang Lin. Yet no one spoke. Wang Gui rushed over, panting, and bowed his head. I am sorry, Yang Lin. I mentioned your willingness to lend me money, and now everyone has come to borrow from you. Wang Gui's eyes were red, filled with remorse. Uncle has caused you trouble. Those unable to pay taxes or debts must sell their land. Those without land have no choice but to sell their children or wives. Many unfortunate souls like Wang Gui existed in the village. Today, he had gone to Lu the landlord's home to repay a debt and had unexpectedly produced 301. Not only was Lu the landlord astonished, but those villagers who could not repay their debts and were pleading for more time were equally astonished. For everyone knew that Wang Gui's family was impoverished and that borrowing money was difficult. How could he possibly produce such a sum? Some approached Wang Gui to inquire. Wang Gui knew revealing the truth would bring trouble to Yang Lin, but seeing their desperate faces, all sharing similar plights, he could not bear to remain silent and disclose the matter of borrowing money from Yang Lin. The news quickly spread among the indebted villagers, who discovered a glimmer of hope and flocked to Yang Lin for assistance. Wang Gui, upon learning this, hurried to intervene. But how could he stop those villagers with no other recourse? At that moment, he felt an overwhelming sense of guilt towards Yang Lin. Yang Lin had assisted him immensely, yet he had brought trouble upon him, making it difficult for him to meet Yang Lin's gaze. Nephew, could you lend me some money? Please lend me a little to help my family through this tough time. Yang Lin, I owe Lu the landlord 201. If I cannot repay it, I will have to sell my land. My family has no money to pay the summer taxes. Yang Lin, please help Annie. The villagers clamored, each voicing their pleas, pushing forward until chaos ensued. Wang Gui grew increasingly anxious, shouting, Enough. Do not push. Yang Lin is not a bodhisattva. How could he possibly help all of you? After speaking, he hung his head, looking helplessly at Yang Lin. In truth, upon seeing Wang Gui, Yang Lin had already guessed the villagers' intentions. Now that they were openly asking to borrow money, he did not hesitate and nodded. Certainly. As the realization dawned upon them, all eyes turned in astonishment towards Yang Lin. Yang Lin, did you agree to lend me money? No, Yang Lin promised it to me. It should be me. I was the one who spoke first. And then Yang Lin consented. The villagers began to quarrel once more. Wang Gui hurried to restore order. Everyone, please refrain from arguing. Let us hear what Yang Lin has to say. Gradually, silence enveloped the crowd. Indeed, let Yang Lin choose for himself. With so many of us seeking his assistance, there will inevitably be those who cannot borrow. Lending money is a kindness, and if someone cannot receive it, no one should place blame. Wang Gui's words rang true. Yang Lin was no deity and could not assist everyone. The decision of whom to lend to was one that all must accept. Gazing into the villagers' expectant eyes filled Yang Lin's heart with a pang of sorrow. Songshan village boasted 300 to 400 households, though most were not affluent. They were not starving. Yet, some had faced misfortunes, sold their fields, and became tenants, barely scraping by, growing ever poorer, amassing debts until they had to sell everything. either becoming slaves or starving to death. Shu, when I was a child, you once held me, Yang Lin addressed a woman before him. Upon hearing this, the others cast envious glances. The woman felt a surge of excitement. Did Yang Lin's words imply he was willing to lend her money? However, after speaking, Yang Lin's gaze shifted to a nearby man. Jean de Gue, 6 months ago, when my family faced starvation, you brought me half a bowl of sorghum. The burly man felt a wave of emotion. And Li Shu, Zhao Auntie, San Jiuyi, Yang Lin continued, surveying the crowd. We are all neighbors, tell me. How could I refuse anyone? The crowd was momentarily taken aback. Did Yang Lin mean to imply he would lend to no one? This seemed the only way to avoid offending anyone. With this thought, the villagers lowered their heads, feeling a wave of disappointment. The thought of selling their land due to unpaid debts or being forced into labor for unpaid summer taxes caused many to shed tears. Thus I shall lend to all. Yang Lin declared. Xiaojiu, fetch the ledger and prepare to record the transactions. The crowd gasped in disbelief, unable to comprehend Yang Lin's words. What did you say? Someone could not help but ask. I said, I shall lend to all. Yang Lin reiterated. The villagers stood dumbfounded, struggling to believe what they had just heard. All? Has Yang Lin lost his mind? Does he possess such wealth? Wang Gui, too, looked at Yang Lin in shock, his gaze filled with astonishment. Yang Lin, what interest do you require? Someone inquired. Ordinarily, they had no right to negotiate with landowners. They could only pay whatever interest was demanded. Yet now, with Yang Lin declaring he would lend to all, many worried whether he might set an interest rate they could not afford. Yang Lin smiled. I require no interest. What? The villagers were once again astounded. Yang Lin, surely you jest. How can one lend money without charging interest? Indeed, if you lend us money, we are already immensely grateful. If you do not charge interest, our debt to you becomes overwhelming. The villagers were simple folk in their understanding. Borrowing money always entailed paying interest. Provided the interest was not excessive, they would still be deeply appreciative of Yang Lin. I not only demand no interest, but also this money need not be repaid. Upon hearing this, the villagers stared at Yang Lin as though he had lost his senses. Some even began to suspect that Yang Lin was merely toying with them. Need not be repaid? Yang Lin, do not jest. Yes. If you have money to lend to everyone, we shall be grateful. If you do not, none shall blame you, but do not play tricks on us. The crowd erupted into a cacophony of discussion, struggling to comprehend Yang Lin's intentions. Hearing the commotion outside, Li Yuyao emerged and, upon learning of Yang Lin's offer to lend money without interest and without the need for repayment, she could not help but frown slightly. Chapter 15. Taking initiative, Yang Lin stated, Everyone, do not rush. Listen to me. You all know that my family has recently begun making tofu, and I wish to hire a few helpers at 5 a day. Those who borrow money can work to offset their debts. If you need to borrow, please come this way. Following Yang Lin's instructions, Xiao Qi and Xiao Ba brought over a table, while Xiao Jiu retrieved the ledger and a large bag of copper coins, preparing to record the transactions. Witnessing this scene, the villagers were utterly astonished. Was Yang Lin serious? Could they truly work to offset their debts? And at 5 a day, it is worth noting that a laborer at Lu's estate earned only 80 a month. Working for half a month with Yang Lin would equal a full month's wages at Lu's estate. In an instant, the villagers surged forward. I wish to borrow. I wish to borrow 201. I wish to borrow 301. Is it truly without interest? I wish to borrow 151. After repaying the debt, can I continue to work for you? The villagers clamored excitedly, pressing together. Rest assured, I have plenty of work available. As long as you wish to work, you can stay on even after repaying your debts. Moreover, my work requires only 10 hours a day, which I mean is 5 time periods. Furthermore, after 3 months of work, your wages will double. Upon hearing this, the villagers became even more exhilarated. Working for Lu's estate required 7 time periods a day. From sunrise to sunset, they labored, and any pause would bring scorn or even violence from a steward. Yet Yang Lin's terms required only 5 time periods. This was not merely work, it was a blessing. Those who secured loans hurried to express their gratitude to Yang Lin. Filled with excitement, the villagers were in a frenzy. After a while, everyone had successfully borrowed the money they desired, and Xiao Jiu's ledger was filled to the brim. A total of 23 individuals borrowed a sum of 5,801. Xiao Jiu closed the ledger and remarked, This is the total amount. Upon hearing this figure, Wang Gui, who had already been overwhelmed with guilt, could no longer hold his head high. Yang Lin's willingness to lend such a considerable sum of money was entirely due to his own shortcomings. Yet, he was also curious where Yang Lin had sourced such wealth. "Very good," Yang Lin said with a smile, nodding. Then, turning to the still guilt-ridden Wang Gui, he added, "Uncle Wang, you need not blame yourself. This is not your fault. We are all neighbors, and when difficulties arise, how could I refrain from helping?" He did not blame Wang Gui. In fact, he wished to thank him. Labor was woefully undervalued in this era. Yang Lin had long contemplated hiring workers, but being neighbors made it difficult for him to broach the subject. Today, as the villagers came seeking loans, he saw an opportunity to address his need for labor as well. At this moment, within Liu Youcai's household, Liu Youcai and his son were bewildered by the villagers arriving to repay their debts. What is happening? Where did these peasants find money? They had prepared themselves to confiscate the villagers' land deeds. Yet, suddenly, the villagers had funds to repay their debts. Moreover, they could see the excitement on the faces of these debt-repaying villagers, as if something good awaited them. Despite their seething anger, they felt powerless. There is no wall that does not let the wind through. It did not take long for the Liu father and son to learn that the funds had come from Yang Lin. Their anger intensified. "Father, Yang Lin is deliberately trying to thwart us. Should I gather some people to deal with him?" Liu Yang seethed. Liu Youcai frowned. "A poor scholar cannot stir up much trouble. I am merely curious where he acquired such wealth. Indeed, where did Yang Lin obtain such funds?" Liu Yang finally grasped the situation. Liu Youcai murmured to himself, "Could it be from his tofu business?" Liu Yang immediately shook his head. "Impossible. I heard the cost of tofu is 2-1. He cannot be making a profit." Liu Youcai nodded. "That fellow Yang Lin, with his mouth full of sage wisdom, would not deceive us. This matter is indeed peculiar. My son, go and investigate this affair thoroughly." Yang Lin wasted no time and promptly set things in motion. "Uncle Wang, take 3 men with you to assist. The rest shall ascend the mountain to fell trees and chop firewood. Is that all?" The villagers, upon hearing Yang Lin's assignment, were utterly incredulous. This was work that paid 5 won a day, yet it seemed so effortless. After the villagers departed, Yang Lin, along with Xiao Qi, Xiao Ba, and Xiao Jiu, ventured out of the village. Kaoshan village was flanked by mountains on both sides. Behind lay a barren rocky hill, while in front stretched a verdant primitive forest. Several mountain springs cascaded down, converging into a small river that flowed past the village and into the distance. The river was a mere 100 meters from the village, where the villagers washed clothes, fetched water, and irrigated their crops. Everyone in Kaoshan village was familiar with this place. By the afternoon of the following day, the items entrusted to Wang Gui for fabrication were completed. Yang Lin directed the group to transport this substantial apparatus from Wang Gui's home to the riverbank. Upon hearing the commotion, many villagers rushed over to witness the spectacle. They beheld an unfamiliar contraption, sparking their curiosity. Liu Yao furrowed her brow as she stood with the other women, observing Yang Lin directing the village men as they laboriously erected this wooden creation by the riverbank. The wheel-like paddles began to rotate of their own accord, propelled by the flowing water. Liu Yao's eyes widened in realization. The shock of her suspicions being confirmed left her astounded. Indeed, it was soon that Yang Lin called for a millstone to be brought over. After positioning it correctly, he connected this slightly modified millstone to the enormous water wheel. And a miracle occurred. "Oh, it spins. The millstone is turning," exclaimed the villagers in astonishment. How could the millstone be moving on its own? The speed was astonishing. Wang Gui, utterly bewildered, rubbed his eyes in disbelief, struggling to comprehend that such a wondrous mechanism had been crafted by him. Chapter 16, my ladies. Witnessing the rapid rotation of the millstone, everyone's eyes widened. Alongside the hired workers, numerous villagers had gathered by the riverbank, their collective silence punctuated only by the gentle sound of rushing water. The scene before them was profoundly shocking and utterly incomprehensible. Traditionally, milling required either human or animal power. Yet before their eyes, this enormous wheel enabled the millstone to rotate independently. No manual effort was needed for the millstone to turn. Who could have imagined such a marvel before today? It was simply astounding. The speed surpassed that of a donkey-driven mill, not merely quicker, but exponentially so. Furthermore, it appeared capable of continuous operation day and night. The villagers murmured in amazement. while Yang Lin's women were even more exhilarated. With this innovation, would producing 4,300 blocks of tofu still pose a challenge? They'd spent days grinding, fully aware of the laborious pace, and now, this water-powered mill operated 2 to 3 times faster than their strenuous efforts, and most importantly, it worked tirelessly without fatigue. Commence. They poured the soaked soybeans into the watermill, and soon, fresh soy milk flowed steadily, filling wooden barrels before being transferred into the large pot nearby for boiling. In just half a day's modification, this patch of riverbank had transformed into a rudimentary tofu workshop. Amidst the bustling activity, the first batch of tofu was produced. Witnessing this lively scene, Li Yuyao had completely forgotten her wager with Yang Lin, her heart overflowing with excitement. The only words that could encapsulate her feelings were perfection. Yes, it was simply exquisite. More than 30 individuals, without a hint of chaos, each engaged in their tasks with remarkable orderliness. Despite the addition of over 20 people, the speed of tofu production had accelerated 5 to 6 times compared to before. However, Li Yuyao remained slightly apprehensive. If this continues, you will effectively have made the art of tofu making public. Are you not concerned about others learning it? She expressed her worries to Yang Lin. Yet now, having left her home, surrounded by so many villagers observing, the method of tofu making was not particularly complex. A clever individual, with just a few observations, could master it. If the number of people capable of making tofu increased, they would lose their competitive edge. Yang Lin inquired, "My dear, what do you believe is the most crucial aspect of tofu making?" Li Yuyao pondered briefly, and then her eyes sparkled with understanding. "Are you referring to the stone water?" Li Yuyao, quick-witted, immediately grasped the crux of the matter. Yang Lin nodded. "Precisely. The entire process is, in fact, quite simple, devoid of any technical intricacies. Even if we were to continue hiding in our small courtyard, it would not be long before others learn the method of making tofu. Only the stone water remains the key to tofu making. The stone water is the core technology. Without it, even if one mastered the entire process, tofu could never be produced." Moreover, Yang Lin grinned slyly. Making the process public is preferable to concealing it. The so-called stone water is merely gypsum water. And the pivotal factor in concocting gypsum water is the calcination of gypsum. The primary component of gypsum is calcium sulfate, yet raw and cooked gypsum are entirely different. Calcining gypsum requires precise temperature control, ensuring it is not overly high, then obtaining the suspension for use. Merely these conditions, if Yang Lin does not disclose them. Even in decades or centuries, it is unlikely anyone would ever deduce them. Yang Lin had long contemplated this. How much profit could be made from tofu? He had grander business aspirations. Li Yuyao was momentarily taken aback. Making it public is better? She mulled over those words, yet could not fully comprehend. Yang Lin evidently had no intention of elaborating, merely offering her a mysterious smile. Li Yuyao quickly realized that at the current pace, they could indeed produce 4,300 blocks of tofu in a day. Consequently, in their wager, she would have to willingly become his wife. While he certainly possessed some talents, did she truly wish to become his woman? The court? The world? All of it would be irrelevant to her. Her life would remain tethered to this small mountain village. She felt an ache of discontent. Du Jing arrived at Kaoshan village and quickly heard about the happenings by the river, hastening to the scene. There, he beheld a sight that would remain etched in his memory forever. A self-rotating millstone was tirelessly grinding, requiring merely a single person to effortlessly add beans, from which the milled liquid flowed gently. Staring at the watermill, Du Jing was left speechless, utterly astounded. "Brother Jing, Lindy, did you create all this? Tell me, how was this accomplished?" Du Jing grasped Yang Lin's shoulders, shaking him with fervor, his eyes brimming with curiosity. Seeing Du Jing's eager demeanor, Yang Lin finally felt reassured. He remained the same youth as before, unchanged. Yang Lin replied, "Brother Jing, these are merely toys, nothing of significance. I summoned you for more pressing matters." "What? Not important?" No. Du Jing shook his head vigorously. "Lindy, you don't understand. Your design is truly brilliant. Utilizing hydraulic power instead of manual labor is a stroke of genius, a magnificent concept. It harnesses the forces of nature for personal gain." Witnessing his enthusiasm, Yang Lin simply smiled and shook his head dismissively. "I speak the truth. This water wheel is inconsequential. In the future, it will be simple to construct a proper water-powered mill that will operate even faster. The water mill before me is rather coarse, with an overall wooden structure that exhibits a low power conversion ratio and lacks sturdiness, indicating significant room for improvement. Ying Yi, the reason I have summoned you here is for a matter of great importance. Since you have just arrived today, there is no rush. Allow me to introduce you to my wives, Yang Lin stated. Du Jing's expression was one of bewilderment. Wives. Chapter 17. I desire this world. Du Jing was still astonished, pondering when Yang Lin had married. Soon, Yang Lin led him to meet his wives, leaving Du Jing utterly dumbfounded. He had discovered that Yang Lin had taken one wife and 9 concubines, each more beautiful than the last, especially the legitimate wife, who was not only stunning but also possessed a unique aura, a true beauty. After the initial shock, Du Jing did not remain idle and stayed to lend a hand. In the evening, Yang Lin purchased an idle house that had been vacant for many years in the village to accommodate Du Jing, providing him with food and necessities, and then discussed his plans with him. Upon learning what Yang Lin intended to do, Du Jing was taken aback, unable to contain his excitement. Alricht, Ying Yi. What we are about to undertake is quite significant and cannot be accomplished hastily. Do not be anxious. Starting tomorrow, I will procure some raw materials and invite craftsmen to join us in this endeavor. Good. Du Jing nodded enthusiastically. If this project succeeds, it would, in a sense, alter the world. However, was Yang Lin truly not indulging in fanciful dreams? Amidst his excitement, Du Jing could not help but harbor some doubts. In just one afternoon, over 2,000 pieces of tofu had been produced. Wang Gui, along with several others, was tirelessly crafting molds and trays, yet they could not keep up with the demand. If not for the night work, all the tofu would have been completed by morning. The thought of the threefold profits from fulfilling the orders, along with the continuous stream of future orders, filled everyone's faces with exhilaration. Just days ago, they were all destitute refugees burdened with debts. Now, they glimpsed hope and a bright future. All of this was thanks to him. As night fell, the oil lamp was extinguished. In the darkness, everyone lay on the straw-covered ground, huddled together, unable to sleep from excitement. Earning a net profit of 100 taels of silver daily translates to over 30,000 taels in a year. Xiao Jiu murmured to herself as she calculated. Upon hearing the figure of over 30,000 taels, everyone gasped in astonishment. Even Li Yuyao's heart raced at the thought. Having once been an emperor, she understood all too well what 30,000 taels could signify. It was enough to sustain a private army of over 10,000 men. It was this realization that caused her heart to flutter. However, as soon as Xiao Jiu finished speaking, Yang Lin doused the enthusiasm with a splash of cold water. Any novel venture will undergo phases of fervor and tranquility. The fact that tofu has persisted throughout the annals of history attests to its value. Yet, Jianghe County is merely a small town of 100,000 people, and given the current consumption capacity of the populace, even achieving 1% of the market would be commendable. Disappointment washed over everyone. Does this mean our dream of earning 30,000 taels annually has been dashed? Li Yuyao felt even more disheartened. Her grand plans had just begun to flicker with hope, only to be extinguished mercilessly by Yang Lin. However, Yang Lin swiftly changed his tune. Although Jianghe County is too small, we can certainly sell tofu beyond its borders, venturing out of Jianghe County, out of Pingyuan County, and into the entirety of Great Qian. The second sister inquired, but didn't you mention that tofu is not easy to preserve? It takes a day to travel from here to Pingyuan County. If we go even further, the tofu may spoil, right? The other women looked at Yang Lin with concern. Hey, Yang Lin chucked softly. In the darkness, they could not discern Yang Lin's expression, but they could sense his calmness and confidence from his laughter. I have my methods. It won't be long before you understand. Yang Lin sighed, unwilling to continue discussing the topic, and said, now that we have money, our immediate priority is to build a house. Tomorrow, after completing this batch of tofu, we shall commence construction. Since we are building, let us make it grand. 3 stories above ground and 2 below, covering 800 square meters, with a swimming pool in front and a garden in the back. Once the house is completed, we will ceremoniously welcome you all into the household. The women listened with increasing seriousness, their hearts filled with longing. Although they were currently huddled together, it was cozy yet ultimately inconvenient. Having been married for some time, they still remained untouched, which they found quite unbelievable. If Yang Lin desired it, they would not resist. Yaoer, are you awake? Li Yuyao, lying beside Yang Lin, shivered slightly. Yaoer, the name had once only been uttered by her father, the emperor. No, just moments ago. Her thoughts had soared far beyond the matter of building a house. Do you like me? Like? That word felt so distant to her. Raised in the royal family, she had learned court etiquette and the intricacies of power. Yet, life had taken unexpected turns. She never imagined she would ascend to the throne, only to find herself in such a predicament. Yang Lin's voice resonated in her ear once more. I know that even if I win this bet and you resign yourself to being my wife, deep down, you will still harbor resentment. One day, I will make you come to like me. In pursuing a woman, though I possess little experience, I understand the importance of winning her affections. So how about this? If there is anything you desire, I shall help you achieve it. Yang Lin turned to face Li Yuyao. He had long perceived that she harbored unspoken worries, and even the name Li Yao on the marriage certificate may not have been genuine. Thus, he sought to help her unravel her inner turmoil and uncover what burdened her heart. As their gazes locked, Li Yuyao felt inexplicably tense. Yet an undercurrent of grievance and sorrow surged within her. Help me achieve? How audacious. Just based on you? I want to conquer this world. Can you provide that for me? She clenched her fists, derisively questioning. Yang Lin was immediately taken aback. The world. How could a woman in a feudal society utter such words? Who was she truly? In his astonishment, Yang Lin suddenly contemplated his own future. What was he to pursue? Perhaps invent something. Amass wealth like Shun Wan San of Qian, or dabble in poetry, becoming a renowned literary figure, or perhaps dominate a region, becoming a formidable hero. Yet, unbeknownst to both Yang Lin and Li Yuyao, the third sister suddenly opened her eyes in the darkness, her clenched fist trembling slightly. Chapter 18. The tofu business is under the care of the Zhou family. I was merely joking, do not take it to heart. Realizing that her audacious words might have startled Yang Lin, Li Yuyao quickly clarified. Little did she know that Yang Lin, possessing modern thinking, was unfazed by any rebellious notions. For a fleeting moment, Yang Lin genuinely contemplated making bold moves. However, he quickly acknowledged that he was indulging in fanciful dreams. In a feudal era, legitimacy was paramount. Even if he possessed the capability to govern the world, the current peace meant that, although the people lived modestly, they were still surviving. As he was not of royal blood and lacked a reputable background, any grand ambitions would likely end in failure. Trust me, I will make you the happiest woman in the world, Yang Lin declared. Even if you truly desire to conquer this world, I can provide it for you. The final statement was directed more towards himself. The two of them desperately concealed their inner thoughts and soon succumbed to slumber. The following afternoon, all 4,300 pieces of tofu were completed. When it was time for pickup, the families who had ordered tofu sent their representatives to collect their goods as promised. Having successfully navigated this undertaking, the women finally exhaled in relief. Ah, Yang Lin, I have finally found you. Not far away, the plump Zhao Ji, panting heavily, approached, followed closely by the village chief, Zhao Fugui. Upon seeing Zhao Ji, Yang Lin already discerned his intentions, but feigned surprise, asking, "Is Master Zhao looking for me?" "Dear nephew," Zhao Ji proclaimed with a false sense of grandeur. "The Yang family and the Zhao family share ancestral ties. Hence your affairs are my concern as well." He patted his chest, continuing, "To support your business, I shall purchase 200 blocks of tofu from you daily. Ha ha ha. Just offer me a favorable price." Following this, he exchanged knowing glances. Having tasted success in the county town, Zhao Ji sought to extract even more from Yang Lin. "No," Yang Lin replied calmly. 3-1 is the base price. It cannot go lower. Furthermore, my orders are already at capacity, and I cannot guarantee the production of your 200 blocks of tofu. What? Zhao Ji exclaimed in surprise. In truth, the prominent families in the county had not placed additional orders after taking the first batch of tofu. However, he would never agree to lower the price. What remains unattainable is always the most desirable. Zhao Ji was momentarily at a loss for words. He had intended to haggle further, but Yang Lin's indifference left him flabbergasted. Zhao Ji quickly signaled to Zhao Fugui. Reluctantly, Zhao Fugui turned to Yang Lin and said, "For the sake of your uncle, please sell to him at 3-1. Yang Lin feigned difficulty, stating, "Master Zhao's request indeed poses a challenge for me. How about this third uncle?" You could assist me in return. Of course, as long as it is within my power, I will certainly help. Yang Lin then expressed his desire to purchase 2 plots of land, one extending from here to the foot of the mountain and the other being the entirety of the back mountain. You wish to buy land? For what purpose? Zhao Fugui responded with incredulity. The back mountain is entirely rocky. No one would want it, not even as a gift. This riverbank land is filled with sand and gravel, far from the village, utterly useless. Yang Lin's intention to acquire these locations seemed utterly nonsensical to him. Yang Lin smiled. I plan to build a house here. Zhao Fugui was even more bewildered. Why travel so far to construct a house? He simply could not comprehend Yang Lin's motives. Yang Lin directly said, "Third uncle, can you assist me? If you insist on spending this unwarranted sum, then so be it. However, to buy the entire mountain is no small matter. As village chief, I cannot make this decision unilaterally. It requires connections at the county office, which will undoubtedly consume time and money." Zhao Fugui glanced at Yang Lin, visibly troubled. "Not a problem. I will cover all expenses," Yang Lin assured, pulling out a prepared silver ingot from his sleeve and handing it to Zhao Fugui. Startled, Zhao Fugui grasped the ingot, which felt weighty. At least 4 or 5 taels. The rocky mountain was hardly worth much. The connections he spoke of were not overly complicated, as it was merely a stone hill belonging to the village. A single document from the county office would suffice, and this silver would indeed be more than enough. As for Master Zhao's matter, considering my uncle's reputation, I can bear a little extra burden, Yang Lin said with a smile. However, Master Zhao's order has disrupted my plans. Should he wish to purchase tofu again, he could interfere at any time, which complicates matters. Therefore, I present Master Zhao with 2 choices. Either he buys tofu from me, and this will be the last time, or he signs a long-term supply contract for 200 blocks daily for a month, after which we could decide on renewal. Before Yang Lin could finish, Zhao Ji eagerly interjected, "Long-term, let us sign now." With the prospect of earning 600 when daily, Zhao Ji was impatient. "Wait, this tofu business is under the jurisdiction of the Zhou family. All unrelated parties should step aside." At that moment, a group of individuals swaggered over. Leading the group was an elegantly dressed young man fanning himself, accompanied by a shopkeeper in a blue gown and a dozen servants behind them. "Is it you?" Zhao Ji's face paled as he recognized the shopkeeper, Su Mao Kai, from the county town. Yet, Su Mao Kai ignored Zhao Ji and approached Yang Lin with a smile. Introducing, "This is young Master Zhou Zhengyang of the Zhou family. Young Master Zhou is very interested in your tofu. From this day forth, all the tofu you produce will be purchased by young Master Zhou, and you are not permitted to sell to anyone else." Su Mao Kai smiled broadly, but delivered his words with an air of finality. "Oh, and about the price. Although you claim the cost of tofu is 2-1, our investigations reveal you still make a profit at that price. Henceforth, the cost for the Zhou family will be 2-1 per block." He produced a contract from his sleeve. "Here is the supply contract. Please sign." Yang Lin glanced at the document presented to him, internally sighing. The anticipated trouble had indeed arrived. What if I refuse to sign? Yang Lin inquired. "Oh, refuse?" Su Mao Kai maintained his cheerful demeanor, yet a menacing undertone seeped into his voice. "Perhaps you did not fully grasp my earlier introduction. This is young Master Zhou, whose father oversees the county's execution department." The threat was unmistakable in Su Mao Kai's smile. Zhou Zhengyang coldly remarked, "You dare to refuse? In Jianghe County, no one dares to disregard the Zhou family." Zhao Fugui hastily tugged at Yang Lin's sleeve, urging in a low voice, "Submit to this. Signing would at least leave you a way out." Yang Lin raised an eyebrow. Was the implication that without cooperation with the Zhou family, there would be no escape? What are you waiting for? Su Mao Kai's smile faded, and he raised an eyebrow, pushing the contract towards Yang Lin once more. "Our young master has come personally, which is already a great favor to you. To be associated with the Zhou family in Jianghe County is an unparalleled honor. Yang Xiansheng, do not be ungrateful." Yang Lin accepted the document, but in the next moment, he tore it in half. The expressions of those present shifted dramatically. "I am willing to sell tofu, but your conditions are unacceptable," Yang Lin declared, tossing the torn paper aside. "Oh no!" Zhao Fugui exclaimed, slapping his thigh in distress. He hurriedly picked up the ripped paper, approaching Zhou Zhengyang, repeatedly apologizing. "Young Master Zhou, I sincerely apologize. Yang Lin has always been a bit simple-minded, lacking awareness of the Zhou family's reputation." Please be magnanimous and do not hold it against him. Allow me to explain this matter to him. Zhao Fugui bent down, preparing to clarify the gravity of the situation to Yang Lin when Zhou Zhengyang kicked him to the ground. Who the hell are you? Get lost. Zhou Zhengyang snapped, glaring at Yang Lin, mockingly laughing. Ha ha ha, refuse the Zhou family? Do you believe that from now on I will allow you to sell a single block of tofu? Yo Zhang Yang stepped closer, fixing his gaze on Yang Lin. However, Yang Lin ignored him and instead helped Zhao Fugui to his feet. Third uncle, are you all right? Zhao Fugui remained in a state of agitation, exclaiming, I am fine. You must hurry and apologize to young Master Zhou. The Zhou family is not one we can afford to offend. He anxiously grasped Yang Lin's arm. Yang Lin's expression was icy as he replied, Rest assured, I know how to handle this. Approaching Zhou Zhengyang, Yang Lin spoke with a composed demeanor. You are young Master Zhou, I presume? It seems you may not have fully understood my intentions. I shall reiterate, if you wish to collaborate. The terms must be dictated by me. Otherwise, we shall not discuss it further. Zhou Zhengyang erupted into laughter, as though he had heard the most amusing of jokes. Very well, let us see how this unfolds. From this moment onward, you shall not sell even a single piece of tofu, and I guarantee you will not sell a single piece. With these words, he issued a bold challenge. I shall observe and see who dares to stand against the Zhou family. When the day comes that you regret your decision, remember to kneel before the Zhou family, and if I am in a good mood, perhaps I shall grant you a reprieve. With a flick of his fan, Zhou Zhengyang turned and departed, leaving Su Maokai to scoff at Yang Lin, his gaze filled with disdain, as if he were looking at a corpse. Once the Zhou family had vacated the premises, a cacophony erupted among the crowd. It's over. I've heard that the Zhou family, even in the county town, is formidable. What should we do now? Our business may be ruined. The villagers from the tofu workshop were in a frenzy. Zhao Fugui lamented, Yang Lin, you have truly stirred up a hornet's nest. The Zhou family is not to be trifled with, and now it seems your tofu business may come to an end. Why couldn't you just tolerate it a little? We cannot afford to offend the Zhou family. We should have yielded a bit and earned less. Now, all our hard work has gone to waste. Zhao Fugui genuinely cared for Yang Lin's well-being. Yet, Yang Lin chuckled, Uncle San. I had already devised a plan before they arrived. Do you believe me? Chapter 20. Killing the goose that lays the golden eggs? Upon hearing Yang Lin's assertion, the crowd fell silent. Even Li Yuyao, who had been frowning in concern, turned to Yang Lin with surprise. Like him, she would never accept such a humiliating partnership. Her earlier silence had been spent contemplating how to navigate this predicament. Unfortunately, despite her efforts, she had failed to devise a viable solution, which only deepened her sense of helplessness regarding the struggles of the common people. The Zhou family, a mere clan of the county's minor officials, behaved with such arrogance. In times past, eliminating such ruffians would have been a matter of a single decree. Now, stripped of royal privilege and reduced to an ordinary citizen, she felt powerless, even despondent. Thus, when she heard Yang Lin claim that he had a plan prior to Zhou Zhengyang's arrival, she could not help but be astonished. Not only was she curious about what stratagem he could devise in such an unequal contest of power, but she was also impressed by his foresight. All eyes were fixed on Yang Lin, eager to hear his proposed solution. Amidst the mounting anticipation, Yang Lin instinctively reached into his pocket for a cigarette, only to find it empty. He rubbed his nose and smiled. Please, do not look at me like that. I do indeed have a plan, but I cannot divulge it just yet. However, rest assured, I am a man of my word. I guarantee that the tofu workshop will continue, and everyone can still come to work with wages unchanged. At these words, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. The women stared at Yang Lin in astonishment, their expressions a mixture of disbelief and concern. Over 20 people working for a day amounts to more than 101. In this situation, the tofu workshop will remain operational, and you plan to continue hiring and building? The 100 taels of silver he had earned had already been significantly depleted, and with his recent generosity in lending, little remained. How long could they sustain this? The villagers buzzed anxiously, while the women wore furrowed brows. They were utterly bewildered by Yang Lin's confidence. Ah, dear nephew, I shall refrain from purchasing tofu for now. Farewell. Zhao Ji hastily excused himself, preferring to avoid any entanglements with the Zhou family. Zhao Fugui, witnessing this, smacked his thigh in despair. It's over. We've lost the order for 200 blocks of tofu. He lamented Yang Lin's predicament. One day, he will regret this decision, Zhao Fugui said with a heavy heart. Uncle San, Do you trust me? Yang Lin asked. Zhao Fugui hesitated, wanting to assist Yang Lin but reluctant to offend the Zhou family. Let us speak privately over here. Ladies, please join us. Pulling Zhao Fugui aside to a secluded spot, Yang Lin spoke directly. To be frank, I am not concerned about the Zhou family's threats. However, I do need your assistance. Uncle San, rest assured, I do not wish to provoke the Zhou family. I merely want to know which prominent families in the county hold power comparable to or greater than the Zhou family. Zhou Jingyang's father is merely the head of the county's penal office. In fact, there are only 3 officials of genuine rank in the county magistrate, the county deputy, and the county lieutenant. The county magistrate holds the highest position, typically of the 7th rank, while the county deputy and county lieutenant serve as assistants, one overseeing all administrative affairs and the other in charge of law enforcement. The county lieutenant is the direct superior of Zhou Jingyang's father. Furthermore, a relative of Zhao Fugui's family is the county deputy of Jianghe County, ranking slightly higher than the county lieutenant. Thus, the Zhou family cannot truly be regarded as an esteemed lineage. Yet their brazen behavior reveals that Jianghe County is rife with corruption and that the Zhou family cannot dominate alone. Upon hearing Yang Lin's inquiry, Zhao Fugui sighed in relief. This is not difficult to address. I do know about several prominent families in the county. Aside from the Zhou family, there are the Zhao family, the Lu family, the Li family, the Zhang family, the Wu family, and the Zheng family, collectively known as the 8 great families. Among them, the 2 Zhao families and the Wu family wield greater influence than the Zhou family. The Wu family is linked to the county magistrate, while one of the Zhao families is related to my county deputy relative and the other to the county lieutenant. Although they share the Zhao surname, we are not related. After sharing information about these families, Zhao Fugui questioned, "What do you plan to do?" Yang Lin pondered briefly, then smiled and declared, "Did not young Master Zhou assert that from now on, we shall not sell a single piece of tofu? Very well, effective immediately, we shall cease selling tofu." The crowd gasped in astonishment. Did Yang Lin truly intend to acquiesce to the Zhou family's formidable influence? If he were to swallow his pride, why create such a ruckus only to yield in the end? Zhao Fugui was about to press for clarification when Yang Lin continued, "Uncle San, starting today, I shall teach the art of tofu making to anyone who wishes to learn, for the mere price of a single one." He held up a finger. "What?" Zhao Fugui's eyes widened in shock. "You intend to share this miraculous technique? That is utterly unacceptable. Such a profitable method should not be exposed to others." The women echoed his sentiments, their expressions filled with alarm. "Husband, should we not consider relocating to another place to make tofu instead? Wherever we go, we can certainly earn a living," they implored. "If this technique is disseminated, it is akin to killing the goose that lays the golden eggs." While the women voiced their concerns, Liu Yao remained contemplative, recalling that Yang Lin had mentioned the day before that he was not worried about others learning his tofu-making methods. Even so, he seemed quite eager to have the tofu disseminated. "I have already devised a plan," Yang Lin stated with unwavering conviction. "Let us begin with our village. Those who wish to learn the art of tofu-making are welcome to come, for merely a single coin." Zhao Fugui appeared to ponder something, sighed, and nodded. This is indeed a viable approach. Though the single coin may seem meager, it still provides a means of livelihood. Moreover, no matter how powerful the Zhou family may be, they cannot prevent others from producing and selling tofu. However, this would mean that the Zhou family would also gain access to the secret of tofu making, which is a pity. Yang Lin smiled, choosing not to elaborate further. Yet, Liu Yao suddenly comprehended and could not help but gasp in astonishment. Chapter 21. This is the true business. After Zhao Fugui departed, Yang Lin immediately set about making arrangements. Over at the tofu workshop, he dismissed more than half of the workforce. He redirected manpower to the mountains to fell trees and chop wood. Additionally, he marked out a space not far from the workshop for digging pits to procure earth, preparing to construct a kiln for brickmaking. In the current Qian era, most houses built by common folk are still of earth and wood structure, with adobe walls and thatched roofs. The house Yang Lin intended to build, of course, will be made of bricks and tiles. Furthermore, in his plans, there would be many future uses for bricks, so it would be prudent to establish a kiln for brickmaking, which would not only yield profit, but also provide convenience for his own use. Upon closing the door, the women immediately began chattering. "Master, you don't mean to rely solely on imparting skills for that single coin, do you?" The second sister's earlier reasoning had merit. Should we not relocate and make tofu elsewhere, we could still earn a living. The women all nodded in agreement. Yang Lin, however, chuckled and asked, "What do you believe is the fundamental reason the Zhou family seeks trouble with us?" The crowd was momentarily taken aback, unprepared for Yang Lin's inquiry. "Profit," the second sister replied, having realized something. "Precisely," Yang Lin nodded. "The Zhou family approaches us because our tofu business is lucrative. Affluent families like theirs have always profited from such enterprises. Hence, wherever we go, we will face similar challenges. Where there is no Zhou family, there will be a Zhang family, a Wang family, a Li family, or a Zhao family. The crux of the matter is that our business is exceedingly profitable, inciting envy among others. What can we do in such a situation?" The women looked at each other in confusion. Although they grasped Yang Lin's words, they felt increasingly that this dilemma was insurmountable. What should we do? We can only confront them head-on. We must not yield in the slightest, nor make any compromises, for any concession would only embolden them further. Does their power surpass ours? Then we must ensure that we become even more powerful. This is our sole recourse. Yang Lin sighed deeply. For him, the opportunities for profitable ventures are countless. Why choose to make tofu? It is precisely because this trade is arduous and laborious. From the moment tofu came into existence, he had been laying the groundwork to convince outsiders that tofu making was not a profitable endeavor. Wishing to portray it as a modest trade, he aimed to develop cautiously, not wanting to attract the attention of the powerful families too soon. However, the world proved to be harsher than he anticipated. Merely 5 days after the inception of tofu, the threats from grand families had already emerged. In truth, when Yang Lin first arrived in this world, his foremost concern was safety. History serves as a reminder. Even the likes of Shan Wansan faced ruin. Yang Lin understood that his endeavors would not be smooth sailing. Here, the law of the jungle prevails. Wherever there's profit, hungry wolves will converge. The greater the profit, the more wolves will appear. Thus, he had known from the outset that the tofu business would attract attention. He had anticipated this day and had already formulated countermeasures. Regrettably, the time was still too short and the groundwork insufficient. The second phase of his tofu plan must commence. To become stronger than the opposition, the women were astonished by this declaration. In the face of powerful adversaries, ordinary people often resort to capitulation. Yet Yang Lin intended to rise to the challenge. This spirit earned their admiration. But how could one easily contend with the powerful families? Li Yuyao felt a surge of emotions. Yang Lin's resolve resonated deeply with her. To fight to the bitter end, never conceding defeat. If I am not mistaken, your intention in disseminating the method of tofu making is to sell the sh2 shoe, is it not? Li Yuyao inquired. Astute. Yang Lin commended her with a thumbs up. As her conjecture was confirmed, Li Yuyao felt increasingly awestruck. When Yang Lin spoke of the core technology and how to market tofu throughout the entire Qian, this notion had crossed her mind. Upon deeper contemplation, she immediately grasped the magnitude of this business. sh2 shoe, is it the water used to prepare tofu? Indeed, without sh2 shoe, tofu cannot be produced, and only my husband and sister know the formula. Yet, it is merely sh2 shoe. How much could it possibly fetch? The women still harbored some doubt. Yang Lin smiled and asked, "What determines the value of an item?" It is quite simple. Rarity begets value. Although the cost of sh2 shoe is virtually negligible, it remains the most crucial core component for tofu making. Without it, tofu cannot be produced. Therefore, do you think the technique of tofu making is of paramount importance? In essence, making tofu is merely labor-intensive work, devoid of any technical complexity. Anyone can do it. However, as long as we possess the formula for sh2 shoe, everyone in the world who makes tofu will need to come to us to purchase our sh2 shoe. As for the value of sh2 shoe, Yang Lin smiled. Isn't that for us to decide? The women were once again astonished. They had never considered that business could be approached in such a manner. With Yang Lin elucidating the intricacies, they promptly realized that selling only sh2 shoe would undoubtedly be more profitable than making tofu. For while tofu cannot be transported over long distances, sh2 shoe can be sold at will. Anyone can make tofu, yet everyone must come to buy sh2 shoe. Even the Zhou family, a powerful clan, may be able to obstruct their tofu sales, but can they stop the entire world from making tofu? It is truly incredible that merely selling sh2 shoe can yield profits, and indeed, profit from across the world. Husband, you are truly remarkable. Yet, how much should we charge? The women looked expectantly at Yang Lin. After some thought, Yang Lin replied, a barrel of sh2 shoe can produce approximately 5,000 pieces of tofu. 5,000 pieces of tofu are worth 15 taels of silver, yielding a pure profit of 10 taels. Thus, the price for sh2 shoe should be set at 5 taels per barrel. The women gasped in astonishment. 5 taels of silver? That seems excessively high. To earn half the profit without doing anything. The process of making sh2 shoe takes merely an hour. To earn 5 taels of silver. All were left in shock. However, what if someone were to coerce us into revealing the formula for sh2 shoe? Xiao Jiu asked. The women were again taken aback. Indeed, if powerful families could compel them to sign unfavorable tofu agreements, they could equally seek to impose inequitable sh2 shoe contracts. Yang Lin chuckled. That is simple. Chapter 22. A single coin for craftsmanship selling sh2 shoe remains a monopolized business, still replete with enormous profits, and will inevitably attract attention. First, we can increase the price of sh2 shoe, for instance, to 10 taels per barrel. The women gasped once more at this price. Furthermore, sh2 shoe will no longer simply be sh2 shoe. It will be a secret recipe bestowed by deities, infused with various precious herbs and meticulously brewed for 49 days, refined to perfection. They are from a prominent family, ultimately not bandits. Allow them some room for negotiation, and later, we can sell for 5 taels of silver. The women smirked slightly. Yang Lin remarked, what we lack the most right now is time. From the moment we sell the stone water until the prominent family reaches out, it will still take a few days. With these few days, we will have the confidence to surpass the prominent family. The women paused in surprise. How could a few days provide the confidence to surpass such a family? Where did he draw such confidence from? Li Yuyao shook her head in dismay. Do you not believe it? Yang Lin smiled cheerfully. Why not make another bet? Bet on what? After losing twice, she was hesitant. Yet despite this, Yang Lin's assertion that they could rival the prominent family in a short time still left Li Yuyao unconvinced. After all, they were mere refugees in a country bumpkin who had just a few days ago worried about their next meal. And now they wished to stand shoulder to shoulder with a prominent family? How could that be possible? Let us wager that if I cannot accomplish this from now on, all decisions in this household will be yours, Yang Lin said with a smile. He recognized Li Yuyao's strong desire for control. She wished to seize everything in her grasp. As expected, this condition piqued her interest. If you can do it, then you must kiss me willingly. Yang Lin grinned. What? Do you dare to wager? Let us wager. Li Yuyao's cheeks flushed slightly. If he could achieve such a feat, it would certainly indicate his remarkable capability. Perhaps in the future, he could assist her in accomplishing great things. Early the next morning, the new molds were completed and transported to the tofu workshop. Upon seeing Yang Lin's arrival, a throng of villagers gathered around. Yang Lin, I heard it only costs 1 coin to learn how to make tofu. Is that true? Are you really going to teach everyone the art of tofu making? I brought money. I want to learn. I want to learn too. The villagers eagerly raised their copper coins. The villagers, though lacking in commercial insight, were fascinated and wished to acquire this skill. Naturally, Yang Lin kept his promise. Those who wished to learn could come here to pay, and then everyone could freely learn in the workshop until they mastered it. He never expected to make money from this. The nominal fee was merely to ensure that if it were free, no one would appreciate it. Symbolically, collecting a small fee would make everyone take it more seriously. Xiao Jiu had already set up tables, and the villagers eagerly lined up to pay. Although many had gathered by the riverside over the past 2 days, they were still somewhat oblivious to the tofu-making process and lacked guidance, ultimately failing to grasp the essentials. Now, with such an opportunity and at such a low tuition fee, who would be willing to miss out? In less than half a day, over half the village had arrived. The riverside was already teeming with people. Yang Lin had not anticipated that merely collecting 1 coin could yield several hundred coins in just half a day. Moreover, these villagers had become free labor, eagerly participating in every step of the process. A few kind-hearted villagers approached Yang Lin with concern. Yang Lin, the tofu made yesterday hasn't sold yet. Perhaps we shouldn't make any today. Yes, if it doesn't sell, it will go to waste. The more we make, the more we waste. It will all be in vain. We know you care about us, but you are already struggling to support yourself, so you need not worry about us." The simple villagers spoke earnestly. Yang Lin chuckled, "Do not worry, there will still be work for everyone, and you will be compensated. Today, I am here to teach you all to make something new." With that, Yang Lin approached the new molds and began to instruct personally. This new creation was called Qianzhong. The method was quite simple, and he said, "I will teach you." Qianzhong, also known as dried tofu or bean curd skin, was a new industry Yang Lin had long planned. It was another soy product, differing only in the final processing step. Thus, the villagers quickly grasped the essentials. However, as they watched the thin layers of soy milk poured into the molds, they could hardly imagine what this Qianzhong would turn out to be. The villagers learning to make tofu, seeing Yang Lin concocting something new, rushed over to observe in astonishment. Soon, Qianzhong was ready. When the mold was opened and the cloth was lifted, revealing a thin, paper-like, golden-hued Qianzhong exuding a delightful aroma, the villagers were utterly astonished. This too was made from beans? So thin, and it smelled even more appetizing than tofu. Yang Lin began to explain, "This Qianzhong is a marvelous creation, known for its cooling properties, lung nourishment, and detoxification effects. It can be served cold, stir-fried, or boiled, possessing a texture akin to meat while retaining the fragrance of tofu, offering a variety of culinary applications and an unparalleled taste." Yang Lin personally took the freshly made Qianzhong, cutting it into cubes or strips, cooking it on the pots prepared by the women. The first aroma of stir-fried Qianzhong wafted through the air, filling the surroundings. As the Yuyao gazed at the stir-fried Qianzhong with leeks and another dish of cold Qianzhong strips, she was so astonished she could hardly speak. How could such an ordinary bean be transformed into so many delightful variations? How did he manage it? Come, everyone, come a taste. Compared to the mildness of tofu, Qianzhong absorbed flavors more readily, with a firm and chewy texture, even slightly reminiscent of meat. It was far more delicious than tofu. The villagers who tasted it were amazed, describing its unique flavor and singing its praises. Meanwhile, those who had not yet tried it watched with longing, nearly salivating. "Yang Lin, are you selling this Qianzhong?" someone inquired. Yang Lin's eyes brightened. "Here it comes. Chapter 23. Waiting for you to love me. Yes, yes, I want to buy some." Many began to ask. With something so fresh, everyone wanted to try. "Dear villagers, as per our old custom, I can make a profit selling to outsiders. But for my fellow villagers, I will only charge the cost price. This Qianzhong is much more labor-intensive to make than tofu, and, as you can see, this Qianzhong is dense and can serve as both a meal and a dish. Given the quantity of beans used, it only yields a small amount, so the price will be 6 coins per pound. However, since you are my fellow villagers, I, Yang Lin, will offer you the greatest discount. It will be 4 coins. All the elders and fellow villagers of Qian village will only pay 4 coins." As soon as Yang Lin finished speaking, the crowd erupted in applause. "Yang Lin is generous. I'll take a pound. I want a pound too. Sorghum rice costs 4 or 5 coins. This delicious Qianzhong is only 4 coins, an absolute bargain. Indeed, it tastes much better than sorghum rice. Give me some too." The villagers jostled to pay. Xiao Jiao, collect the money. Xiao Ba. Today, anyone who buys Qianzhong will receive a piece of tofu as a gift. As soon as Yang Lin finished speaking, the crowd erupted into chaos. "Hey, I want some too. Don't push, I was here first. Look at you all, rushing to the front for a bargain. How ridiculous. Step aside, let me through." The villagers had known Yang Lin wasn't deceiving them after several days of tofu sales. Outside Qian village, tofu sold for 3 coins each, and in the county town, it had even reached 5 coins, and they were getting a piece of tofu for purchasing a pound of Qianzhong. It was an incredible deal. Those who had been hesitant before now rushed to buy. Yang Lin quietly slipped away from the throng and immediately spotted Li Yuyao, who was looking at him with a mix of astonishment and curiosity. "Tell me, what is the true profit from this Qianzhong?" With no one around, Li Yuyao directly asked. Yang Lin felt a surge of admiration. She was far more astute than most in this era. What was most commendable was her strong ability to learn. His little tricks were already transparent to her. The profit is similar to that of tofu. 1 pound of beans can yield about 1 pound of Qianzhong. Excluding labor costs, the normal selling price would still yield double the profit. Li Yuyao inhaled sharply, astonished. With such casual finesse, he had managed to yield double the profits. What peculiar ideas had inspired him? She gazed at Yang Lin with curiosity. Would you like to know? Yang Lin replied with a mysterious smile. In addition to tofu, I possess many more intriguing secrets. Once you wholeheartedly embrace me and truly become my woman, I shall divulge these mysteries to you. Yang Lin winked blithely. Liu Yao scoffed, signaling Herdestein. Yet, she was genuinely intrigued by the origins of Yang Lin's ingenious concepts. She was uncertain whether such a day would ever arrive for her. The notion of love felt distant, and she struggled to grasp its true essence. Meanwhile, the Liu family was plotting to send someone to Yang Lin's tofu workshop to clandestinely learn the craft. However, they soon learned of Yang Lin's decision to publicly teach tofu making. Yang Lin is truly a fool, selling such a remarkable skill for mere pennies? What a foolish move, Liu Yang proclaimed, fanning himself with delight. Father, once we master the art of tofu making, we can sell it for 5 coins apiece. And the Liu family will surely prosper. Liu Yukai shot his son an exasperated glare. You, my son, are the foolish one. Haven't you heard? Yang Lin's public teaching is a reaction to the Zhou family's threats, declaring he will sell no tofu from now on. Yang Lin isn't foolish. He is simply out of options and resorting to desperate measures. As for prosperity, Liu Yukai scoffed. If we were the only ones capable of making tofu, we could indeed thrive. But now that he has taught so many, it won't be long before everyone knows how to make it. How can we ever prosper? Sighing deeply, Liu Yukai pondered their next move. What shall we do, father? Liu Yang asked, bewildered. What else can we do? We must send someone to learn. Whether we can profit depends on fate. Let us first acquire the skill. Very well, I shall gather a team to go. If Yang Lin dares to defy us, I shall teach him a lesson. Recently, they had been scheming to deceive Yang Lin into revealing his tofu-making secrets. However, the Zhou family's interference had thwarted their plans. Now, with Yang Lin publicly sharing his knowledge, it felt as though their livelihood had been shattered, leaving them with little more than scraps. Under Yang Lin's deliberate encouragement, the word spread throughout Jianghe County about the opportunity to learn tofu making in Kaoshan village for just 1 coin. Once this news circulated, it caused a sensation across the county. From affluent families to itinerant vendors, everyone was spurred into action. The phenomenon of tofu had captivated the entire Jianghe County, with tales of this novel food echoing through every street and alley. Those who had tasted it boasted proudly, while those who had not felt inferior. You haven't even tried tofu? How uncultured! Particularly noteworthy was the previous day's sale of 300 blocks of tofu, which had been quickly snatched up upon arrival in the county, creating a bustling scene. Families were eager to return to Yang Lin for more orders. But then came the news of the Zhou family's ultimatum. No tofu would be sold by Yang Lin. While the affluent families cursed the Zhou family for their greed, they hesitated to confront them directly. Thus, they temporarily refrained from placing orders with Yang Lin, opting instead to observe the situation unfold. Simultaneously, countless families were issuing identical commands. An increasing number of individuals flocked to Kaoshan village. Even the paths leading there became lively. The tofu workshop by the river remained abuzz, with people continually arriving, eager to learn. Hey, make way. Clear the path. Liu Yang shouted, flanked by 2 servants, striding confidently forward. His family coveted the tofu-making techniques. It would be absurd if they did not. Upon reaching Yang Lin, he declared, Yang Lin, I am magnanimous. I shall overlook our past grievances, but you must send these peasants away. I will buy your tofu-making technique. Liu Yang boldly thumped his chest. Speak up. How much do you want? Name your price. Yang Lin merely smiled. The wealthy families still understood the importance of diplomacy before conflict. They aimed to monopolize tofu before monopolizing the technique. Yet, Liu Yang seemed intent on hoarding it all for himself. Where did he derive such confidence? Name a price? Very well, 100,000 taels of silver. And I guarantee that I shall not teach anyone else the art of tofu making, Yang Lin stated calmly. What? Liu Yang's eyes widened in disbelief. Are you mocking me? 100,000? Why don't you just rob a bank? He spat disdainfully. Liu Yang's family was merely a landlord in the village. They couldn't even muster 1,000 taels, let alone 100,000. Yang Lin shrugged. If you lack the money, kindly do not waste my time. You. Liu Yang's frustration boiled over. It was the first time in his life that someone had the audacity to claim he was broke. Are you toying with me? Liu Yang's fists clenched tightly. Yang Lin, both amused and exasperated, replied, Did you not ask me to name my price? I assumed you might not have sufficient funds. Thus, I offered a bargain. If you cannot manage even that, perhaps refrain from boasting. Lu Yang, at a loss for words, glared venomously. Very well, Yang Lin. Do you think your tofu-making skills make you special? Today, you shall learn that the Lu family is not to be trifled with. With that, Lu Yang gestured, and his two servants stepped forward, rolling up their sleeves and advancing toward Yang Lin. Lu Yang smirked at Yang Lin, coldly declaring, "Today, I shall beat you so badly that even your mother won't recognize you. Give him a good thrashing." Just then, two villagers who had been working nearby stepped in front of Yang Lin. "I dare anyone to lay a finger on Yang Lin. If you wish to touch him, you must first go through me." Others nearby paused their work and rushed to his defense. "What do you intend to do? Do not harm Yang Lin. Young Master Lu, do not be too much of a bully." They were all individuals who had borrowed money from Yang Lin and were now working for him. They understood that Yang Lin had shown them kindness, and they could not stand idly by in his time of need. At that moment, villagers began to arm themselves with whatever they could find: bamboo poles, wooden buckets, and shovels, standing protectively behind Yang Lin, glaring at Lu Yang and his servants. The two servants, taken aback, watched in horror as more and more villagers gathered in support of Yang Lin. Lu Yang could hardly believe his eyes. Once merely a laughingstock in the village, Yang Lin now commanded such loyalty and respect. "What do you want?" he shouted at the villagers, bewildered. "You think this land belongs only to the Lu family? Last year, we repaid our debts. We have not sold our land." The villagers retorted with laughter. "Young Master Lu, do you truly believe that the land in Kaoshan village is solely yours? If it weren't for Yang Lin, we would have been your tenants. Now that we have not sold our land, whom do you think you are threatening?" The villagers regarded Lu Yang with incredulity. Lu Yang, flabbergasted, had grown accustomed to being feared and respected in the village, even by those with no ties to him. Yet today, these villagers dared to defy him? "You all wait and see." Lu Yang seethed, unable to do anything but retreat, taking his two henchmen with him in disgrace. Once Lu Yang departed, the villagers breathed a collective sigh of relief, their spirits soaring. In the past, they had always been subservient to the Lu family, never daring to stand up as they had today. They understood that their newfound courage was a result of the hope Yang Lin had instilled in them. "Yang Lin, it is indeed unwise to provoke Lu Dezuzu. You must exercise caution in the future. Indeed, the Lu family will not let this matter rest." The villagers turned their anxious gazes toward Yang Lin. Observing their worried expressions, Yang Lin bowed deeply before them. He felt a surge of gratitude in his heart for their support during his time of trouble. "Rest assured, Yang Lin. Stand here today to make a promise to you all. I will ensure that we together lead prosperous lives. No one can take all this away from us." Upon hearing Yang Lin's words, the villagers' faces lit up with excitement and determination. "Yes, no one can take this away. If anyone dares to try, we will fight fiercely." The wages Yang Lin provided instilled in them a glimmer of hope for a better life. Anyone who sought to destroy this would, in effect, be extinguishing their hopes. "Tonight, we shall have a grand feast. All who have worked with me are invited to bring their families and join us for a hearty meal of white rice and pork. You will eat your fill," Yang Lin proclaimed loudly. The villagers were astonished. White rice, pork, such delicacies were luxuries they could scarcely afford even during the new year. Many were already salivating at the thought of that extravagant taste. The prospect of feasting on rice and pork until satiated was beyond their wildest dreams. "Yang Lin, as long as you can provide for my family, I would gladly give my life to you. Indeed, I do not grasp the lofty principles, but whoever can ensure my family's survival, I will wholeheartedly serve," the villagers exclaimed fervently. However, Xiao Jiu quietly tugged on Yang Lin's sleeve. Lowering her voice, she said, "Brother, they have families to feed, and there are over 100 mouths to feed. If pork is to be plentiful, we will need at least 100 jin of pork. Our money is already running low. How much do we have left?" Yang Lin inquired. Xiao Jiu, possessing a knack for mathematics, had been managing the accounts while Yang Lin focused on expenditures. In recent days, their spending had been extravagant, and Yang Lin was oblivious to their remaining funds. "Less than 10 taels of silver. This feast will require at least 5 taels. Xiao Jiu expressed her concern. With Yang Lin's current spending habits, it would not be long before they found themselves hungry again. Upon hearing the figure, Yang Lin breathed a sigh of relief. "That will suffice. Do not worry. Soon someone will come to provide us with funds." Xiao Jiu was astonished, unsure of where Yang Lin's confidence stemmed from. Was it solely based on the newly invented Qianzhong? While Qianzhong was indeed remarkable, the villagers' purchasing power was limited, and the meager earnings they had were insufficient for such extravagance. 5 taels of silver could sustain a poor family for several years. Yet Yang Lin was prepared to spend it all on a single meal. What a wasteful endeavor. In the afternoon, more and more people came to learn the art of tofu making. Representatives from the affluent families in the county also arrived at Kaoshan village. They had previously purchased tofu from Yang Lin and had returned to seek his expertise in teaching them the craft, offering to pay generously for his instruction. To their astonishment, they were soon presented with freshly made qianzhong. Instantly, they were captivated. The qianzhong was as thin as paper, golden in color, and possessed remarkable elasticity, drawing the attention of many family representatives. Yang Lin, would you be willing to teach us the technique behind qianzhong? If you agree, our Zheng family will take it on. Hey, what do you mean by your Zheng family taking it on? Everyone can profit together. Do you intend to monopolize it like the Zhou family? Indeed, we all came here to seek fortune. If anyone seeks to monopolize, my Hong family will be the first to object. Faced with the rising tide of discontent, the representative from the Zheng family fell silent. Although each family desired to monopolize the business, the intelligent among them recognized that the turmoil caused by the Zhou family had already bred dissatisfaction among the other families. In this context, anyone attempting to dominate the Qianzhong trade would be jeopardizing everyone's livelihood. For them, whether it was tofu or Qianzhong, it was most beneficial for it to remain in Yang Lin's hands. Yang Lin was without power or influence, and they could easily manipulate him. Collaborating with Yang Lin meant he was effectively working for them. However, should another family gain a monopoly, it would elevate that family while leaving them unable to contend with others as they could with Yang Lin. Therefore, the astute individuals present had abandoned the notion of individual gain. At that moment, Zhao Fugui hurriedly approached and pulled Yang Lin aside. A distinguished guest from the county has arrived. You must come and meet him. Zhao Fugui spoke with an air of mystery. Yang Lin furrowed his brow slightly. To be frank, with his business just beginning to take off, he was hesitant to engage with the powerful. Oh, it's a good thing. The visitor represents the Zhao family from the county, and he is no ordinary steward. He is the chief steward, here specifically for you. Zhao Fugui remarked with a hint of envy. Although he was kin to the Zhao family, his position as village head paled in comparison to that of the steward. Reluctantly, Yang Lin realized he could not avoid this encounter, so he followed Zhao Fugui to meet the guest. Before departing, Yang Lin called Xiao Jiu over and whispered a few words to her. Satisfied when she nodded earnestly, he felt reassured. Upon arriving at Zhao Fugui's residence, Yang Lin met the chief steward. The man was in his 30s, donned in brocade garments, with an imposing demeanor. However, Yang Lin was taken aback when the steward did not adopt an air of superiority upon seeing Yang Lin. He greeted him with a warm smile and a cupped fist salute. You must be Brother Yang Lin. I am Zhao Zhoming. I am Yang Lin, he replied in kind. Zhao Fugui served them tea before discreetly excusing himself. Zhao Zhoming observed Yang Lin with keen interest, a smile gracing his face. Yang Lin felt uncomfortable under the scrutiny and promptly asked, May I inquire as to why Lord Zhao seeks my presence? I am merely a steward, not worthy of being called Lord. If Brother Yang does not mind, you may refer to me simply as Zhao. Yang Lin was once again taken aback. Such courtesy? He was not accustomed to members of wealthy families being so humble. To speak candidly, I have been sent by my master for a singular purpose. Tofu. Zhao Zhoming's expression grew serious as he addressed the matter at hand. Yang Lin was momentarily stunned. The county magistrate? That was a position second only to the county magistrate himself in Jianghe County. I am aware that the Zhou family threatened you yesterday, forbidding you from making tofu. The Zhou family is truly audacious. They cannot dominate Jianghe County. Zhao Zhoming continued. The county magistrate has stated that your ability to produce tofu marks you as a talent, and he does not wish to see such talent suppressed. Therefore, I have been dispatched to offer you assistance. Our Zhao family will serve as your support. Zhao Zhoming's words resonated with conviction, as if genuinely advocating for Yang Lin. For a moment, Yang Lin almost believed him. If he were an unsophisticated rustic, hearing such sentiments would have brought him to his knees in gratitude. However, having lived 2 lives, having engaged in academia, navigated bureaucracies, and conducted business. Yang Lin had encountered all manner of people and had become quite astute. Ah, my gratitude to the county magistrate and to Brother Zhao. Yang Lin quickly rose and performed a gesture of deep appreciation. Zhao Zhongming stroked his beard, nodding with satisfaction. Brother Yang, rest assured from now on, you may continue making tofu, and my Zhao family will purchase all you produce. The price will remain as you previously said it, 3 per block. With my Zhao family backing you, the Zhou family will not dare to act recklessly. Zhao Zhongming patted his chest, exuding confidence. Yang Lin was once again taken aback. He never anticipated that while the Zhao family was indeed manipulating him, they exhibited considerable sincerity and offered a reasonable price. Of course, Yang Lin was not naive enough to believe that the Zhao family would truly stand up for him when the Zhou family stirred up trouble. In this world, all are driven by profit. Whether it be the Zhou family or the Zhao family, they were merely leveraging him. The difference lay in the presence or absence of moral boundaries. Faced with the conditions proposed by the Zhao family, Yang Lin found it truly hard to refuse. Nevertheless, he inquired, Brother Zhao, I have already imparted the technique for making tofu. Why not learn the craft and produce it yourselves? Zhao Zhongming chuckled, a sly smile akin to that of a cunning old fox appearing on his face as he leaned closer to Yang Lin. Why? My brother Yang should be well aware. Chapter 26. Is no one negotiating? Before coming here, I had already ascertained that you indeed taught the method of tofu making, but it requires a crucial potion, which you have not disclosed. Zhao Zhongming spoke with significant undertones. So, if I am not mistaken, although you have revealed the technique for making tofu, the essential potion remains firmly in your possession, correct? Unless, of course, you intend to sell that miraculous potion. As he said this, Zhao Zhongming leaned in closer, lowering his voice conspiratorially. Could it be that Brother Yang's initial plan was not to sell tofu, but rather to sell the potion? Ha ha ha, quite the clever scheme. Yang Lin could hardly contain his astonishment. However, there was no need for concern, as the Zhao family has always operated with principles. Our patriarch has stated that while profit is desirable, we must not drive others to desperation. Only through mutual benefit can wealth be sustained. We have no intention of coveting your potion. The Zhao family is large and prosperous, and we prefer to procure goods from you, earning an ample profit. Yang Lin was greatly taken aback. Since arriving in this world, he had harbored a sense of superiority typical of modern individuals. Yet, today's encounter with this old fox revealed that this world was far from simple. If one treats others as naive lambs, they may soon find themselves devoured, leaving not even a bone behind. With a smile, Yang Lin clasped his hands together. Brother Zhao is indeed a wise man. Nothing escapes your keen perception. Alas, I am but a humble commoner, struggling to provide for my family, and must ensure there is food on the table. I am grateful for the esteem shown by County Magistrate and Brother Zhao. I have indeed produced the tofu. Zhao Zhongming laughed heartily. Ha ha! I appreciate Brother Yang's disposition. Let us heed your advice and produce less. Unbeknownst to Yang Lin, Zhao Zhongming was not deceiving him. The county magistrate, after tasting the tofu, was quite astonished and indeed desired him to assist Yang Lin in overcoming his crisis. The two swiftly signed a tofu order, with Yang Lin's tofu workshop supplying the Zhao family with 400 pieces of tofu daily. Zhao Zhongming readily produced 10 taels of silver as a deposit. While they engaged in light conversation, a cacophony suddenly erupted from outside. Yang Lin silently cursed his misfortune. Yet, he had not anticipated that the Zhao family would treat him with such decency. Now, however, the members of those prominent families had gathered. If they joined forces, trouble was bound to ensue. Soon, a large group burst in, and upon seeing Yang Lin and Zhao Zhongming together, their expressions shifted to one of realization. Zhao Zhongming, you've secretly taken Yang Lin aside. Do you intend to monopolize the profits? Is it not better to earn together? Indeed, the tofu business has already been ruined by the Zhou family. We cannot allow the Zhao family to destroy the Qianzhong business. Yang Lin has faced challenges as well. Let's leave him a path to survival. I advise you, Brother Zhao, not to kill the goose that lays the golden eggs. At that moment, the managers of these prominent families transformed into embodiments of justice, filled with righteous indignation. They were not advocating for Yang Lin out of goodwill, but rather to prevent the Zhao family from monopolizing the Qianzhong. The Zhao family had made their move. For them, The best outcome was that no one monopolized the market, allowing everyone to profit. Zhao Zhongming was utterly bewildered. Qianzhong? What is that? He gazed at Yang Lin in confusion. Oh, Qianzhong is a small item I just developed to make a living. Zhao Zhongming was greatly astonished. He was a clever man and could discern from the expressions of the managers of those prominent families that Qianzhong was undoubtedly an intriguing novelty, not inferior to tofu. They feared that the Zhao family would monopolize it, hence their remarks. Yet, he was completely in the dark about what Qianzhong even was. Zhao Zhongming looked at Yang Lin with a peculiar expression and said directly, "Brother Yang Lin, I won't beat around the bush. Regardless of how you sell the Qianzhong, the Zhao family wants to procure a share." Zhao Zhongming initially believed that their conversation was proceeding well, having helped Yang Lin restore his tofu business, and assumed he would be grateful. However, he did not expect Yang Lin to have concocted something called Qianzhong, and, judging by the looks of it, it seemed even more sought after than tofu. Therefore, regardless of the circumstances, the Zhao family could not afford to miss out on the Qianzhong business. You all have misunderstood. The Zhao family is here solely to procure tofu. We will not monopolize the Qianzhong business. There is certainly enough profit for everyone. Zhao Zhongming smiled and bowed to the crowd, succinctly clarifying the situation. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. As long as they were not attempting to monopolize, they could all procure goods, and how well they sold would depend on their own abilities. Yang Lin, please tell us, how much for the Qianzhong? The price cannot be too steep, otherwise we shall not buy. Indeed, with so many of us purchasing, we deserve a favorable price. The crowd chimed in, each voicing their thoughts. Yang Lin clasped his hands together again, smiling as he replied, "The method for making Qianzhong is not easy. It requires considerable effort and solid materials. If it reaches the capital, selling for 101 per pound would surely find market." Upon hearing the figure of 101, the crowd collectively gasped. He truly dares to ask for that. However, they all understood that it was reasonable for a novel item to initially be priced higher. Yet, our county is not the capital. I believe selling for 10 per pound would ensure brisk sales. The crowd's eyes instantly brightened. 10 is indeed a fair price. To be honest, the cost of Qianzhong is approximately 6. This is an open secret. I had planned to sell it for 8, securing a 50% profit. However, since everyone has shown such sincerity, I, Yang Lin, shall adopt a strategy of lower profit and higher sales, charging only 7. You all can sell it for 10 and retain a profit of 3. As soon as Yang Lin finished speaking, someone immediately nodded. All right, 7 is not excessive. The Lin family will buy. No problem, the Zheng family concurs. We will take 80 pounds. We will take 100 pounds. Looking at the eager crowd, Yang Lin felt somewhat dazed. He had intentionally raised the price by 1 to allow for negotiation, yet they accepted it without bargaining. Chapter 27. The business of the potion. The promptness of the various families exceeded Yang Lin's expectations. Even Zhao Zhongming, who had yet to see Qianzhong, unhesitatingly ordered 100 pounds. The affluent families were generous, and without needing Yang Lin to remind them, they hurriedly paid deposits and signed orders, fearing that Yang Lin might reconsider. Such actions were not born of goodwill, but stemmed from their firm belief that the Qianzhong business would undoubtedly rival that of tofu. They only needed to handle it once to reap considerable profits. How could they refuse such an opportunity? After concluding discussions regarding the Qianzhong business, some families eagerly turned their attention to tofu. Smart individuals like Zhao Zhongming had already discerned that the key to tofu making did not lie in the process or technique, but rather in that miraculous potion. Yang Lin, just tell us, how much for the potion? In this moment, the seasoned foxes of the business realm had successfully negotiated the terms of their dealings regarding Qianzhong, and thus, there was no need for concealment. They could speak frankly. When the topic of the potion arose, all eyes once again turned towards Yang Lin. Sigh. If it were not for the pressing circumstances, I truly would not wish to discuss this potion. Yang Lin first exhaled deeply before recounting the intricate process of concocting the so-called potion. The preparation of the potion is no trivial task. It requires dozens of rare medicinal herbs, which must undergo special processing, be refined over a gentle flame, and simmered for 49 days before yielding even a modest amount. Yang Lin illustrated with his fingers. I have only a limited supply of this potion left, just 10 barrels, and I shall offer it to you, esteemed gentlemen, at cost. 10 taels of silver per barrel. Yang Lin raised a single finger. What? Upon hearing this figure, the crowd erupted in outrage. 10 taels? Are you planning to rob us? Indeed. I am curious. What kind of potion is worth 10 taels of silver? The crowd glared in disbelief. Zhao Zhoming gasped at the mention of such a sum. 10 taels is no small amount. He truly dares to ask such a price. Please do not rush. Yang Lin said calmly. Do you know how much tofu can be produced from a pound of beans using my potion? The crowd was momentarily stunned, then realized that this was the crux of the matter. How much? Zhao Zhoming inquired. Yang Lin held up 3 fingers. 3 pieces. The crowd collectively gasped again. A pound of beans costs merely 2 won, yet 3 pieces of tofu would fetch 15 when in the county town. A profit margin of 5 times. None of these managers were foolish. They quickly recognized that the potion at 10 taels per barrel might not be so exorbitant after all. How much tofu can be made from 1 barrel of potion? Someone immediately posed the critical question. The others fixed their gaze intently on Yang Lin. With a smile, he extended his palm. 5,000 pieces. As soon as the words left his lips, someone shouted, I want a barrel. With that, a 10-tael silver ingot was slapped down before Yang Lin. The others were not far behind, eagerly thrusting ingots of silver into Yang Lin's hands, not even giving him a chance to refuse. Wait, everyone, do not rush. I only have 10 barrels, only 10. Enough, enough. Li Xiong, Wang Xiong, please do not force silver upon me. Even if you give me silver, I cannot conjure more. Yang Lin protested while emphasizing his limited supply. The managers grew more anxious, creating a chaotic scene as they all scrambled to hand Yang Lin their silver. Upon hearing Yang Lin state the figure of 5,000, they immediately calculated the cost of producing tofu, 3 won. Although it matched the procurement price from Yang Lin, he was no longer in the tofu business. If they did not purchase this potion, it would be tantamount to relinquishing their tofu enterprise. They had all experienced the profitability of tofu firsthand. Thus, with a cost of 3 won, it was not exorbitant. The profit remained substantial. Moreover, having complete control over tofu production meant they could produce as much as they desired in the future, thus securing their advantage. Therefore, purchasing this potion was imperative. Failing to do so would mean surrendering the tofu business to others and missing out on this lucrative opportunity. The managers, in their fervor, made things difficult for Yang Lin. He had not anticipated that these prominent families would be so eager for tofu, that even the outrageous price of 10 taels was met without any attempt at negotiation. However, to achieve the objective of scarcity marketing, he would declare that only 10 barrels were available, and he would sell only those 10. Otherwise, if the plaster potion were to sell out too quickly, it would lead to a rapid decline in the tofu market amidst the frenzy. Furthermore, in business, it is essential to uphold integrity. Once a figure is stated, it should not be easily retracted. Otherwise, one's credibility would crumble. Ultimately, despite the persuasive promises of those who paid slightly later, Yang Lin resolutely maintained that only 10 barrels were available. He did, however, inform them that new potion batches were in production, expected to be ready in 3 days, and they would be prioritized for supply along with an additional 20 jin of Qianzhong, appeasing those managers who had not acquired the potion. After a lengthy negotiation at Zhao Fugui's residence, the managers from various families departed in satisfaction. With these 2 deals finalized, Yang Lin found himself with a substantial sum of gleaming silver. Zhao Fugui gazed at the coins Yang Lin received, swallowing hard. Meanwhile, in the county town, the Zhou family was stirred. Zhou Jingyang, upon learning that Yang Lin had ceased tofu production and had imparted the technique for a mere 1, was instantly filled with fury. Summon someone. Bring me people. Go to Kaoshan village and see if I cannot eliminate that impoverished scholar. By pressuring Yang Lin, following Su Zhonggui's advice, they had hoped to extract the tofu-making technique. Yet now, Yang Lin had played his hand and overturned the table. With the technique made public, their efforts had come to naught, leaving Zhou Zhenyang seething with indignation. Young master, do not be hasty, Su Maokai interjected urgently, sighing. Young master, the current situation is not in our favor. What do you mean? Zhou Zhenyang, still fuming, retorted without a moment's thought. Young master, our recent maneuvers were indeed somewhat reckless. Our intention was to either force him into cooperation or to have him continue producing tofu regardless. Who would have thought that he would choose not to produce tofu at all? His tofu was sold to various prominent families. Now that he has ceased production, he has effectively cut off their financial lifelines. And everyone knows you were the one who forbade him from making tofu. So the blame will fall squarely on our Zhou family. Zhou Zhengyang was left speechless, suddenly feeling as though he had been outmaneuvered. Chapter 28. The Grand Era of Prosperity at the Pork Banquet. Young Master, I have just received word that all the families have dispatched people to Kaoshan village, and that Yang Lin has concocted something called Qianzhang, which seems to be quite profitable. Su Maocai's eyes sparkled with cunning. What? Zhou Zhengyang's eyes widened in shock. If my assumptions are correct, the families not only learned how to make tofu, but will also engage in business with Yang Lin regarding Qianzhang. Su Maocai sighed, his tone earnest. Hence, young master, our actions have not only failed to pressure Yang Lin into submission, but have instead facilitated their collaboration. Alas, we have unwittingly tailored their wedding garments. Su Maocai lamented. Zhou Zhengyang was dumbfounded. He too understood this logic. It was akin to one playing the role of the villain while the other played the hero. Now, the Zhou family bore the brunt of the blame, while Yang Lin and the other families remained unscathed. In fact, due to this negative example, everyone recognized the reality of the situation, and no one was inclined to monopolize the profits. Oof. Zhou Zhengyang slammed his fist on the table. Are we to let this slide? I cannot swallow this indignity. He was acutely aware that even though he now knew Yang Lin had ventured into the Qianzhang business, it was no longer feasible for him to threaten him at Kaoshan village as he had before. The tofu incident had already affected numerous families' interests. If Yang Lin were to relent and cease Qianzhang production after being threatened, it would mean that the Zhou family had jeopardized the livelihoods of all the families involved. The Zhou family had not yet reached a level of power where they could act with impunity. Therefore, if they recklessly overturned the table, jeopardizing everyone's profits, they would incur the wrath of the other families, making it difficult for the Zhou family to navigate the county town in the future. Young master, it is no longer a matter of whether we can swallow our pride. We must consider whether we will continue in the Qianzhang and tofu business. Zhou Zhengyang felt a jolt in his heart. He immediately grasped the situation. The other families were currently engaged in trade with Yang Lin in Kaoshan village. Turning back, he realized they were reaping significant profits. And what about himself? With such a splendid opportunity, he was unable to earn any money, which left him feeling ashamed before his father and brothers. The Zhou family would also suffer a loss in revenue due to missing out on this business deal. Not doing business with Yang Lin meant no profits. Yet if the Zhou family were to venture into Kaoshan village and learn to make tofu, purchasing thousands of sheets, would that not be a slap in the face? One faced humiliation or the ire of his father. Su Zhangguei, send someone to handle these two matters for me. Zhou Zhengyang gritted his teeth. Understood, Su Maocai quickly agreed. The tasks that his master could not bear to handle himself must fall to him. Zhou Zhengyang clenched his fists. Let him live a few more days. Next month, when the Black Tiger enters the city, it will be quite interesting. Zhou Zhengyang's fists were tightly balled. Young master, what do you intend? Of course, I want him dead. Zhou Zhengyang replied vehemently. Su Maocai swallowed hard and quietly cautioned. Young master, the Black Tiger is ruthless and merciless. Even the master is wary of him, only daring to collaborate without getting too close. We should. Silence. Zhou Zhengyang interrupted before Su Maocai could finish. If it weren't for your suggestion, we wouldn't have reached this point. Su Maocai, realizing the gravity of the situation, fell silent. However, the thought of the Black Tiger, a notorious bandit, lingered. If he were to take action, many lives could be lost. That evening, outside Yang Lin's home, 10 iron pots were set up over a roaring fire, filling the air with tantalizing aromas. 5 pots held steaming white rice, while the other 5 simmered 100 pounds of pork, accompanied by an equal weight of Qianzhang. The villagers working at the tofu shop, with their families in tow, stood by with bowls in hand, eagerly awaiting their meal. Gazing at the bubbling pots, the savory scent of the pork wafted through the air, tantalizing every nerve of those present. The meat had yet to be tenderized, yet the villagers waiting for their meal were already salivating. Dinner is served. Hey. Don't crowd. Rice is being served over here, and vegetables over there. Yang Lin has assured us there's plenty of rice and pork, so everyone can rest easy. There's enough for all. Wang Gui rolled up his sleeves, beaming as he helped maintain order, unable to suppress his own hunger. It had been a long time since he had enjoyed pork. A banquet for over 100 guests, apart from the Lu landlord's home. was a rarity in Kaoshan village. Although the dining environment was modest, the villagers were unconcerned. The mere prospect of meat and a full stomach was enough to satisfy them. A large bowl of rice, paired with a generous helping of golden brown braised pork, was savored with delight. "Father, is this really pork? It smells so good." A young boy of 7 or 8 exclaimed, his mouth glistening with grease, eyes wide with excitement. "Indeed, this is pork. In the past, your father often indulged in it." "Here, have this piece," the father replied, placing the largest piece of fat in his son's bowl. The mother, with tears in her eyes, also gave her child the fattiest piece. The children devoured their food ravenously, while the adults were more refined, chewing slowly and savoring each bite, as if they wanted to forever remember this flavor and were reluctant to swallow. As they ate, tears streamed down many faces. Whether it was the fragrant white rice or the oily pork, it was something they had once only dared to dream of. Now, not only were they eating, but they were also full. "Child, remember that your first meal of meat was at Yang Lin's house. He lent us money, saved our land, and provided us with meat. He is our great benefactor. You must repay this kindness when you grow up, understand?" The child nodded, still somewhat bewildered. At the same time, numerous grateful gazes were directed towards Yang Lin. They may not comprehend grand principles, but they recognized who treated them well. They were among the poorest in the village, unable to afford meat during the new year, and had even forgotten the taste of it. In the past, they would not have dared to dream. Though the future may still hold challenges, eating meat was no longer an unattainable dream. This feast of pork had brought many to tears. It awakened their longing for a better life. In the courtyard, listening to the muffled sobs from outside, the second sister sighed deeply. "Now I finally understand why my husband wanted to treat everyone to meat." Their mood was heavy. Previously, they had not understood why Yang Lin would spend such a fortune to feed everyone. But now, they finally comprehended. Li Yuyao observed the scene, her heart swelling with anger. Yang Lin's deeper intentions? She discerned far more than others. Yet, at this moment, what incensed her was the plight of the common folk in Qian, living in such misery. Since childhood, she had learned of the Qian's prosperous era, where peace reigned and the people thrived. But what was the reality? Unable to afford meat, unable to repay debts, selling homes and land, and even losing children. Was this the so-called prosperous era? She clenched her fists tightly, her eyes filled with anguish. Why? Why is this happening? Li Yuyao turned her gaze towards Yang Lin. Chapter 29. Wash it away. She knew Yang Lin understood her meaning. Faced with such a perplexing question, Yang Lin surprisingly countered. "Do you wish to change all of this?" "I." Li Yuyao intended to affirm. Yet, when the words reached her lips, she could only weakly clench her fists, unable to voice anything. These suffering souls were all citizens of Qian. She yearned to change things, impatient to enact change. But she understood. What could she do at this moment? Yang Lin looked at Li Yuyao with a smile, saying, "Actually, I have always been quite curious about who you are and where you come from." Li Yuyao's heart trembled, astonished by Yang Lin's insight. Did he perceive something? "Do not worry. I will not pry into what you do not wish to disclose. I am merely curious." As for your question, Yang Lin sighed. "I certainly know the answer, which can be summarized in just 8 words. Land annexation and excessive taxes." As he spoke, he shook his head. "Do not ask me what to do. It is pointless, for I do not know what to do either." Yang Lin shrugged it. Such issues were not unique to the Qian. Throughout the vast expanse of history, there have been countless examples. It is a problem that inevitably arises when a dynasty transitions from prosperity to decline. Wealthy families consolidate land, amassing great fortunes while contributing little in taxes. As the national treasury suffers, taxes are increased and the burden falls upon the common people. Unable to pay the taxes, they are forced to sell their land. This creates a vicious cycle, widening the wealth gap, leading more individuals into poverty. When the oppression reaches a certain threshold, chaos ensues. As for solutions, Yang Lin was not ignorant. Addressing the issue would require confronting the powerful, a task even the emperor dares not undertake. Who would dare? Anyone who attempted it would find themselves opposing the ruling elite. Thus, knowing it is unfeasible, what good would it do to speak of it? Li Yuyao remained silent for a long while. Her intuition told her that Yang Lin seemed to know something but was unwilling to share. This man had surprised her time and again. If she were still on the throne, with him as her advisor, perhaps she could truly change everything. Yet now, Li Yuyao forced a bitter smile. No matter how much she pondered, it amounted to nothing more than a pipe dream. That evening, in the Yang family's small dwelling, the women gathered together, counting the silver, all smiles, unable to contain their joy. In total, there were 148 taels and 7 coins. Finally, Xiao Jiu recorded this figure in the ledger and closed the book. However, the women were still lost in thought. The previous 100 taels of silver, they had no idea how Yang Lin had spent it, and it was already nearly depleted. Today, we have once again accrued more wealth. Excellent. Yang Lin nodded, announcing that they were rich again. Xiao Jiu, henceforth, the money we earn shall be divided into 3 parts. One portion will be saved, another invested in our industry, and the final part shall be spent. The women were once more taken aback. Spending 1/3 of their earnings? That amounted to nearly 50 taels. Everyone stared blankly at Yang Lin. Even Liu Yao felt that Yang Lin was extravagant and generous, almost more regal than herself. Let be known, Shirtu Shui is our most lucrative enterprise, and the truth must remain concealed. From now on, there shall be no mention of Shirtu Shui, only specially concocted potions. Furthermore, we must maintain a strategy of scarcity, creating an artificial shortage of Shirtu Shui, ensuring that our potion business remains in high demand. Only in this manner can we stabilize prices and ensure lasting profits. From this day forth, we shall offer only 10 barrels of potion for sale every 3 days. Liu Yao nodded in agreement. After observing for several days, Yang Lin could see that the eldest sister was prudent in her actions, although she may not possess exceptional talents. The potion business indeed requires a cautious and steady hand, one that seeks to avoid mistakes rather than pursue glory. The eldest sister had not anticipated that Yang Lin would entrust such an important matter to her, and she felt a surge of excitement. I will do my utmost. The other women were filled with envy. I have already selected the site for our new house, and construction can commence tomorrow. Let us all retire early tonight and discuss the details of our building plans in the morning. Just as they were about to sleep, the 4th sister brought in a basin of foot-washing water. My husband has worked hard all day. Allow him to wash his feet and relax. As she spoke, the 4th sister reached for Yang Lin's shoes. I will do it myself. Yang Lin quickly evaded. The 4th sister was the most beautiful among the concubines, enchanting and alluring. In a previous life, she could have easily been a star. Yang Lin did not hold the archaic views of the feudal era. Despite her being his concubine, he felt uncomfortable with a woman washing his feet. Of course, the 4th sister cannot do this. Xiao Jiu chuckled, saying, "For the first time washing our husband's feet, how can we concubines vie for the honor? It should be reserved for the eldest sister." Xiao Jiu cast a playful glance at Liu Yao. Liu Yao's expression changed drastically. Washing a man's feet? The mere thought was unbearable. She was a former princess, accustomed to being served by countless attendants throughout her life. How could she ever serve another? To Yang Lin's surprise, the other women nodded in agreement. We cannot steal the honor from the eldest sister. Our family is already doing well. Our husband has no strict rules. Otherwise, the 4th sister would be punished for washing his feet before the eldest sister. Indeed, the eldest sister will wash for him today, the eldest sister tomorrow, and the 2nd sister the day after, following the order of seniority. This order must not be broken. Once the house is built, the same sequence will apply when serving her husband at night. He. The women chattered, and they all felt that Xiao Jiu's reasoning was quite sound. Liu Yao's expression grew increasingly grim. She instinctively glanced at Yang Lin's feet. After a day of labor, his long cloth shoes were tightly wrapped, and even through them, a faint scent of sweat was discernible. Seeing this, Yang Lin hurriedly waved his hand, insisting, No, I am quite capable of washing myself. He recognized that Liu Yao's background was not ordinary. She was likely a daughter of a wealthy family. How could she have ever washed someone else's feet? Moreover, he was not accustomed to being waited on. Such a trivial task should be done personally. He did not want to put her in an awkward position. Yang Lin was indifferent, yet the peculiar gazes of the others turned towards Liu Yao. Under the weight of those stares, Liu Yao's face flushed crimson. She understood that in common households, the patriarchal hierarchy dictated that women must serve their husbands, and washing his feet was entirely customary. By refusing to do so, she was seen as an anomaly. Under their scrutinizing gazes, shame, guilt, and helplessness surged within her. Liu Yao felt the urge to cry. If it must be done, then so be it. She rolled up her sleeves and squatted before Yang Lin, determinedly removing his shoes. Yang Lin attempted to intervene, but Li Yuyao was resolute, and he could not stop her. Taking a deep breath, she reassured herself, "I can do this." Then, with swift movements, she removed Yang Lin's shoes, grasped his feet, and placed them in the basin to wash. Though her actions were clumsy, she approached the task with great seriousness, her small hands carefully scrubbing and rinsing. As her head hung low, tears fell like pearls from a broken string into the basin. Waves of humiliation washed over her. She had once imagined living as an ordinary person, forgetting her past identity. Yet in this moment, she realized that she could not escape it. Deep down, she would always be the proud Princess Pingyang, the rightful empress of the realm. Initially, Yang Lin found it uncomfortable to be served. However, as he felt Li Yao's nimble hands tenderly washing his feet, a sense of comfort enveloped him, and he ceased his resistance, accepting this local custom. Yet, none noticed that the third sister was now gaping in astonishment. "You have worked hard, my dear wife. Allow me to wash your feet as well." As one educated in modern ideals, Yang Lin did not subscribe to the oppressive notions of gender roles. He believed in equality between men and women, advocating mutual respect within marriage. He stood up and helped Li Yuyao onto the bed. No. Li Yuyao hurriedly waved her hands. Yang Lin, however, would not take no for an answer and directly took off her shoes. The other women exchanged bewildered glances. Just moments ago, Li Yuyao had been reluctant to wash Yang Lin's feet. They could not comprehend this turn of events. A man washing a woman's feet? Such a reversal of roles was unimaginable. As he removed her shoes and socks, revealing her delicate, fair feet, Yang Lin reached out, but Li Yuyao quickly pulled away, refusing to let him touch her. No, Li Yuyao's face turned scarlet as she struggled to flee. "Obey me." Yang Lin's expression grew serious as he seized her feet and placed them into the basin. "No." Li Yuyao's face was flushed with embarrassment, and she continued to wriggle. Yet, as Yang Lin held her small feet, an unusual sensation surged through her. A blend of intense shame and unexpected pleasure that left her feeling weak and speechless. Perhaps the water was too hot, or perhaps Yang Lin's technique was particularly adept. Li Yuyao felt a warmth spreading throughout her body, causing her to tremble slightly as tingling sensations radiated from her feet to her entire being, leaving her too bashful to meet anyone's gaze. Women, like water, may appear strong, yet they are often only putting on a brave front. In this moment, as she felt those warm, strong hands kneading and caressing her feet, it was a defilement of her delicate skin. Yet it also enveloped her in a sense of care and protection, stirring a whirlwind of emotions within her. Meanwhile, the other women gathered around, eagerly observing. "Sister, how does it feel to have your husband wash your feet? I envy you so much. Your husband treats you exceptionally well. Indeed, our husband is the best in the world." While they admired Li Yuyao, they did not dare to request Yang Lin to wash their feet. They would never take his affection for granted. The thought of having their husband wash their feet was simply a fantasy. Listening to the chatter of the women, Li Yuyao felt increasingly ashamed and unable to lift her head. Yang Lin understood that in Qian, a woman's feet were considered a private part, not easily exposed, let alone touched. His intention in washing Li Yuyao's feet was to help her overcome her mental barriers and draw them closer together. Otherwise, given her assertive nature, it might very well be that once the house is completed, during the wedding night, she would unceremoniously kick him off the bed. Emotions are accumulated gradually. Yang Lin firmly believes that even ice will eventually thaw. There will come a day when she will come to love him, willingly becoming his woman. Perhaps it was due to Yang Lin's massage, but that night, Li Yuyao slept soundly. In her dreams, she felt a hand resting on her, caressing her. Startled, Li Yuyao abruptly awoke. In that moment of clarity, she immediately thought of Yang Lin beside her, her heart racing. She hesitated to open her eyes, uncertain of how to address the situation upon doing so. He is her husband, after all, and whatever he does to her is justified. It was merely a midnight caress. Even if she protested, what could come of it? Ultimately, she would only become the subject of ridicule. Just as Li Yuyao was at a loss, she realized that the hand on her was not seeking to take advantage of her, but rather to awaken her. Slowly, she opened her eyes. In the darkness, a woman clad in thin garments was shushing her with a finger raised. Li Yuyao was taken aback. Could it be that it was third sister? Third sister is kind-hearted, enthusiastic, and decisive in her actions, though somewhat impulsive in character. That evening, while everyone was teasing her to wash their feet, third sister remained silent, quietly standing aside. Li Yuyao had sensed something strange at that time, but feeling embarrassed, she paid it little mind. Now, as third sister raised her finger to her lips and gestured towards the outside, she quietly slipped out the door. Li Yuyao furrowed her brow, contemplated for a moment, and then rose to follow her outside. After they left, Yang Lin opened his eyes and got up as well. The night was cloudless, the moonlight was bright, and the stars sparkled brilliantly, illuminating the earth. In the night, third sister walked ahead, directly exiting the small courtyard and pausing outside the courtyard wall. "What do you need from me?" Li Yuyao asked directly. However, third sister seemed somewhat uneasy and even appeared flustered at that moment. Dressed lightly, perhaps due to the coolness of the night or her own nervousness and excitement, her slender form trembled slightly. After a while, she finally spoke. "May I ask if your highness's true name is Li Yuyao?" Thunderstruck, Li Yuyao's heart upon hearing her true name. Had she been recognized? She stared incredulously at third sister. From her evident anxiety, she could ascertain that third sister indeed recognized her. But how could this be? They were mere strangers. Before joining the refugee group, Li Yuyao was certain she had never met her. "Who are you?" Li Yuyao fixed her gaze on her, her mind racing through various possibilities. To her surprise, third sister suddenly knelt on the ground. "I am Liao Hongying, paying my respects to your majesty." In that instant, tears streamed from Liao Hongying's eyes. Liao Hongying? Li Yuyao felt a flicker of recognition, but could not place it. "My father is Liao Zhan." Liao Hongying knelt, her eyes reddened as she spoke. Li Yuyao's body jolted at once. "General Liao? You are the daughter of General Liao." She hurried forward to help Liao Hongying up, astonished. "Yes, 2 years ago, at the Yongwang mansion, I saw your majesty from distance. At that time, I was among many women and stood far from your majesty. It was natural that you would not recognize me." After a moment's thought, Li Yuyao suddenly gasped. "Indeed, I remember that day. I recall you. I remember." At that time, Li Yuyao had not yet ascended the throne, but she was already the emperor's only daughter, renowned as the princess of Pingyang. Even if she had seen her, how could she possibly remember a minor character like herself? "I remember that day. You were clad in shining silver armor, with a high ponytail and a red cloak, exuding an impressive demeanor. You truly caught my eye, and I marveled at such a valiant female general." Li Yuyao's words caused Liao Hongying's tears to flow once more. "Your majesty truly remembers me. I never expected it to be you." The disparity between her current appearance and that day was so vast that if she had not spoken, Li Yuyao would never have associated the two. Li Yuyao could not help but sigh. The Liao Hongying she had seen previously was strikingly impressive. Yet the Liao Hongying before her now was clad in thin clothing, her hair unbound. Though she still exuded spirit, she appeared more like a neighborly elder sister, making it difficult to connect her to the valiant figure in the red cloak. The change was immense. Liao Hongying, still with red-rimmed eyes, wiped away her tears and said, "Your Majesty, it is truly wonderful that you are alive." The two had only met once, and while Li Yuyao did not recognize Liao Hongying, she had felt some resemblance, but dared not believe that a dignified empress could find herself in such a plight as a refugee. It was only last night when Yang Lin asked Li Yuyao what she desired, and with such a commanding presence, she declared her wish for the world, that Liao Hongying was taken aback. Today, during their meal, when they discussed the suffering of the people in Qian and the need for a change in strategy, Liao Hongying's resolve only strengthened. Yet, she never imagined that this princess of Pingyang, the current emperor reduced to such circumstances, would be washing Yang Lin's feet tonight. This left her utterly astonished. "Your Majesty, do you truly accept this fate?" She felt a sense of indignation for Li Yuyao. Li Yuyao smiled wryly and shook her head. "Do not call me your Majesty any longer. From now on, I am merely Liao, a wife, and no longer an empress. No, your Majesty, you are the only bloodline of the late emperor. You are the sole legitimate heir of Qian. If you abandon this, what will become of those who once swore to follow you to the death?" Liao Hongying's eyes were red as she fixed her gaze on Li Yuyao. Li Yuyao shook her head in self-deprecation. "Third sister, I know you feel discontent. I do as well. However, no matter how discontented we are, what can we do? The tide has turned. We are both isolated and helpless, unable to change anything. Now we are both married. Though I do not love him yet, he has shown us kindness. I will repay that kindness and live my life with him. From now on, I will no longer be an empress. Do not call me your majesty. We are sisters, and I shall still call you third sister. Do you understand? Liao Hongying's heart trembled. To be able to call the former princess empress her sister was indeed an immense honor. Yet, she could not accept it. Your majesty, in my heart, you will always be the emperor. There is only one true emperor, and that is you. Rest assured, I will not call you this in front of others. But in my heart, you will forever be the one and only emperor. Liao Hongying knelt again, bowing her head to Li Yuyao. She was born into a family of generals and understood loyalty from a young age. For her, there was only one ruler, and that was the one before her. Even in her fallen state, even if she referred to her as a sister, the ruler remained the ruler, and the subject remained the subject. This principle was ingrained in Liao Hongying's very being. Enough. Li Yuyao's tear-filled eyes shone with sorrow as she spoke. Have you ever seen an emperor washing someone's feet? I've already given up, so what are you still clinging to? Li Yuyao couldn't have feasts. She too felt discontent, but what use was it? Even if Yang Lin had some ability and could provide them with a good life through selling tofu, what did it matter? No. Liao Hongying's face was streaked with tears. Your Majesty, I want revenge. Do you know? My entire Liao family has perished. Now, I'm the only one left. On that fateful day, your father led his troops to protect your escape from the city gates, resolutely defending the entrance for a grueling 3 hours. Are you aware of the gruesome aftermath that transpired at the city gates? The corpses piled high like mountains, completely blocking the entrance. Your father's head was severed and hung upon the city gates. Liao Hongying could no longer continue speaking. She forcefully wiped her reddened eyes and fiercely declared, I shall never forget that scene. Your Majesty, seeking vengeance is the only motivation for my survival, and I believe you too are unwilling to accept this fate. Yang Lin is a remarkable talent, a nobleman among us. With him by our side, there may yet be hope for the future. We must not give up. Your Majesty, I implore you, do not abandon us, will you? If even you lose hope, then my quest for vengeance becomes utterly hopeless. Those loyal subjects who followed you, ready to brave any danger for your sake, will also be disheartened. Your Majesty, we can restore our nation here. We can strategize for a grand cause. As she spoke, Liao Hongying knelt before Li Yuyao once more, her expression resolute. Li Yuyao gazed blankly at Liao Hongying, realizing that if she were to abandon her cause, she would not only forsake the throne, but also the hopes of countless individuals, including Liao Hongying and Liao Zhan, who stood behind her. A fierce flame ignited within her heart. Though she knew the odds were insurmountable, she felt compelled to act. No, she could not give up. I promise you, Li Yuyao said as she helped Liao Hongying to her feet. However, this matter requires careful deliberation. We must wait for the right moment and convey the truth to Yang Lin. He is pivotal for our restoration. But before that, you and I remain sisters. Outside the courtyard, the two conversed in hushed tones. Inside, in the darkness, Yang Lin peered through the window, observing everything unfolding outside. Chapter 32. The safest house in history. He had been eavesdropping at the window for quite some time. However, the distance was too great for him to catch their words. Under the bright moonlight, Yang Lin saw the third sister kneeling before Li Yuyao 3 times, each time being helped to her feet, only to kneel once more shortly thereafter. Watching the scene left Yang Lin bewildered. Although kneeling was a common practice in Qian, it was not customary for everyone to kneel before anyone. It was reserved for formal occasions and based on age and status. Who exactly was Li Yuyao? Why was the third sister kneeling before her? They appear to be in a state of great agitation. What could they possibly be discussing? Yang Lin sensed that something was amiss, something significant. Yet, he had not caught a single word of their conversation. Was Li Yuyao the daughter of a wealthy family? Was the third sister her maid? No, that couldn't be. If that were the case, why had they not recognized each other sooner? Furthermore, given the third sister's demeanor, she could not possibly be a maid. Yang Lin pondered deeply. He quickly lay down, feigning sleep, as if nothing had transpired. The next morning, as Yang Lin rose, he was greeted by a cacophony of voices outside the door. What is happening? Yang Lin inquired. A multitude of people has arrived. It seems they are here to work for us and are all waiting for you, Xiao Jiu replied. Hastening outside, Yang Lin found dozens of people crowding at the gate, a mixture of men and women, young and old. Yang Lin, I want to work for you. Do you think I am capable? The crowd looked at him with hopeful anticipation. A young woman in her 20s spoke up. Rest assured, I can work as well as any man. I do not require 5-1. Just 2 will suffice. A boy of 11 or 12 chimed in. I do not want money. Just food will do. Many of the younger children nodded eagerly, their expressions a mixture of nervousness and expectation. Yang Lin sighed inwardly. Do not worry. I am not a landlord, nor will I exploit anyone. As for wages, men and women exert different levels of effort. Women will receive 4-1, while children under 13 will earn 3 per day. If you are willing, please gather at the tofu workshop by the river shortly for registration, and we will assign tasks. Upon hearing this, the villagers erupted in excitement. I am willing. I am willing. Yang Lin, you are truly a benevolent person. The villagers were ecstatic. After breakfast, Yang Lin led the women to the site he had previously surveyed. I plan to build our house here, he announced, pointing to the location. The women were taken aback, glancing around in confusion. This was a barren piece of land, quite distant from the village. Why would they build a house here? They could not fathom it. Let us brainstorm together and discuss what kind of house we want to build. Yang Lin turned his gaze toward the women, lingering momentarily on Li Yuyao and the third sister. Isn't a house just a house? What more could it be? Yes. As long as it is habitable and does not leak, that is sufficient, they replied. What kind of house does your husband wish to build? Yang Lin sigid in exasperation. Since you have no suggestions, I shall share my vision. This will be our house, 10 zhang long, 5 zhang wide, 3 stories above ground, and 2 below, with 12 bedrooms, 2 living rooms, 2 kitchens, and 2 bathrooms, which are toilets. At this, the women stared in astonishment. While 3 stories above ground may be acceptable, what was this about 2 stories below? And to have toilets inside the house, wouldn't that be unpleasant? In addition, there would be a study, a secret room, a storage room, a utility room, a gym, and even a laboratory. The women exchanged perplexed glances. A gym? A laboratory? What on earth are those? Yang Lin continued to elaborate, surrounding the house. 5 zhang away, we shall construct a wall. The wall will be 3 zhang high and 2 feet thick, with a water channel dug around it. The channel will be 3 meters wide and 3 meters deep, diverting river water, with a drawbridge at the entrance and 2 arrow towers on either side. As Yang Lin described the plan, the others remained oblivious to its implications. But Li Yuyao's expression grew increasingly strange. She suddenly realized that what Yang Lin was describing was not merely a house, but more akin to a fortress. The water channel served as a moat. The wall functioned as city fortifications, and arrow towers were only found atop city walls. By the time Yang Lin finished detailing his vision for the house, the only impression left on Li Yuyao was one word: safety. Such a secure residence could rival even a palace. Why was a mere scholar from a village so concerned with safety? Li Yuyao found it hard to comprehend. Yet Yang Lin was not done. This is merely the first phase of our plan. Once the first phase is completed, we will continue with the second, third, and fourth phases, which will eventually become the second, third, and fourth rings of our family. As Yang Lin elaborated, the women envisioned a grand city rising from the barren land. But was this really building a house? It was akin to constructing a new city. If his plans were realized, upon completion of the fourth phase, not only would they encompass the entire Cow Mountain village, but their family might even surpass the size of the entire Qinghe County town. The women stood in awe, astonished by Yang Lin's grand vision. Are there no objections? Very well, if there are none, then it is settled. Let us proceed to the workshop. Upon reaching the tofu workshop, the villagers who had come earlier were already waiting. As Yang Lin approached, the villagers gathered around him. Yang Lin instructed Xiao Jiu to record the villagers' names. Before we assign tasks, I would like to ask everyone present if there are any masons, blacksmiths, or carpenters with skills. Please step forward and stand beside me. The villagers were momentarily stunned. Observing that no one moved, Yang Lin continued. Those with skills can earn 10 a day. Upon hearing the figure of 10-1, the villagers erupted in excitement. Chapter 33, Yang Lin's scheme. 10 a day. This was a sum they had never dared to imagine. If they could truly earn that much, they might even afford a meal of rice and white flour occasionally. Yang Lin, what skills do you require? Someone inquired. I'm a tiler. Does that count? Absolutely. Yang Lin replied without hesitation. The crowd was even more astonished. A tiler could earn 10 What about me? I learned blacksmithing from my father since childhood and can forge on my own now. That works too. Yang Lin nodded once more. The villagers buzzed with excitement, each asking if their skills would suffice. However, from the dozens present, Only 5 were ultimately selected. These 5 individuals were overjoyed, yet apprehensive, uncertain about what task Yang Lin had in store for them, given the generous remuneration. Even the women were puzzled, unsure of Yang Lin's intentions. Zhang Ge, you take 10 people to the mountain to fell trees. Li Shu, you take 20 to mine stone from the back mountain. The women and children will stay at the tofu workshop to learn how to make tofu, while the rest will follow Uncle Zhao to dig the foundation. After arranging these tasks, Yang Lin approached the 5 selected individuals. At that moment, they all felt a surge of nervousness. Yang Lin, I only know how to build walls. Perhaps you should consider giving me less. I feel uneasy about receiving so much money. The other 4 nodded in agreement, doubting their worthiness of such compensation. What you see and hear here must remain confidential. Rest assured, the work site is within our village, and the tasks are not laborious. In fact, they may be even easier than what you currently do. I will provide all necessities, and before we commence, you can even receive an advance of 1 month's wages to take home. After 3 months of work, your wages will double to 21 a day. At the year's end, bonuses will be awarded based on individual performance. Upon hearing that they could receive an advance before starting work and that their pay would increase to 21 after 3 months, the 5 men were elated. Such an opportunity was too good to refuse. After they left, the women gathered around. Husband, what kind of work are you proposing? How can you offer so much money? It's hard to fathom what kind of labor could be worth that. I remember that day when your cousin came to our village and was never seen again. Yang Lin smiled. You have a keen mind, my dear. Does everyone wish to know what I have in store for them? Come, follow me, and you shall see. At that moment, they realized that the house Yang Lin had chosen had high walls, and with the gate tightly shut, nothing could be seen inside. Yang Lin gently knocked on the door, and soon someone came to open it. The door was cracked open, revealing Wang Gui's head. Upon recognizing Yang Lin, he fully opened the door. The women were taken aback. Why was Wang Gui, who was supposed to be at cousin Du Jing's place, here? Moreover, why was he acting so furtively? Komein, Yang Lin bekond. Once you step through this door, you won't be able to leave for a while. Yang Lin warned. The 5 craftsmen did not hesitate. They had mentally prepared themselves for any challenge. Upon entering, they spotted 2 familiar faces along with an unfamiliar man in the courtyard. Wang Gui, Zhao Shunzi, what are you doing here? They exclaimed in surprise. However, they quickly realized that Wang Gui was a carpenter and Zhao Shunzi a blacksmith, both skilled craftsmen like themselves. Wonderful. There are finally more of us. Du Jing approached, filled with excitement. This is my cousin Du Jing. You will all follow his instructions regarding the work here. Yang Lin introducet. Du Jing eagerly called the 5 men over, inquiring about their specialties, and immediately began to organize them. The women remained perplexed, unsure of Yang Lin's intentions. Sister Liao Hongying, however, gazed at a stone furnace in the yard, lost in thought. Is this a furnace for smelting iron? It looks different from a typical blacksmith's furnace. She asked. Yang Lin was surprised. Have you seen one before? Liao Hongying hesitated. She had indeed seen a similar furnace in her father's military workshop. Unlike ordinary blacksmith's furnaces, this type could refine iron or into molten iron, allowing for weapon casting. Yet, when Yang Lin inquired, she found it difficult to explain. Yang Lin nodet indiet. This is a furnace for smelting iron. I plan to improve the iron smelting process here. While he could keep this endeavor concealed from outsiders, there was no need for secrecy with his own women. Improve? The women expressed their astonishment. Yang Lin continued, over the past few days, I've been discussing this with Jing Ge. Our Qian's iron tools have 2 major shortcomings: insufficient toughness and difficulty in casting, often requiring forging to achieve shape. Forged iron tools are not only time-consuming and labor-intensive, but they also cannot be mass-produced or crafted into precise components. Therefore, our goal is to address these 2 issues and create robust iron tools that can be formed through casting. The women remained puzzled. Improving iron tools? What purpose does that serve? Liao Hongying asked, her brow furrowed with confusion. The others displayed similar bewilderment. Iron tools? They function well enough, they thought, failing to perceive the shortcomings Yang Lin mentioned. The benefits are numerous. For instance, we can create gears, pulleys, and bearings, Yang Lin elaborated. Currently, water mills are made from wood, which lacks precision and has a low energy conversion ratio, hindering efficiency. By replacing 2 components with iron, we could improve the water mill's efficiency by at least 50%, making it more durable. Most of the Qian's iron tools are cast iron, which lacks toughness. To manufacture precise components, we must innovate iron smelting technology. The women listened, slightly dazed. Gears? Pulleys? They had never heard of such terms. Just know that iron smelting is incredibly useful, Yang Lin stated. They struggled to comprehend the significance of metal refining, unaware of its importance for applications such as cannons and firearms. Chapter 34. When one door closes, another opens. After observing the courtyard for a while, the women gradually departed, leaving only Li Yuyao behind. Are you planning to forge weapons? She directly asked. Yang Lin, intrigued, countered, what makes you think that? Li Yuyao replied. You have been particularly meticulous about safety in your plans for the house. Now, with the improvement of iron smelting, it seems to relate to safety as well. Beyond weaponry, I cannot fathom what else iron smelting could be used for. Yang Lin smiled, neither confirming nor denying. I just don't understand why you are so concerned about safety. Li Yuyao remarked, her gaze fixed on Yang Lin. She sensed that his concern for safety bordered on obsession. Yang Lin raised his head and gazed outward, as if speaking to Li Yuyao, but more so to himself, because the only one who can protect oneself is oneself. In a world devoid of strict laws, those with power can do as they please. As his business grew, so too would the number of those who sought to exploit him. Without the ability to safeguard himself, he risked being devoured by hungry wolves. Safety cannot be entrusted to others. It can only be secured by oneself. The following day, the Zhou family also capitulated, sending individuals to learn tofu making and procure 1,000 sheets of tofu. The eldest sister responsible for this matter hurriedly approached Yang Lin, inquiring whether they should sell the Qianzhong to the Zhou family. Upon hearing this, Yang Lin responded without hesitation, affirming that they should indeed sell, as long as it constituted a fair business transaction. Why should they not earn money? However, the eldest sister expressed her concerns. Might they face retaliation in the future? Yang Lin chuckled softly, stating, Sister, regardless of whether we conduct business with them this time, if they desire revenge, they will seek it out. Therefore, we need not concern ourselves with others. We must focus on performing our own duties. Clenching his fists, Yang Lin declared. As days swiftly passed, it was already the last day of May. Over these few days, they had sold 2 batches of gypsum water, and the demand for Qianzhong was insatiable. In less than half a month, they had amassed over 400 taels of silver. Yet, progress in other areas remained sluggish. The iron smelting site had completed the construction of a primitive blast furnace, producing iron with improved strength and ductility, but it still fell short of ideal standards. At the construction site, the foundation pit had been excavated, yet Yang Lin refrained from allowing further work on the foundation, choosing instead to wait for the earthen kiln. The kiln had been completed the previous day, but rather than firing bricks, Yang Lin intended to produce a batch of cement first. The entire hillside was rich in limestone, and clay and gypsum were also abundant. Yang Lin was well aware of the material ratios necessary for cement production, and theoretically, it should not be difficult to fire cement. On that fateful morning, Yang Lin personally supervised the operation, eagerly awaiting the first batch of cement to emerge. However, the initial batch turned out to be a failure. There were numerous reasons for this failure, but Yang Lin quickly identified the problems. Improvement was not insurmountable. It merely required time. Success. Success. Just then, someone came rushing from a distance. Yang Lin was momentarily taken aback. The second batch of cement had not yet entered the kiln. How could it already be successful? Upon closer inspection, he realized it was Wang Gui. Yang Lin immediately understood that there was good news from the iron smelting site. They had succeeded. They had produced it. Wang Gui rushed forward, exuberantly grasping Yang Lin's arm, his face alight with excitement. Master, the kind of iron you described, we have successfully smelted it. Yang Lin's heart soared with joy. Truly, when one door closes, another opens. Let us go take a look, he exclaimed with enthusiasm. Chapter 35. The iron smelting workshop. Wang Gui led the way, and Yang Lin, accompanied by the women, arrived at the iron smelting courtyard. Along the way, Wang Gui could hardly contain his excitement, recounting the results of their iron smelting endeavors. The kind of iron tools you wanted, we have truly created. Yang Lin beamed with delight. Upon pushing open the courtyard door, he saw Du Jing and Zhao Shunzi, their faces equally radiant with excitement. Lindi, the iron you spoke of, we have genuinely smelted it, Du Jing exclaimed, hastily presenting a formed iron tool to Yang Lin. Yang Lin accepted it and examined it closely, his exhilaration mounting. Indeed, this was it. Yang Lin exhaled a long breath of relief. They had produced wrought iron. The piece Du Jing handed him was indeed wrought iron. The distinction between cast iron and wrought iron lies in their carbon content. The lower the carbon content, the purer the iron, resulting in enhanced ductility. If achieved to a certain degree, one could even forge steel. However, with their current primitive blast furnace, the thought of producing steel was utterly beyond reach, both in temperature and technique. Nevertheless, for Yang Lin, having wrought iron was more than sufficient. Wang Gui also brought forth several iron components, all of which were previously instructed by Yang Lin for the casting molds. What do you think of these? Wang Gui asked anxiously, observing Yang Lin's reaction. Although he was a carpenter by trade, he could sense that these iron components were markedly different from the iron they had used before. Not only were they lighter in color, but they also appeared more refined. Yang Lin scrutinized them, and the more he examined, the brighter his eyes shone. They were precisely as he had envisioned. Excellent. Proceed to create 11 more of each. Yang Lin commanded. No problem, Wang Gui nodded. Despite being involved in iron casting, he remained essential for mold production. There was one crucial point Yang Lin needed to address. He summoned everyone in the courtyard. From this day forward, every component we cast here must have my cousin Du Jing, Uncle Wang Gui, and Uncle Shunzi present simultaneously to commence the furnace. This point was of utmost importance. Should anyone breach this rule, they must not blame me for their exclusion. Yang Lin's gaze swept over everyone present, although they were all neighbors and friends. Certain matters required strictness. To avoid future complications, one must first prioritize order before camaraderie. Everyone nodded in agreement, yet some felt that Yang Lin was perhaps overreacting, as they perceived it was merely cast iron. They could not fathom the true purpose of the components Yang Lin had stored away. The women were equally curious about what those components were intended for. Jingu, you're in charge here, the overall supervisor. As the workshop expands to facilitate better management, you will have the autonomy to make decisions regarding all matters here. For instance, you can decide who receives a raise, who faces a pay cut, who earns bonuses for good performance, and who incurs deductions for misdeeds. If someone does not perform well, you may dismiss them. Du Jing was taken aback. The trust bestowed upon him by Yang Lin invigorated him. I will ensure this place is well managed. Yang Lin then turned his attention to Wang Gui. Uncle Wang Gui, you have coordinated both internally and externally quite well these days. Merely being a carpenter is a waste of your talents. I intend for you to handle external relations and procure all necessary materials for the workshop. What do you think? Wang Gui nodded eagerly. Absolutely. My family's livelihood is in your hands. I will do whatever you ask. Yang Lin then looked at Zhao Shunzi. Uncle Shunzi, in the future, Jingu may explore additional research directions, so the responsibility for the iron smelting operations will be entirely entrusted to you. You will manage the iron smelting workshop. Zhao Shunzi appeared somewhat bewildered. Can I really handle this? Although he was the best blacksmith in the village and confident in his forging skills, he had never considered managerial duties. Yang Lin smiled, shaking the components in his hand. If I say you can, then you undoubtedly can. My decision is final. Xiao Jiu. Take note, starting next month, raise the salaries of Jingu, Uncle Wang Gui, and Uncle Shunzi. Jingu will receive 801 monthly, while both Uncle Wang Gui and Uncle Shunzi will receive 401. Because of the excellent performance in iron smelting, everyone will also receive a bonus of 101. Upon hearing these words, the courtyard erupted with astonishment. Everyone quickly shook their heads in denial. No, this is too much already. We cannot accept any more. Du Jing was the first to refuse. Wang Gui it. Yes, Yang Lin. 300 a month was already beyond my wildest dreams. You want to raise it to 500? It will shorten my lifespan. The simple-minded Zhao Shunzi, at a loss for words, turned crimson and nodded vigorously. The 5 villagers who had recently joined also fervently declined. 10 a day was already a salary they could hardly imagine. Yet, in mere days, they felt they had not accomplished anything extraordinary. And now they were being offered a bonus of 101? Though they desired it, they couldn't shake the feeling that accepting such money was simply inappropriate. However, in the face of their refusals, Yang Lin reiterated, enough of this. My decisions are unwavering. Jingu, I need those components completed as soon as possible. Uncle Wang Gui, I have 2 more blueprints for you. Create the molds according to the dimensions and have them ready today. Wang Gui took the blueprints and was momentarily taken aback. Is this for the watermill? Indeed, simply replacing these 2 components will enhance the watermill's efficiency by 50%. Everyone was left in awe. They had all witnessed the wonders of the watermill, and the notion that replacing just 2 components could yield such an astonishing increase in efficiency was nothing short of miraculous. All right, I will get started right away. Wang Gui responded enthusiastically. Yang Lin chuckled, stating that replacing these 2 components was merely a straightforward upgrade. He promised to draft several schematics in due time for them to experiment with. If successful, the efficiency of the watermill could potentially triple, as indicated by Yang Lin's 3 extended fingers. The onlookers were utterly astounded. After collecting the assembled parts, Yang Lin departed the courtyard with the women. As soon as they exited, Sime eagerly inquired, "Husband, these peculiar components, what purpose do they serve?" The other women gazed at Yang Lin, equally curious about the function of these seemingly significant pieces. Upon returning home, Yang Lin opened a chest, revealing a considerable array of materials he had meticulously prepared. The moment Sanjia, Liao Hongying, caught sight of them, she exclaimed, "Are you crafting a bow and arrow?" Yet before Yang Lin could respond, she shook her head. "No, this is not a bow and arrow. A bow is not this complex. What is it exactly?" Liao Hongying looked at Yang Lin in astonishment. The other women, hearing her words, also turned their bewildered gazes toward him, questioning what he intended to create. Yang Lin, equally surprised, pondered how Sanjia could deduce the possibility of a bow and arrow from mere components. He clarified, "What I am constructing is a more compact, easily portable, and faster to draw variant of the bow and arrow, which I shall refer to as a crossbow." The women exchanged incredulous glances, having never encountered the term crossbow before. "It is a bit intricate. You will understand once I assemble it," Yang Lin assured them, commencing his work. After nearly an hour, he successfully completed the assembly of the crossbow. Observing the finished product, Yang Lin felt a surge of excitement. In his previous life, he had been an avid shooter, possessing 2 small handheld crossbows and occasionally visiting shooting ranges to experiment with larger, more professional equipment. He was well acquainted with crossbows, and upon arriving in this world, when contemplating self-defense, his first thought was gunpowder, followed closely by the crossbow. Compared to gunpowder, the crossbow was more convenient and precise, minimizing the risk of collateral damage. The crossbow he had crafted appeared rather rudimentary compared to the beautifully designed alloy models from his former life, yet possessed all the essential functionalities. Is this truly a crossbow? It appears so diminutive. Can it really be lethal? The women observed with skepticism, given the substantial differences between this and traditional bows. Although Liu Yao had never seen one before, she felt an inexplicable aesthetic beauty emanating from the meticulous assembly process Yang Lin executed. Furthermore, she recognized that regardless of the crossbow's power, the production time was significantly shorter than that of traditional bows, which typically required several days to months to produce a quality bow. Yang Lin, however, had completed this assembly in under an hour. Such rapidity, if employed for mass production and equipping soldiers, could yield a formidable number of archers in no time. But how powerful is this crossbow? Yang Lin, eager to test it, stepped outside. Armed with the crossbow, he aimed at a wooden post 10 paces away, drew the string, took aim, and promptly pulled the trigger. Whoosh! A sharp sound resonated as the bolt struck the wood with a resounding thud, embedding deeply within. It penetrated the wood thoroughly. Liao Hongying gasped in astonishment. She hurried over, exerting considerable effort to extract the bolt from the timber. If it can strike a person, it could either kill or severely injure. Liu Yao's mouth fell agape in shock. She had assumed the crossbow's lethality would be limited due to its size, especially after observing Yang Lin's effortless stringing process. Yet, this arrow had completely astounded her. Yang Lin, exhilarated, reloaded and released a second and third shot in rapid succession. The interval between reloading and firing was remarkably brief, nearly instantaneous, a stark contrast to traditional bows, which could take much longer. This advantage could very well spell the difference between life and death on the battlefield. The 2 women exchanged knowing glances, realizing that with this remarkable crossbow, their aspirations were now within reach. Li Yuyao finally understood why Yang Lin was so meticulous in controlling the quantity of components produced at the ironworks. Not bad, my dear, why not give it a try? Yang Lin, pleased with his creation, handed the crossbow to Li Yuyao. Upon receiving it, she took several shots, remarkably hitting the target with greater accuracy than Yang Lin. Having been raised in the palace and trained as a boy by her father, she was proficient in horseback riding and archery, making her adept with the crossbow as well. The other women, witnessing her success, were eager to give it a go. I had the workshop fabricate 11 sets of components. In a few days, each of us will possess a crossbow. During our leisure time, we can practice accuracy and shooting from various angles, even while moving. However, remember not to aim the crossbow at one another to avoid accidental injury. The prospect of acquiring their own crossbows thrilled the women. Moreover, we must keep this matter confidential. Outsiders must not learn of it, Yang Lin urged earnestly. Despite having created the crossbows, the world remained fraught with peril. So it was prudent to keep their advantages under wraps. In the courtyard, the women excitedly practiced with their crossbows, while at Lu's estate. The father and son wore expressions of deep concern as they scrutinized their accounts, exchanging bewildered glances. The current signs indicated that no one would be selling land anytime soon, as the impoverished had flocked to Yang Lin, who offered them loans and assistance in repaying debts. Who would sell their land when they could survive? Father, this cannot continue. Not only is no one selling land, but our foreman has reported that many of our workers are demanding higher wages, Lu Yukai lamented. It's all Yang Lin's fault. He could easily manage these laborers for just 2 coins, yet he pays them 5. We cannot sit idly by. We must teach him a lesson, demonstrate who truly holds authority in this village. Lu Yukai glared at his son. Didn't you confront him last time? What was the outcome? Yang Lin is no longer so easily intimidated. Let us send men tonight to destroy his water mill and wreck his tofu workshop. A few well-placed lessons for those unruly laborers will surely deter them from working for him in the future. Lu Yotsai's eyes brightened at the thought. Destroying his tofu workshop? Now that was a plan. Previously, he had underestimated Yang Lin, but now, Yang Lin's actions had significantly impacted their family's interests. That evening, a group of masked strongmen stormed into the riverside tofu workshop, wielding clubs as they smashed molds, water tanks, and wooden barrels. The tanks shattered, the barrels splintered, and the molds were hurled to the ground. The water mill was not spared from their wrath. Stop! Who are you? Cease this at once. Old Wang, the night watchman, shouted desperately. In response, the assailants rushed at him, delivering a flurry of punches and kicks. Remember this, old man. If you wish to live, do not work for Yang Lin. Wang Laotu, clutching his head, soon succumbed to unconsciousness. That night, many residents of Kaoshan village were assaulted by masked brutes, who threatened them not to work for Yang Lin any longer. Early the following morning, a throng gathered outside Yang Lin's door, their spirits aflame with anticipation, awaiting his emergence. Something terrible has happened. The tofu workshop was vandalized last night. Faime exclaimed anxiously. Many villagers who worked for us were beaten. Everyone is outside, waiting for your decision. The women gasped in shock upon hearing this news. The tofu workshop was their vital source of income, a place for villagers to earn a living. Now it had been destroyed. What were they to do? Yet, Yang Lin remained unfazed. Upon hearing this news, he displayed no astonishment, merely inquired of Faime. What is the mood among everyone? Faime, filled with concern, asked, what should we do? The women cast anxious glances toward Yang Lin. If they could resort to such violence against the tofu workshop, it was likely they would do so again. If this harassment continued, their tofu workshop would be rendered unviable. However, Yang Lin smiled. He spoke almost to himself. What is destined to happen will inevitably come to pass. The time has arrived. Let us step outside. The women were bewildered. How could he still smile at such a moment? Li Yuyao felt a stir in her heart. She recalled that prior to the last disturbance instigated by the Zhou family, Yang Lin had already devised a strategy. Was he anticipating such events again this time? As Yang Lin emerged, he immediately noticed the large crowd of villagers gathered at his doorstep. Upon his arrival, the previously clamorous crowd fell silent. Yet, this tranquility lasted but a moment before the villagers erupted in fervor once more. Yang Lin, our tofu workshop is gone, and we have been beaten. What shall we do? They cried out. This is intolerable. We have done no wrong. Why are we being bullied? Yang Lin, you must uphold justice for us. They insisted. Yes, we will heed your guidance. Wang Laotu limped forward from the crowd, blood staining his forehead. With a trembling voice, he lamented, "I am to blame. I cannot stop them. Yang Lin, I am sorry." Tears streamed down Wang Laoda's face. Yang Lin's expression darkened. "Dear villagers, uncles, and aunts, I apologize for failing to protect you." Upon hearing this, the villagers hastily waved their hands. "This is not your fault. It is likely the work of Lu the landlord." They replied, "You provided us with good wages, which made his laborers envious. Thus, he vented his anger upon you." "Indeed, Yang Lin, we do not blame you," they echoed. Yang Lin continued, "I will cover the medical expenses for all those who were assaulted last night. Furthermore, those injured may rest at home until they heal, and during their recovery, they shall still receive wages." Upon hearing this declaration, the villagers erupted in excitement. Not only would he pay for their medical care, but he would also compensate them during their recovery. Such kindness was unheard of. "Yang Lin, this is not your responsibility. How can we allow you to spend your money?" They protested. "Yes, if we seek retribution, it should be directed at Lu the landlord. We are many. We shall not cower." Yang Lin raised his hand, asserting, "My decisions are resolute and unchangeable. There is no need for further persuasion. Today's events serve as a wake-up call. We are flourishing, and as our fortunes rise, envy and jealousy will inevitably follow. We all know who instigated last night's violence. Our generous wages encourage prosperity, yet some wish to see us remain in poverty, unable to thrive, forcing us to borrow or sell our land. Now that we have money, we refuse to sell our land. I have obstructed their path to wealth. What shall we do? Shall we allow others to trample us, or shall we resist until the end? I cannot speak for everyone, but I, Yang Lin, will never compromise. If anyone is afraid, if anyone prefers to endure hardship, they may leave without reproach. Let them settle their wages now." Yang Lin surveyed the crowd, igniting a passionate fervor among them. "We shall resist. We shall resist. We fear no one," they shouted in unison. "Excellent," Yang Lin proclaimed, "since none wish to be cowards. We shall take up arms to protect ourselves. From this day forth, I declare the establishment of the Kaoshan Village Defense Team. I, Yang Lin, will provide 10 won a day, with no labor required, only daily training to safeguard our livelihoods, our families, and our hard-won happiness and future." The crowd erupted in excitement. "A defense team? This is splendid. With a defense team, no one will dare bully us again. And 10 won a day is quite appealing. I wish to join." "So do I." In a frenzy of enthusiasm, the villagers raised their hands to sign up. "Those wishing to join the defense team, come over here. As I have limited funds, I can only afford 10 members, so the selection criteria must be stringent. We seek strong, capable young men with martial arts backgrounds, those willing to fight and strive. Moreover, it is imperative that our defense team maintains discipline and obeys orders. I will not treat you poorly. In addition to the 10 won a day, there will be a bonus of 1,000 won at year's end. Li Yuyao Sudinli understood Yang Lin's intentions." Chapter 38, Fulfilling the Bet. Yang Lin sought only 10 individuals for the defense team, yet 16 or 17 stepped forward to volunteer. The benefits of the defense team were simply too enticing. Not only could they protect their community, but they would also gain respect and earn a wage. Thus, Yang Lin had to implement assessments to evaluate strength, endurance, courage, martial skills, and specialties, ultimately selecting the best 10. Yang Lin said Zhong Dao, brought their Zhong, Henchefort. "You shall be the captain of the defense team, with a salary 5 when higher than the others." Zhong Tao, a veteran soldier not yet 30 years old, had excelled in the recent evaluations and was one of the few villagers with true martial training. Although he appeared robust, he was rather modest. When Yang Lin made this offer, he quickly declined, saying, "There is no need for extra pay. 10 won is already generous. I have stated that my decisions are unalterable. This is final." The logging team, quarry team, and kiln team continued their work as Yang Lin retained only the defense team members. He turned to Zhong Tao. "Our defense team is particularly crucial, distinct from other teams. We must be strictly disciplined, courageous in confronting evil, and vigilant in safeguarding our assets while refraining from provoking unnecessary trouble. The foremost value we uphold is character, followed by martial prowess." Zhong Tao, somewhat bewildered, accepted the paper Yang Lin presented and nodded earnestly. The other defense team members were filled with determination, eager to make a difference. Upon seeing Yang Lin with that paper, Li Yuyao's suspicions were confirmed. This had clearly been a well-prepared plan. Yang Lin then briefed the defense team on their responsibilities and training methods. Once the defense team departed, only family remained. Li Yuyao eagerly asked, "So was all of this premeditated?" Yang Lin shrugged, "Of course. How did you know someone would target our tofu workshop?" Li Yuyao pressed, "It is quite simple. By considering the situation from various perspectives, one can naturally discern the intentions of others. There are individuals who are bound to target our tofu shop. It is merely a matter of time." Li Yuyao continued to inquire, "Since you are aware of this, why did you not prepare earlier? Must we wait until the place is wrecked before forming a defense team?" Yang Lin chucked, "My dear, do you truly believe that if our tofu shop were to be destroyed, the losses would be significant?" Li Yuyao paused, initially intending to assert that the losses would be considerable. However, upon reflection, she realized that the tofu shop merely housed wooden barrels and water jars, with the only valuable item being the water mill. In terms of financial loss, it would indeed amount to little. Suddenly, she grasped something and gasped in astonishment. "So, your true intention from the very beginning was to establish the defense team. If there were no issues, the formation of such a team would lack cohesion, and the process would appear rather abrupt. Just now, no one, myself included, recognized this. We all felt compelled to establish the team." As her realization deepened, Li Yuyao's gaze towards Yang Lin became increasingly incredulous. She understood better than anyone the significance of the defense team. It represented strength and military prowess. Although the initial purpose was self-protection, with the team as development, it could potentially evolve into a private army, currently comprising only 10 members. Who could say what the future might hold? 100? 1,000? It was not out of the realm of possibility. Yang Lin also possessed the knowledge to craft crossbows and could rapidly produce a substantial quantity. Once the defense team was equipped with these crossbows, what appeared to be merely a group of villagers could swiftly transform into a formidable archery unit. Contemplating these possibilities, Li Yuyao's breath quickened. What was his ultimate aim? Everything he was doing seemed aligned with his own objectives. "Beyond what you've mentioned, there is indeed another crucial aspect," Yang Lin said with a twinkle in his eye. Raising a finger, Li Yuyao was taken aback. "Another? Do you recall the wager we made not long ago? I claimed that we would soon possess strength comparable to that of a powerful family. And now we have achieved it." Li Yuyao was astonished. She was about to refute, but as she opened her mouth, she immediately realized that Yang Lin might truly have accomplished this. In terms of financial resources, while they were still not on par with the wealthy families, they were not lacking money, and their potion business was remarkably stable. Given time, their financial power would undoubtedly surpass those families in the county. As for influence, the prominent families in the county were all doing business with them. Yang Lin had intertwined their interests, so anyone who wished to harm them would effectively cut off their own income streams. Hence, unless there was deep-seated enmity, no one would dare act against them. With the establishment of the defense team and the addition of crossbows, their ability to protect themselves had significantly increased. Thus, claiming they now possessed strength akin to that of powerful families was not an exaggeration. "So, my dear, will you honor the wager, or do you intend to renege?" Yang Lin said with interest, eager to tease his beautiful wife. Li Yuyao bit her lip, her heart racing and her face flushing. The wager involved her taking the initiative to kiss him. However, to do so in front of so many people felt utterly embarrassing. He. Sister cannot back out of her word. Xiao Jiu winked playfully. "Sister, what is there to fear? Once the house is built, we will give ourselves to him. A mere kiss is nothing. If you hesitate, I can take your place," fourth sister joked. Fourth sister was the most charming among the women. "I shall stand in for sister." Third sister, Liao Hongying, stepped forward, boldly approaching Yang Lin and planting a kiss on his cheek. "As a lady, how could I bear to see my lord subjected to such frivolity? I would gladly take her place, even in more intimate matters." Yang Lin was momentarily taken aback. He had not intended for Li Yuyao to kiss him, merely hoping to temper her proud nature. Unexpectedly, Liao Hongying acted impulsively and kissed him directly. There was indeed something amiss with these two. "Is that sufficient? If not, I can continue," Liao Hongying declared, planting another fervent kiss, leaving Yang Lin blushing furiously. The other women were left speechless. Li Yuyao, however, bit her lip, watching Liao Hongying take her place, feeling quite unsettled. One must bear the consequences of their actions. "I will honor my word," Li Yuyao declared, her face flushed. Chapter 39. The defense team's first battle. Before anyone could react, Liu Yao had already risen on tiptoe, gently pecking Yang Lin's cheek like a chick pecking at rice. Yang Lin felt a warm sensation on his cheek, followed by a tingling sensation coursing through his body. Unlike Liao Hongying's fervent kiss, Liu Yao's was tender, and he could distinctly feel the warmth of her lips lingering on his skin. The gentle touch was an indescribable sensation that lingered on his face. Liao Hongying was stunned. The Lord had genuinely kissed him? Could it be that he was indeed resolved to take him as his husband? Ahem, what are you all staring at? Get to work. Upon entering the room, they found Liu Yao sitting quietly on the bed, her head bowed. My dear, are you well? Yang Lin approached, initially thinking she was crying. He soon realized her expression was merely cold, with no other signs of distress. Liu Yao lifted her gaze to meet Yang Lin's eyes. What is it? Under the gaze of her frigid eyes, Yang Lin felt an inexplicable nervousness. He discerned that her expression was quite complex. Do you wish to know my true identity? The words lingered on her lips, but Liu Yao restrained herself. You are, in fact, a young lady from a wealthy family, are you not? Liu Yao was momentarily taken aback. I could tell from the outset that you are different from the others. Your demeanor is graceful, and your aura is unparalleled, indicative of someone raised in affluence. So, what led you to become a commoner? Did your family encounter a misfortune? Yang Lin inquired. Do not worry, my dear. Regardless of the past, from now on, this will be your home. You are no longer alone. Whatever happens, you can share with me, and we will face it together. Liu Yao opened her mouth. In that moment, she truly wished to reveal her identity and her plans. However, in the blink of an eye, she calmed herself. If she spoke now, would he believe her? Even if he did, what could be done? Moreover, her identity was ultimately a taboo. If it were spread, her family could face unforeseen calamity. Can you promise me one thing? Liu Yao asked earnestly. What is it? I want you to earn a great deal of money, craft numerous crossbows, and expand the defense team. Liu Yao stated with determination and excitement. Yang Lin was momentarily taken aback, secretly astonished. Money, crossbows, and a defense team represented military supplies, resources, and forces. This was precisely the direction he had been secretly planning to develop in order to protect himself and his family. To his surprise, his wife shared the same aspirations. Did her thoughts align with his, or did she harbor other motives? It was quite unusual for a woman to contemplate such matters. Very well, I promise, Yang Lin replied, but this must remain our secret and cannot be rushed. Liu Yao nudda. What shall we do next? The landlord Liu has already caused us trouble. I suspect this matter is far from over. Yang Lin smiled. Now that the defense team is established, we can strike back. He is merely a landlord in a village. Does he truly believe he can dominate everything? Resolving this will be a piece of cake. Liu Yao stared in disbelief. Just then, Xiao Jiu ran in. Brother, the Liu family is causing trouble at the tofu shop again. Let us go. We must inform the defense team and see what is happening. When Yang Lin arrived at the tofu workshop, he found Liu Yang accompanied by several servants, brandishing clubs, in a standoff with the local villagers who were working nearby. Two villagers lay on the ground, battered and bruised. You insolent peasants, how dare you block my path? Get out of my way. Do you really think Yang Lin can support you? Let me tell you, Yang Lin is nothing but a petty figure. My Liu family has never regarded him with any respect, and I cannot be bothered with him. From today onwards, anyone who works for Yang Lin will face my wrath. Liu Yang shouted, pointing his club at the crowd. The villagers were agitated, yet, having already witnessed violence, they dared not act recklessly. At that moment, Yang Lin arrived with the security team. Newly formed and armed with nothing but various farming tools, the 10 members quickly surrounded Liu Yang and his group. Liu Yang, startled, turned to the audacious villagers. What do you want? I have shown you mercy. Get away from me, he yelled, directing his ire at the security team. However, no one moved. Yang Lin approached, ignoring Liu Yang, and knelt beside the two injured villagers to assess their wounds, relieved to find them not severely hurt. Who did this? Yang Lin asked coldly. The villagers pointed at Liu Yang. Yang Lin rose and walked toward Liu Yang. What are you doing? Liu Yang stuttered, suddenly feeling intimidated. You dare to strike those under my protection, and you question my intentions? Yang Lin narrowed his eyes and shouted, from this day forth, anyone who works for me, Yang Lin, will no longer be bullied. He proclaimed, where's the security team? Here. The 10 members cried in unison. In that moment, their spirits surged. From now on, we shall no longer be oppressed. Yang Lin declared, pointing fiercely at Lu Yang. Charge! The security team, fueled by righteous anger, surged forward. The previous night's grievances were still fresh, and with Lu's family causing trouble again, the villagers erupted in defiance. In the age of cold weapons, the key to combat was morale. The security team, emboldened, overwhelmed Lu Yang and his servants, swiftly bringing some of them to the ground. Stay back. If you dare to touch me, you will not escape unscathed. Lu Yang's face turned pale with fear. The now enraged security team paid no heed to his threats and unleashed a flurry of blows upon him. The air filled with his anguished cries. Ah, stop. Please. I was wrong. Spare me. Lu Yang, who had never faced such humiliation, broke down in tears, pleading for mercy. The villagers were dumbfounded. They had not anticipated the security team would dare to retaliate. They were equally astonished that the once feared young master of the Lu family was nothing more than a paper tiger. In that moment, the villagers felt liberated, their pent-up frustrations dissipating in a wave of exhilaration. Chapter 40. Dealing with the instigator of problems, Lu Yang fled with his tail between his legs, and the villagers erupted in cheers. Yang Lin stood atop a rise and announced, from this day forth, any long-term laborers or tenants working for the Lu family may come work for me. The wages will be the same, 5 won a day for laborers and 10 won for craftsmen. For those indebted to the Lu family, I will assist in settling their debts. If you wish to join, your entire family is welcome to work with me. Each month, there will be at least one feast of pork. Upon hearing this, the villagers cheered once more, eager to share the good news with relatives and friends still laboring for the Lu family. Many long-term workers had long wished to leave Lu's household, and today's events had completely dispelled their hesitations. On one side, they faced grueling labor for just 2 won a day. On the other, they could work less and earn 5 won. The contrast was stark and undeniable. Yang Lin, do you truly require so many workers? One villager questioned. Indeed, there are over 100 laborers at the Lu family estate. If they all come with their families, that could easily amount to 200 or 300 people. The villagers exchanged worried glances. Yang Lin reassured them. Rest assured, my word is my bond. As for whether I can employ so many, do not fret. Besides tofu and Xinjiang, we will soon have new industries, and I will gladly accept as many as come. With Yang Lin's promise, the villagers erupted in excitement once again, many rushing to gather their friends and acquaintances. Meanwhile, at the Lu household, Lu Yang, bruised and battered, stumbled and crying, Father, they bullied me. Lu Yukai was instantly alarmed. Son, who did this to you? Who was responsible? He roared, glaring fiercely. It was Yang Lin. He struck me. Father, you must avenge me. Lu Yang wailed, recounting the events. After smashing the tofu workshop, he had been feeling triumphant and swaggered to the riverside with his entourage that very morning. Having never experienced such humiliation, he cried out in a fit of indignation. This is outrageous. Lu Yukai slammed his fist on the table. That Yang Lin dares to strike you? He truly does not regard our family with any respect. Does he think the Lu family is easy to bully? Father, what should we do? They are too fierce, and our people cannot match them. Lu Yang was beside himself with anxiety. Just then, the steward rushed in. Master, we have a serious problem. Those peasants have come to demand their wages, declaring they will no longer work for us. The steward burst in, only to find both the master and the young master with ashen faces. What? Is it true? Lu Yukai demanded. Word is that Yang Lin has declared that anyone who leaves us for him will have their debts settled, and he is offering those peasants 5 won a day. The steward added, his own thoughts wavering at the prospect. Yet, as a servant bound to the Lu family, he had no choice but to remain loyal. What? He dares to steal our workers? This is truly intolerable. Lu Yotsai's anger made his beard tremble. Master, you must make a decision. Those peasants are blocking the accounting office, demanding their wages. Let them wait. Lu Yukai sneered. They think they could just leave for Yang Lin and still demand their wages? Not a chance. Take a few men with you. If anyone disobeys, teach them a harsh lesson. However, the steward hesitated and said, but there are rumors that Yang Lin's security team has beaten our young master. Those peasants no longer seem afraid of us. The steward instinctively glanced at Lu Yang, realizing the rumors were true. What should we do now? If no one works our fields, what will become of our land? Lu Yang lamented. Silence. Lu Yukai glared at Lu Yang, his ire boiling over as he listened to his son's complaints. You may leave. I already have a plan. Lu Yukai stated. What about the peasants? The steward inquired. Tell them they will receive their wages in a few days. Yes. The steward complied and left hurriedly. Lu Yang pressed on. Father, what shall we do? We have so much land. If no one works it, it will all be left fallow. Perhaps we should raise their wages? If we match Yang Lin's offer, they will have no reason to leave. With over 1,000 acres of land at stake, if the laborers departed, it would spell disaster for the estate. Lu Yukai poked Lu Yang's forehead sharply. Can you not think for yourself? Raise their wages? Is that how I taught you to deal with these peasants? To command the loyalty of the peasants, one must exert relentless pressure upon them, ensuring they're neither starved nor fully satisfied. Should they receive even a modest wage increase, they might rebel with fervor. Moreover, Yang Lin is a lunatic. Even if we were to raise their wages, it is likely that he would do the same. If he increases theirs, what then shall we do? Lu Yukai glared fiercely at Lu Yang. Lu Yang was bewildered. If this is not permissible, nor that, then how could we possibly find a solution? Alas, Lu Yukai sighed heavily. You, my child, lack both insight and ruthlessness. You must learn from your father that this world is merciless. If you do not possess the necessary cruelty, you will be consumed by others. Just as we are now cornered by Yang Lin, you still ponder solutions? Lu Yang grew increasingly perplexed. If we do not seek solutions, what else is there to do? My child, remember this. When faced with insurmountable problems, do not attempt to solve the issue itself. Instead, find a way to eliminate those who create the problems. A cold glint flashed in Lu Yotsai's eyes. Chapter 41. Yang Lin, I want him dead. What a brilliant strategy to strike at the root. Li Yuyo sincerely marveled. Upon hearing Yang Lin's declarations, she realized that the Lu family was utterly doomed. The village landlords relied solely on their fields, exploiting both laborers and tenants while simultaneously depending on them. In the past, the laborers had no choice but to toil for the landlords, paying rent and taxes just to scrape by, thereby remaining shackled to their oppressors. However, with Yang Lin's endeavors, the laborers now earned more than they did under the Lu family, and sustaining their families was no longer a concern. Who would willingly submit to the Lu family's exploitation? Seeing Li Yuyao's invigorated demeanor, Yang Lin merely shook his head. It is still too early to rejoice. Li Yuyao was taken aback. Why? She could not fathom what further strategies the Lu family might employ. Yang Lin replied, shaking his head. Even a mad dog bites when cornered. When they are pushed to their limits, we shall find ourselves in peril. Li Yuyao gasped. You mean they will turn against us? Yang Lin shrugged. Who knows? It is prudent to prepare in advance. This time, we have crafted 30 crossbow bolts, sufficient for our immediate needs. That afternoon, Yang Lin took the women into the forest to practice archery, honing their accuracy and reloading speed, even practicing moving shots. The results were gratifying. Li Yuyao and Sanjia Liao Hongying could almost hit the mark every time from 10 meters. Simei's precision was commendable, second only to Yang Lin's. While De Jia and Air Jia were slightly less proficient, and Wu Mei and Lu Mei required further improvement. The remaining 3 young girls, though still struggling with accuracy, were improving at a remarkable pace, holding great promise for the future. Nightfall arrived swiftly. Before retiring, Yang Lin announced that from this night onward, they would take turns keeping watch, with each person on duty for 2 hours. The sudden imposition of night watch was met with confusion. Yet, Li Yuyao recalled Yang Lin's earlier words and inquired, Are you worried that the Lu family will retaliate against us? Yang Lin nodded. The likelihood is significant. For our safety, it is best to be cautious. Yang Lin felt no sense of complacency. He had witnessed too many instances in his previous life where, when faced with insurmountable problems, the solution was to eliminate the instigator. Although he had no intention of competing with the Lu landlord, the confines of Shanqiao village were limited, and his development would inevitably encroach upon the Lu family's interests. It was not surprising that they would view him as a thorn to be removed. Yang Lin wished to prepare thoroughly to avoid regretting his lack of foresight after the fact. He had already drilled holes in the doors and windows for observation and shooting. During the night watch, if anything unusual occurred, they would awaken the others, and if the situation became dire, they could shoot immediately. Yang Lin surveyed the women. Do you understand? The women nodded, albeit with some confusion. Tonight, I shall begin my watch from the 5th and 11th hours. My wife will take the 1st and 2nd hours. De Jia will handle the 3rd and 4th hours. Now, everyone rest. The crossbows are beside us, and the bolts are ready for immediate use. With everything arranged, Yang Lin settled onto a stool at the door. Observing Yang Lin's resolute silhouette, the others felt he might be overreacting. However, none opposed his decision, and after extinguishing the lights, they drifted into slumber. Meanwhile, at the Lu residence, Lu Yukai summoned 4 household servants. Today, you shall carry out an important task for the master. If you succeed, each will be rewarded a string of coins. At the mention of such a generous reward, the 4 men's hearts raced. They knew that such a sum usually entailed undertaking a treacherous deed. Master, we are at your service, the scar-faced man in the front responded promptly. Yang Lin. Lu Yukai gritted his teeth as he uttered this name. I want him dead. Upon hearing Yang Lin's name, one among the 4 felt a surge of anxiety. The scar-faced man showed no surprise, chuckling coldly as he bowed. Rest assured, master. If you wish for his death tonight, he shall certainly not see the dawn. The 4 men accepted their blades and prepared to depart. Under the cover of darkness, the night was ripe for acts of violence. The scar-faced man had done many unsavory tasks for the Lu family and was well versed in such affairs. As the second hour approached, having rested well, the scar-faced man opened his eyes. Brothers, it is time to work. Grasping his dagger, he led the 3 men stealthily out of the Lu residence, hastening towards Yang Lin's abode. With an hour remaining until dawn, it was the time when people were most deeply asleep. The scar-faced man was aware of Yang Lin's reputation, but thought little of him. A mere scholar. Accompanied by a few women, this task would be a simple one. However, upon reaching Yang Lin's courtyard, they slowed their movements, exercising caution as they approached, carefully opening the courtyard gate and stepping inside. At that moment, within the Yang home, it was the Jie's turn to keep watch. Exhausted during the latter part of the night, she gazed out the window for a moment before her eyelids grew heavy. The quiet courtyard revealed no signs of disturbance, and gradually, her eyes began to close. In her drowsiness, she thought daybreak was near, and a brief rest would pose no danger. Thus, she allowed her weary eyelids to shut, drifting into slumber. In her dream, she beheld a woman clad in white, drenched in blood, standing before her, tears of blood streaming from her eyes, a pale hand reaching out towards her. Though he jolted awake, gasping for breath. It was merely a dream. She exhaled deeply. After waking from the dream, she still felt a chilling sensation. Instinctively, she shivered, regaining her alertness. However, as she opened her eyes and peered through the hole in the window, she was instantly gripped by terror. In the darkness, 4 shadowy figures clad in black were stealthily entering the courtyard. The GS mind buzzed. She pinched herself hard to confirm this was not a dream. Forgetting the crossbow beside her, she hurriedly rushed to shake Yang Lin awake. In the past few days, Yang Lin had remained ever vigilant. So when the Jie shook him awake, he instantly sat up, reaching for the crossbow on the ground. There are 4 intruders, the Jie said nervously, her voice trembling. Yang Lin's heart skipped a beat. 4? They truly underestimated him. Yang Lin quickly roused Li Yuyao and Liao Hongying, gesturing for them to remain silent as he readied the crossbow and approached the window. Chapter 42. There are survivors. Through the hole, Yang Lin observed the 4 masked intruders, armed with daggers, cautiously creeping closer. Yang Lin took a slow breath, calming his mind, and positioned a bolt through the opening, aiming at the foremost masked man. Within 10 meters, he was confident he could hit his target. However, at present, he stands alone, at most. He can eliminate 1 adversary before the remainder are likely to flee in disarray. Yet, his intention is to ensure that all those daring enough to provoke him remain behind. This confrontation must not only culminate in victory, but must be executed with flair, instilling in those ravenous wolves the realization of the consequences of their actions. At this moment, both individuals have risen, preparing their crossbows. Li Yuyao has sidled up to Yang Lin, extending her crossbow bolt through the aperture, aimed at the outside, without awaiting his command. The entire process is calm and composed, demonstrating her evident proficiency, likely honed during her watch. On the other hand, Liao Hongying astonishes Yang Lin even further. She gestures to him like a seasoned warrior, steps to the entrance, and positions her crossbow through the hole in the door, nodding toward Yang Lin, signaling him to strike whenever ready. Outside, the 4 intruders are already quite close to the door, including the eldest sister. They hold their breath in anticipation of Yang Lin's orders. 3 individuals, 3 crossbows. After a simultaneous volley, at least 3 should remain. Such an outcome would be commendable. As for the final one, it would depend on fortune. Just as Yang Lin takes a deep breath, poised to issue the command to fire, a sudden shout erupts from outside. Run, run, Yang Lin. Ludus wants to kill you. You must flee. Yang Lin's heart leaps to his throat. Yet, he quickly finds himself stunned. For the one shouting is indeed one of the masked men. What's happening? Damn, I knew you wouldn't have the guts. Ruining my plans, seeking death. The scarred-faced man grips his dagger, and without hesitation, thrusts it at the masked figure beside him. Thud! The man staggers and collapses to the ground. As he falls, he continues to scream, run, but his voice fades quickly. Brothers, Wang Lao-san has ruined our plans. We've startled the snake in the grass. No time to delay. Charge in and kill them all. Having revealed their position, the scarred-faced man decisively wipes the blood from his dagger and strides toward the entrance. Simultaneously, Yang Lin bellows, fire! Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 piercing sounds resonate as 3 deadly black arrows shoot from the apertures of the door and window, vanishing into the darkness. In an instant, before the scarred-faced man can react, his body suddenly halts. 3 anguish cries erupt almost simultaneously. The scarred-faced man, his face contorted in pain, looks down in disbelief at the bolt that has pierced his chest, an expression of shock and fear etched upon his features before he collapses to the ground. All 3 arrows find their mark. The 3 men fall almost in unison. Wait, do not rush out, reload the crossbows. Yang Lin hastily calls out. Although he understands that the adversaries, unaware of his crossbows, have sent 4 men to eliminate him, they may not be prepared for any contingencies. However, whether they are prepared is their concern. Being cautious is his. After a moment of silence, with no movement outside, Yang Lin finally declares, I will go out. You 2 provide cover. Grasping the loaded crossbow, Yang Lin slowly opens the door and steps outside. As he approaches the masked figures, his heart races wildly. In his previous life, he was merely an ordinary person, never having been on a battlefield, much less taken a life. Just moments ago, faced with life and death, he managed to maintain his composure. But now, with the crisis averted and 4 corpses left in the courtyard, he feels a chill envelop him, anxiety creeping in. Yet, he draws a deep breath, striving to maintain his calm, for he knows that, despite being an ordinary person unaccustomed to bloodshed, he is now the head of a household. The sole man in this family, their only pillar of support. Therefore, he must not yield to fear. As he steadies his breathing, Yang Lin's mind races with plans. First, he suppresses his discomfort and examines the condition of the 4 men. To his shock, the masked man who had shouted for him to run is still alive. Among the remaining masked figures, one has been struck in the thigh and still breathes. The other 2, however, have been mortally wounded by arrows to the chest. Quickly, find some rope. There's one still alive. Yang Lin shouts, aiming his crossbow at the man with the arrow in his thigh. At that moment, the women, roused from their slumber, are still disoriented, unaware of the unfolding events. After the eldest sister awakens Yang Lin, she stands in a daze, but upon hearing his shout, she hastily scrambles to find some rope, trembling, clutching a bundle as she rushes over. Li Yuyao and Liao Hongying also emerge with their crossbows, on guard while assisting Yang Lin in binding the captive. Earlier, Yang Lin had formed some ideas. If all 4 had perished, it would have been a satisfactory outcome. But now, with a live captive, the opportunity must be seized. Nearby, flickering flames illuminate the arrival of villagers, their voices carrying as they approach. Quick, remove all the bolts. For now, we must not reveal the existence of the crossbows. Yang Lin instructs, ignoring whether the wounded man will bleed out. As he swiftly removes the bolt from his thigh, the masked man screams in agony, awakening and attempting to struggle, only to find himself securely bound. Spare me. Spare me. It was Ludus who made me do this. I know nothing. Spare me. Before Yang Lin can interrogate him, the man begins to confess. In truth, Yang Lin can already surmise the answer. The individuals he has offended are few. Ludus, the Zhou family in the county, and the son of Zhao County Wei, whom they had attacked. The son of the Zhao family may not even realize it was him, and while the Zhou family may harbor disdain for him, there is no substantial conflict of interest. Only Ludus truly harbors deep-seated hatred. The adage of cutting off one's means of livelihood is akin to murdering one's parents. Though he never specifically targeted the Lu family, by lending money to the impoverished, he prevented destitute villagers from selling their land, thus undermining the Lu family's interests. Especially with yesterday's underhanded maneuver, it was tantamount to declaring war. Therefore, it is not difficult to understand Lu Diz's desperate actions against him. Just then, a cacophony of screams erupts. Chapter 43. Overthrowing the Lu family. The women, newly awakened, grasp the reality of the situation as they witness the bodies strewn across the courtyard, eliciting terrified screams. Outside, villagers bearing torches hasten toward the scene. What happened? What is going on? Oh, there are dead bodies. Zhao Fugui rushes into the small courtyard, swiftly turning his gaze toward Yang Lin. Seeing Yang Lin standing unharmed, he lets out a long sigh of relief. Zhao Fugui hurriedly inquires. Yang Lin gestures toward the captive, stating, "He has confessed. They were sent by Lu Diz to kill me." What? Zhao Fugui gasps in shock, slapping his thigh. That Lu Yukai has truly grown bold, daring to hire assassins. Zhao Fugui questions in confusion. The villagers who have just arrived gather in a throng, uncertain of what has transpired, peering curiously into the courtyard. Yang Lin, maintaining his composure, explains, "Tonight, we took turns keeping watch, and when we saw them break in with knives, my wives and I fought back fiercely. Thankfully, we managed to eliminate 2, leaving 2 alive." So it was like this. Zhao Fugui nods, though he still feels something is amiss. Before he can ponder further, Yang Lin swiftly adds, "Third uncle, since Lu Yukai dispatched men to kill me, and we have both witness and evidence according to our Qian laws, we should be able to hold him accountable, right?" Zhao Fugui's eyes instantly light up. Zhao Fugui nearly burst into laughter. In recent years, Lu Yukai had consistently threatened his position as village chief. However, after this incident, the Lu family was bound to face defeat. He requested his third uncle to devise a plan for him. Yang Lin handed Zhao Fugui a small piece of silver. Initially, Yang Lin, being new to the area, was merely an overly pedantic scholar, completely ignorant of legal matters and the intricacies of the bureaucratic world. The Great Qian Dynasty did not possess the stringent laws of later generations, and Yang Lin would not naively believe that having righteousness on his side would guarantee victory in court. Although Zhao Fugui was just the village chief, he had connections with the Zhao family in the county town and was a seasoned schemer, eager to bring down the Lu family. When faced with such matters, he was more knowledgeable and invested than Yang Lin. Indeed, upon receiving the silver, Zhao Fugui chuckled. "Rest assured, this matter will be entrusted to your third uncle, who guarantees to handle it splendidly." After a moment of contemplation, Zhao Fugui stroked his chin and said, "Well, there is still a survivor. ASNT there? Let us prepare the writing materials now and have the survivor confess and sign." With that, Zhao Fugui turned to the villagers who had gathered outside and called out, "Everyone here has witnessed Lu the landlord sending men to kill Yang Lin. Fortunately, Yang Lin was vigilant and thwarted the Lu family's scheme. Since you have all seen this, please bear witness and come forward to leave your fingerprints." Soon after, Zhao Fugui and Yang Lin began to verify the identities of the assailants in black clothing. Indeed, they were all servants of the Lu family. Among them, 3 had been purchased from elsewhere by the Lu family. However, one of them was originally from the village. ISNT, that Wang Laosan. Upon recognizing the face, Zhao Fugui was taken aback. What a fool Wang Laosan is. To think he would sell himself to Lu Yukai as a traitor. How could he stoop so low? Alas, this wretched lad does not even consider his brother. His brother? Yang Lin Asked Puzlet. Wang Gui. You do not know he is Wang Gui's younger brother? Yang Lin shook his head in confusion. Alas, Zhao Fugui sighed. The Wang brothers fled here from famine. A few years ago, their family was impoverished and Wang Laosan, out of some sense of loyalty, willingly sold himself in his servitude to earn some money for his brother to support his niece. But who would have thought that after associating with that old scoundrel Lu Yukai, he would change so drastically? You helped him brother repay debts and even found work for him, yet he sought to kill you. Truly, it is a stroke of misfortune. Now I see. Yang Lin realized. Yet Zhao Fugui remained furious, raising his leg to kick Wang Laosan. Hey. Yang Lin quickly intervened. "Third uncle, you misunderstand. They are indeed in cahoots, but after Wang Laosan entered, he shouted to warn me. Ultimately, he was stabbed by his own people. I believe he was left with no choice. Oh, he still has some spirit left. Since he is Wang Gui's brother, let's try to save him." Zhao Fugui said, slightly furrowing his brow. "But with such severe injuries, can he be saved? Let's give a try." Yang Lin replied, "Dear wife, Please fetch a sewing needle and a length of fine thread. Eldest sister, boil some water. Wang Laosan's wounds were located between his ribs, deep and possibly injuring his internal organs. If the organs were damaged, there would be no hope. They would have to leave it to fate. However, if the organs were intact, stitching him up promptly could prevent excessive blood loss. The crowd, hearing Yang Lin request a sewing needle and boiling water, was bewildered. It was not until the water was boiled and the needle and thread were prepared, and after they had been sterilized in the hot water, that Yang Lin lifted Wang Laosan's shirt, wiped away the blood around the wound, and prepared to stitch. The onlookers were left in stunned silence. He intended to stitch the flesh with a needle and thread. Even if he managed to stitch it, would the man survive? The crowd exchanged bewildered glances. And at that moment, not even Yang Lin himself felt assured. He was not a doctor, nor had he performed surgery before. He merely relied on the vast and varied knowledge he had acquired in his previous life, understanding the principles of wound suturing. Wang Laosan's injury could be treated using the figure-8 stitch method, which was not only simple, but also effective in quickly stemming blood flow. Blood continued to ooze from the wound, and as Yang Lin's hand approached the flesh with the needle, it trembled involuntarily, although the flesh was within reach. He found it nearly impossible to pierce it. Taking a deep breath, Yang Lin repeatedly told himself not to overthink it. He should treat it as sewing fabric. At last, he thrust the needle through the flesh. The gathered crowd collectively gasped, many staring at Yang Lin in shock. It was at this moment that many began to realize Yang Lin had changed from who he once was. Once he broke through the psychological barrier, his hands steadied, and his speed increased dramatically. The wound, only about 4 centimeters long, tightened with each stitch, and the bleeding ceased at a visibly rapid pace. Once he finished stitching, Yang Lin felt utterly exhausted, drenched in sweat as he collapsed on the ground. He had done all he could. Now, it was a matter of fate. Chapter 44. A contest of wealth and connections. I will set out for Jianghe County immediately to seek out the county magistrate. Zhao Fugui exclaimed, excitement surpassing even Yang Lin's. We have reason and evidence, and with the county magistrate backing us, the Liu family is bound to face defeat. Yang Lin nodded, retrieving a 10-tael silver ingot and handing it to Zhao Fugui. Then I must rely on you, third uncle, to convey my gratitude to the county magistrate. Though there were business dealings with the Zhao family, Yang Lin had heard in his previous life about the adage that one must pay to enter the court. Without money, nothing could be accomplished. This opportunity was rare, and it was imperative to seize it to bring down the Liu family once and for all. Zhao Fugui, gazing at the hefty silver ingot, was filled with excitement. Do not worry. Your third uncle will certainly express your gratitude to the county magistrate. In the quest to bring down the Liu family, Zhao Fugui was more proactive than anyone else. With the survivor's confession secured and evidence collected, he had the witnesses present leave their fingerprints. Before dawn broke, Zhao Fugui set off to the county town with all the evidence in hand. Meanwhile, Wang Gui, alerted by the commotion, was startled awake. Your brother has gone to kill Yang Lin. He is gravely injured and near death. You must hurry and check on him. Before dawn, Wang Gui was startled by the voices outside and quickly got up, hastily putting on a couple of garments before rushing towards Yang Lin's house. His home was on the eastern edge of the village, far from Yang Lin's, so by the time he arrived, the chaos at Yang Lin's house had already unfolded. Upon entering the small courtyard of the Yang family and seeing Wang Laosan lying on the ground, Wang Gui was left speechless. Yang Lin, are you all right? Wang Gui, in a fluster, anxiously looked towards Yang Lin. I am fine, Yang Lin reassured him. Your brother is gravely injured. I managed to attend to him, and the bleeding has stopped, but whether he lives or dies is now up to fate. Yang Lin recounted the events that had transpired. Upon hearing this, Wang Gui fell to his knees, weeping profusely, banging his head on the ground in despair. He felt an indescribable pain in his heart. Realizing his brother had wronged Yang Lin hurried to help Wang Gui up, offering him a handful of silver coins. Wang Gui, still weeping, attempted to bow again in gratitude. In this era, sustaining an injury nearly equated to a death sentence. Firstly, the medical conditions were inadequate, and even non-lethal wounds could lead to fatal infections. Secondly, ordinary families could hardly afford to care for the injured or cover medical expenses. Wang Gui's family had only recently improved their circumstances, yet they could not bear the cost of hiring a doctor or caring for the wounded. After finding a door plank, They carried Wang Laosan away, and the courtyard finally fell silent, save for the pools of blood left behind. The womenfolk were terrified. Yang Lin was astonished to find that Li Yuyao and his third sister, who had shot the masked assailants alongside him, were not in a state of panic like the others. Li Yuyao remained composed, her demeanor as tranquil as ever, betraying no signs of anxiety or tension, seemingly unfazed by the notion of taking lives. In contrast, Sanjie exhibited an exuberant countenance, her face devoid of fear, radiating excitement and fervor. Who are these individuals? And what fortitude do they possess? As Yang Lin pondered this, he began to clean the courtyard. This was not a past life. There was no need to preserve a crime scene, nor would there be any coroner's investigation. Matters within the village, even those involving homicide, often went unreported. The village chief, clan leader, and a few esteemed elders could manage such affairs. Even cases brought to the magistrate bore little significance to empirical evidence. It ultimately depended on connections and wealth. Thus, rather than allowing the blood to linger and agitate the villagers, it was far more prudent to cleanse the area. While tidying up, Yang Lin mentally retraced the events of the evening, contemplating the next moves of the Liu family and whether this case could successfully bring them down without any unforeseen complications. This line of thought led him to consider various issues. Yang Lin inhaled sharply. Fortunately, he had not succumbed to hubris. He reviewed his revised plan in his mind several times until he was certain there were no oversights, finally allowing himself to breathe a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, at the Liu residence, Liu Yukai was in a state of panic. He quickly grasped the gravity of the situation. Although the laws of Qian were not stringent, and wealth and power often allowed one to act with impunity, such privileges were predicated on the oppression of the common folk by the powerful. As merely a landlord in the village, he knew that he and Yang Lin were not considered significantly different in the eyes of the officials. Hiring someone to commit murder was still a grave offense. Liu Yukai understood all too well that if Yang Lin reported him to the authorities, he would undoubtedly face dire consequences. At that moment, the steward rushed in, visibly agitated. "Sir, a grave matter has arisen. Zhao Fugue has gone to the county town, and it is said he has taken our man with him, along with a confession." Liu Yukai staggered, collapsing into a chair, swallowing hard, his eyes widening with alarm. He was acutely aware of how much Zhao Fugue wished to eliminate him. Moreover, he knew that Zhao Fugue had connections in the county town. By entrusting this matter to Zhao Fugue, Liu Yukai was playing into his hands, providing him the opportunity to orchestrate his demise. "What shall we do, sir?" the steward asked in trepidation. As a servant, if the Liu family fell, they would either be sold into slavery or conscripted for the battlefield. Regardless, his good fortune would come to an end. Liu Yukai gritted his teeth, narrowing his eyes as he replied. "Does he think he can take me down with this trivial affair?" In his dreams, "You must hurry to the county town and seek out County Lieutenant Zhao." As he spoke, Liu Yukai produced a substantial silver ingot, but after a moment's thought, he opted for a slightly smaller piece. This minor issue would suffice. After all, it was merely a matter concerning their village. The county magistrate would hardly have the time to personally oversee it. Ultimately, it was the county lieutenant's responsibility. The Liu family had always shown respect to the county lieutenant, and given the current predicament, he would not ignore their plight. With this ingot, did Yang Lin truly believe he could bring me down? In his dreams, receiving the silver, the steward felt it was somewhat insufficient. However, since the master had spoken, he withheld any objections. Chapter 45. The rivalry of the Zhaos in Jianghe County. At the Zhao residence, county clerk Zhao Kong awoke early, completed his morning routine, and had breakfast. Only then did the chief steward, Zhao Zhongming, report, "Sir, Zhao Fugue from Kuaishan village has arrived." "Oh, so early?" Zhao Kong paused, slightly taken aback. "My cousin knows the weight of matters. He would not visit without reason." "Where is he now?" "He is waiting outside." Zhao Zhongming replied respectfully. "Quickly, invite him in." Moments later, Zhao Fugue entered the Zhao residence, trembling with trepidation as he approached Zhao Kong and bowed deeply. "I have come to see you, esteemed sir." "Cousin, what brings you here so early? Is there something urgent?" Zhao Kong inquired. Zhao Fugue nodded fervently. "Indeed, it is of great importance. Last night, landlord Liu Yukai sent several of his servants to murder Yang Lin." "What?" Before Zhao Fugue could finish, both Zhao Zhongming and Zhao Kong were taken aback. "What was the outcome? Is Yang Lin alive?" They urgently asked. Yes, Yang Lin is alive, though he was somewhat startled. Zhao Kong sighed with relief, albeit surprised. For several men to attempt to kill him, and yet he survived? It seemed Yang Lin possessed some skill after all. Zhao Kong, who had a fondness for tofu, was thus inclined to admire the one who produced it. Zhao Fugui quickly shook his head. Sir, 2 of Liu Youcai's servants were killed, and 1 has been captured alive, confessing to the crime. Here are the pieces of evidence. For short knives and testimonies from 38 villagers, complete with fingerprints. Zhao Fugui promptly presented all the evidence. Zhao Kong was astonished yet again. Not only was Yang Lin unharmed, but he had also dispatched 2 assailants and captured 1. Quick, bring it forth. Zhao Kong urged as he examined the evidence, finding it all in order. He slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming, "What audacity Liu Youcai has, to dare hire assassins." Sir, Zhao Fugui interjected, moving forward to discreetly hand a silver piece to Steward Zhao Zhongming. This is a token from Yang Lin. I hope you will uphold justice and punish the wrongdoers. Zhao Zhongming accepted the silver without a change in demeanor, nodding toward Zhao Kong. Zhao Kang's expression turned serious. Cousin, rest assured, in our Qian, we will not allow these petty criminals to wreak havoc. Shortly, I will take you with me to the county office to convene the officers and lead the pursuit of the culprits. While this matter technically did not fall under the county clerk's jurisdiction, Zhao Kong, having accepted the silver and feeling a certain fondness for Yang Lin, intended to seize this opportunity to meet the tofu-making scholar. Zhao Fugui was overjoyed and quickly agreed. However, upon arriving at the county office, before Zhao Kong could deliver his instructions, the burly county lieutenant Zhao Dei rushed in. Ah, county clerk, I see you have summoned my men early today. What is the occasion? Zhao Dei inquired in a gruff voice. The 3 classes of officers included the standing class, the swift class, and the strong class. The standing class comprised the clerks typically employed by the magistrate, wielding their sticks with authority. The swift class, known as catchers, specialized in pursuing criminals and were directly overseen by the county lieutenant. Thus, even though the county clerk held a higher position, he would not normally command the swift class directly. The 2 men, 1 civil and 1 military, were meant to assist the magistrate, and their rivalry was well known. Now, with Zhao Dei's sudden appearance, Zhao Kong sensed trouble brewing. We have received reports from Kuaishan village that someone has hired assassins, resulting in a death. I intend to lead my officers in pursuit of the criminals. Ah, Zhao Dei scoffed coldly, waving his hand dismissively. This is merely a small matter of catching a thief. There is no need to trouble the county clerk. As the county lieutenant, it is my duty to eliminate harm from the people. I shall handle this myself, so you need not concern yourself. Though Zhao Dei's words were polite, the underlying message was clear. This matter was under his jurisdiction. Zhao Kong, however, was not easily intimidated. This case is already in my hands. I shall see it through to the end. No need to trouble yourself, County Lieutenant. Zhao Dei leaned closer, lowering his voice. I have heard that the one named Yang not only survived, but also killed 2 of Liu's servants. Tell me, County Clerk, could it be that Yang Lin committed the murder first, and then falsely accused Liu Youcai? He raised his eyebrows with a smirk. Zhao Kang's anger flared. While he too accepted bribes, he maintained his principles. It is utterly impossible to paint black as white. Since Zhao Dei is aware of this matter and deliberately intervenes, it is likely he has accepted bribes from the Liu family. If this case were truly handed over to Zhao Dei, not only would he fail to bring the Liu family to justice, but he might even turn the tables. Lord Zhao, Zhao Kong said coldly, is it possible that I cannot manage this case? Ah, Zhao Dei sneered. Of course, Lord Zhao can manage it. However, this is my responsibility. If I fail to handle it properly, I would welcome your guidance. Otherwise, there is no need for your concern. What if I insist on overseeing it? Zhao Kong retorted coldly. Well then, let the county magistrate decide. Zhao Dei replied with a chilling smile. The county magistrate refers to the local official in charge. Zhao Kong's heart sank. Given Zhao Dei's stubbornness today, could it be that the county magistrate has also been compromised? If that were the case, even if he wished to assist Yang Lin, he would be powerless. Moments later, the 2 arrived at the back hall to meet County Magistrate Wu Yong. Wu Yong, a man in his 40s who had earned his position through donation, had grown quite portly after 3 years in office. Upon hearing the 2 recount the events, Wu Yong frowned and glanced at his secretary. The secretary subtly shook his head, indicating that no money had been sent to him. Wu Yang's expression immediately darkened. Seeing Zhao Kong and Zhao Dei bickering, he concluded that both had accepted bribes, yet no one had honored him. Since this is a case involving human life, it must be thoroughly investigated. You two need not argue. Let us proceed according to protocol. Zhao Dei, you will capture the culprit. Zhao Kong, as the county assistant. Do not fret unnecessarily. I am weary. You may leave now. With no bribe received, Wu Yong was disinterested in the matter. The two had no choice but to withdraw. Once outside the back hall, Zhao Dei exclaimed triumphantly, "Rest assured, county assistant, I will handle this case with utmost diligence. There is no need for your further involvement." Zhao Fugue, who had been anxiously waiting outside, hurried over upon seeing Zhao Kong emerge. "My lord, how did it go?" "Just let him compromise. A little financial loss can avert disaster." Chapter 46. After capturing Yang Lin, Zhao Dei summoned 10 constables, mounted his steed, and left the county office. Outside, Zhou Zhengyang, who had been waiting, quickly approached Zhao Dei. "As expected, the county magistrate has tasked me with handling this case," Zhao Dei boasted arrogantly. Zhou Zhengkuan bowed deeply and respectfully stated, "Uncle Zhao, I shall accompany you." "Good." The two exchanged knowing glances and shared a cold laugh. Over an hour later, they arrived at Kaoshan village, heading directly to Liu Youcai's residence. "Master, the county lieutenant has arrived." "What?" Liu Youcai was taken aback, utterly stunned. He had already paid a bribe. Why was the county lieutenant still here? Was he here to arrest him? The steward excitedly chimed in, "Master, the Zhou family from the county has also intervened. The county lieutenant is not here for you, but to deal with Yang Lin." Liu Youcai was momentarily stunned before bursting into hearty laughter. "Excellent. Yang Lin will never see this coming." He clenched his fist tightly. "Yang Lin, you are doomed this time." Liu Youcai hurried out to welcome County Lieutenant Zhao Dei. Upon entering the grand courtyard, Liu Youcai ordered fine wine and dishes to entertain the constables while respectfully inviting Zhao Dei and Zhou Zhengyang into the house. Once the door was closed, Liu Youcai instructed his servants to prepare even more exquisite food and was about to exchange pleasantries when Zhao Dei suddenly slammed his hand on the table. "How dare you?" Liu Youcai, conspire to harm others for wealth. Zhao Dei, seated at the center, glared fiercely at Liu Youcai. Liu Youcai trembled at once, but quickly regained his composure and pulled out a hefty lump of silver. "I am wronged. Please see the truth, my lord." Zhao Dei calmly accepted the silver, nodding slightly. "Yes, Yang Lin has accused you of conspiracy to commit murder, but I see you are wronged. It must be that Yang Lin is slandering you." Indeed. Liu Youcai hastily replied, "That Yang Lin has falsely accused me, and I implore you to deliver justice." Zhao Dei chuckled lightly tapping the table with his fingers, and casually remarked, "I have always acted in the interests of the people. But how we deal with Yang Lin depends on your sincerity." As he spoke, Zhao Dei's gaze swept over Liu Youcai, and he smiled knowingly. Liu Youcai inwardly cursed Zhao Dei's greed, but had no choice but to produce another ingot of silver. "My lord, please see. Yang Lin is a vicious man, causing chaos in the village. I sincerely wish for you to punish him." 2 silver ingots amounted to 20 taels. For an ordinary family, accumulating such wealth in a lifetime is nearly impossible, and Liu Youcai couldn't help but feel the pinch. "Very well." Zhao Dei accepted the silver without a hint of emotion and nodded. "I sense your sincerity, Liu Youcai. Please take a seat. As for how to punish Yang Lin, we must deliberate further." Liu Youcai's heart sank once more. Just as he was pondering whether Zhao Dei was still unsatisfied, Zhou Zhengyang coldly interrupted. "We did not come just for a mere Yang Lin." "Oh." Liu Youcai was taken aback, puzzled. Zhou Zhengyang narrowed his eyes. "Yang Lin has a lucrative potion business. I trust you're aware of this?" Liu Youcai's heart raced once more, and he felt a surge of excitement. Did Zhou Gongzi imply? Zhou Zhengyang waved his hand dismissively. "It is not my intention, nor that of Lord Zhao, but rather your own." He pointed at Liu Youcai's chest, implying something deeper. Before Liu Youcai could respond, Zhou Zhengyang continued, "Once we capture Yang Lin and subject him to severe torture, I doubt he will not reveal the formula for the potion. After obtaining the formula, you shall handle its production." Liu Youcai's heart leapt again, and he became exhilarated. He knew the potion's true worth. With Yang Lin's current sales, it could yield a profit of 10,000 taels in a year. Although unsure of the potion's profit margin, even a conservative estimate would yield 2,000 or 3,000 taels. As Lu Yukai swallowed hard, Zhou Zhengyang shot him a disdainful glare. You will handle the potion business, while we merely take a cut. Lord Zhao will take 60%, and the Zhou family will take 30%. Zhou Zhengyang held up 3 fingers, smiling cheerfully. Throughout this exchange, Zhao Dei simply sipped his tea, saying nothing. To have the task handed to him, yet only receive a mere 10%? They would do nothing, yet claim 90% of the profits? Lu Yotsai's expression darkened, filled with the urge to curse. Zhao Dei chuckled lightly as he set down his teacup and rose to leave. Seeing this, Lu Yukai panicked and quickly agreed, no problem. He had realized Zhao Dei's shamelessness. He was certain that if he did not comply, this official would investigate the case impartially. In that event, both he and Yang Lin would be implicated. It would be an honor for Lu Yukai to work for Lord Zhao and young Master Zhou. He bowed deeply, yet inwardly cursed countless times for their shamelessness. Splendid, Zhao Dei declared as he stood. Since I have established that you are wronged, I shall not linger here idly. I must swiftly pursue the criminal. With that, he strode confidently toward the exit. Zhao Dei mounted his horse and commanded, Rise, all of you. Yang Lin has committed murder and false accusations. Bring him to me. Yes. The constables downed their drinks, grabbed their swords, and hurriedly followed. The group marched towards Yang Lin's home. At this moment, within Yang Lin's residence, Xiao Bob burst in, shouting as he ran, Master, someone is really here. The leader rode a horse, accompanied by more than a dozen constables. Upon hearing this, the women immediately fell into a state of panic. Despite Yang Lin's earlier instructions, the reality of his words struck them like a thunderbolt, and they could not help but feel anxious. What is there to fear? Li Yuyao's icy gaze swept over the crowd. Since my husband has anticipated this, what is there for us to dread? A mere Jianghe County. I shall see what kind of storm it can stir. Li Yuyao spuka coldly. At this moment, her admiration for Yang Lin grew immensely. He had foreseen that the Lu family would not sit idly by, but would retaliate. Consequently, they had prepared themselves early that morning. Wife, third sister. Yang Lin nodded towards Li Yuyao and Liao Hongying. Chapter 47. The Daughter of the Magistrate? This was the worst outcome they had discussed. Although should they resort to violence and kill the county officials, their future would be far from peaceful. Yang Lin felt he had no other choice. He could not place any faith in the laws of this world. Therefore, he and his family must not fall into their hands. If it truly came to a desperate situation, he would have no recourse but to take drastic measures. Everyone's expressions were tense. Yet no one noticed that Xiao Jiu was momentarily lost in thought, seemingly pondering something. The sound of approaching footsteps grew louder. And under the guidance of the servants sent by the landlord Lu, Zhao Dei soon arrived at Yang Lin's doorstep. Who is Yang Lin? Zhao Dei called out, only to be taken aback. The 8 women in the courtyard were all striking in appearance, and Yang Lin, the sole male among them, stood out like a sore thumb. You are Yang Lin? Zhao Dei frowned, increasingly displeased. I am Zhao Dei, the county constable of Jianghe County. Bolt Yang Lin. You committed murder last night and falsely accused Lu Yukai. I have already uncovered the truth, and the evidence is irrefutable. Do not resist. Come with me. Yang Lin sigid inwardly. Zhao Dei's identity was no surprise to him. As for the accusation, it mattered little. Yang Lin gazed into the distance, where there was no sign of movement. He furrowed his brow. He did not wish to take that step until the last moment. With a command from Zhao Dei, the constables moved forward to apprehend him. Wait, Yang Lin shouted. Zhao Darren, it is not as it seems. Last night, Lu Yukai sent someone to kill me. I have witnesses and evidence. You may verify it. Although he understood that further explanations would be futile, he needed to buy some time. Enough with your excuses. Whether you are guilty or not, I will decide. What are you waiting for? Seize him. As the constables surged forward, the women immediately panicked. Forgetting the earlier agreement to avoid obstructing the line of fire, instinctively placing themselves in front of Yang Lin. The constables paid no heed and moved in to take action. Seeing this, Yang Lin quickly shouted, "Step aside." He knew that his wife and third sister inside would act at any moment, and their deviation from the plan only created chaos. Upon hearing Yang Lin's reminder, the crowd began to react. Some stepped aside, but others, unwilling to relent, remained in front of Yang Lin. At that moment, Xiao Jiu stepped forward. She extended her small hand, pointing at Zhao Dei on horseback, and coldly remarked, A mere county constable dares to flaunt his power and distort the truth. What audacity! The scene fell silent. All eyes turned to Xiao Jiao in astonishment. Even Yang Lin was momentarily taken aback. He had not expected Xiao Jiao to dare speak up. The constables, seeing that the one daring to confront their county constable was merely an inexperienced young girl, rolled up their sleeves, ready to strike Xiao Jiao. My father is Han Feng, the magistrate of Nanyang. I am his third daughter, Han Mengzhu. Let us see who dares to lay a hand on me. Upon hearing this, the constables froze. The magistrate held a fifth-rank position, overseeing the entire Nanyang prefecture and its 6 counties. Their county lord was merely a 7th-rank official, and Zhao Dei was an insignificant 8th-rank constable. The constables were momentarily at a loss, looking towards Zhao Dei for guidance. Zhao Dei, taken aback by her declaration, soon burst into laughter. You are the daughter of Magistrate Han? Indeed. Xiao Jiao crossed her arms, raising her chin defiantly. Humph. Zhao Dei retorted coldly. If your father is the magistrate, then mine is His Majesty the Emperor. You think you can deceive me with such trivial tricks? You are unaware that I have had the fortune to meet Magistrate Han, and know he has 3 sons and 2 daughters. How dare you impersonate his 3rd daughter? One absurd thought. As he spoke, Zhao Dei barked at the constables. What are you waiting for? This girl is clearly impersonating someone. Do you not consider how unlikely it is for the magistrate's daughter to be found in this desolate place, married to a poor scholar? The constables, realizing the logic in his words, became enraged. You dare to play tricks on us? If you were in cahoots, then everyone must be arrested. The constables reached out towards Xiao Jiao. Xiao Jiao panicked. I am truly Han Feng's daughter. You must believe me. Zhao, county constable, if you dare to touch me, do you not fear my father will punish you? She shouted. However, the constables were no longer convinced. Yang Lin swiftly pulled Xiao Jiao behind him. He marveled at her cleverness in crafting such a lie, but lamented that claiming to be the magistrate's daughter had too many holes to pass unnoticed, let alone Zhao Dei. Even Yang Lin himself found it hard to believe. Brother, I am truly Han Feng's daughter. Han Feng is a scoundrel. I did not wish to acknowledge him, but today I had no choice. They do not believe me. Tears streamed down Xiao Jiao's face in her desperation. Yang Lin's heart stirred. Could she be speaking the truth? However, he understood that even if Xiao Jiao were indeed the magistrate's daughter, it would hold no significance. The county official was not as powerful as the current authorities. Even if she was the daughter of the magistrate, it would be futile without armed support. For in the face of intimidating titles, the strength in one's hands is what truly matters. All right, it will be fine. Yang Lin shielded Xiao Jiao behind him and shouted, one bears the consequences for one's own actions. Zhao County Constable, I will go with you. As he spoke, he raised his hands. They had agreed earlier that if he raised his hands, it would signal the order to shoot. However, just then, a group of individuals rushed in from a distance. It was the guard team. Zhong Tao led his men directly into the courtyard, confronting the constables. Simultaneously, villagers carrying various farming tools began to arrive in droves. Do not apprehend Yang Lin. It was Lu the landlord who committed murder. Why do you not arrest him and instead come for Yang Lin? Is there no law? Yes. Why do you not go after Liu Kai? The crowd of villagers continued to swell. Yang Lin, witnessing this, felt a wave of dread wash over him. The villagers were now standing up for him, which moved him deeply, yet it also disrupted his plans. In such chaotic circumstances, it would be difficult for his wife and 3rd sister to act on their earlier agreement to shoot. Chapter 48. A grand gift from Liu Kai. You dare to obstruct me in the execution of my duties? Are you rebelling? Zhao Dei pointed fiercely at the villagers. Do you believe I will arrest all of you? Yet the villagers remained undeterred, still standing in front of Yang Lin, their eyes fixed intently on Zhao Dei. The intensity of their gaze filled Zhao Dei with unease, while the constables were also bewildered. There were simply too many villagers. They could not possibly arrest them all. Could they? You. Zhao Dei gritted his teeth in frustration. In Jianghe County, he had never been so utterly disregarded by anyone. Very well. If you seek death, I shall oblige. Zhao Dei bellowed. Everyone draw your blades. Whoever dares to obstruct us shall be cut down. In an instant, the constables unsheathed their swords, aiming them at the commoners. The villagers were taken aback, instinctively retreating. However, one individual did not step back. Wang Gui declared, if you wish to capture Yang Lin, you must first tread over my corpse. Without Yang Lin, My family Guing would have long been seized by the Liu family. Yang Lin is my benefactor, and I, Wang Gui, will not allow you to take him, even if it costs me my life. He stood tall, advancing towards the blades of the constables. And I as well. Another voice emerged from the crowd. If it weren't for Yang Lin lending me money, I would have had to sell my land to the Liu family and would never have risen again. Now that Yang Lin has helped us lead a better life, we cannot let anyone bully him. Indeed, Yang Lin has aided us. We cannot turn a blind eye when he is in trouble. If you must arrest him, take me with him. My life is worthless. Take it if you dare. More villagers stepped forward, all raising their heads defiantly towards the blades, their eyes devoid of fear. Zhao Dei was utterly dumbfounded. It was easy to deal with the common folk. Beating them, or even arresting them, was a simple task. Yet now, faced with these fearless individuals, who were not afraid of death, he found himself at a loss. Surely, he could not resort to murder. It was not that he lacked the courage to kill, but rather that a public execution would leave him with a damning reputation detrimental to his career. Just as Zhao Dei found himself in a quandary, a familiar voice suddenly pierced through the crowd. Make way! Make way! The county magistrate has arrived. Zhao Fugui's resonant voice echoed throughout the vicinity. Upon hearing this, Yang Lin finally exhaled in relief. The situation was now settled. Zhao Fugui squeezed through the throng, followed closely by 2 men and a dozen robust constables. Catching sight of Zhao Fugui's call, Zhao Dei furrowed his brow. Following the sound, he indeed spotted County Magistrate Zhao Kong. The sight of the elderly man beside Zhao Kong, over 50 years of age, left Zhao Dei astounded. Mr. Zheng, what brings you here? This Mr. Zheng was none other than Zheng Dongxiao, the secretary to County Magistrate Wu Yong. He was the magistrate's trusted confidant, devising strategies, collecting funds, and managing affairs on behalf of the magistrate. In terms of position, the secretary held no official title and could not compare to the county magistrate or the county lieutenant. However, within Zhenghe County, Mr. Zheng was second only to the magistrate himself, for he represented the authority of Wu Yong. The moment Zhao Dei laid eyes on Mr. Zheng, he realized that Yang Lin must have extended his influence to the county magistrate. Haha, Zheng Dongxiao stroked his beard, chuckling as he spoke. The county magistrate cherishes his people, showing compassion for the common folk. Upon learning that Yang Lin from Kaoshan village was nearly murdered last night, he was greatly alarmed and has personally taken charge of this case. Upon hearing this, Zhao Dei understood everything. Zheng Dongxiao retrieved a piece of paper from his sleeve and, unfolding it, read aloud with authority. After thorough investigation by the esteemed magistrate, it has been confirmed that the ruffian Liu Yukai from Kaoshan village commissioned his servants and hired thugs for murder, a crime of unparalleled audacity. With both witnesses and evidence present, Zhao Dei, the magistrate commands you to immediately apprehend Liu Yukai. As for the subsequent proceedings of this case, they shall be entrusted entirely to the county magistrate. Zheng Dongxiao, with a smile, handed the paper to Zhao Dei. Zhao Dei's face turned ashen as he hastily scanned the document, cupping his fist in a salute to Zheng Dongxiao, his expression devoid of emotion, and replied, "The esteemed magistrate's wisdom surpasses all. I shall obey the command. Let's go apprehend Liu Yukai." Zhao Dei shouted with a grim countenance. He felt a profound sense of resentment. Just as his plans were on the verge of success, they had come crashing down. Now that the magistrate had issued a decree, he dared not defy it and could only relent. Zhao Dei retreated with his men. The villagers, however, were finally exhilarated. Yang Lin is unharmed. Not only is he unharmed. Didn't you hear? The magistrate is going after Liu Yukai. Oh, splendid. That scoundrel Liu Yukai. Who would have thought he would face justice? The villagers erupted in cheers, their gratitude towards the distant county magistrate overwhelming. Yet only Zhao Fugui understood that this favorable outcome was not the result of the magistrate's astute judgment, but rather because Yang Lin had ensured that the magistrate received a substantial gift, sending someone to catch up with him. A sum of 200 taels of silver. For the magistrate, 200 taels was not excessively large. However, Yang Lin sought not to bribe him into corruption, but merely to ensure fair enforcement of the law. To Wu Yong, this was a trivial matter. At that moment, with the affair concluded, Mr. Zheng departed without even casting a glance at Yang Lin. Meanwhile, County Magistrate Zhao Kong showed great interest in Yang Lin. Astonished to see so many villagers voluntarily standing in front of him. Yang Lin, would you care to engage in a conversation with this official? Zhao Kong approached with a smile. Zhao Fugawei hurriedly stepped forward, pulling Yang Lin along and introducing him. This is the county magistrate. Yang Lin clasped his hands. I have the honor of meeting the magistrate. I am grateful to you, Zhao Darren, for traveling such a distance to clear my name. As things are a bit chaotic here, might we discuss this at the village chief's home, where I may properly express my gratitude? Oh, certainly. Zhao Kong discerned the underlying meaning of Yang Lin's suggestion and nodded with pleasure. Yet he was unaware that Yang Lin chose the location of Zhao Fugawei's house for another reason, as his own home was quite inconvenient. Just as Yang Lin retrieved 50 taels of silver and arrived at Zhao Fugawei's house to express his gratitude to Zhao Kong, Lu Yukai was being dragged out of his home, tightly bound. Outside the Lu residence, a crowd of villagers awaited. Upon seeing Lu Yukai being led out in a pitiful state, followed by his weeping wife and daughter, the villagers erupted in joyous cheers. Sir, why are they arresting you? Lu Yotsai's wife cried out in despair. Enough with the tears. Lu Yukai snapped at his wife. All you do is weep. You must go find Yang Lin immediately. Tell him I wish to present him with a grand gift. Chapter 49. Entrustment what? Lu Yukai wants to see me. As soon as Zhao Kong departed, Lu Yotsai's wife sought out Yang Lin. Yang Lin was equally astonished to learn that Lu Yukai wished to meet him. Zhao Fugawei interjected. That old dog Lu Yukai might be up to no good. Yang Lin, listen to me. We should not concern ourselves with him. Yet Yang Lin waved his hand dismissively. Not necessarily. A man on the brink of death may speak kindly. He is at his wit's end. Seeking an audience with me may not be a bad thing. I am curious to see what grand gift he wishes to offer. As the escorting party led Lu Yukai out of the village, Yang Lin emerged from Zhao Fugawei's home. Arriving just in time. Yang Lin, over here, Lu Yukai called out from a distance. This was the first time Yang Lin had truly encountered the only landlord of Kaoshan village. In his 40s, Lu Yukai appeared somewhat pudgy, with a prosperous countenance. However, at this moment, he was shackled and in a disheveled state. Yang Lin felt a wave of emotion, reflecting on how their animosity had reached this point, and today marked their first meeting. Lu Yukai had arranged for his wife to negotiate with the constables, allowing him to speak privately with Yang Lin. What is it that you want? With no one else around, Yang Lin asked straightforwardly. He was curious about why Lu Yukai would wish to speak to him at such a time rather than with his own family. As I said, I want to give you a grand gift. Lu Yukai replied, glancing at Yang Lin with a cold gaze. What do you think will become of my Lu family after I am gone? Yang Lin was momentarily taken aback before comprehending. Are you concerned that your son will not be able to maintain your estate? But why seek me out? As the saying goes, it is difficult to establish a business, but even more so to maintain it. Lu Yukai had a son and a daughter, with the daughter only 14 years old, still quite young. The son, Lu Yang, is notorious for his character, as the entire village is well aware. In the past, with Lu Yukai supporting the Lu family, Lu Yang could flaunt his power in the village. However, with Lu Yotsai's imminent departure and the rise of Yang Lin, the future of the Lu family is all too predictable. Lu Yang had previously resorted to extreme measures against Yang Lin because the Lu family had reached a dead end. Now he is left with a significant mess to pass on to his incompetent son, and the outcome is all too foreseeable. Yet, Yang Lin remains perplexed about why he has been sought out. I wish to bequeath all my savings to you. The words spoken by Lu Yukai astonished Yang Lin. Alas, this is all yours. Yang Lin swallowed hard. To claim he felt no allure would be disingenuous. However, he understood well that there is no such thing as a free lunch. Speak, what do you desire? He does not naively believe that Lu Yukai would simply leave his wealth to him without reason. Lu Yukai, with a grave expression, stated, there are but two conditions. First, marry my daughter, Lu Qiaoyan. Second, ensure the safety of my wife and children for the rest of their lives. Upon finishing, Lu Yukai fixed his piercing gaze upon Yang Lin. Yang Lin comprehended that Lu Yukai was entrusting him with a heavy burden. Yet, he could not help but smile wryly. Why me? Have you not harbored deep animosity towards me? Lu Yukai sighed heavily. Hatred aside, I acknowledge your capabilities. What do you think has allowed me to amass this vast fortune? He raised his shackled hands and pointed to his own eyes. I trust my judgment. I have not erred in my assessment of you. In the past, I underestimated you, but recent events have changed my perspective. I believe you are a dragon concealed in the depths. He gestured towards Yang Lin and lamented, "It is truly tragic. Despite the size of the Liu family and the multitude of relatives, when I was captured, I realized that after all these years of managing, I had no one to rely on." Liu Yukai shook his head self-deprecatingly, his expression bittersweet. "And now you think of me, Yang Lin Smiled to entrust your family to your enemy? I truly wonder what you are thinking. Are you not afraid I might take your fortune and abandon your family?" "Not at all," Liu Yukai replied without hesitation. "Once again, I believe in my judgment. I am quite discerning when it comes to people." Liu Yotsai's gaze burned as he addressed Yang Lin. "You are a person of deep loyalty. You lend money to the impoverished. And I have heard you organized a banquet to treat over 100 people to pork, spending so much just to offer them a meal? Huh. I cannot comprehend your actions. Thus, you are not like me. I am selfish, while you possess principles. I trust that your promises will be honored." Yang Lin squinted and inquired, "What if I refuse?" "Refuse? Over 3,000 taels of silver, more than 1,000 acres of land. You would refuse?" Liu Yukai was instantly flustered, staring incredulously at Yang Lin. Yang Lin shrugged. "The silver is indeed tempting, but you know my business is quite profitable. That amount means little to me." Liu Yukai stumbled backward and collapsed to the ground. "Yang Lin, I beg you. I have lost, utterly defeated. From now on, in Qian village, there is only you, Yang Lin, and no longer me, Liu Yukai. I implore you, grant them a chance to survive." In his desperation, he began to bow his head repeatedly before Yang Lin. The officials and villagers watching from a distance were left utterly astonished. Yang Lin sighed as well. He was a person who responded better to kindness than force. Seeing Liu Yukai kneeling before his enemy for the sake of his family stirred a pang of sympathy within him. "Very well, I agree. However, I cannot marry your daughter. I understand you wish for me to do so, because you believe that would ensure I genuinely care for your family. But as you said, you trust me, so please heed my words. Upon accepting your money, I will do my utmost to protect your family from being bullied, but beyond that, I cannot guarantee much. The world is harsh, and life is not easy for anyone. I hope you can understand." Liu Yukai eagerly nodded. Yes, no problem. As long as you agree, Liu Yukai, will place my faith in you. We only have over 300 taels left at home. The rest is buried beneath the big locust tree in my backyard. The land deeds are with my wife. I'll have her bring them to you shortly. As for Qiaoyan, she is a good girl. If you can marry her, that would be wonderful, but if not, I will not force it." With that, Liu Yukai awkwardly cupped his hands to Yang Lin. "I entrust everything to you. I do not seek wealth for them, only that they may live their lives in peace." That night, Yang Lin received the silver and nearly 2,000 acres of land deeds left to him by Liu Yukai. Chapter 50. The bandits have come. Later that evening, at Yang Lin's home, everything is accounted for, Xiao Jiu announced excitedly. 2,380 taels of silver, 85 taels of gold, 3 house deeds, and 128 land deeds, totaling 1,780 acres. Closing the ledger, Xiao Jiu exclaimed, "Brother, we have struck it rich." The expressions of the women in the room were quite peculiar. Liu Yotsai's current fortune was entirely due to Yang Lin's influence. Yet he chose to leave all his assets to Yang Lin? Li Yuyao asked in confusion. Why did he do that? The other women nodded in agreement. Looking curiously at Yang Lin sighed. Why? Because he is a discerning man, capable of seeing the truth. The women remained puzzled. Even if he were to pass, over 3,000 taels of silver would suffice for his family to live comfortably for a lifetime. Even without entrusting them to Yang Lin, they could still thrive. Still not comprehending? Yang Lin smiled wryly. If there were a baby on the street clutching a piece of gold, what do you think would happen to that gold? Xiao Jiu quickly replied, it would be stolen. Yang Lin nodded. Exactly. The situation of the Liu family is quite dire. Liu Yukai may lack principles, but possesses capability. While he was alive, he could safeguard the Liu family's wealth. Now that he is gone, if the Liu family still possesses immense wealth, they will constantly be targeted, ultimately leading to their downfall. Thus, I assert Liu Yukai is a wise man. He understands that indecision can lead to chaos. Wealth has become a burden for the Liu family. Transferring it to me for the promise of protection is his best choice. Li Yuyao listened intently, her tightly clenched fists trembling. In the past, her father, on the brink of death, had spoken words akin to Yang Lin's today. Her father had realized that he might not be able to retain the throne, thus presenting her with two choices. One was to pass the throne to the Yin prince in exchange for a promise of security for her life. However, proud and defiant Li Yuyao chose the second option, to inherit the throne herself and forge a path unprecedented. The result? She failed. Now, the Liu family entrusts their fortune to Yang Lin. How strikingly similar the circumstances are. A mere landlord in a village can make a wise decision. Yet what about my past self? Li Yao thought, biting her red lip in deep frustration. The following morning, just as Yang Lin was preparing to map out the next steps for development, Zhao Fugui rushed in, breathless. There's trouble. There's trouble, he shouted from a distance. What has happened? Yang Lin poured Zhao Fugui a cup of water. Bandits. Bandits are coming. A moment ago, someone from Shaolu village came to warn us. The bandits are headed to Shaolu village and will arrive here in 1 or 2 hours. Zhao Fugui clutched Yang Lin's arm, speaking in a panic. Yang Lin furrowed his brow. What brings the bandits here at this time? Zhao Fugui nodded in agreement, saying, who can argue with that? During this transitional season, bandits rarely make their appearance. Oh, let us not dwell on their reasons for coming. My dear nephew, hasten to the riverbank and instruct the tofu workshop to cease operations. Gather your women and your money and swiftly retreat to the back mountains. I must also notify others, so remember to run. As Zhao Fugui spoke, he prepared to leave. Wait a moment, uncle. How many bandits are there? Yang Lin inquired. Huh? Zhao Fugui was taken aback. Why do you ask that? I'm just inquiring casually. In my entire life, I've never encountered bandits, Yang Lin replied, his expression unwavering. Kaoshan village is strategically positioned, situated far from the bandits' mountain stronghold. Thus, whenever the bandits descend to pillage, other villages would promptly come to warn them before the bandits reach Kaoshan village. Those with ample grain could not transfer it all in time, risking loss to theft. However, in the past, Yang Lin had been too impoverished a solitary figure, and each time bandits came, he would flee into the mountains with the villagers, free from concern over valuable possessions being stolen. Thus, he had yet to witness a bandit in person. Zhao Fugui twitched to the corners of his mouth. What is there to see about bandits? They are merciless killers. I've heard that this time there are about 7 or 8 of them. Only 7 or 8. Yang Lin was taken aback once more. Zhao Fugui chuckled helplessly. My little ancestor, 7 or 8 is quite a number. Surely, you don't intend to confront the bandits, do you? Don't even think about it. Out of respect for your father, I would never allow such recklessness. Yang Lin quickly nodded. Uncle, rest assured I will not act rashly. Please go and notify the others. As Zhao Fugui stepped out, the women turned their gazes toward Yang Lin. Darling, are you planning to fight the bandits? Fourth sister inquired. Fear not. Third sister Liao Hongying exclaimed immediately. Li Yuyao shook her head in agreement. The others hesitated for a moment, but soon wore expressions of encouragement. Just yesterday, they had nearly engaged the county's constables. Now, facing merely 7 or 8 bandits, they felt emboldened. All right, since we are not afraid, let us take action, Yang Lin declared. Time is of the essence. We must all mobilize now. Xiao Jiu, go to the tofu workshop and inform them about the bandits, instructing them to halt work and secure any valuable tools. Xiao Qi, Xiao Ba, you two go notify the lumber and stone quarry teams. Eldest sister, second sister, you two head to the iron smeltery to fetch crossbow parts. The rest of you, come with me to prepare our defenses at home. We will wait for them here. Upon Yang Lin's command, everyone immediately sprang into action. With only a couple of hours to prepare, there was not much to arrange, merely some cover to shield themselves while they could launch surprise attacks. They managed to craft 5 sets of crossbow parts this time, adding to the previous 3 sets for a total of 8 crossbows and 100 bolts. Except for Xiao Qi, Xiao Ba, and Xiao Jiu, each person would wield one. Eldest sister and second sister were instructed to take cover in the vegetable garden, utilizing haystack for concealment while executing crossfire from both sides. Fourth sister, fifth sister, and sixth sister were to guard the courtyard, focusing their fire on the bandits directly in front of them, disregarding other angles. Third sister, how about taking position on Aunt Lin's rooftop? Liao Hongying glanced toward the roof and nodded in agreement. An excellent vantage point. No problem. Aunt Lin's house was adjacent, slightly further from their own courtyard, providing an ideal position. However, due to the distance, Yang Lin worried that others might not shoot accurately, hence assigning Liao Hongying there. My dear, let's both go up to the roof. Li Yuyao nodded in affirmation. With everyone's positions arranged, Yang Lin took a deep breath. In this battle, they must secure victory, for defeat was not an option. Chapter 51. The aura of a great general after ensuring the arrangements for Shao Qi, Xiao Ba, and Xiao Jiao. Yang Lin led the women to hide throughout the courtyard. At that moment, Zhong Tao arrived with the security team. Seeing Yang Lin and the women still in the courtyard, Zhong Tao hurriedly exclaimed, "Why are you still here? You must flee at once." Yang Lin shook his head. "We shall not flee." "What?" Zhong Tao appeared not to have heard correctly. The members of the security team behind him stared at Yang Lin in disbelief. Yang Lin smiled, offering no further explanation. "Rest assured, we are fine. You all should leave." "Absolutely not. We will leave together." Zhong Tao suddenly realized, "You do not intend to stay and confront the bandits, do you?" He looked at Yang Lin in disbelief. Yang Lin countered, "What is wrong with that? This is far too dangerous. Bandits are ruthless killers. Staying behind would be tantamount to delivering yourselves to death." Zhong Tao urged anxiously. Yang Lin smiled. "Brother Zhong, there is no need to persuade me further. You know, once I make a decision, I will not alter it. You all should go. As for this place, I shall remain with the ladies. I wish to see whether these bandits possess extraordinary abilities or are merely mortals." In that moment, Zhong Tao was struck by Yang Lin's calm demeanor. He glanced at the frail Yang Lin, then at the manure fork in his hand, and his breath quickened. "Yang Lin, do you truly intend to face the bandits?" Zhong Tao stared at him intently. "Of course. Very well, I will stay with you." Zhong Tao tightened his grip on the manure fork, a flame igniting within him. In the past, when bandits arrived, they would only flee, helplessly watching as the bandits pilfered their hard-earned possessions. The frustration was unbearable, yet no one had ever considered resistance. Many had never even laid eyes on a bandit, hastily fleeing at the mere mention of their approach. But this time, the frail Yang Lin stood up, determined to remain and resist the bandits with his women. This ignited a fierce fire within the imposing Zhong Tao. Zhong Tao turned to the security team members behind him, declaring, "Brothers, you may go. I have decided to stay and fight the bandits alongside Yang Lin." Everyone was taken aback. At that moment, someone stepped forward. "I propose that none of us leave. Let us all stay and confront the bandits. Indeed, we are the security team. If the bandits come and we flee, what are we protecting?" "Exactly. If Yang Lin can stay, so can we. Our wages come from Yang Lin. If he is lost, our security team will cease to exist. Right? Bandits are not that numerous. With our combined strength, what is there to fear? Let's take them on." The security team, consisting of 10 young men chosen from the hundreds in the village, were already filled with youthful zeal. As more and more stepped forward, each contributing their thoughts, their fighting spirit was ignited. Yang Lin, witnessing this, felt immense gratification. Their willingness to stay was a positive sign, and he would certainly not refuse their support. Initially, he had planned to rely solely on the women, all skilled archers, which would provide sufficient lethality. Yet, should the bandits breach their defenses, the consequences would be dire. Now, with the security team willing to remain, they had both ranged and close combat capabilities, resulting in a well-balanced force that significantly reduced the overall risk. "All right, since everyone is willing to stay, we shall all follow my command. Brother Zhong, you gather some pot lids to use as shields. The rest should discard their wooden sticks in favor of manure, forks, and machetes, and retreat to the back of my house. When the bandits arrive, do not rush out. Wait for my signal. Only when you hear the words quick, quick, quick may you emerge. Until then, regardless of what you hear, remain still. Understood?" The members of the security team nodded in a daze, comprehending Yang Lin's instructions clearly. However, Zhong Tao questioned, "Ambushing first, then charging out? What purpose does that serve? I think we should simply wait here and confront them head-on when the bandits arrive." The others nodded in agreement, unaware that Yang Lin possessed crossbows, thus failing to grasp the purpose of his ambush strategy. Yang Lin smiled. "Brother Zhong, just trust me." "Very well," Zhong Tao replied, nodding. "But you must remember to call out. Rest assured, if we are unable to resolve the situation, we shall certainly call for assistance." Zhong Tao immediately gathered a few pot lids, replacing the original wooden stick with a more lethal dung fork and a firewood knife. He then led his group to take cover behind Yang Lin's house. Having organized the defense team, over an hour had passed since Zhao Fugui's warning. The bandits could arrive at any moment. Yang Lin hurriedly arranged the women to their respective positions, each armed with a crossbow and 12 bolts. The eldest and second sisters concealed themselves behind the haystacks on either side of the yard, while the fourth, fifth, and sixth sisters hid behind makeshift barricades within courtyard. Liao Hongying scaled the wall to the neighboring Lin aunt's house, effortlessly ascending to the roof without a ladder, crouching behind the ridge while drawing her crossbow. Yang Lin and Li Yuyao also made their way to the rooftop of their own home. At this moment, the members of the defense team were astonished to find that Yang Lin and his women were wielding peculiar-looking weapons. However, they could not comprehend how they intended to fight the bandits from the rooftops. The terrain of Qian village was flat, and from their vantage point, they could see the entire village below. Li Yuyao, lying beside Yang Lin, gazed curiously at the village from this angle, her thoughts swirling. She felt no anxiety about confronting a few bandits. Moreover, the power of the crossbows had already been validated. Previously, the 3 crossbows had easily dispatched the men sent by Liu Yukai. Now, with 8 crossbows, an ample supply of bolts, and thorough preparations, dealing with 7 or 8 bandits seemed a trivial matter. What surprised Li Yuyao was Yang Lin's meticulous arrangements. As a mere scholar from the village, he had never been on a battlefield nor commanded troops. Yet at this moment, his organization was remarkably clear and methodical, exuding the demeanor of a seasoned general. She could not fathom whether such abilities were innate. Little did she know, in Yang Lin's past life, during an era of information explosion, everyone had watched a few films about warfare. Had he never seen a television show? Concepts like luring the enemy and striking when they were unprepared were common knowledge. And even elementary school students could recite famous phrases from texts like The Art of War and the 36 Stratagems. In the information age, various useful and useless knowledge was passively absorbed daily, a stark contrast to the current era. Just as Li Yuyao was lost in thought, Yang Lin suddenly lowered his voice. They are coming. Chapter 52. Spare the brave. The bandits showed no disdain for the grains in the jars, the ironware in the house, or the dried vegetables in the yard. With the villagers having fled, Qian village now lay deserted, and the bandits moved through it as if in an uninhabited realm. Rummaging through one house after another, their cart filling increasingly as they drew closer to the Yang residence. There were exactly 8 of them, but both Yang Lin and Li Yuyao wore expressions of disbelief. Were these truly bandits? If no one had informed them, they might have mistaken these individuals for refugees. From a distance, their appearance was unclear, but now, as they drew near, Yang Lin could see that these bandits bore no distinguishing marks from ordinary folk. The 2 leading bandits wielded knives, while the others brandished an assortment of weapons: wooden sticks, iron forks, and long spears. Among them, 2 were merely pushing the cart, unarmed, meaning only 6 could fight. To call them a rabble would be an insult to the term. Soon, they were merely a few dozen meters away. The bandits had entered their range, yet Yang Lin remained patient. The distance was insufficient. Should they fire all at once, there was a risk of missing, allowing the bandits to flee. The bandits were less formidable than anticipated, further solidifying Yang Lin's determination to achieve a resounding victory, making it clear to outsiders what fate awaited those who dared invade their home. Suddenly, one of the bandits joyfully emerged from Uncle Wang's yard, clutching a chicken. "Boss, look, a chicken." The bandit's eyes gleamed with excitement. The lead bandit nodded in approval. Just then, a 7 or 8-year-old boy dashed out from Uncle Wang's yard. "That's my chicken. Get it back." Perhaps overwhelmed by urgency, the boy stumbled as he reached the bandits, causing them to burst into laughter. "Please return the chicken. It's the only one we have. My brother is weak and needs eggs to recover. Please don't take it." The boy pleaded, tears streaming down his face. The lead bandit stepped forward, kicking the boy down. "You little brat, do you know who I am? I'm a bandit. Today, I'm in a good mood, so I won't waste my breath on you. But if you keep being insolent, I swear I'll slice you in half." The lead bandit brandished his knife, causing the boy to cower back in fear, eliciting more laughter from the bandits. However, after stepping back, the boy summoned his courage, rose from the ground, aimed at the bandit holding the chicken, and lunged forward, biting down on the bandit's hand. "Ah!" The bandit yelped in pain, instinctively releasing his grip. The boy snatched the chicken and turned to flee. Yet, he was already surrounded by the bandits. "You dare bite? If I don't kill you today, I'm not a bandit." With that, the lead bandit raised his knife. Yang Lin was taken aback. This boy was Tai Zhu from Uncle Wang's family, who had already fled to the mountains for refuge. How he ended up here was uncertain, but now he was in grave danger. Yang Lin feared that ordering the arrows to be loosed might inadvertently harm Tai Zhu. He immediately leaped down from the roof, shouting, "Stop!" The hidden Zhong Tao and the others looked at Yang Lin in astonishment. This was not part of the original plan. Yang Lin raised a finger to signal silence and swiftly emerged from behind the house, walking toward the bandits. The women concealed in the small courtyard were startled. But since Yang Lin had not commanded them to fire, they remained still. The bandits, startled by Yang Lin's sudden shout, looked around in confusion until they finally spotted him. "Who the hell are you? Do you know who I am? I'm a bandit. Dare to meddle in my affairs? Do you believe I want to kill you right now?" The lead bandit pointed his knife at Yang Lin. In response, Yang Lin raised his drawn crossbow, aiming it at the lead bandit, and calmly declared, "Release that child, and I may spare your life." The lead bandit paused, then burst into laughter as if he had heard the funniest joke. "You're looking for death. Don't blame me if you regret it. I haven't killed anyone in a while." With that, the lead bandit advanced toward Yang Lin, closing the distance to under 10 meters, swaggering menacingly. As those lying in ambush held their breath for Yang Lin, he unexpectedly pulled the trigger. The bolt whizzed through the air, striking the lead bandit squarely in the chest. The bandit, seemingly unaware of what had transpired, contorted in agony before collapsing to the ground, lifeless. Without even glancing at his opponent, Yang Lin, heart racing, quickly reloaded his crossbow and shouted, "Come on, weren't you going to kill me? If you have the guts, come at me." He intended to draw the bandits' fire toward himself. If they pursued, he would flee, allowing the women hidden in the courtyard to unleash their arrows and eliminate the threat altogether. This was the only strategy he could devise in such a short time to protect Taiju. If he was already drawing their fire, surely they would not ignore him in their pursuit of the boy. As the bandit leader fell, while preparing the second arrow for his crossbow, he was astonished to find that the remaining bandits seemed completely paralyzed with fear. Witnessing Yang Lin raise his crossbow once more and aim it at them, several bandits immediately cast aside their weapons, collapsing to the ground in supplication. "Spare us! Spare us!" This cry for mercy acted as a signal, prompting the other bandits to follow suit, discarding their weapons and prostrating themselves on the ground. "I did nothing. I have never killed anyone. I am from Dawang Zhuang. Whoa, I am not a bandit. Good sir, spare us, good sir." Observing the bandits before him, each one weeping and begging for mercy, Yang Lin found himself momentarily bewildered. Had they all surrendered just like that, without a hint of resistance? Moreover, he could not shake the feeling that at this moment, he appeared more like a bandit than they did. Chapter 53, Cole. Wang Taiju, clutching a chicken, seized the opportunity to scurry behind Yang Lin, his face pale. Yang Lin, however, maintained his aim at the bandits with his crossbow. Although the bandits had surrendered, he remained vigilant. Should any of them dare to make a move, he would not hesitate to shoot. Yet, it soon became evident that Yang Lin's concern was unwarranted. With their leader dead, the remaining 7 bandits were utterly terrified, cowering on the ground, trembling and fearful, with no thought of resistance whatsoever. The bandits' unexpected compliance left Yang Lin at a loss. Initially, he had not intended to spare their lives, but now, seeing them yield without any fight, he could hardly justify executing them one by one. "Come out," Yang Lin shouted. The bandits hesitated, cautiously glancing in his direction. "Come out? What do you mean?" The surroundings fell silent, not a sound to be heard. Yang Lin was momentarily at a loss. He then recalled that he had specifically instructed the women that they could only release their arrows when he shouted release. Aside from that, they were not to act rashly, regardless of what they heard. The same applied to the guards. He had told them to emerge only when he called out hurry, 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 and not to venture out for any other reason. "Hurry, hurry, hurry. Everyone come out," Yang Lin called out urgently. With a rush, the guards charged forth, led by Zhong Tao, shouting as they did. Then they froze. Upon seeing the 7 bandits quivering on the ground, the guards stood in utter disbelief. "What's going on? Why are the bandits like this? Take their weapons and bind them," Yang Lin urged, observing the guards still in a state of shock. "Spare us, spare us. We are not bandits. We have been deceived. Our leader forced us into this. He alone is the true bandit. We are just common folk trying to make a living." One bandit wept, confessing everything without delay. According to their account, the only true bandit was the one killed by Yang Lin. The rest were merely idle men from surrounding villages who had momentarily strayed into banditry. They had not killed anyone, nor had the courage to do so. They had merely followed their leader and looted a few villages. The looting had been straightforward, as the mere mention of bandits rendered the villagers too frightened to resist. allowing the bandits to ransack at will. However, they had not anticipated that upon arriving at Qian village, someone would dare to fight back. And to make matters worse, that person had swiftly dispatched their leader. This revelation had left them utterly terrified. Zhong Tao inquired, "What should we do with these fellows?" "Send them to the authorities." Yang Lin replied. Zhong Tao hesitated. "According to their claims, they are not particularly heinous bandits. If we hand them over, they might face execution." Observing the trembling bandits, Zhong Tao felt a pang of pity, remembering that they had once been ordinary citizens. What if we let them go? They have promised not to do it again. Zhong Tao looked at Yang Lin with hopeful eyes. Yang Lin coldly replied, "Brother Zhong, at such a time, we must not show undue compassion. Just because they claim not to be bandits, does that mean we should believe them? Should we grant them a chance just because they profess to reform?" Yang Lin shook his head resolutely. Regardless of who they were before, the moment they stormed into our village to pillage our wealth and food, they became bandits. The world is harsh, and survival is not easy for anyone, but that does not justify their harm to others. I believe they have not killed anyone. But what about the villages they robbed, whose grains were not painstakingly saved? What fault lay with those who suffered at their hands? Each individual must take responsibility for their actions. Having chosen the path of banditry, they must be prepared for the consequences. Should we now feel pity for them? Did they ever feel pity for us? If we lacked the means to protect ourselves, would they have spared us? Mercy towards enemies is the greatest cruelty to oneself. Each of Yang Lin's words struck deeply into Zhong Tao's heart. By the time Yang Lin finished speaking, Zhong Tao hung his head in shame. Many among the guards had shared Zhong Tao's sentiments, feeling a twinge of compassion for the hapless bandits. However, upon hearing Yang Lin's words, they realized how gravely they had erred. "I understand." At that moment, the women had also emerged, with Liu Yao and Liao Hongying being the first. Upon witnessing Yang Lin effortlessly handle the bandits with a single arrow each, they were left in disbelief. They felt a sense of regret that their meticulous preparations had gone to waste, as Yang Lin had resolved the situation on his own. "What shall we do next?" Liu Yao asked. "These rascals will be turned over to the authorities for punishment according to the law. As for the deceased, let the officials deal with him," Yang Lin stated, expressing his reluctance to engage with the authorities. They were a pack of ravenous wolves that devoured without leaving bones. Dealing with Liu Yukai had been justified, but it had cost him 400 taels of silver, a sum that was nearly all of Yang Lin's savings, merely to appease the insatiable appetites of those officials. Now, with the bandits having invaded the village, the dead could be addressed easily, but the 7 captured bandits posed a dilemma. Killing them was not an option, yet releasing them was equally troubling. Thus, reporting to the authorities for proper handling seemed the best course of action. Yang Lin was also concerned that the wolves in the county might retaliate and fabricate accusations against him. At that moment, Zhong Tao approached, having searched the bandits, holding something up for Yang Lin to see. "Yang Lin, do you think this stone is useful? The bandits said this type of stone can be used for fire. Do you recognize it? I find it hard to believe. How can a stone burn?" However, the bandits spoke convincingly, claiming they had many of these stones. Zhong Tao handed a jet-black stone to Yang Lin. Upon seeing it, Yang Lin's eyes widened in astonishment. Cole, Chapter 54. I, Yang Lin, shall never become a landlord. Cole. Liu Yao gazed curiously at the black stone. Can his black stone really be used for fire? She looked to Yang Lin, having never heard of such a term before. The others also wore expressions of intrigue. Indeed, it can burn, Yang Lin exclaimed with excitement. He was certain this was coal. Moreover, it had a high luster and was of considerable quality. In Yang Lin's original memories, coal did not exist in this world. It was not that it was absent, but coal mines were typically found deep underground, and at present, Qian lacked the technology to mine coal, leaving no one to recognize or utilize it. However, the fact that the bandits could acquire coal chunks indicates the probable existence of an open-pit coal mine in the vicinity. Yang Lin, with his engineering background, understood the significance of coal all too well. Coal serves as the lifeblood of the steel industry and is the very source of industrial power. Not to mention his own ironworks, which, despite his relentless efforts, had only managed to produce wrought iron. In order to smelt steel, the temperature must be elevated, and the primary reason for his failure lay in the absence of coal. Where did you find it? Yang Lin hastily inquired. Oh, it was discovered on a bandit, replied Zhong Tao. I found it peculiar that someone would carry stones, But he said this black stone could leave black marks on other rocks, which they use for marking, and it could also be used for fire. Quick, let us go take a look. Yang Lin urged, leading his men to find the bandit and inquire about the coal. The bandit, sensing Yang Lin's keen interest in the black stone, instinctively divulged all he knew about it. Upon hearing the bandit's account, Yang Lin was elated. These bandits hailed from Laohaishan, 20 miles away. As the name suggests, Laohaishan is a mountain of dark stone, but not every part of it is coal. According to the bandit, most of the mountain comprises non-combustible black stones, while the burnable black stones are found only in a valley on the slope, abundant and widespread. You need not fear anymore. Yang Lin exhaled deeply. Based on the bandit's description, it indeed resembled an open-pit coal mine, a veritable boon from the heavens. The bandit was ecstatic, as if granted a reprieve. However, Zhong Tao and the others were perplexed. Isn't it merely a type of burnable stone? There are plenty of trees on the mountain. Even if the stones can be used for fire, they're still just stones. Are they better than wood for burning? Gather everyone here. I have something important to discuss. Yang Lin stated with gravity. Zhong Tao quickly departed. As more villagers congregated at Yang Lin's doorstep, their astonishment grew upon seeing the bandit tied to a tree nearby. Initially, they had doubted the news of Yang Lin capturing a bandit, but seeing it with their own eyes left them in shock. This was a bandit, someone they would normally flee from, now capture alive. At that moment, the villagers looked at Yang Lin with not only gratitude, but also newfound respect. Wow! Zhao Fuge rushed over from a distance, his eyes wide with disbelief. You actually caught the bandit. He swallowed hard. Unable to fathom how Yang Lin accomplished such a feat, Wang Taizhu had also found his father and recounted the events. Old Wang, upon hearing this, immediately scolded Taizhu with tears in his eyes, saying, My child, why must you be such a source of worry? Is the chicken more important, or is your life? After reprimanding him, Old Wang hurriedly led Taizhu to bow before Yang Lin. Taizhu, your life is saved by Yang Lin. Quickly, pay your respects to your benefactor. Without hesitation, Taizhu approached Yang Lin and fervently bowed, reddening his forehead in the process. Yang Lin, I owe you my life. From now on I, Old Wang, am yours. Old Wang choked out, his words filled with sincerity despite his rustic nature. Uncle Wang, there's no need for such formality. We are neighbors. How could I turn a blind eye to such matters? Yang Lin replied, assisting Tizu up. As the villagers gathered, Yang Lin stood atop a large stone, surveying the curious gazes directed at him, and cleared his throat. I believe everyone is aware that there have been quite a few events these past few days. My tofu workshop was vandalized the day before yesterday. Yesterday, the Liu family sent someone to kill me, and now this bandit incident. Truly a string of calamities. However, I wish to announce several pieces of good news today. I assure you, these are tidings that will bring joy to all. Yang Lin beamed at the villagers. The crowd gazed at Yang Lin in astonishment, unable to conceive what good news could possibly follow. The first piece of news is that the land deed from the Liu landlord is now in my possession. The moment those words left his mouth, the previously quiet villagers erupted in a cacophony of voices. They stared at Yang Lin in disbelief. Although they did not understand how the Liu landlord's land came to be in Yang Lin's hands, if it were true, it signified one thing. A new landlord had emerged in Kaoshan village. The villagers gazed at Yang Lin with a newfound tinge of trepidation. Yang Lin smiled gently. Are you wondering if I, Yang Lin, intend to become a landlord? No. Before all of you, I can unequivocally state that I, Yang Lin, will not become a landlord. I earn my money through honorable means, only taking what is rightfully mine, and will never drain your lifeblood. Thus, Yang Lin's impending declaration left everyone present utterly speechless. I have decided to distribute this land among you. Upon hearing this, the villagers were taken aback. Overthrowing the landlord, he intended to share the land? Those who could not afford to redeem the land could work to settle their debts. From now on, no one would need to pay rent or offer grain. All harvests would belong solely to them. After Yang Lin's proclamation, the villagers erupted in jubilation, tears brimming in the eyes of the tenants. They had believed they would never see a day of prosperity again. I shall now present the second piece of news. Yang Lin raised two fingers and declared to the crowd, the second piece of news is a wage increase. Those who previously earned 5 when a day would now receive 6 when starting next month. Those who earned 10 when would see their wages rise to 11 when a day. The crowd erupted in excitement once more. The previous 5 won a day was already a considerable sum. Now it would increase? They could hardly believe they would be earning so much. For Yang Lin, whether 5 won or 6 won was trivial. When adjusted for purchasing power, today as 5 or 6 won was nearly equivalent to 10 coins from his past life. Do not rush. There will still be opportunities for work. This leads me to announce the third piece of news. I will be hiring 10 more workers. The work will be strenuous, but the pay will be higher, at 10 won a day. Upon hearing the 10 won pay, villagers eagerly raised their hands, exclaiming, Me, I can work. I am not afraid of hardship. Everyone clamored to secure a position, for 10 won a day was a coveted opportunity. Please, everyone do not crowd. Those interested in work can line up here. Now, I shall announce the fourth piece of news. The villagers swallowed nervously, curious about what this fourth announcement could entail after 3 jubilant pieces of news. For the fourth piece of news, I need your assistance in bringing some carpenters, masons, and blacksmiths from neighboring villages. For every successful referral of craftsmen, I will reward you with 10 won. If you refer to, that is 21, with no upper limit. As Yang Lin finished speaking, the crowd erupted once more. Villagers began to calculate which seldom-seen craftsmen among their relatives they could bring in. As for whether those relatives would agree, it was inconceivable. Who would refuse 10 won a day? Lastly, for the fifth piece of news. Today, the defense team successfully repelled the bandits, defeating them soundly, with 1 killed and 7 captured. In celebration of our victory, each member of the defense team will receive a bonus of 21. Tomorrow, the entire village will host a pork feast, and I wish to invite all the elders and fellow villagers. After a brief moment of silence, a wave of jubilant cheers erupted. Many villagers were teary-eyed, overwhelmed with emotion. They had gained land, received wage increases, earned bonuses, and could even profit from referrals. To top it all off, they would indulge in a lavish feast of pork. Upon hearing of the impending pork feast, Liu Yue, standing behind, couldn't help but frown slightly. No matter how wealthy they were, they couldn't sustain such extravagance. Yang Lin calmly remarked, I naturally have my intentions. My dear wife need not worry, for you shall understand in due time. In his heart, an idea that transcended this era had already taken root. Once successful, it would lead to unimaginable wealth. The villagers, recalling the fragrant, tender pork simmering in the cauldron, found themselves salivating, completely unaware that Yang Lin had already woven a grand web, waiting for them. While the villagers were still in a state of excitement, Zhong Tao approached. He was still perplexed about how the bandits had surrendered, and to his astonishment, Yang Lin credited the victory to their defense team, even granting them a bonus. Zhong Tao felt undeserving of such praise. Master, regarding the bandits, he began, but Yang Lin waved his hand, dismissing his explanation, and offered only a single directive. Remember, the bandits were defeated by the defense team. With that, Yang Lin turned away from Zhong Tao and approached Taiju's father, stating, Uncle Wang, I intend to establish a coal mining workshop, and I would like you to lead the team. You will take 10 men, plus the 7 capture bandits. Taiju's father was left speechless. Although they were unaware of what coal was, the thought of commanding bandits to work was beyond their wildest dreams. Let's go over there shortly, arrange everything properly, and aim to commence coal mining by tomorrow. Coal is the cornerstone of industry. Heaven has blessed us with an open coal mine, and we must operate it wisely. Chapter 56. Encountering black stones. Meanwhile, within the estate of landlord Liu Yang stood in shock after listening to his mother's instructions. He could hardly fathom that all of this was merely his father's scheme. Initially, upon learning that his mother had given away the Liu family's silver and all land deeds to Yang Lin, he had thought his mother had lost her mind. However, just moments ago, his mother informed him that this was all orchestrated by his father, specifically to contend with Yang Lin. Liu Jiangxi earnestly advised Liang Er. You must trust your father's plans. Over the years, everything he has devised has never gone awry. At first, I too did not comprehend it, but as I pondered, it became clear. Those land deeds are worthless in our hands. Yang Lin offers higher wages, and if everyone works for him, what will become of our vast lands? They will lie fallow. Furthermore, regarding the silver, your father once stated that while silver is valuable, the ability to safeguard it relies on skill. Without skill, even abundant silver merely accumulates for others. Thus, we initially gave the silver to Yang Lin and spread the news that Yang Lin acquired our silver and land. essentially passing this hot potato onto him. Your father has said that our family is in decline and cannot maintain those lands. Yang Lin is also in a nascent stage. Once the mud-legged folk learn that our land has been given to Yang Lin, they will surely seek him for it. As Yang Lin becomes the new landlord, he will naturally be reluctant to return the land to those mud-legged men, leading to conflict between them, ensuring our family's safety. This is a strategy of division. Lu Yang suddenly understood, nodding enthusiastically. I comprehend now. After multiple explanations from his mother, he finally grasped his father's intentions. Your father says that Yang Lin is merely safeguarding our silver and land while bearing the pressure and ire on our behalf. Although he possesses over 3,000 taels of silver, he cannot exhaust it all, and once Yang Lin is resolved, the silver will rightfully belong to us. As long as your fourth uncle is willing to intervene and leverage his connections, your father will be safe. Thus, Liang our family's hope rests entirely upon you. 500 taels of silver are sewn into your clothing. Upon reaching Pingyuan, do not wander aimlessly, but go directly to your fourth uncle and present him with the silver. Lu Yang could not contain his curiosity. But our families have not been in touch for many years. What if my fourth uncle refuses to assist us? Lu Zhangshu sighed. This is precisely the brilliance of your father's strategy. If you cannot rely on your fourth uncle, we will truly have to depend on Yang Lin. He will fulfill his promises to your father. So if your journey to Pingyuan does not succeed, we will indeed lean on Yang Lin. This is killing two birds with one stone. Regardless, we will safeguard our family. Lu Yang nodded solemnly. As for resorting to Yang Lin in desperation, he could not accept it. Mother, rest assured, I shall return with good news. At that moment, Steward Lu Shi rushed in, flustered. Madam, young master, trouble has arisen. Lu Zhangshu shot him a glare, irritated. Calm down, what has happened? With an indifferent expression, she awaited his reply. Yang Lin, he has sold all our land at a low price. What? Lu Zhangshu sprang to her feet, her eyes wide with fury. Overwhelmed, she felt dizzy, nearly collapsing. Wasn't he supposed to safeguard our lands? Yang Lin, you scoundrel. How dare you sell what belongs to the Lu family? She slammed the table in anger. Had her father's scheme all gone awry? Now, that scoundrel had divided all the land. It was all lost. Right. Lu Zhangshu nodded rapidly, recalling Yang Lin's retention of over 3,000 taels of silver, which brought her slight solace. Meanwhile, in front of Yang Lin's residence, arrangements were made for the defense team to escort the bandits and the newly recruited coal miners. Yang Lin was preparing to depart for Laohe Mountain. Wait, I will accompany you, Liu Yao called out, followed closely by Liao Hongying. It is a long journey. Can you endure it? Liu Yao calmly nodded. Liao Hongying raised her chin defiantly. It is merely 20 li. We can manage. Both young women armed themselves with crossbows, exuding confidence. After more than an hour, the group of 30 finally arrived at Laohe Mountain. Upon ascending the mountain, before even spotting the open coal mine, Yang Lin encountered the black stones described by the bandits. There were countless. Upon seeing these black stones up close, Yang Lin was utterly astonished. Chapter 57. Titanium alloy. Is this the coal you were seeking? Liu Yao inquired. Yang Lin shook his head without elaborating, instead kneeling to carefully examine the black stones. While the others did not understand the allure of the abundant black stones, they patiently awaited Yang Lin's findings. He scrutinized with great seriousness, taking a chisel to break off a small piece, examining the fracture surface, and even tasting it. Ugh! Detecting a sour taste, he promptly spat out the small piece, a peculiar expression crossing his face. What is it? Liu Yao tilted her head, intrigued. Yang Lin nodded. I recognize it now. This is ilmenite. Due to the biological mineralization characteristics, it is not uncommon for coal and iron ores to coexist, but it is relatively rare for ilmenite to be found adjacent to coal. Ilmenite? Liu Yao repeated the term, utterly bewildered. Yang Lin smiled wryly. This is a precious mineral, but unfortunately, it holds no value for us. Why? Precious yet useless? Liu Yao could not comprehend. Well, Yang Lin pondered before explaining. To put it simply, this ilmenite is rich in two elements, titanium and iron. Iron is not valuable. Iron ore is plentiful, and we have some behind the mountain. However, titanium is quite precious. This mineral can be used to extract a metal called titanium. The problem is, we cannot extract it. This was the most exasperating aspect for Yang Lin. He was well aware of titanium's value. It could be used to construct airplanes and rockets. Utilizing it to forge alloys, its titanium alloy possesses remarkable hardness and exceptional corrosion resistance. When added to stainless steel, the anti-corrosive capacity is amplified several-fold. However, the issue lies in his assertion. It cannot be refined. Presently, the metallurgical techniques are insufficient even to produce steel, let alone extract metallic titanium from titanium iron ore. Moreover, even if it could be refined, what purpose would it serve? In Qian, ordinary steel suffices. Even if titanium alloys could be successfully forged, they would merely yield a few splendid divine weapons. Let us proceed to inspect the coal mine, Yang Lin sighed. This feeling is akin to a wanderer in the desert stumbling upon a piece of gold. While gold is indeed valuable, it is of no practical use. Li Yuyao and Liao Hongying exchanged bewildered glances. Titanium? Cannot be refined? How's he know this? Soon, the group traversed the hill and arrived at a hollow in the mountains. Upon surveying the area, Yang Lin was elated once more. Though termed an open-pit coal mine, not all sections are directly exposed at the surface. Many require further excavation to reveal the coal seams. However, the open-pit coal mine before him was mostly laid bare, with a nearly 100-meter radius entirely filled with glistening black coal. Yang Lin promptly examined the coal and discovered its quality to be quite commendable. As for the scale of the mine, due to the lack of advanced detection equipment, it remained impossible to estimate. Yet, even a few meters of thin coal seems constituted an inexhaustible reserve for Yang Lin. This is coal. Let us dig and test the extraction speed. The 10 members of the coal digging team believed they were acting foolishly. Why travel such a distance to excavate these dark stones? Nevertheless, as Yang Lin had instructed, they hesitated not and commenced digging. They had brought tools with them: hammers, chisels, axes, and shovels. The group set to work, striking vigorously, and soon an array of coal blocks of various sizes was unearthed. The low hardness of the coal allowed for faster extraction despite the primitive tools employed. Yang Lin calculated that within approximately 10 minutes, the 10 of them had extracted over 200 pounds of coal. Thus, in an hour, their yield could reach a ton. Over the course of a day, they could potentially gather 4 to 5 tons. Of course, this figure pertains solely to extraction speed and does not account for transportation. In this era, transportation poses the greatest challenge. The figure of 4 to 5 tons pales in comparison to the thousands of tons produced daily in coal mines of Yang Lin's previous life. Nevertheless, for Yang Lin, it was more than sufficient. Is this what we shall pursue henceforth? Old Wang regarded Yang Lin with a peculiar expression. Yang Lin nodded precisely. How does everyone feel about this? If anyone finds this work unsuitable, they are free to decline. The group immediately shook their heads. Unsuitable? This is perfectly suitable. Chipping away at these stones may be somewhat laborious, yet one can earn 10 won in a day. Who would refuse? Their only concern was that Yang Lin might incur losses by extracting these seemingly useless stones. Subsequently, guided by a few bandits, they located the cave where the bandits had originally resided. Yang Lin had initially assumed the bandits would possess some wealth, but upon inspection, he realized they too were destitute. The cave was sizable, yet it was starkly empty, with the remaining provisions barely sufficient for more than 10 days for over 20 individuals. Fortunately, there were pots, bowls, and pans available, so cooking would not pose a problem. A quick cleanup would make it habitable. After briefing Old Wang on the precautions for coal extraction, including the subsequent storage and transportation of the coal, as well as the necessity of strict supervision over the bandits, Yang Lin departed with the guards. Just as they were about to descend the mountain, Yang Lin suddenly recalled something and inquired, "Brother Zhong, do you know what lies behind this mountain?" Zhong Tao shook his head. "No, I have never been there." The others also shook their heads. Yang Lin decisively stated, "Let's go and take a look." Li Yuyao asked curiously, "What are we going to see?" "I wish to verify something," Yang Lin replied. "What is it?" Li Yuyao inquired with intrigue. "My dear, do you remember the river in our village?" Li Yuyao nodded, yet she still did not grasp Yang Lin's meaning. "From our village to Laohe Mountain, the route follows the upstream of that river. Though we did not see the river along the way, its upstream must undoubtedly be in this direction. So, Li Yuyao Kastunat. Water flows downhill, and while this mountain is neither particularly large nor small, if there is no river in front, it is highly likely that the river is located behind the mountain." Yang Lin elucidated. "The river is behind the mountain?" Li Yuyao echoed. suddenly exclaiming, "You intend to transport the coal via that river?" Yang Lin nodded with a smile. Li Yuyao was left utterly speechless. Previously, she too had pondered that transporting these heavy stones over 20 miles would incur a significantly higher cost than extraction. Yet, how had she not considered the possibility of using waterway transport? In this era, and even in Yang Lin's previous life, water transport represented the lowest cost, irreplaceable by any other means. Chapter 58. Young lady? What young lady? Soon, their group had crossed the hill before them. However, upon reaching the foot of the mountain, they still did not see a river. Jianghe County is replete with mountains and rivers, and waterways often lie nestled between two mountains. Yang Lin was confident that the upstream of that river could not be too far. The cost of water transport is exceedingly low. If a river truly exists, then the issue of coal transportation would be resolved. Continuing forward for a few hundred meters, they finally heard the sound of rushing water. Ah, there really is a river? Liao Hongying pointed in astonishment. The river spans only 30 to 40 meters in width, yet the current is swift, indicating that the riverbed is not shallow. Transporting small boats would pose no issue. However, Zhong Tao remarked, the distance from the mountain to here is approximately 2 or 3 miles. To transport coal down the mountain, we would need to construct a road, acquire boats, and hire boatmen. Is it worth such an expense for that coal? The others shared similar expressions of confusion. To extract those dark stones, would they need to pay such a hefty price? Trust me, it will all be worth it, Yang Lin asserted solemnly. The group was left in a state of astonishment. Currently, the only lucrative business is tofu. The village requires timber, stone extraction, house construction, and now they must also build roads by boats and construct warehouses? No amount of money would suffice for such endeavors. Li Yuyao's brow furrowed further. This is truly chaotic. On the return journey, Li Yuyao voiced her concerns. Building roads and warehouses will require considerable funds. Now, with so many people to support at this rate, that over 3,000 taels of silver will likely prove insufficient. Yang Lin chuckled. Silver is meant to be spent. As the saying goes, money is a rascal. Once spent, we shall earn more. Without spending, how can one make a profit? Li Yuyao shot Yang Lin a glare. She had never heard such a saying. There is another matter I do not understand. Why did you sell all that land at the base price? Is there anything wrong with being a landlord? Li Yuyao inquired. Nearly 2,000 acres of land is worth at least 4 to 5,000 taels of silver. Yet, Yang Lin sold it for less than 2,000 taels, much of which was also settled through labor. Such behavior, even for someone who has been an emperor, seemed excessively wasteful to her. My dear, have you considered why Lu the landlord chose to give us that land? Li Yuyao responded. You mentioned that he did so out of desperation for self-preservation. Indeed, but that is only one aspect. The most crucial reason is that it will be difficult for anyone to work for his family again. Li Yuyao was taken aback, instantly grasping the implication. Thus, this land had become a hot potato in Lu's hands, and he cast this hot potato onto us. However, my dear, even though this hot potato has landed in our hands, it remains scorching. Li Yuyao was puzzled. Why is that? Because our foundation is too shallow. Additionally, the profits from farming are not substantial. My dear, have you ever pondered the outcome had we retained those lands and adjusted the wages of the laborers to merely 5 won a day? The result would be that, after a year of toil, the profits from those lands would scarcely amount to a substantial sum. Furthermore, he failed to mention that he genuinely does not wish to be a landlord. In this era, land is synonymous with the people's livelihood. Earning from the fields equates to the exploitation of the impoverished and the oppression of the populace. Although Yang Lin has an affinity for wealth, he would never resort to such unscrupulous means. Instead, he envisions innovating technology and creating inventions to amass riches from the affluent and the world at large. How delightful that would be! Li Yuyao appeared contemplative, suddenly realizing that Yang Lin's perspective diverged from that of the common folk. What is it? Yang Lin inquired, gazing curiously at the others. Fourth sister, linking her arm through his, playfully urged, Come inside. The young lady has been anxiously awaiting your arrival. Young lady? Yang Lin was momentarily taken aback. What young lady? The honest eldest sister promptly clarified. It is Lu Ditu's daughter, Lu Qiaoyan. She arrived in the afternoon, expressing the urgency of a matter concerning you, insisting on waiting for your return. Yang Lin's heart raced. Last year, Lu Qiaoyun had been coerced by her father into an unwanted marriage, leading her to attempt to take her own life by drowning. He happened to rescue her during that fateful moment, and subsequently, they developed a mutual affection. However, their innocent admiration was abruptly extinguished by Lu Yukai, who forbade them from associating, even going so far as to prevent others from lending Yang Lin food, resulting in the current state of affairs. Inside, a girl of 16 or 17, clad in a green gauze dress, stood nervously with anticipation and trepidation evident in her eyes. Upon Yang Lin's entrance, she quickly rose, lowering her head and stammering, "I apologize. I had no idea my father intended to harm you." Yang Lin shook his head. "The matters between your father and I have concluded, and this situation does not pertain to your martial arts school. I will not hold you accountable." "No, truly." Lu Qiaoyun's anxious gaze remained fixed on Yang Lin. Yang Lin managed a wry smile. "As for the lands, I have already sold them at the base price." Lu Qiaoyun was momentarily stunned. "Regarding the funds, you might not be aware, but my expenditure is rather swift." He revealed a cunning smile. "Merely over 3,000 taels of silver, which is insignificant compared to what I am about to undertake." Yang Lin's expression transformed to one of astonishment, not from Lu Youcai's schemes, but rather from Lu Qiaoyun before him. This big-eyed girl had divulged her father's entire plan for his sake. Could this be the power of love? Regrettably, the once blurred affection had dissipated. What remained was merely pity for this girl. "Thank you for sharing this with me." Lu Qiaoyun's cheeks flushed as she shook her head. The room then fell into a profound silence. Yang Lin, Lu Qiaoyun opened her mouth, seemingly wanting to convey something. At that moment, Xiao Jiu burst through the door, standing before Lu Qiaoyun with hands on her hips, boasting, "Miss Lu, are you planning to become our husband's concubine? You do not speak nonsense." Lu Qiaoyun's face turned crimson as she anxiously regarded Xiao Jiu, her heart racing. As a woman, even with intentions, how could she voice them? "Ha ha ha, you are blushing." Xiao Jiu laughed triumphantly. "However, if you wish to become our husband as concubine, you must address me as sister first. Come, call me sister." Looking at this much younger girl, demanding to be called sister was both infuriating and embarrassing for Lu Qiaoyun. Remembering her initial connection with Yang Lin, she felt a wave of unwarranted grievance swell within her, and tears streamed uncontrollably down her cheeks. With a determined stomp of her foot, she fled the scene. The following evening, a port banquet. Over 200 households from the village. At least 500 to 600 people gathered at the village entrance. 20 iron cauldrons crackled with fire, the aroma of meat wafting throughout the small mountain village. And every face radiated happiness while children stood before the large pots, drooling in anticipation. Bang! Zhao Fuguei struck the gong and proclaimed loudly, "Silence. The port banquet is about to commence, but before we begin, Yang Lin has some matters to discuss with everyone." The villagers immediately quieted down, eagerly gazing at Yang Lin, who stood atop a large stone. With a smile, Yang Lin addressed the assembly. "Dear brothers, sisters, uncles, and aunts, I warmly welcome you all to the feast. Today, I have several good tidings to announce." "More good news?" The crowd erupted with excitement, their eyes widening in anticipation. The situation is as follows. Before Lu Yukai was captured, he felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. Therefore, in addition to compensating me for his lands, he also provided me with 3,000 taels of silver. At this revelation, the crowd erupted once more in astonishment. 3,000 taels, an astronomical figure indeed. I, Yang Lin, hold no interest in wealth. Thus, I plan to spend every last coin. The villagers gasped again. Could he truly utilize such a vast sum? As the saying goes, what is taken from the people should be returned to the people. I intend to divide this 3,000 taels into 3 portions. Yang Lin declared with righteous fervor, signaling the commencement of his plans. The first portion entails allocating 500 taels to establish a mutual aid fund, aimed at assisting those encountering hardships in their daily lives. This fund will be entrusted to our village chief for management. Bang! Zhao Fuguei, beaming with delight, struck the gong again, exclaiming, "What is a mutual aid fund?" I was also unaware until Yang Lin explained it to me. It means that if any family experiences illness or disaster and requires financial assistance, they may approach me to apply for a loan. The maximum limit for each household is 1,000 won. Of course, special circumstances can warrant special consideration. Now, if one utilizes this fund, does that mean they do not need to repay it? Certainly not. Yang Lin clarified. The purpose of this fund is to help the less fortunate through their difficulties. If everyone borrows and fails to repay, the fund would eventually cease to exist. Hence, not only must the funds be repaid, but a small interest will also be collected to ensure the fund's growth. Zhao Fugui smiled at the villagers. Yang Lin had previously discussed this with him, agreeing to pay him 10 taels annually as compensation for managing the fund. Although the term mutual aid fund was new, the villagers understood it clearly. It simply meant that borrowing money would become more accessible. This was undoubtedly a boon. With a mutual aid fund in place, who would resort to selling their children or properties in the future? The villagers erupted in cheers. Ahem, the second portion involves road construction. Yang Lin continued. The road outside our village is riddled with potholes, making travel arduous, especially during rainy days when one can easily become mired in mud. Therefore, I have decided to construct a 10-meter-long, 3-zhong-wide gravel road at both the east and west ends of the village. Additionally, I will build another road leading south to the riverside. This roadwork is a significant project, and I plan to invest 1,000 taels initially. Upon hearing this, the crowd once again buzzed with chatter, the villagers discussing amongst themselves. Is it truly necessary to spend so much? My goodness, spending that much on a road seems extravagant. However, we cannot judge. This money belongs to Yang Lin, and he is free to spend it as he wishes, even if it seems like a waste. Indeed. Moreover, improving the roads is beneficial for everyone, making travel easier for us all. And with road construction, jobs will surely be created, allowing us to earn a living. Exactly. It perfectly aligns with Yang Lin's earlier statement. What is taken from the people should be returned to the people. How eloquently put. Indeed, Yang Lin promptly announced the recruitment of 100 workers for road construction, offering a daily wage of 5 won. The villagers erupted in cheers once more. As for the remaining 1,500 taels, I intend to use it for building houses. The villagers were momentarily taken aback. Building houses? What kind of houses could possibly require such a substantial sum? My third uncle and I have calculated that there are a total of 238 households in our village, and I plan to use this money to construct a brick and tile house for each family. At this declaration, the atmosphere grew exuberant once again. Every household receiving a new home? Such grand ambition, such remarkable resolve. In the entirety of Kaoshan village, there are fewer than 10 brick and tile houses. The overwhelming majority could scarcely dream of ever residing in a brick house. In that moment, many were on the verge of tears, overwhelmed with emotion. Zhao Fugui cleared his throat. After discussing with Yang Lin, we concluded that since the entire village will be building new homes, it would be unnecessary to demolish the old ones. Instead, we should find a vacant plot of land where we can construct all our new houses, allowing the entire village to move in together. This way, we can standardize the construction, ensuring uniformity in design and enhancing aesthetics, all while reducing costs. Do not look at me in such a manner. I, Zhao, am not the mastermind behind this. These ideas are all Yang Lin's. If you wish to express gratitude, direct it towards him. The crowd gazed at Yang Lin with excitement. Though no words were spoken, the glances exchanged conveyed everything. Ahem, let us not rejoice too prematurely. Zhao Fugui continued. There is something I must clarify with everyone. Yang Lin and I have roughly calculated that 1,500 taels will not suffice for constructing 238 houses. What shall we do? This necessitates collective fundraising. Someone immediately responded. So, you mean we have to pay for it ourselves? Precisely. Zhao Fugui replied. Our calculations indicate that while there is a shortfall, it is not substantial. Each person would only need to contribute 1,000 won. Should there still be a deficit, Yang Lin will bear the additional burden himself. 1,000 won? Upon hearing this figure, many furrowed their brows. For families with 5 or 6 members, that amounts to 5 or 6,000 won. In these times, few can muster even a few hundred won, let alone thousands. One impetuous youth voiced his discontent. Village chief, are you and Yang Lin conspiring to swindle our money? Indeed. How can we possibly afford that? 4 families with 8 members, that would mean paying 8,000 won. This is unfair. Many nodded in agreement. Just as Zhao Fugui was about to respond, Yang Lin interjected coldly. Was it you, ergo, who just suggested I'm trying to exploit you for money? If I were intent on swindling, why would I be offering this money? Ergo opened his mouth to retort, but suddenly recalled something, lowering his head in silence. Everyone knows how much it costs to build a brick house. At least 10 taels of silver. Yet now, each person is only required to contribute 1,000 won, which equates to 1 tael of silver. For a family of 5 or 6, that means only 5 or 6 taels to secure a brick house, an unparalleled bargain. Remember, even thatched houses cost 2 or 3 taels to construct. Thus, the villagers began to believe that Yang Lin was indeed acting for their benefit. Ergo, you should apologize to Yang Lin. He is doing this for everyone. How could you harbor such ungrateful thoughts? Zhao Fugue admonished sternly. Oh, I was wrong, Ergo mumbled. Head hung low. Zhao Fugue turned to Yang Lin. Ergo has recognized his mistake. But although the housing costs are indeed low, many of us truly cannot afford it. What shall we do? This is simple. I can personally fund a housing foundation. Those in need may borrow from me. They would only need to repay through monthly installments. Observing Yang Lin and Zhao Fugue engaging in this dialogue, Li Yuyao felt a peculiar sensation. Though she was unaware of Yang Lin's true intentions, she sensed that his actions mirrored a strategy he had previously articulated. Chapter 61, Mutual Aid Fund. After Yang Lin finished speaking, the villagers were left in a state of confusion. Installments? They had never heard of such a concept. Allow me to explain briefly. For instance, if Aunt Lin's family consists of 4 members and wishes to build a 3-room brick house, they would need to pay 4,000 won. If Aunt Lin can only provide 400 won, she could borrow 3,600 won from the housing fund. We would charge an interest of 1%, and Aunt Lin could choose to repay over 10, 20, or even 30 years. If Aunt Lin opts for a 20-year term, we would combine the principal and interest and divide it equally over 20 years, resulting in a monthly repayment of approximately 41. It is as simple as that. Yang Lin gestured with his hands. Although the villagers remained somewhat bewildered, the prospect of only needing to repay 40 when monthly to reside in a brick house brought them joy. 40 when is not a large sum. Indeed, working for Yang Lin, one can earn 150 won in a month. Thus, 40 won is hardly burdensome. However, with my family of 8, according to Yang Lin's calculation, would I not owe 80 won each month? That is quite a considerable amount. I fear I cannot manage that. Many villagers with larger families nodded in agreement. Yang Lin smiled. Uncle Sanwong, 81 may seem substantial, but have you considered that among your 8 family members, excluding my 2 little nephews and your elder, 5 of you can work and earn money? If everyone works for me, you would accumulate 750 won a month. Now tell me, is 81 still excessive? Zhao Sanwong was momentarily stunned. My family can earn 750 won a month? So much? The villagers were equally astonished and envious upon hearing the figure of 751. Oh, Zhao Sanwong, what are you still complaining about? Yang Lin is right. Your family is quite prosperous, and 81 is truly not much. Indeed, unlike my family, where 5 members cannot work, Zhao Sanwang's family is destined for prosperity. Although the villagers were not adept with numbers, the disparity between 751 and 81 was glaringly apparent. Zhao Sanwang scratched his head bemused. He did not realize his family was so affluent. Yang Lin continued. There are 2 additional points you may not have considered. First, each family's contribution will determine the size of their assigned house. For instance, Uncle Sanwang, with 8 members in your family, while you contribute more than Aunt Lin, you shall receive a house twice the size of hers. The villagers then began to understand. Yes, contributing more indeed results in a larger house. Sanwang, you have struck a bargain. Yes, the more members in a family, the greater the advantage. Yang Lin continued. Moreover, if Uncle Sanwang prefers not to have a house for 8 people, we can adjust the contribution to that of a family of 4, but in that case, the house will also be limited to that size. Additionally, while 41 or 81 may seem considerable, have you thought about the potential for wage increases while working for me? For instance, what is currently 5 won a day may soon become 10 won or even more. Upon hearing this, the villagers nodded in agreement, their eyes gleaming with renewed hope. Li Yuyao, however, grew increasingly convinced that this matter was far from simple. She pondered briefly, realizing she had not yet fully grasped everything, and resolved to inquire with Yang Lin for further clarification later. We must adopt a forward-looking perspective towards our endeavors, and not confine our vision to the present. Many may currently believe that purchasing a home is unwise, thinking that building new houses is an insurmountable challenge, something they cannot achieve. But this is a misconception. Even if we do not consider our own interests, should we not also contemplate the future of our descendants? Our generation has grown accustomed to poverty and has developed a fear of it. We struggle to enjoy adequate nourishment, warmth in our clothing, and shelter from the rain in our thatched huts. Should we allow our descendants to endure such a life? Absolutely not. As long as we dare to dream, to act, and to strive, everything we desire will be within our grasp. Fellow villagers, all that I, Yang Lin, endeavor to achieve is not for fame or profit, but solely for the betterment of our KOSHN village, so that we may all enjoy sufficient food, warm clothing, and sturdy tiled houses. If I can accomplish this in my lifetime, I shall have no regrets. With these words, Yang Lin bowed deeply to the villagers before leaping down from the large stone. Bravo! Zhao Fugui initiated a round of applause, which soon echoed like thunder throughout the assembly. Many villagers were moved to tears by Yang Lin's passionate speech, clapping fervently as though they could glimpse a hopeful future. I will build houses. I will construct new homes. We have endured hardship in this life, but we must not let our children suffer. Indeed, it won't cost much, and since Yang Lin is providing us with so much, we must build these houses. At this moment, the villagers even forgot about the imminent pork feast, their thoughts consumed entirely by the prospect of new homes. Even the womenfolk of Yang Lin were stirred by his words, clapping along, yet they failed to notice that he had quietly slipped away. Not far off, beside a small grove of trees, Yang Lin sat on a large rock, gazing absent-mindedly at the verdant foliage, with only the gentle rustling of leaves in the wind breaking the silence. "How did you end up here?" A steady female voice interrupted. "My dear," Yang Lin said, patting the stone beside him to invite Li Yuyao to sit. After a brief hesitation, she complied. "What troubles you?" Li Yuyao observed a disquiet in Yang Lin's demeanor. Before he could respond, she inquired, "Is it because you feel guilty for having manipulated them again?" Yang Lin lifted his gaze in surprise. "You've improved. You not only understand the concept of manipulation, but have also discerned my intentions." "I learned from you," Li Yuyao replied with a hint of pride. "Though I now grasp the concept, I still find that my understanding lacks depth as per your words. There are still some pivotal aspects I do not comprehend." "Do share," Yang Lin encouraged, tilting his chin in invitation. Li Yuyao began, "Firstly, your mutual aid fund of 500 taels, while ostensibly for the benefit of all, is also a means for you to earn profit through interest. It can assist people, but it primarily serves to enrich you. Am I wrong?" Yang Lin nodded with a smile, albeit tinged with a hint of bitterness. "Moreover, those villagers who cannot repay their debts must work for you to settle them. While this is preferable to borrowing from the landlord Liu, it effectively binds them to you for your own advantage. Previously, when villagers sought loans from you, you hesitated to charge interest due to social ties. However, with the mutual aid fund in place, anyone needing funds can borrow from it, allowing you to charge interest openly." Once Li Yuyao finished, Yang Lin added, "There's another aspect to consider." "What is it?" Li Yuyao asked, surprised. "Since you have identified the mutual aid fund's essence as profitable, should we not consider expanding its reach beyond our village? In the future, it could extend beyond Jianghe County, covering Pingyuan County, all of Jiangnan Province, and even the entirety of the Qian. It could even evolve into an insurance company model." Realizing he had perhaps revealed too much, Yang Lin promptly fell silent. "An insurance company?" Li Yuyao exclaimed. "What is that?" Yang Lin chuckled lightly. "That is a discussion for another time. Besides the mutual aid fund, what else have you discerned?" Li Yuyao quickly continued. "There's also the road construction. You once told me that the longest road in the world is the road of manipulation. Today, when you mentioned investing 1,000 taels to build roads, I suspect that too is a manipulation. Firstly, our tofu and medicinal liquid business has attracted an increasing number of merchants to the village. So, while you claim the funds come from the people and are used for the people who truly benefits most from the road repairs, it is still us. Secondly, if I am not mistaken, your intention in repairing the road is to gather manpower to work on the Laohaishan road. Am I right?" Yang Lin nodded, acknowledging her insight. Yet, Li Yuyao was beginning to realize that Yang Lin's thoughts ran even deeper than her own. She was determined to decode his intentions. "Almost," Yang Lin said with a smile. "Almost." Li Yuyao noted the nuance in his words. "Have you ever heard the saying, to become wealthy, one must first build roads?" Li Yuyao shook her head in confusion. She was increasingly astonished by Yang Lin's command of such unique phrases. To become wealthy, one must first build roads, means that only when transportation is smooth can trade flourish. Consider our mountain's monkey head mushrooms a renowned delicacy. Here, they hold little value, as there is little distinction between consuming them or other mushrooms. Yet if we take them to Jianghe County, we might receive several dozen coins, to Pingyuan County, perhaps several hundred. If they reach the capital, I am confident that given the standing of this wild mountain treasure, they could fetch several taels of silver. Li Yuyao nodded in agreement. Furthermore, with smooth transportation and a stable trade route, goods from across the nation can complement each other. Consequently, individuals in low-cost areas can earn more money, while those in high-cost areas can more easily procure better products. Why is it so difficult to change the wealth disparity? It primarily stems from the scarcity of earning opportunities for the poor and the limited spending avenues for the rich. Money, after all, can only generate greater benefits when it circulates. When the impoverished desperately save their coins while the wealthy have funds they cannot spend, then that stagnant money becomes dead capital. It holds no significance for the economy or societal progress. Realizing he had perhaps over-explained, Yang Lin noticed that Li Yuyao seemed genuinely interested in the topic. He resolved to take the opportunity to enlighten her about Das Kapital in the future. Indeed, after hearing his words, Li Yuyao appeared contemplative, as if grasping certain concepts while still grappling with many others. You misinterpreted one point. My intention for road construction in our village is not mere pretense. It is sincere. Roads are akin to the blood vessels of our body. Connecting all parts, they are of utmost importance. The roads in our village are merely the first step. In the future, wherever our business expands, the roads must follow. Li Yuyao was taken aback. She recalled Yang Lin stating that he intended to expand his business throughout the entirety of Qian. Was he truly aiming to extend the roads across the entire realm? During her time as an emperor, she had been oblivious to the state of rural roads. However, her journey to Jianghe County had exposed her to the deplorable conditions of Qian's pathways. Aside from the official roads that were relatively smooth, the rest were riddled with potholes and mud, making trade virtually impossible. Could Yang Lin truly repair roads across the entire Qian? She found it hard to believe. Building a brick house requires at least 10 taels of silver, yet you are only charging 4 or 5 taels. It appears you are incurring a loss. Yet, my intuition tells me that you would never engage in a losing venture. Hence, I cannot fathom how you plan to profit from constructing houses. Yang Lin's smile turned bitter once more as he gently shook his head and sighed. In truth, constructing houses is the most lucrative venture. Oh, Liu Yao Inkidat, puzzled and eager to learn more. First, you must understand that the cost of building one house is entirely different from that of building 10 or even 100. Li Yuyao nodded in comprehension. She grasped this concept, for Yang Lin had previously explained that scaling up significantly reduces costs. Thus, if we were to build several hundred houses at once, we could reduce expenses by at least 30%. Li Yuyao acknowledged. Considering the normal cost of a house is 15 taels, a 30% reduction would still leave us at 10 taels, meaning you would still incur losses. Yang Lin continued. The primary materials for house construction consist of bricks, tiles, sand, and timber, along with labor. We have an abundance of wood and stone. The only significant cost is labor. As for bricks and tiles, our earthen kiln can produce them, requiring merely clay as raw material, again primarily labor. Li Yao was somewhat astonished. So, the earthen kiln you constructed is not solely for our own housing? You had envisioned using it for profit all along? However, even so, you would merely break even. It would not yield any profit. Li Yuyao stared intently at Yang Lin. Observing the guilt in his eyes, she realized that the matter was far from simple. Chapter 63. The industrial chain. Yang Lin nodded. You are correct. I have meticulously calculated the figures. If it were merely as you suggested, we would neither gain nor lose. Merely laboring in vain. But have you forgotten what I mentioned about the housing fund? Are you referring to the interest? Li Yuyao, astute as ever, grasped the implication. Indeed, the interest constitutes a significant source of income for the housing project. Yang Lin felt conflicted about employing such tactics on these simple folk. Yet, there was no alternative. To establish roots here, he had to solidify his foundation. The housing project in Kaoshan village was crucial, marking the inception of this vast industry and serving as an experiment. Given the unique environment, despite his reluctance, he had to utilize his fellow villagers to take the first step into the real estate market. Whenever he called out to his compatriots, he was reminded of the e-commerce streamers from his past life, fervently addressing their families during live broadcasts. In dealing with these impoverished villagers, employing such strategies weighed heavily on Yang Lin's conscience. However, in pursuit of development and progress, he had no choice but to act as a merchant into Qian, albeit reluctantly. But if you only charge a modest interest, isn't that rather low? Liu Yao still found it hard to comprehend. In contemporary to Qian, there are no restrictions on lending rates. Private lending often range between 2 to 3%, with 5 to 6% not uncommon. Were it not so, how could those villagers who borrowed money possibly default and resort to selling their land? Thus, Liu Yao could not fathom how Yang Lin's housing fund, with an interest rate of just 1%, could yield much profit. Yang Lin shook his head. My dear, while 1% may appear negligible, have you considered extending that time frame to 10, 20, or even 30 years? Liu Yao silently calculated and was instantly taken aback. When Yang Lin had previously spoken to the villagers, he had not elaborated on the details. He had merely mentioned that the monthly mortgage would be around 41, which seemed reasonable. However, upon closer inspection, the realization struck her like a thunderbolt. Originally borrowing 3,601. The interest over 20 years would amount to double the principal, totaling 7,201. This did not even account for compound interest. The original sum of 3 taels and 6 qians transformed into 10 taels. Liu Yao gasped in astonishment. The profit from single house would amount to 7 taels of silver. If the entire village constructed over 200 houses, they would reap 2,000 taels. How unscrupulous! After a long pause, Liu Yao finally managed to articulate those 2 words. Yang Lin nodded in agreement. Indeed, it is outrageously unscrupulous. So, is this guilt the reason you secluded yourself here? Liu Yao asked. Yang Lin shook his head, his expression tinged with bitterness as he replied. This is merely the beginning. Just the beginning? Liu Yao was taken aback. If it were only to profit from them, it would be inconsequential. After all, the prices I offered were indeed quite low. They would earn a decent sum from me, and whether they bore a mortgage of 40 or 80 when each month was not particularly burdensome. Then what is the reason? Liu Yao was confused. The greatest significance of building houses lies in binding them to my ship. Yang Lin took a deep breath. Liu Yao remained perplexed. Yang Lin then redirected the conversation, saying, landlords monopolize land and exploit the common people, which is truly despicable. But do you know who is even more contemptible than landlords? Liu Yao instinctively shook her head. Capitalists. Capitalists? She had never encountered this term. People in this era could scarcely fathom the terrifying grip of capital. Capital, in essence, is money, wielding it to control everything. How does one exert such control? For instance, the laborers work for me, earning money, saving, and improving their lives. One day, when their circumstances genuinely improve, whether they choose to continue working for me becomes inconsequential. What then shall we do? Liu Yao pondered. Raise their wages? Yang Lin chucklet. The more their wages increase, the better their lives become. With material needs satisfied, they lose the motivation to earn money, thus diminishing their necessity to work hard. In such a scenario, what should be done? Liu Yao shook her head in confusion. While she understood Yang Lin's words, she sensed an underlying mystery. In such circumstances, we must create demand. For instance, in our housing projects, does it truly matter if everyone lives in mud huts or brick houses? Yet, I have now created a demand for them. What they previously could not afford, they can now prepay with their futures. Prepaying with their futures? Liu Yao echoed, feeling a chill run down her spine. When 10 taels of silver lay before you, it seems substantial. However, when spread over 20 years, with monthly payments of merely 41, it appears more manageable. The critical question arises. Currently, everyone earns 5 a day. But what if one day they can no longer earn? What then? Liu Yao was bewildered, instinctively shaking her head and repeating Yang Lin's words. Yes, what then? She began to vaguely comprehend the entirety of Yang Lin's assertions, feeling as though she had unlocked the door to a new world. They had already overdrawn their futures, compelling them to strive, to labor, and to serve me. In this process, we continue to create demand, ensuring they remain perpetually ensnared. This is what it means to be a capitalist. Liu Yao sat there dazed. She had never anticipated that the truth could be so brutally stark. It was as if she glimpsed a bloodless dagger. Despicable. After a long while, she managed to utter those 2 words. Reflecting on Yang Lin's revelations, she felt a shiver down her spine. Yang Lin smiled, but rest assured, I shall not become a landlord, nor will I be a capitalist. At most, I will merely be a shrewd merchant. In this village experiment, the pricing has indeed been kept extraordinarily low, as long as everyone works for me. The minor costs of house construction will not burden them. My guilt merely stems from having opened this door. Now that the door has been opened, it is my responsibility to control it, preventing any malevolent forces from intruding. This step must be taken, for only in this manner can we propel our entire industrial chain towards synchronous development. Industrial chain? Li Yuyao encountered yet another new term. Are you referring to bricks and tiles? Not solely. There is also steel, cement, even glass, and furniture. Anything associated with daily life can potentially be incorporated into this industrial chain. Chapter 64. How could there be such prodigal individuals in this world? Li Yuyao sat there, utterly stunned for an extended period. She was utterly taken aback by Yang Lin's words, although she was still unsure about what he meant by steel and glass. It was evident that he had grand ambitions in mind. Why are you doing this? Li Yuyao asked in confusion. Yang Lin smiled bitterly. Yet his expression softened as he replied, It is all for the sake of safety. Safety? She echoed. Indeed, only by becoming powerful can one possess the strength to protect oneself and safeguard others. He gently patted Li Yuyao's head. She wished to evade his touch, but found herself unable to, feeling the warmth of his hand on her head. Her heart raced, and she was astonished that instead of feeling anger, she felt an unexpected sense of security. Yang Lin gazed into the distance. Ever since arriving into Qian, he had been enveloped by tension and unease. This anxiety stemmed from the savagery and chaos of this era. Transitioning from a well-structured civilization to this place felt akin to stepping into a dark, foreboding forest, where danger lurked unpredictably. He feared that one day, a careless mistake might provoke some powerful figure, leading to imprisonment or even execution. He was even more apprehensive about being powerless when someone dared to insult the woman he cared for. Thus, he resolved to strengthen himself by any means necessary. Suddenly, a thought struck Li Yuyao, and she exclaimed, You wouldn't have initially intended to use this pork banquet to promote your housing project, would you? Moreover, your decision to raise wages yesterday was a preparatory step for today as housing plan, to give everyone the impression that there would be future opportunities for wage increases, thus making the idea of building houses seem less daunting. Yang Lin neither confirmed nor denied this, but simply stated, The pork is ready. We can eat now. The villagers enjoyed the feast immensely. After the meal, nearly everyone eagerly inquired about the housing project, to which Yang Lin patiently provided answers. He named the housing project Qian New Village, which was set to commence immediately. The Qian New Village offered 6 types of housing, ranging from 3 to 8 rooms, with payments ranging from 3,000 to 8,000 won, requiring a down payment of 10%. Those unable to pay could work in lieu of payment. Soon, 2 long lines formed at the village entrance, one for those paying for houses and the other for those wishing to join the road construction team. They toiled until nightfall to complete the registrations, and the villagers left contentedly. At the Liu household, when the steward Liu Shi rushed in to inform Liu Zhangshi of the recent events, she was left utterly bewildered, collapsing into a chair and sobbing uncontrollably. That scoundrel Yang Lin, how could he squander our family's wealth? How dare he spend it? She simply could not comprehend how someone could receive a large sum of money and instead of saving it, hastily spend it all. That night, in Jianghe County Town, Yang Lin had the county magistrate's backing, rendering them temporarily unable to act against him. Meanwhile, Liu Yukai had become their prey, and they had no intention of showing him mercy. For Liu Yotsai's crimes, we could exile him for 800 li. We could negotiate with his family to extend the exile to 3,000 li, and if they pay 1,000 taels of silver, they could reduce the exile by 1,000 li, Zhao Darren remarked with a smile. Zhao Dai nodded slightly. Proceed with the plan. Yes, once accomplished, I will take 4. And you will take 6. The two shared a hearty laugh. A knock on the door interrupted them. Master, news from Qian village indicates that the landlord Liu has bequeathed all his wealth to Yang Lin. What? Both Zhao Dai and Zhou Kuan were stunned by this revelation. A servant entered and quickly reported the details. Master, Yang Lin publicly announced in Qian village that Liu Yukai had given him 2,000 acres of land and 3,000 taels of silver. Zhou Kuan clenched his fists. That damned Liu Yukai, a cunning old fox. Zhao Dai's voice was cold. Does he think this will leave us helpless? Since the silver and land are now in Yang Lin's possession, let us deal with him as well. The servant opened his mouth to speak. Speak, Zhao Dai commanded sharply. Master, yesterday Yang Lin sold all that land at a base price. What? The two were once again taken aback. And he spent all 3,000 taels today. The servant recounted the news from Kaoshan village in detail. After hearing this, Zhao Dai and Zhou Qian were left speechless. Is Yang Lin a fool? To sell and spend what he has at will? How could someone be so reckless with their wealth? After dismissing the servant, Zhou Qian sighed, Alas, Zhao Darin, it seems we shall not profit from this affair. Just then, the study door creaked open again. Zhao Dai was about to reprimand the intruder when he saw that it was his son Zhao Guang, and he frowned. You are no longer a child. Why are you still so careless and flustered? Your uncle Zhou is here. Hurry and greet him. However, Zhao Guang ignored Zhou Qian and excitedly exclaimed, Father, I have found something out. What have you uncovered? Zhao Dai asked. The man who assaulted me. Zhao Guang replied with a fierce expression, Father, do you remember the man who attacked me? He was from Pingyuanjun and had 10 wives, right? Father, do you know why we have not found him until now? Because we were deceived. That scoundrel is not from Pingyuanjun at all. He is merely a rustic from a village beneath us in Jianghe County. Chapter 65. Perhaps tonight we shall share a room. Zhao Guang clenched his fists tightly. That day, he had merely sought to tease a woman and had ended up being beaten by a crowd of women. He seethed with anger at the thought. Zhao Dai and Zhou Qian exchanged startled glances, then looked back at Zhao Guang. Guanger, are you referring to Yang Lin from Kaoshan village? Zhao Guang was taken aback. Father, you know of him too? I learned from the constable Zhang Wu that last month. A man named Yang Lin from Kaoshan village married 10 wives all at once. By the way, we must capture all of his women as well. Zhao Guang's fists tightened at the thought. Recalling the breathtaking beauty of one of those women made him swallow hard. His mind racing with fantasies of dragging her into his bed and stripping her of her clothes for his amusement. Father, why are you silent? He is just a country bumpkin. Crushing him would be as easy as squashing an ant. Zhao Guang, lost in his daydreams, noticed that his father had not responded. He looked puzzled. Zhao Dai, with a stern expression, waved his hand dismissively. This Yang Lin is not simple. Oh, Zhao Guang and Zhou Qian were perplexed. Zhao Dai continued coldly. We underestimated him before. He has managed to produce tofu and profit from selling potions, and he even thought to ally himself with the county magistrate. Do you think such a person is simple? Zhou Qian nodded in agreement, but also questioned, But master, this Yang Lin has the audacity to strike Zhao Guang. Surely this cannot be left unresolved? Of course it cannot. Zhao Dai declared fiercely, Anyone who dares to harm my son must face dire consequences. However, we must proceed with caution. Zhao Dai's expression darkened. Though he was a military official, he possessed a cunning mind. He understood that even if the county magistrate supported Yang Lin, it would amount to little more than a sum of silver and a matter of face. If he was determined to eliminate Yang Lin, the magistrate would not retaliate against him. However, that would mark him as disobedient in the eyes of the magistrate, detrimental to his career. Thus, he needed a solution that would serve both ends. Master, I have a plan, Zhou Qian suggested, his eyes glinting. Let's hear it. Zhou Qian promptly replied. In a few days, He Hu will enter the city to deliver the year-end silver. Since we cannot act ourselves, we can entrust this matter to He Hu, and it will be without issue. Rest assured, we will secure both the man and the wealth. Zhao Guang gritted his teeth and declared, I shall make him aware of the consequences of crossing me. Once I have taught him a lesson, I will instruct him on how to be a person in his next life. As for his women, I will make him watch as I deal with them right in front of his eyes. Yang Lin sat by the bedside while his second sister washed his feet, and Xiao Jiu stood nearby, reporting on the progress of the Kaoshan XINCUM project. The project had generated a cash income of 34,861 today. The labor for debt portion amounted to 49,621. The remaining mortgage stood at 760,321, with interest totaling 1,502,641, bringing the grand total to 2,283,841. Closing the account book, both Xiao Jiu and the other women wore expressions of shock. Everyone was taken aback by these figures. 4 ounces can move 1,000 pounds. However, for Yang Lin, these numbers were entirely expected, hence he displayed no surprise. What is the situation with the personnel? Xiao Jiu reopened the account book and read aloud. The The tofu workshop has a total of 32 people. The lumber team has 28. The quarry team 30. The earth kiln workshop 13. The blacksmith shop 5. The coal mining team 12. The security team 10. And the house construction team 20. Along with Uncle Wang Gui, who is responsible for procurement, and my cousin Du Jing, totaling 152 individuals. 13 new craftsmen have joined today, including 2 blacksmiths, 6 carpenters, and 5 masons. Today, we have recruited a road construction team, currently retaining only 100 members as per your request, with many more registered who hope to work soon. After finishing her report, Xiao Jiu looked up. Are there really 200 to 300 more registered? Yang Lin inquired. Xiao Jiu nodded yes, if not more. That's good, Yang Lin said, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Tomorrow we will continue to recruit. The tofu workshop will remain unchanged, with the lumber team, quarry team, and security team each increasing by 10 members, and the house construction team and blacksmith shop by 20. Additionally, we will recruit 2 boatmen and 10 others to form a transportation team. The women were taken aback. While they understood the need for more personnel in other teams, they found it hard to grasp why the blacksmith shop, which only required 5, needed an additional 20 members. Liu Yao, however, subtly speculated that the sudden increase in the blacksmith shop might be related to the coal discovered the previous day. Regardless, within their household, Yang Lin's word was law. Even Liu Yao, despite her confusion, refrained from voicing any opposition, quietly pondering Yang Lin's intentions. My dear, when will our house be completed? The fourth sister asked plaintively. Are you anxious? The fourth sister clung to Yang Lin's arm, pouting. We are all crammed on the ground. After being married for so long, my sisters are still untouched. And if this gets out, we shall be ridiculed. Yang Lin's face flushed, while the women pretended not to hear. Such bold words could only be uttered by the fourth sister. Unfazed, she snuggled closer to Yang Lin, like a lazy kitten, giggling. Is my dear also unable to wait? How about I warm you up tonight? Oh dear, I am foolish. You have not yet shared a room with my elder sister. How can I overstep? She continued. How about tonight you share a room with her? My sisters will close their eyes and promise not to peek. He. Liu Yao's face turned slightly crimson. And before she could speak, Liao Hongying immediately exclaimed, No. Her voice was loud enough to draw everyone's attention. Realizing she had been too hasty, she quickly clarified. What I mean is, that would not be appropriate. The scene the fourth sister mentioned is too embarrassing. To have the Emperor and Yang Lin engage in such activities while we close our eyes? That is utterly unacceptable. Besides, His Majesty would certainly not agree. The fourth sister chuckled. Third sister, you seem anxious. Could it be that you're jealous of our dear? You don't speak nonsense. Liao Hongying's anxious face turned red as she hastily changed the subject. Xiao Jiu, you mentioned you're the daughter of Han Feng, the governor of Nanyang. Is that true? All eyes turned to Xiao Jiu, who bit her lip and nodded gently. My goodness, Xiao Jiu, you are indeed the daughter of a governor. How did you end up here? The others were curious about her background. Liao Hongying and Liu Yao were particularly interested. Not out of gossip, but because Nanyang City is quite close to Pingyuan County. Jianghe County is even closer. With Xiao Jiu's connections, should they ever wish to rise against the establishment, the governor of Nanyang could prove to be an ally. Xiao Jiu lowered her head and shook it. He is my father, but he is also a scoundrel. He has never treated me well. Although I am his daughter, my mother was merely a maid in the household. And after I was born, she had no standing. My mother and I have always been ostracized by the other wives, and my older siblings often bullied us. As for how I ended up here, Han Mengzhu spoke bitterly. I was framed by my older sisters. They falsely accused me of stealing from the family. My father believed them, and I was nearly beaten to death. I only mentioned Han Feng's name to protect you. In truth, even if he were here, he would not care for me. So, there is no need for you to look at me differently. I am not the governor's daughter. I'm just like you, a poor soul taken in by my brother. From now on, there will be no more Han Mengzhu, only Xiao Jiu, our Xiao Jiu. With that, Han Mengzhu bowed deeply to everyone. The women were moved by her story, and the atmosphere in the room grew tense. However, Yang Lin interjected. The name Han Mengzhu is quite beautiful. There is no need to discard it. You may be called Mengzhu or Xiao Jiu. Han Mengzhu nodded, her expression earnest. Brother, may I ask you for a favor? What is it? Could you bring my mother out? Han Mengzhu looked at Yang Lin with hope in her eyes. What? Yang Lin was taken aback. Han Mengzhu quickly explained, my mother is not happy there at all. I have been liberated. I don't want her to continue suffering. Yang Lin chuckled despite himself. That would be a difficult task. You want me to go to the Nanyang government and take the governor's woman? Brother, I miss my mother. Han Mengzhu said, clinging to Yang Lin's arm, gazing up at him. I will do my best, but it certainly cannot happen immediately. Perhaps there will be an opportunity in the future. Han Mengzhu nodded eagerly. As long as you promise, I believe you will find a way. Saying this, Han Mengzhu unexpectedly leaned in and kissed Yang Lin on the cheek. Brother, you are truly wonderful. I want to be your Xiao Jiao forever. She smiled, snuggling against Yang Lin, causing his face to flush once more. With Xiao Jiao opening her heart, the atmosphere became increasingly harmonious. Yang Lin intended to take advantage of the moment to encourage his wives and the third sister to share their stories. However, the two seemed to be receiving no signal, and Yang Lin understood that they still did not wish to reveal their tales. Thus, he had to let it go. The next day, after breakfast, Yang Lin busied himself with various tasks. There was much to attend to: continuing recruitment, establishing the road construction team, selecting and planning the site for the Kaohsiung Xian project, but most importantly, refining steel. Around noon, having completed other matters, Yang Lin made his way to the small courtyard where the ironworks was located. Lin Di is here, Du Jing exclaimed as he spotted Yang Lin, rushing out with excitement. You arrived just in time. We have completed the new water wheel you mentioned last time. That's wonderful. Remarkable. Yang Lin gave Du Jing a thumbs up, announcing, Brother Jing, an additional 200 won bonus for this month. The rest of you will receive 101. This task was most suitably assigned to Du Jing, as it was uncertain whether anyone else could accomplish it. However, Yang Lin did not anticipate that Du Jing and his team would complete it so swiftly. Upon hearing this, Du Jing was taken aback and hurriedly declined. The others also waved their hands in disbelief, their expressions peculiar. Yang Lin, as the employer, was exceedingly generous, handing out bonuses at the slightest provocation. They all felt they had already received ample rewards. Enough, everyone. You all know that my decisions are final. Furthermore, awarding bonuses serves as motivation. In the future, anyone who makes significant inventions or innovations will receive corresponding rewards. Brother Jing, I have come to discuss a new project with you. Oh, Du Jing asked excitedly. What are we going to improve this time? Paper, Yang Lin said with a smile. Du Jing was momentarily stunned. Paper? He never expected Yang Lin would choose paper. Although paper was somewhat expensive nowadays, it was still quite useful. Was there really a need for innovation? Brother Jing, hold your horses. We will discuss the improvement of the paper-making process shortly. I have another important matter to address first. Steel. Uncle Shun, I plan to add 20 more workers to the iron workshop. What? Zhao Shun hurriedly shook his head. Yang Lin, it's just iron we're making. We already have enough hands. We don't need that many. Yang Lin shook his head slowly. We are not making iron, but steel. From now on, the iron workshop will be renamed the smelting workshop. As for manpower, adding 20 may not even suffice. I have drawn up the blueprints. You all should construct a new furnace according to them. Yang Lin handed a thick stack of blueprints to Zhao Shun. So many? Zhao Shun quickly flipped through the blueprints, growing increasingly bewildered. What is this? What is that? He did not struggle to understand the blueprints. Rather, the furnace depicted was not for smelting iron at all. The furnace was excessively large and had very high requirements. Did it even require a foundation? I told you it is for steel. But what exactly is steel? Zhao Shun scratched his head. To clarify, pig iron contains the most impurities, wrought iron less so, and steel has the least. Therefore, steel possesses greater hardness and strength, making a more advanced metal material. Zhao Shun's eyes lit up with excitement. Wait a moment, Uncle Shun. You personally select the workers. If 20 is not enough, we can add more. It is imperative to construct this furnace as soon as possible. I will send a new type of fuel called coke, with coke in this furnace. Producing steel will not be an issue. He patted Zhao Shun's shoulder. All right. Zhao Shun was brimming with anticipation. Additionally, produce 10 more sets of those parts within the next few days, Yang Lin instructed. No problem, Zhao Shun readily agreed. After giving his instructions, Yang Lin and Du Jing entered the house. Brother Lin, did you truly say we will produce paper? Du Jing asked eagerly as soon as they entered. Of course, Yang Lin replied. But the current paper is already quite good. Can you really reduce costs? Du Jing looked at Yang Lin in astonishment. Yang Lin smiled. Firstly, costs can certainly be further reduced. Secondly, Brother Jing, do you truly believe that the paper we are currently using is already good enough? Du Jing nodded in confusion. Is there even better paper? Du Jing could not comprehend. To him, the current paper was already excellent. It was very thin and light, and it would not decay even after decades. Thus, he could not fathom why Yang Lin would want to improve it. Indeed, there is, and the potential for improvement is vast. Yang Lin Siget, since coming to this world, he had found the paper here quite unsatisfactory. It was not only much thicker and rougher than the paper from his previous life, but it also had a yellowish and even blackened hue, lacking adequate toughness. Not to mention, even Kai Luan's invention of Kai-Ho paper was far inferior. Really? Absolutely, Yang Lin affirmed. The paper we aim to produce will be lighter, thinner, softer, with a comfortable texture, pure white color, devoid of impurities, and with high transparency, suitable for painting and magical arts, and even for printing. Du Jing was left speechless. Although he did not understand what printing was, he could hardly imagine that the type of paper Yang Lin described could truly exist. I have detailed the specific process, Yang Lin said as he pulled out a stack of draft paper and handed it to Du Jing. Despite Yang Lin's assurances, Du Jing opened the draft paper and found his eyes widening with astonishment, increasingly amazed with each glance. Moments later, he excitedly set the draft paper down and jumped to his feet. I'm going to start making paper right now. Yang Lin nodded. You may choose as many workers as you need. If you require more, feel free to ask me. Just remember to keep everything confidential. From now on, your design workshop will be completely separate from the smelting workshop. I have acquired a new residence. You can lead your team to move in shortly. Brother Jing, the paper production will not only generate immense profits, but also leave a lasting legacy. Although I already have a theory, do not rush. Diligent research will lead to success in due time. Just as Yang Lin left Du Jing, a piece of good news arrived from the riverside. Chapter 68. The Black Tiger descends the mountain. Cement and coke have been successfully produced. After a whole morning, they had succeeded. Uncle de Zhuang at this pace. How much cement can we produce in a day? Yang Lin inquired. Well, de Zhuang shook his head and sighed. The burning process isn't difficult. It only takes 2 hours. But grinding these stones is quite troublesome. You see, the cement we burned today was accumulated over several days. If we could keep up with grinding the stones, we could at least double our production. Yang Lin estimated the weight of this batch of cement to be around 500 to 600 pounds, expending a great deal of manpower and resources, yet yielding very little. The primary issue lay with the stone crushing. In that case, I will have the workshop construct a new type of water wheel specifically designed for grinding stones. It will be at least 5 times faster than the current one. This way, we can ensure a steady supply of raw materials. From now on, this kiln will be dedicated to producing cement, while another kiln will be for bricks. Cement is sensitive to moisture and dampness. Once it is produced, it will be transported directly to the construction site. With cement in hand, we can begin laying the foundation today. What? Such precious cement is going to be used for the foundation? De Zhuang's eyes widened in disbelief. It seemed extravagant to pour all the hard-earned cement into the foundation pit. Yang Lin chuckled. A solid foundation is essential for a stable house. He was well aware of cement's value, but for the sake of safety, it was all worth it. Days passed by. One evening, as the sun had yet to set, outside Jianghe County, a group of burly men with bushy beards, armed with sharp weapons and fierce expressions, galloped into the city, taking advantage of the slanting rays of the setting sun. Make way, make way. Those who do not wish to die should stay far away. The men had venomous gazes, cracking their whips, riding wildly, completely disregarding the panicked civilians in their path. Some citizens, unable to dodge in time, were knocked aside by the galloping horses, howling in pain. Yet no one cared. Shut up. The black-faced leader at the front of the group shouted coldly. Do you want everyone to know you're bandits? Once we enter the city, keep a low profile. The leader was tall and imposing, with a grim face and narrow, fierce eyes, a cold smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Fear not, brother Hu, with Zhou Darren and Zhao Darren as our backing. Who could possibly challenge us? Indeed, Jianghe County and our territory are not dissimilar. Were it not for your restraint, brother, we would have seized the county town. The laughter of the Han men echoed loudly. The bandits, intimidated by the fierce gazes, quickly fell silent, leaving only the rhythmic sound of hooves. Shortly, Air and Sam will accompany me to deliver money to the Zhou family, while the rest shall head to the inn. This is not the mountains. I do not want any trouble. That evening, He Hu, accompanied by the second and third leaders of the bandit group, arrived at the Zhou residence bearing a chest of silver, joining Zhou Qian and his son Zhou Zhengyang in merriment. After several rounds of drinking, Zhou Zhengyang broached a serious matter. "Brother Hu, I have a small favor to ask." He Hu's eyes narrowed slightly, a smile on his face. "Young Master Zhou, why such formality? Whatever I can do for you, just command me." "Oh." He Hu squinted, his tone turning cold. "Young Master Zhou need not worry. I shall take care of him in due time. How many pieces would you like him divided into?" Upon meeting He Hu's ruthless gaze, Zhou Zhengyang dared not meet his eyes. "I appreciate your help, Brother Hu. Here is a token of my gratitude." Upon pushing a gold ingot toward He Hu, his eyes lit up. This ingot weighed at least 5 taels, equivalent to 50 taels of silver. When had the Zhou family ever been so generous? He Hu patted his chest. "No problem. Ha ha ha, let us drink." It seemed Zhou Qian had just realized the situation, raising his cup with a smile. That night, as He Hu and his companions departed the Zhou residence, the second and third leaders could no longer contain their thoughts. "Brother Hu, something feels amiss. Apprehending a mere scholar seems excessive." "Indeed, Brother Hu, I have a nagging feeling it is not that simple." He Hu, being astute, had established connections with the government years ago, providing silver to the Zhou and Zhao families annually in exchange for their tacit approval of his rampant pillaging throughout Jianghe County. Although he feigned deference before the Zhou and Zhao families, he held them in contempt. Hence, whether to proceed with this matter required further investigation. The following noon, He Hu's informants brought news. "Brother Hu, it seems Yang Lin is quite remarkable. The tofu that has recently been sold everywhere was concocted by him. He even sells a special solution for making tofu, reportedly priced at 10 taels of silver per barrel." The young leader excitedly gestured. Upon hearing the price of a barrel, the bandits were taken aback. "Good gracious, we thought he was a poor scholar. Turns out he is a local tycoon. Brother Hu, I understand now. The Zhou and Zhao families want us to capture him to obtain the formula for that solution, right? Why not simply eliminate Yang Lin? We could sell the solution ourselves." The bandits looked at He Hu with eager anticipation. He Hu shot them a glare, signaling for the young leader to continue. "Moreover, a few days ago, a wealthy man named Lu from their village sent 4 men to kill Yang Lin at night. But guess what happened? 2 were killed, and 2 were severely injured." The bandits gasped in shock. He Hu frowned slightly. "So Yang Lin is a fighter?" It remains unclear what transpired that night. No one knows, but Yang Lin emerged unscathed. Subsequently, Zhao Daren personally visited Kaoshan village to trouble Yang Lin, but for some unknown reason, the county official intervened on Yang Lin's behalf, leaving even Zhao Daren powerless against him. After the young leader spoke, the bandits were left bewildered. He Hu chuckled coldly. No wonder the Zhou family is so generous. It appears they are dealing with a formidable opponent. "What shall we do now?" the second leader inquired. He Hu replied coolly. "Do you know why the Zhou family sought us for this task?" The others shook their heads. "Because we are bandits. We are not bound by rules." He Hu picked up a knife from the table, sliced a piece of meat, and bit into it while narrowing his eyes with a cold smile. "They cannot accomplish what we can. Send word. We shall head to Kaoshan village at dawn. I am eager to see how many heads Yang Lin possesses." The next morning, upon rising, Yang Lin felt an inexplicable heaviness in his eyelids, sensing an unsettling premonition of impending events. After breakfast, he, along with the women, assembled the latest freshly refined components into crossbows. With this new batch, they now possessed 17 crossbows and 300 crossbow bolts. Xiao Qi, Xiao Ba, and Xiao Jiu finally received their own crossbows, while the remainder was stored away by Yang Lin. Xiao Jiu reported the progress from the previous day. The tofu workshop produced 500 blocks of tofu, 300 jin of dried tofu, and sold 10 barrels of solution. The tofu skin was successfully made, while the bean sauce and soy sauce were still fermenting. The brick kiln yielded 3,000 red bricks and 500 tiles, with 180 deemed unusable, and the color of the green bricks was insufficient. The cement kiln produced 120 barrels of cement, and Gao Dazhuang indicated that production would increase today. The construction of the new furnace in the smelting workshop was over half complete, with Uncle Shun guaranteeing its completion in 3 days. Regarding the road construction team, the eastern end of the village had already been completed, and within 2 days, the road there would be finished. Meanwhile, at the eastern end of the village, He Hu galloped with his bandits, raising a cloud of dust. "Brother Hu, ahead lies Kaoshan village," the second leader called out. He Hu replied coldly, "This Yang Lin possesses some skill. Do not underestimate him." Once we charge into the village, seize anyone to inquire about Yang Lin's whereabouts. Then head straight to his home to catch him off guard. Understood, the bandits shouted in unison. However, as they approached Kaoshan village, they noticed a gathering of villagers at the entrance, armed with shovels and spades. At first glance, there were at least 40 to 50 villagers with tools. Halt! What is happening? Heihu frowned. They had traveled from the county town without encountering any villages, careful not to alert anyone. Yet, why did it seem as if the villagers were prepared and waiting for them, although they were known for their ruthlessness and had blood on their hands? Facing such a multitude of villagers would pose a significant challenge. The third leader remarked, "Brother Hu, it seems they are not waiting for us, but are engaged in road construction." Road construction? Heihu pulled on the reins, frowning as he observed. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed true. The road behind the villagers was evidently wider and smoother, with yellow earth as a base, covered with sand, even surpassing the roads of the county town. Damn, they were building a road. That startled me. What on earth is going on in Kaoshan village? The bandits were perplexed. Yet Heihu coldly remarked, "Since they are here, we might as well ask about Yang Lin's whereabouts." Understood. The bandits urged their horses forward. At that moment, the villagers working on the road were also observing the bandits, whispering among themselves. Could they be bandits? Surely not. After Yang Lin captured so many just days ago, would any bandits dare come to our Kaoshan village? We have seen bandits before, but which bandits ride horses? Hey, they are coming. Quickly step aside to avoid a collision. The villagers were uncertain about the identities of these individuals, gazing at each other in confusion. It was only when Heihu and his men drew near that the fierce aura of the bandits made the villagers realize something was amiss, their faces displaying fear and unease. The second leader, mounted on his horse, cracked his whip and stammered, We are good men from Heifeng Mountain. Today we come not to rob or pillage, but only to capture Yang Lin." Although his speech was halting, no one dared to laugh. "Listen up, all of you. Tell us where Yang Lin is, and we will ensure your safety." A pair of sinister eyes scanned the crowd, leaving the villagers in a state of shock. It was truly bandits, the infamous Heifeng Mountain robbers from Jianghe County. The villagers exchanged glances, none daring to speak. Heihu stepped forward, a cold smirk gracing his lips as he sneered. "Not talking? Do you wish to die?" With that, he raised his whip, striking an elderly man nearby with a sharp crack. The old man stumbled back, reeling from the blow. In a swift motion, Heihu drew his knife and slashed down at the old man. A cry of agony escaped the elder's lips as he collapsed to the ground, blood seeping through his thin garments, his body twitching twice before falling silent. Silence enveloped the scene. The villagers stared wide-eyed, a mix of anger and terror evident in their expressions. Lu Laohan, one of the few elders in the village to have reached 60, had been slain by bandits just like that. The villagers, paralyzed by fear, instinctively began to retreat. Seeing their fright, Heihu was pleased, flicking the blood from his knife and coldly stating, "Now, can you speak?" Yet, the villagers only continued to back away, none daring to utter a word. Still holding on a loyalty? Interesting, I like it. If that is the case, once we reach the village, I will question each of you individually. I want to see if Yang Lin will show himself before I kill you all. The villagers, awakening from their stupor, attempted to flee in all directions. Flee? Let us see where you can run. Heihu, unfazed, retrieved a bow from a bag on his horse. Drawing an arrow, he aimed at a young man desperately racing toward the village, a cruel smile curling at the corner of his mouth. With a whoosh, the arrow was released, and in an instant, the young man stumbled and fell to the ground. The bandits erupted into laughter as the young man lay motionless before the terrified villagers. In that moment, fear gripped them, silencing any thoughts of escape. "Run. I want to see if your legs are faster than my arrows." Ha. Brother Tiger's arrows are invincible. Brother Tiger is mighty. The bandits shouted, brandishing their blades. With 2 lives claimed, the villagers were paralyzed with fear, none daring to flee any longer. The bandits circled on horseback, herding the villagers together like sheep, driving them toward the village. Tears welled in the villagers' eyes, yet they felt powerless to voice their anger. Outside the village, Zhong Tao was patrolling with the defense team when he spotted villagers repairing the road and the bandits on horseback. His expression shifted dramatically. "Oh no, it's bandits." Zhong Tao intended to shout for the villagers to flee, but knowing Yang Lin's character, He realized Yang Lin would likely not run, so he instead urged caution. Tao Go, what should we do? Kong Liang asked anxiously, glancing at Zhong Tao. With a grave expression, Zhong Tao replied, "You must hurry. I will think of a way here." Understood. Kong Liang wasted no time and dashed toward the village. The bandits were now less than 100 paces away. Yet the defense team stood resolute, unafraid. Tao Go, what is our plan? The team awaited Zhong Tao's decision. Zhong Tao spoke firmly. We defense team receive high wages to protect our neighbors and kin. If we run now that the bandits have arrived, what use is our defense team? We have fought bandits before. We cannot cower in this battle. Are you afraid? The crowd shook their heads, though tension was evident on their faces. On the day the defense team was formed, Yang Lin stated that if anyone died protecting others, he would provide 30 taels of silver as compensation. I, Zhong Tao, fear death too, but behind us are our elders and families. If we run, we leave our families to the bandits. I believe Yang Lin will keep his word. I will lay down my life today, and my family will have money to survive. As Zhong Tao spoke, he lifted his long spear, resting it on his shoulder. He understood that these bandits were markedly different from those who had come before. In Qian, horses were a valuable commodity. Even in the military, cavalry was far outnumbered by infantry. Yet these bandits were all mounted, a clear indication that they were formidable foes. Having seen battle before, he knew that infantry faced with a cavalry charge would be like paper, easily crushed, with 16 bandits against their 9. And considering the lack of combat experience among these 9 farmers, Zhong Tao recognized the odds were grim. Even if they could not stop the bandits, they must buy time for their families to escape. The expressions of the defense team grew somber as they readied their weapons, forming a line to block the path into the village. Their weapons were no longer mere farming tools. They had been replaced with long spears and large blades forged from refined iron. Yet, as the bandits drew nearer, anxiety mounted. Heihu spotted the defense team blocking the village entrance and furrowed his brow. Who knows? This Kaoshan village really is full of strange occurrences. The second-in-command muttered. The villagers saw the defense team standing firm at the village entrance, ready to fight the bandits to the death, igniting a spark of hope within them. Heihu's expression fluctuated. Seeing the weapons in the defense team's hands deepened his frown. In the past, wherever they went to plunder, there were never any who dared to resist. They would obediently hand over their valuables and plead for mercy. But this small Kaoshan village made him feel uneasy. In that moment, he regretted taking on this task. However, with Kaoshan village so close, he could not allow a mere feeling of discomfort to deter him. He was Heihu after all. Air Dang and San Dang. Take a few men and eliminate these roadblocks. Yes, yes. The second and third in command immediately rallied 6 men and charged toward Zhong Tao and the others. Onward. At the same time, Zhong Tao shouted, "Avoid their horses. For Kaoshan village. Charge with me." Armed with his spear, Zhong Tao surged forward as the first to charge. Though he had been but a small soldier in the army, he understood the principle that a strong leader inspires fierce loyalty among his men. Whenever a general shouted to charge and led the way, soldiers would be filled with fervor and follow with all their might. Conversely, if a general ordered his men to advance while staying behind, the soldiers often lacked motivation. At this moment, with his spear in hand, Zhong Tao led the charge. Though only 8 remained behind him, he felt as if he were leading 1,000 troops into the enemy camp. Charge! The defense team echoed his rallying cry. Heihu narrowed his eyes, recognizing that Zhong Tao's presence was different from the others. However, the clash between the two sides occurred in an instant. In the blink of an eye, 2 members of the defense team were knocked aside by the charging horses, while 2 others were struck down by the bandits' blades, crying out as they fell. The remaining members, though momentarily unharmed, found the bandits had already surged past them, leaving them unable to inflict any damage. Only Zhong Tao managed to pierce one bandit with his spear, knocking him off his horse. Yet, even this small victory was overshadowed by the overwhelming odds. In mere moments, only 5 remained standing, surrounded on all sides by the bandits. Their faces paled, hands trembling involuntarily around their weapons. At that moment, a timid individual dropped his weapon and knelt on the ground, pleading for mercy. The sight of one person kneeling diminished the remaining morale, causing the others to surrender as well. Realizing the dire situation, Zhong Tao felt a wave of desolation wash over him. Taking advantage of the bandits' arrogance, he pretended to lower his weapon, but then suddenly sprang into action, swinging his spear and sweeping through the crowd. The bandits hastily dodged, and Zhong Tao seized the opportunity to dash towards the village. The bandits did not pursue him, for He, who had drawn his bow, knocking an arrow aimed at Zhong Tao's back. With a whoosh, the arrow was released. Yet, in that fleeting moment before it struck, Zhong Tao appeared to possess a sixth sense, evading the shot. He, who frowned slightly and drew his bow again. This second arrow found its mark, hitting Zhong Tao in the shoulder. Stumbling but undeterred by the pain, he continued to run. By the time He, who released a third arrow, Zhong Tao had already fled far away. Cursing under his breath, He, who sheathed his bow and coldly commanded his men to check on Shah, the bandit who had been thrown from his horse by Zhong Tao. Shah still breathes, but he likely won't survive, one of the men reported. Grant him a swift end. He, who ordered icily. Without hesitation, a subordinate plunged a knife into Shah's heart. The struggling bandit fell silent. The villagers were paralyzed with fear. The brutality of the bandits was evident as they even turned on their own. Should we pursue that man from earlier? Asked the third in command. Meanwhile, Yang Lin, at home, received the alarming news and realized the gravity of the situation. 16 bandits, all mounted, were akin to a cavalry unit. They had arrived without any warning, likely targeting him specifically. Kong Liang anxiously inquired, "What should we do, Lin Ge? Tao Ge may not withstand the pressure." The women looked at Yang Lin with trepidation. "Should we set an ambush like last time and lure the bandits here?" Zugastit Yi. "No, absolutely not." Both Liao Hongying and Yang Lin replied simultaneously. The women were perplexed, as the previous tactic had seemed effective, though it was never implemented. Yang Lin explained, "These bandits are mounted, and they have captured the road crew. I fear they may use them to coerce me into revealing myself. If we hide here, it would be futile." Liao Hongying nodded in agreement. "Moreover, they outnumber us, and their speed on horseback is an advantage. Our archery skills are still lacking. Even if we miss them, we might accidentally harm innocent villagers." After hearing their reasoning, panic gripped the group. "So, does that mean we are left with no options?" asked Sime. Suddenly, Liu Yao spoke up. "I have a plan. We should set up an ambush as before, but this time, we must proactively draw the bandits to us before they take any action." She looked to Yang Lin for support. Yang Lin pondered for a moment. "That is the only course of action. You all prepare as before. I will draw the bandits." Xiao Jiu protested. "Brother, that is far too dangerous." "Yes, going alone to confront the bandits is reckless. What if they are here to kill you? What then?" The women watched Yang Lin anxiously. He shook his head. "They are too numerous and stronger than us. A direct confrontation is not feasible. As for the danger, I acknowledge it exists, but we have no alternative. It is better to take the initiative than to be passive victims. Be careful, brother. If things go awry, flee." The women urged, their worry evident. Liu Yao opened her mouth but only managed to utter 2 words. "Wait for you." Yang Lin smiled knowingly, waved goodbye, and stepped out the door. Meanwhile, He Hu and his men had entered Cao Shan village. The sudden arrival of the bandits caught everyone off guard. As they marched through the village, escorting the captured villagers, the residents hurriedly locked their doors, hiding in fear. Observing the village's size, He Hu furrowed his brow. With over 200 households, searching every home would be time-consuming, and by then, Yang Lin might have escaped. Thus, he decided to extract information about Yang Lin's whereabouts from the villagers. "Listen closely. Whoever reveals Yang Lin's location will receive a gold coin." He Hu shouted. However, none of the captured villagers uttered a word. They remained silent, their eyes filled with resentment. "Oh, you choose to remain silent before me? Fine, let us see just how tough your resolve is." With that, He Hu raised his knife and struck a middle-aged man beside him. The man fell to the ground, groaning in agony, yet he still refused to speak. He Hu, irritated, pointed his bloody blade at an elderly man nearby. "Do you desire a gold coin, or would you prefer a knife from me?" The old man trembled but resolutely closed his eyes. "Kill me. Yang Lin has saved my grandson. Without him, my grandson would surely be dead. I will never betray Yang Lin." He tilted his head back, awaiting death. "Your grandson?" He Hu's lips curled into a sly, sinister smile as his gaze landed on a small boy beside the old man. The grandfather suddenly realized the implication and instinctively shielded the boy in his arms. Yet, it was too late. He Hu gestured, and 2 bandits dismounted and seized the boy. "What do you want? If you have a grievance, direct it at me." "He is just a child." The old man cried out, rushing toward the bandits, only to be easily kicked to the ground. "Tongar, Tongar." The grandfather and grandson cried out as they were forcibly separated. A bandit grasped the boy's chin, coldly stating, "Listen, kid, if you tell us where Yang Lin lives, not only will I release you and your grandfather, but I will also give you money." The bandit waved 2 coins in front of the boy's eyes. The small boy gritted his teeth. Grandfather said, "We must not betray our benefactor." Infuriated, the bandit slapped the boy's face, sending him tumbling to the ground. Yet the boy remained silent. "Get out of the way. Let me handle this." Heihu's expression darkened as he dismounted, drawing a dagger and approaching the terrified child. He loomed over the boy. "Do you know why I'm called Heihu? It is because, like a ravenous tiger, I enjoy feasting on hearts and livers, especially that of a child." As he spoke, he ripped open the boy's shirt. With a soft tearing sound, the fabric parted, exposing the boy's flesh. The child's face turned pale with fear. "No, you beasts! If you have the courage, kill me instead. Preying on a child is no feat. You are nothing but savages." The old man wept profusely, desperately trying to rush forward. A bandit easily kicked him back to the ground. The surrounding villagers clenched their fists in fury, filled with rage, yet paralyzed by fear as they watched Heihu's dagger inch closer to the boy's chest. Many closed their eyes, tears streaming down their faces. "Tell me where Yang Lin lives." The dagger pressed against the boy's chest, and Heihu's face twisted in anger and humiliation. He had never encountered such common folk and could not comprehend why they would risk their lives to protect another. Yet this sentiment left him feeling unsettled. Even when confronted with that youthful but defiant face, he found himself gripped by a flicker of fear. Unbeknownst to him, Heihu's breaths grew heavy, his agitation spurring a desire to annihilate the entire village. "Speak! Speak!" Heihu's frenzied roar echoed, resembling the madness of a wild beast. Even the bandits were taken aback by Heihu's fury. Just as Heihu raised his weapon, a voice suddenly emerged from the crowd. "I am Yang Lin." Heihu froze, as did the bandits and villagers. They realized that the voice belonged not to Yang Lin, but to Zhou Lao Lu. Pushing his way through the crowd, Zhou Lao Lu thumped his chest and declared, "I am Yang Lin. Release them." The villagers gazed in astonishment as Zhou Lao Lu stepped forward, and then, out of nowhere, another voice rang out, "I am Yang Lin." Soon, a chorus of voices rose in unison. "I am Yang Lin. I am Yang Lin. I am Yang Lin." Increasingly, more individuals emerged from the throng, filled with righteous anger. Heihu sheathed his weapon, bewildered by the simplicity of the villagers. The bandits stood in stunned silence, having never encountered such a phenomenon. "I am Yang Lin." The villagers, who had previously remained behind closed doors, felt a fire ignite within them, yearning to rush forth and confront the bandits. Yang Lin, who had just approached, was equally astonished. Listening to the fervent cries, his eyes began to glisten with unshed tears. He believed he had done nothing extraordinary. His assistance to them was merely a modest act of goodwill. He had even exploited their innocence and kindness. Yet in return, they offered their very lives to shield him. Clenching his fists, Yang Lin stepped forward. "I am Yang Lin. I am here." His voice was not particularly loud, but it captured the attention of the bandits due to its emergence from outside the crowd. "Look, Tiger Brother," a bandit alerted. It was then that Heihu noticed the youth approaching from the outskirts of the throng. Approximately 20 years old, with a slender frame and dressed in coarse cloth, he appeared entirely unremarkable. The only distinction was his pair of obsidian eyes, seemingly more vibrant and profound than those of others. At that moment, the villagers also recognized Yang Lin's figure, and the atmosphere fell into a hushed silence. All eyes were astonishingly fixed upon him, shaking their heads in unison, silently urging him to flee. "You are Yang Lin?" Heihu inched closer, his murderous gaze appraising the young man before him. "Since you have come for me, release them. If you desire wealth, I will lead you to it." He stood alone, yet his demeanor exuded an extraordinary authority, as if an army followed him. After Yang Lin spoke, he glanced at the surrounding villagers, only to be astonished to find Lu Qiao Yun among them. Heihu coldly retorted, "Dare to negotiate with me? Do you not fear that I might end your life right now?" "I doubt you would." Heihu glared, instinctively tightening his grip on the hilt of his knife. Yang Lin scoffed. "What, have I misspoken? If I am not mistaken, those you brought are seeking a living Yang Lin for the potion formula they desire, not a corpse. A living Yang Lin holds value for them, while a dead one is worthless." Yang Lin quipped in self-mockery. Just as Heihu was about to respond, Yang Lin continued. As for that formula, it is exceedingly intricate, requiring dozens of herbs and a complex procedure to concoct. The formula is inscribed on a wooden box, which is in my home. If you wish to have it, follow me. Yang Lin approached with an air of composure, moving with a calmness that bewildered the bandits, who were unaccustomed to such indifference. Yet, what they did not realize was that Yang Lin was equally terrified. Should he hear any rustle behind him, he would undoubtedly flee. After all, his intention was to draw the bandits away. The method of doing so was of little consequence. Tiger brother, this lad must be up to some tricks. What are we afraid of? We have so many people. Why fear just him? Tiger brother, should we follow him? The bandits looked to He-Hu. Kid. He-Hu's knife was pointed at the young boy as he shouted. Yang Lin's heart sank. He had not anticipated that the bandits would be more cautious than he had surmised. Given this, the plan had to be altered. Wait for me. Returning home, he summoned the women lying in ambush and disclosed the current situation. The plan has changed. The bandits are near Zhao Qing's house to the east of the village. A total of 16 men, having captured the road construction team and the security squad. We will strike there. Daughter, you take the eldest sister, second sister, Xiao Qi, Xiao Ba, and Xiao Jiao, and circle around to the front entrance, hiding to the left. Third sister, you take the fourth, fifth, and sixth sisters around the back, hiding to the right. At my signal, we will all strike together, first targeting the horses, then rushing in with the utmost speed to eliminate the enemies. Be cautious not to harm the innocents. Time is of the essence. We must act immediately. Liu Yao inquired. And you? Me? Yang Lin replied bitterly. They're coming for me. I must draw their fire. Chapter 73. The ocean of the people as the clock approached a quarter to the hour. He-Hu finally spotted Yang Lin approaching with a black wooden box in hand. The formula is inscribed on the box. He-Hu was skeptical, but was eager to see what Yang Lin could conjure. At this moment, he noticed that Yang Lin's grip on the box appeared somewhat peculiar. One hand held the front while the other supported the back, as if he were carrying something delicate. Halt! He-Hu felt a surge of caution. However, Yang Lin seemed oblivious, continuing to advance toward him. Stop! Do not move. For reasons unknown, He-Hu sensed an ominous threat emanating from that object. Yang Lin remained undeterred. With a distance of merely a dozen meters separating them, he would normally have confidence in his ability to eliminate the target. Yet, with villagers surrounding him, and given that the wooden box contained a crossbow he had modified just 2 days prior, designed for concealment and thus diminishing its power, Yang Lin resolved to draw nearer for safety. However, He-Hu's unease intensified, and he bellowed, I told you to stop. If you take another step forward, I will kill him right now. He-Hu pressed the knife against the boy's throat. Yang Lin frowned, compelled to halt. In that instant, he discreetly glanced to either side, wondering if the women were in position. This is the formula. Release the child, and I will give it to you. Yang Lin discreetly leveled the wooden box, aiming at He-Hu. The latter hesitated, and without a moment's pause, Yang Lin decisively pulled the trigger. Whoosh! A 3-inch arrow shot forth from the wooden box. Attack! Yang Lin showed that the suddenness of the arrow caught the bandits off guard. However, in the blink of an eye, He-Hu hastily dodged, narrowly evading a fatal blow. The arrow merely grazed his arm. He-Hu screamed in agony. Damn it! I knew you were up to no good. Kill him! He-Hu thundered, disregarding the boy beside him as he lunged toward Yang Lin with his knife. Yet, as soon as he uttered those words, a cacophony of screams erupted around him. A barrage of arrows rained down, causing his underlings to tumble from their horses, some meeting their demise while others writhed in pain. In a mere instant, among the 8 minions atop their steeds, only 2 remained. The remaining pair, with pallid faces and an expression of sheer terror, stood bewildered as their comrades fell around them, utterly ignorant of the calamity that had unfolded. The event had transpired so suddenly that even He, who was momentarily taken aback. However, one certainty burned in his mind. This was undoubtedly the work of Yang Lin. His molars ground audibly as he seethed. Yang Lin, I will kill you. In the blink of an eye, he had lost 6 or 7 brothers. For years, He-Hu had dominated Jianghe County, never before experiencing such a crushing defeat. At this moment, his eyes seemed ablaze, and brandishing his ghostly blade, he sprang forth, aiming to cleave Yang Lin in two. Come on, Yang Lin thought to himself, taking a deep breath to steady the exhilaration that surged within him upon witnessing the bloodshed. He calmly prepared the crossbow within the wooden box. As He Hu lunged closer, Yang Lin raised the box, aligning the firing port with his adversary. Time elongated in that instant, akin to a slow-motion scene from a film. He could distinctly hear his own breath and feel the rhythm of his heartbeat, while simultaneously tracking the arc of He Hu's descending blade. It drew nearer, the specter of death closing in. Yet, for his arrow to strike true, the distance was still insufficient. He needed to draw closer. Yang Lin restrained his tension and the urge to pull the trigger. Finally, as He Hu approached within 3 paces, Yang Lin maintained a stoic expression and squeezed the trigger. At this range, not only was He Hu's blade incapable of reaching him, but even if it did, he bore a substantial sheet of iron concealed beneath his garments. Everything lay within his calculations. With a swift whoosh, the bolt struck true, piercing He Hu's chest and sealing his fate. However, just as Yang Lin exhaled in relief, a sight before him rendered him utterly astonished. Lu Qiaoyun, adorned in a green gauze dress, had inexplicably thrown herself in front of him, using her back to absorb the blow from He Hu's blade. Yang Lin's eyes widened in disbelief. Where had this foolish girl emerged from? The emerald figure swayed slightly before collapsing softly to the ground. Yang Lin, I truly like you. Lu Qiaoyun extended her hand toward him, as if grasping for something. Yet, before her fingers could touch him, her hand fell limply to the ground. Her back was stained crimson with blood, a harrowing gash of 2 or 3 inches long. With blood gushing forth, Yang Lin felt a deafening thud in his mind, as if something within him had shattered violently. You shall all perish. His visage darkened, and veins of crimson appeared in his eyes. The chapter titled Tomorrow, We Strike Big, unfolded as Yang Lin redirected the wooden box to target the bandits, his hands moving with blinding speed. 1, 2. Within moments, another 2 fell to the ground with a thunderous thud, watching his brothers fall one by one. The remaining bandits were paralyzed with fear, their eyes wide with terror. They instinctively turned to flee, but it was too late. Just as Yang Lin prepared to release his 3rd arrow, the very bandit he had targeted collapsed first, howling in agony. From a distance, Liu Yao and her group surged in from the left. Liao Hongying and her crew charged in from the right. As they approached, they unleashed a volley of shots, having already dispatched 6 with their previous round. In this second barrage, another 4 bandits fell lifeless to the ground. However, with so many civilians around, it became increasingly difficult to continue firing at the remaining foes, initially believing they had lost the advantage and would now have to engage in close combat. No one anticipated that Yang Lin's rallying cry would awaken the furious spirit of the townsfolk, igniting the deep-seated bloodlust and defiance within them. In that moment, they surged forward, determined to confront the bandits. Villagers, charge! Slay these robbers! Damn them! The villagers surged forth, overwhelming the bewildered bandits in a tidal wave of humanity. As dusk fell, the Yang household was illuminated by the glow of numerous oil lamps, bright as day. Outside in the courtyard, throngs of people filled the space. Yang Lin sat at the bedside, his hands stained with blood, gradually closing his eyes. Moments ago, he had stitched wounds for 4 critically injured individuals, including Lu Qiaoyun. Their injuries were grave, yet none had struck any vital organs. Nevertheless, without his suturing skills, they would have succumbed to excessive blood loss. Even now, with the wounds stitched, whether they would survive remained a matter of fate. Darling, wash your hands, spoke Wu Mei, bringing forth a basin of warm water. Her gaze filled with concern for Yang Lin. He nodded slowly, methodically cleansing his bloodied hands. As the crimson was washed away, the water in the basin turned red. It could not cleanse the anger festering in Yang Lin's heart. This battle had claimed 9 bandits, including He Hu, left 3 severely wounded, while the rest had been thoroughly beaten and bound to trees outside. Meanwhile, on the side of Kaoshan village, Yang Lin and his women remained unharmed. By the time the women armed with crossbows approached, the remaining bandits had already been subdued by the villagers. However, prior to this, the road repair team suffered 2 minor injuries, 1 serious injury, and 1 fatality. The defense team also endured 2 serious injuries and 1 death. Yang Lin had already removed the arrow from Zhong Tao's shoulder and bandaged his wound. This towering figure now stood outside, his eyes reddened. Accepting a towel from Lu Mei, Yang Lin's voice was somber as he inquired, Is Lu Qiaoyun's mother still outside? Sime nodded. Everyone is present. Yang Lin understood that everyone included the families of the other injured. I will go speak with them. As he attempted to stand, his body swayed slightly, nearly toppling over, prompting Wu Mei and Lu Mei to rush to his side for support. "Are you all right? Perhaps I should speak with them." Li Yuyao stepped forward, concern etched upon her face. It was evident to all that Yang Lin was in a fragile state, whether due to Lu Qiaoyun taking the blade for him, now lying unconscious, or the trauma of witnessing the casualties of those around him since his arrival in this world. All of it weighed heavily on his soul. Yang Lin waved his hand dismissively. "I am fine, I will handle it." Those simple 4 words conveyed his unwavering resolve to all present. Li Yuyao adjusted head insistente, casting a glance at Wu Mei and Lu Mei, signaling them to support Yang Lin. As he pushed open the door, hundreds of eyes, both inside and outside the courtyard, turned toward him. Almost the entire village had gathered, yet an eerie silence enveloped the scene. Zhao Fugue and Zhong Tao, standing at the sides of the door, opened their mouths but uttered not a word. The villagers gazed at Yang Lin, concern etched on their faces as they observed his haggard and pallid countenance, their hearts heavy with empathy. "Xiaoyan, how is she?" Lu Zhongshi cried out, stumbling forward with the aid of 2 maids. The families of the other, critically injured, though silent, wore expressions of worry, their faces a blend of age and youth, looking toward Yang Lin with a sense of bewilderment. The bleeding has stopped. However, whether they will survive, I cannot yet ascertain. Yang Lin spoke candidly, bowing deeply to the villagers before him. "For the time being, they will remain under my care. I shall bear all medical expenses and any subsequent costs." Lu Zhongshi wished to protest further, but Wang Gui stepped forward, assisting his brother Wang Laosan, who weakly knelt before Yang Lin. "Yang Lin, my life is yours from this day forth, whether scaling mountains of knives or traversing seas of fire. I, Wang Laosan, will not flinch at your command." As he spoke, he repeatedly bowed his head in reverence, having only just regained consciousness, and was brought forth by his brother, Wang Gui, to demonstrate his recovery to the gathered crowd, instilling a sense of reassurance among them. This strategy indeed proved effective. Lu Zhongshi and the families of several severely injured individuals instinctively sighed in relief upon seeing Wang Laosan. "Take good care of your injuries. Once you recover, I will assist you in redeeming your freedom, and you can come help me," Yang Lin said, helping Wang Laosan to his feet and signaling Wang Gui to assist him in retreating. "Villagers, I am aware that today, in order to protect me, you all faced the blades of bandits without revealing my whereabouts. Yang Lin, I am immensely grateful." As he spoke, Yang Lin bowed deeply once more. "I do not consider myself to have done anything remarkable, yet your loyalty touches me profoundly. I, Yang Lin, am truly fortunate. I shall refrain from excessive flattery. I have always been a man who repays kindness with kindness and harbors resentment towards those who wrong me. The animosity of the bandits against us cannot simply be overlooked." With that, Yang Lin declared loudly, "Old Master Zhang of the road construction team and Zhou Li of the defense team have been slain by the bandits. They perished for my sake for the defense of our village, and they are heroes. I shall arrange a grand funeral for them, and from this day forth, I will take care of their families." When the defense team was established, I promised that if any brother were to tragically fall, I would provide 30 taels of silver as compensation. However, today, I shall make an exception. Old Master Zhang and Zhou Li died for our village. Their deaths were not in vain. They are indeed heroes. Therefore, I have decided that each of their families will receive 100 taels of silver. Tonight, we shall honor their memory with a dignified burial." Yang Lin bowed to the crowd for the 3rd time. The announcement of 100 taels of silver left the villagers astonished. In this era, lives were as fragile as grass. Not to mention 100 taels. Even 30 taels was beyond their wildest dreams. With merely 10 taels of silver, one could buy a life, and even in the military, compensation was barely 8 guan, often withheld and never fully received. Thus, though the villagers felt immense sorrow, the prospect of 100 taels made many feel that their sacrifice was worthwhile. Yet for Yang Lin, no amount of money could equate to a life. Increasing the compensation was merely a gesture within his means. It would not ease his heart simply because he offered more silver. "Third uncle, you're certain that this group of bandits is backed by the Zhou and Zhao families, correct?" Zhao Fugue nodded vehemently. "Absolutely. In the county town, this is practically an open secret." "Very well," Yang Lin replied. Tomorrow I plan to take decisive action. Third uncle, would you dare to join me? Chapter 75. Those who offend Kaoshan village will be punished, no matter how distant the pursuit. Zhao Fugui was taken aback. What are you planning to do? Yang Lin, do not act impulsively. Historically, the common people do not confront the authorities. We cannot compete with them. Understanding the identity of the Black Tiger and the bandits' direct approach towards Kaoshan village for the sake of the medicinal formula made it easy to deduce who was behind the bandits. Yang Lin nodded. Rest assured, I know what I'm doing. Just as Zhao Fugui relaxed, he heard Yang Lin continue. Third uncle, do you wish to become the county magistrate? Zhao Fugui stumbled, nearly losing his balance, his eyes wide with terror as he stared at Yang Lin. We cannot act recklessly. Yang Lin nodded, reiterating, rest assured I know what I'm doing. Perhaps heaven itself sought to cleanse Kaoshan village of bloodshed. That evening, as they prepared for the funerals of old Master Zhang and Zhou Li, a torrential rain fell, accompanied by thunder and lightning. The thunder roared, and the lightning flashed. The heavy rain poured down, as if heaven and earth were weeping in unison. Almost all the villagers of Kaoshan stood solemnly before the two fresh graves. Tomorrow morning, we shall set off for the county town, Yang Lin exclaimed. With that declaration, a deafening thunderclap sounded, as if heralding the bloody rebirth of Kaoshan village. The next morning, nearly the entire village of Kaoshan mobilized. The villagers beat drums and gongs, escorting 4 surviving bandits, while dragging the remaining 12 bandit corpses with the 16 horses they had captured, marching towards Jianghe County Town. After more than 2 hours, when the contingent from Kaoshan village arrived in Jianghe County Town, it immediately drew the attention of the townsfolk, who gathered to witness the spectacle. However, when the citizens beheld the gruesome sight of the corpses being dragged, they were struck with horror. After being dragged for dozens of miles, the bodies of the bandits were mangled and bloodied, unrecognizable. The long street bore the crimson marks of their passage. The townsfolk were astonished, unsure of what had transpired. Soon, some recognized the corpses. Ah, I remember. These ruffians came through a few days ago, riding arrogantly and knocking over many people. Yes, I know that on that day. The child from old Zhang's family next door was trampled by one of their horses. Hey, look. The black-faced man being dragged at the front seems to be the Black Tiger. What? The Black Tiger? The one from Haifeng Mountain? No way. I heard he was the greatest bandit in Jianghe. How could he be dead? Could it be that the officials have finally cracked down on the bandits? What a joke. Who has ever seen officials go after bandits all these years? Exactly. Look at these people. They don't seem like officials, but more like country folk. Could it be that these many people are not bandits who were ambushed by some village? How could that be? Which village would be so fierce as to confront bandits? And even if they had the courage, who could stand against bandits? The Kaoshan village team halted in the central square of the county town, unloading the bloodied corpses from the horses and laying them side by side. Yang Lin then led everyone to retrieve several wooden boxes from the carts and place them on the ground. The gathering crowd grew denser, quickly forming an impenetrable mass. In this unremarkable small county town, such a commotion had not been seen in years. The townsfolk were keen to witness the event. What are they planning to do? I don't know. Did you see? There are still a few alive. As the crowd murmured, Yang Lin ascended to a higher vantage point. I am Yang Lin from Kaoshan village. Perhaps some of you have heard of me. Yes, I'm the one who sells the medicinal formula. While not many knew the name Yang Lin, nearly everyone was familiar with the medicinal formula, especially the one that could produce tofu, which had become exceedingly sought after. As the number of tofu makers increased, it became widely known that only this miraculous formula could yield tofu. Many knew how to procure the formula. Go to Kaoshan village and seek out Yang Lin. However, the price of 10 taels of silver per barrel deterred many small workshops. More importantly, the medicinal formula business was nearly monopolized by the prominent families in the county town. Every 3 days, when Yang Lin released 10 barrels of the formula, they were immediately snatched up by these families. These families no longer limited themselves to using the formula for their own tofu production. They marked up the price and resold it, acting as middlemen, selling to small workshops even in surrounding counties for profit. Thus, when the onlookers learned that the person before them was indeed the seller of the medicinal formula, their interest peaked. They all saw the numerous bandit corpses and were undoubtedly curious about what had transpired. In reality, the situation was straightforward. Someone coveted my medicinal formula business and incited these bandits to attack my village, intending to capture me and force me to reveal the formula. As Yang Lin spoke, the townsfolk erupted in chatter once more. Many among them were aware that the Black Tiger had long been supported by the Zhou and Zhao families. Consequently, many immediately recognized the gravity of the situation. In the battle against the bandits, our village, Kaoshan, suffered tremendous losses. 2 villagers were slain by the marauders while defending me, Yang Lin. At this moment, 4 others lay gravely injured and unconscious. The onlookers exhibited strange expressions. 12 bandits were killed or captured, and their entire force was annihilated. Yet, only 2 from Kaoshan village perished. This cannot be deemed a colossal loss. It should rather be considered a grand victory. However, Yang Lin, with indignation etched upon his face, declared, "The blood feud must be avenged. This debt of blood cannot simply be forgotten. A blood debt must be repaid in kind. The bandits who indiscriminately slay the innocent deserve to be punished. Today, I stand here to convey a message to those with ill intentions. Anyone who provokes me, Yang Lin, or infringes upon Kaoshan village shall face dire consequences, regardless of distance." As Yang Lin's words echoed, the members of the defense team had already subdued the 4 surviving bandits, forcing them to kneel upon the ground. Zhong Tao, wielding the large blade of the Black Tiger, approached with eyes ablaze. In that instant, the gathered populace erupted into a frenzy. It was evident to all that the people of Kaoshan village were intent on enacting justice. The spectators widened their eyes in disbelief, some trembling with fear, others filled with exhilaration. Yet many felt a surge of righteous fervor. In a small place like Jianghe, executions were rare. Yet now they were about to witness the execution of those vile bandits who had committed heinous acts, prompting cheers from the crowd. Zhong Tao, with his eyes burning fiercely, advanced towards the quaking bandits bound to the ground. 2 of them, in sheer terror, had even lost control of their bladders. "Please spare me. I am wealthy. I will give you all my money," they pleaded, their voices trembling. However, amidst the cries for mercy, there were also threats. "We have many brothers in Hafeng Mountain. If you dare to harm me, my brothers will not let you go." One bandit screamed defiantly at Zhong Tao, his eyes filled with malice. Yet, as soon as he finished speaking, Zhong Tao approached him with the blade raised. "No, please." The once belligerent bandit quailed. Without hesitation, Zhong Tao brought down the blade. Blood gushed forth from the bandit's neck, and his head rolled away, thudding to the ground. The defiant bandit, who had been so brash moments before, was now a lifeless, headless corpse. Cheers erupted from the onlookers, for the innate goodness of humanity shone through. Though the populace may not always detest evil, their shared disdain for bandits was palpable. Witnessing the execution of a bandit in broad daylight was exhilarating. The 2 bandits who had been so terrified fainted at the sight, while the remaining 1 collapsed in a trembling heap. Observing this scene, many felt a profound sense of reflection. Even the ruthless bandits, once so formidable, could succumb to fear. In their reckless disregard for life, they never anticipated that one day their own lives would be so easily extinguished. After executing the first bandit, Zhong Tao did not immediately proceed to the next, but instead retrieved the severed head, placing it in a nearby wooden box. The head fit perfectly within. The onlookers soon realized there were precisely 16 wooden boxes. Before they could ponder further, Zhong Tao, as if transformed into a relentless machine, proceeded to decapitate the second bandit, followed by the 3rd and 4th, amidst their pitiful wails and pleas. The crowd roared with approval, their emotions surging. Yet, some began to wonder why he was collecting the bandits' heads. It seemed that Zhong Tao, having become consumed by bloodlust after slaying the 4 surviving bandits, advanced towards the 12 mangled corpses, methodically severing their heads as well and placing them into the boxes. Having completed this grim task, Zhong Tao discarded the large blade and knelt before Yang Lin, clasping his fists in respect. Yang Lin nodded and helped him up, saying, "You have worked hard." Zhong Tao shook his head. "To avenge them brings me solace. I have slain many foes in battle. Killing a few bandits bears no weight on my conscience. Rather, I feel guilt for failing to withstand the bandits yesterday. Now we must deliver our gift," Yang Lin proclaimed, ascending to a higher vantage point. "According to the laws of Qian, a reward of 1 guan is granted for the execution of bandits. Since these bandits were dispatched by the Zhou family, let the reward go to them. I shall present this 16 guan reward to the Zhou family." With that declaration, Yang Lin leapt down and shouted, "Let us depart." The villagers began loading the headless corpses onto carts, banging drums, and carrying wooden boxes as they made their way toward the Zhou family estate. The gathered populace was once again taken aback. Delivering corpses to the Zhou family? What did this mean? Did he dare to confront the Zhou family? Zhou Qian was a powerful figure in Jianghe County. If Yang Lin dared to act against the Zhou family, the consequences would be dire. The spectators, ever eager for spectacle, began to follow the procession from Kaoshan village toward the Zhou residence. Within the Zhou estate, Black Tiger had been absent for quite some time, causing concern. "Father, fret not. With Black Tiger in action, where could Yang Lin possibly flee?" Zhou Xingyang remarked dismissively, sipping his tea. Zhou Qian nodded in agreement. "Indeed, with Black Tiger's intervention, I have no worries. However, Yang Lin is cunning. Should he evade capture, it would become troublesome." Zhou Xingyang coldly replied, "Were it not for his possession of that formula, I would have killed him outright. He must learn that the Zhou family is not to be trifled with." Recalling the day Yang Lin had disdained him and then compelled him to seek cooperation, Zhou Xingyang's anger flared. Just then, the voice of the steward interrupted. "Master, you must come see this." Zhou Qian frowned. "What is it?" "Yang Lin has arrived," the steward announced. "What?" Zhou Qian and Zhou Xingyang exclaimed in unison. Zhou Xingyang pressed for details. "You mean Black Tiger has captured Yang Lin?" No. The steward hastily corrected. "It is Yang Lin himself, accompanied by several hundred villagers, waiting outside, claiming to bring us a grand gift." "But what?" The steward hesitated. "What is it?" "I merely observed that some among them were bloodied and carrying peculiar wooden boxes, reeking of blood. They do not come in peace." Zhou Qian's eyes widened. "Boxes? Blood?" He was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend the connection. "Father, regardless of Yang Lin's intentions, since he has come to us, we can seize this opportunity to dispatch some officers and fabricate a reason to apprehend him. This Jianghe is our territory. Dealing with him will be effortless." Yet Zhou Qian frowned. "Let's first see what unfolds. I wish to discover what he has brought." Little did Yang Lin suspect that the contents of those boxes would be the heads of Black Tiger and the bandits. Upon reaching the entrance, Zhou Qian was instantly astonished. The scene before him was precisely as the steward had described. A throng of over 100 individuals, accompanied by countless onlookers, had effectively sealed off the entrance to the Zhou residence. Yang Lin, flanked by a group of followers, cradled numerous wooden boxes as he stood defiantly at the gate. Zhou Qian, from a distance, caught a whiff of a foul stench permeating the air. "Yang Lin, you possess immense audacity. Do you still dare to disturb my Zhou family? Do you truly believe my family is so easily trifled with?" Zhou Xingyang admonished, pointing an accusatory finger at Yang Lin. "And you ruffians, what are you doing crowding here? Are you seeking death? Quickly disperse, or I shall have you all arrested." Zhou Xingyang continued, berating the gathered citizens. In times past, the common folk would not have dared to provoke the Zhou family, but today they remained unfazed by Zhou Xingyang's threats, and Yang Lin utterly disregarded him, further igniting Zhou Xingyang's fury. Just as he prepared to confront Yang Lin, Zhou Qian discreetly signaled him to hold back. Having served as the head of the penal office in Jianghe County for many years, Zhou Qian was adept at reading the room. He discerned the sorrow and fury etched on the faces of Yang Lin and the villagers, as well as the agitation among the onlookers. Although he remained unaware of the specifics of the situation, he sensed that the atmosphere was decidedly abnormal. "Young master, please step back," Zhou Qian advanced, clasping his hands in a gesture of respect. "You must be Yang Lin, am I correct?" "I am Zhou Qian, the head of the penal office. May I inquire if you have come to seek my assistance with something? Could we perhaps speak privately?" Despite his uncertainty regarding the contents of the boxes, Zhou Qian felt an ominous aura surrounding them. With so many citizens observing, he wished to avoid causing a scene. Little did he know that the commotion had already escalated before their arrival. "There's no need for that." Yang Lin waved dismissively. "I have come to see you, Lord Zhou, regarding two matters. First, I request your assistance in identifying an individual, and second, I bear a significant gift for you." Zhou Qian furrowed his brow slightly. "Identify someone?" "Indeed, identify someone. Do you recognize Hu from Heifeng Mountain?" Yang Lin narrowed his eyes, his voice icy. Upon hearing the name Hu, Zhou Qian's heart jolted at the thought of Yang Lin before him. and He Hu's inexplicable absence led him to wonder if He Hu had betrayed him. Though panic surged within, Zhou Kuan's exterior remained calm and composed as he resolutely declared, "I am not acquainted with anyone named He Hu or Bai Hu." Regardless of the circumstances, he would not concede before such a crowd. "Oh!" Yang Lin's eyes glinted as he stepped closer. Zhong Tao lifted the lid of the wooden box he was holding, revealing a grotesque human head. The moment the head was unveiled, Zhou Kuan and his son Zhou Zhengyang staggered back in terror. The bloodied visage was ghastly, yet the distinctive features of He Hu were unmistakable, particularly his bulging eyes that appeared wide open in a final expression of fear. Zhou Zhengyang, overwhelmed by fright, collapsed onto the ground. Zhou Kuan fared slightly better, but still appeared pale, trembling as he pointed at the head, struggling to articulate his thoughts, yet failing to utter a coherent word. "Take a good look, Lord Zhou. Just a few days ago, you shared a drink with him." Yang Lin's voice was cold. Zhou Kuan swallowed hard, stuttering in denial. You speak nonsense. I do not know He Hu. Do not slander me. Where did this head come from? Is it not a result of your own crimes?" Despite his terror, he attempted to shift the blame back onto Yang Lin. Yes. You are a murderer and should be apprehended." Zhou Zhengyang, still on the ground, chimed in with threats. Yang Lin smirked. "Indeed, I killed him. Yet, according to the laws of the Qian, slaying bandits is not only justifiable, but also merits a reward. This was the head of the bandit leader He Hu. Surely the bounty is even greater. Lord Zhou, as the head of the penal office, how can you claim not to know the bandit leader He Hu? Have you truly not dealt with bandits in all these years?" Yang Lin continued. "If you do not recognize He Hu, I have more to show you." With a flourish, Yang Lin gestured, prompting two others to open additional wooden boxes, each containing another severed head. "Do you recognize these individuals, Lord Zhou?" Zhou Kuan felt a chill run down his spine. He was all too familiar with these two heads. They belonged to the second and third in command of He Hu's gang from Heifeng Mountain. Zhou Kuan's complexion drained of color as he gazed at the three heads displayed before him, blood dripping from their severed necks, causing his body to tremble uncontrollably. The boxes contained the heads of the three leaders from Heifeng Mountain. It became evident what lay within the remaining boxes. Zhou Kuan's heart raced, and he found it increasingly difficult to think rationally. Zhou Zhengyang, in a state of panic, crawled behind the old steward, shaking like a leaf. Zhou Kuan stared in disbelief, utterly at a loss for understanding. He had dispatched He Hu to capture Yang Lin, yet here stood Yang Lin, unscathed, while the bandits from Heifeng Mountain lay decimated, their heads severed. "Lord Zhou, do take a moment to assess. Can you deny recognizing them?" Yang Lin's voice was unyielding. "I do not recognize them. I do not recognize them." Zhou Kuan could not meet Yang Lin's gaze, hastily waving his hands in denial. Anyone could see that he was harboring secrets. Yet, once he comprehended the contents of the boxes, Zhou Kuan quickly regained his composure. He lowered his voice, trembling as he spoke. "You brought these heads to intimidate me, did you not?" Yang Lin, do not grow too complacent. You may have killed these bandits, but I am an official of the court. Should you dare to harm me, it will be considered treason." While this warning was intended for Yang Lin, it also served to bolster his own resolve. Yang Lin scoffed dismissively. "Rest assured, Lord Zhou, I am measured in my actions. As I have stated, I come bearing gifts for you." With that, Yang Lin shouted, "Bring forth the gifts for Lord Zhou." As his command echoed, those carrying the wooden boxes opened them, revealing the severed heads of bandits as they proclaimed their offerings to Lord Zhou, hurling the gruesome trophies into the courtyard of the Zhou residence. Simultaneously, the crowd parted, revealing carts laden with corpses, which the villagers proceeded to unload, casting the lifeless bodies onto the doorstep of the Zhou family. In the blink of an eye, a gruesome tableau was laid out before the Zhou residence, with numerous headless corpses sprawled across the ground, a sight that left a profound impact on all present. "Excellent! Excellent!" The spectators erupted in cheers. "Those who offend my Yaoshan village shall meet their demise." The crowd's fervor intensified once more. On their return journey, Li Yao walked alongside Yang Lin, inquiring, "Do you truly believe that today's actions will instill fear in them?" Yang Lin shook his head. "I cannot say." "You cannot say?" Li Yao expressed surprise. "I cannot ascertain whether it will instill fear, for human greed knows no bounds. The allure of profit can drive individuals to madness. And once a person succumbs to madness, they may act irrationally. However, Today's actions will undoubtedly serve some purpose. Why is that? Li Yuyao asked. My dear, do you know what type of person is the most terrifying in this world? Li Yuyao shook her head in confusion. It is the madman. A madman? Li Yuyao queried. Puzzled. Suddenly, she grasped his meaning. I understand now. You want them to realize that you too are capable of madness. Yang Lin nodded in affirmation. And how will the Zhou and Zhao families respond? Your actions today have humiliated the Zhou family. They surely will not let this pass without retaliation, Li Yuyao probed. Yang Lin replied, if they possess any sense, they will refrain from provoking me for the time being. Li Yuyao nodded thoughtfully, realizing that if she were in the Zhou family's position, she too would be utterly bewildered. Just as Yang Lin had remarked earlier, no one would dare to provoke a madman lightly. And what of the future? Li Yuyao pressed on. The strength of our Kaoshan village and our bows and crossbows cannot be concealed. If they wish to investigate, it is only a matter of time before they uncover the truth. Yang Lin chuckled coldly. By the time they thoroughly investigate us, our strength will have already transcended their expectations. Li Yuyao was struck by a sudden realization, recalling Yang Lin's earlier words. One must view issues from a developmental perspective. In just a month, Kaoshan village had undergone a remarkable transformation. Indeed, she said with concern, during the execution, a bandit mentioned that there are still outlaws lurking on Heifeng Mountain. If we do not eradicate them completely, they might seek revenge. Yang Lin smiled confidently. I have already dispatched men. If all goes well, they should have taken control of Heifeng Mountain by now. What? Li Yuyao gasped in astonishment. Yang Lin had already made arrangements without her knowledge. Observing her surprise, Yang Lin explained, after devising the plan last night, I interrogated the captured bandits, and their responses were consistent. There are only 6 bandits on Heifeng Mountain, and there is but one path up the mountain, guarded by 2 bandits in shifts every 4 hours. The ascent is treacherous, making it easy to defend but difficult to attack. Just as Li Yuyao's concern resurfaced, Yang Lin continued, fortunately, during the interrogations, we gleaned some valuable intelligence. What intelligence? Yang Lin's eyes glinted mischievously. Among the 4 captured bandits, one is the second in command on Heifeng Mountain. He revealed the existence of a secret passage that bypasses the sentries and allows direct access to the summit from the rear. He added, this passage was designed for their escape, so only the 3 bandit leaders are aware of it. My dear, have you not noticed that Kong Liang is missing? This morning, after he set out, I sent him with 12 men and 9 bows and crossbows to seize Heifeng Mountain. After exiting the city, Yang Lin separated from the main force, taking only Li Yuyao and Liao Honging with him to Heifeng Mountain. Though they were merely 3 in number, armed with bows and ample arrows, they felt undaunted even if they encountered a small group of bandits. Heifeng Mountain lay over 30 li from the county town. After 2 hours, when Yang Lin and the 2 women reached the foot of the mountain, they found a guard team, Qin Shuang, awaiting them. Lin Ye. Upon seeing Yang Lin, Qin Shuang rushed over, his face alight with joy. Lin Ge, we have triumphed. All 6 bandits have been dealt with. Qin Shuang's exuberance was palpable. Were there any injuries? Is everyone all right? Yang Lin inquired hastily. Nobody was hurt. Everyone is in great shape. Hearing that all were safe, Yang Lin breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Ge, let us ascend the mountain. Liang Ge instructed me to wait for you here. We searched the mountain thoroughly, but found only a little money. Liang Ge believes the bandits must have hidden more, but we cannot find it. He said we should wait for your arrival to see if you have any solutions. Qin Shuang, just 18 and brimming with youthful vigor, was thrilled to join the hunt for bandits and treasure, his spirit soaring. Oh, let's go and investigate. Despite knowing that the bandits were gone, Yang Lin readied his bow, remaining vigilant. Upon reaching the summit and finding the bandit lair, they encountered Kong Liang and the others. Lin Ge, the members of the guard team hurried forward. Previously, they had respected Yang Lin for providing them with wages that improved their lives. But after the events of the previous day, their admiration for him had deepened. Lin Ge, you have finally arrived. We searched the mountain and found only a little over 100 taels of silver. I heard that the bandits on Heifeng Mountain were quite wealthy. It should not be merely this amount. Do you think they might have hidden the silver? Kong Liang asked eagerly. Indeed, 100 taels is indeed meager, Yang Lin acknowledged. Last night, during the interrogation, he had learned that the bandits of Heifeng Mountain were different from other outlaws in Jianghe County. With the backing of the Zhou and Zhao clans, they had plundered the area for years without encountering any issues. According to the second in command's account, Their methods of plunder were primarily twofold. One involved highway robbery, where they sometimes released captives after taking their money, but more often, they silenced witnesses. Each raid yielded a few taels at the least, and sometimes dozens or even hundreds. The other method was raiding nearby villages, where, due to the negligence of the Zhou and Zhao clans, Heifeng Mountain had effectively become a second local authority. Every spring and autumn, they openly collected protection fees from surrounding villages and towns, demanding payments from both the impoverished and affluent alike, as if they were taxes to the government. Across 6 towns and dozens of villages, they could collect thousands of taels in protection fees each season. Thus, Heifeng Mountain could easily plunder several thousand taels in a year. While a portion of this wealth was shared with the Zhou and Zhao clans over the years, they could not possibly be left with so little. Were any bandits left alive? Yang Lin inquired. Kong Liang suddenly slapped his forehead and shook his head. Oh no, I forgot. Lingo, what should we do? It dawned on him that having left a survivor would have been advantageous. Sighing, Yang Lin replied, what else can we do? We will search slowly, but do not hold high hopes. Hiding something on such a vast mountain is not easy, and the bandits would have concealed their silver securely. Lingo, I was mistaken. I did not consider this thoroughly, Kong Liang said, lowering his head. Yang Lin patted his shoulder. Do not blame yourself. Who could have anticipated it? Let's look around. After exploring, Yang Lin was astonished by what he found. The mountain housed over 10 buildings, including warehouses and stables. Among them, the residence of the bandit leader was extravagantly lavish. In the main room, a redwood chair was adorned with a pristine tiger skin, while bows, swords, and other weapons hung on the walls, accompanied by numerous antiques. Though Yang Lin lacked expertise in antiques, he could sense their value. The stable housed 4 magnificent chestnut horses, and the warehouse contained over 10,000 jin of grain, valued at over 100 taels of silver. The horses also held worth in the hundreds of taels, while the antiques and paintings were beyond Yang Lin's understanding, and the young guards were even less knowledgeable. Regrettably, despite searching diligently, Yang Lin found no silver. Having little hope, he wandered alone at the mountain's peak until he pushed open a door and spotted a small girl curled up beneath a table, gazing at him with fear. Yang Lin was taken aback. Had Kong Liang not said they had searched everywhere? How could there be someone still here? The girl appeared to be around 7 or 8 years old, dressed in tattered, coarse clothing, with a faded red string tied around her wrist. As Yang Lin entered, she shrank back further. Do not be afraid. Uncle is not a bad person. The evildoers have all been driven away. Yang Lin reassured her, stepping closer and gesturing for her to come out. Really? The girl looked at him with confusion. Thank you, uncle, she said as she emerged from her hiding place and followed Yang Lin outside. She seemed unaccustomed to the sunlight, quickly retreating behind him for shelter. Yang Lin was about to inquire about the whereabouts of the little girl's home when she spoke first. Uncle, I have an older sister. She was also captured by bandits. Can you save her? Your sister? Yang Lin was taken aback. They had already searched the mountain and found no one else. Thus, the girl's sister was likely in grave danger. As Yang Lin pondered how to convey this unfortunate truth to the girl, she continued, I know where my sister is. Without waiting for Yang Lin, she turned and dashed into the nearby woods. Hey, wait, Yang Lin called out urgently. Yet the little girl had already vanished into the trees. Helpless, Yang Lin followed her into the forest. Little girl, Lingo, who are you calling? Kong Liang and several others approached from outside the woods, looking at Yang Lin with confusion. Yang Lin explained, a little girl and her sister were captured by bandits. She said her sister is around here, but as soon as I entered, she disappeared. A little girl? Kong Liang was bewildered. They had scoured the mountain multiple times and had seen no such child. You arrived just in time. Let us search together. She's about 7 or 8 years old, with a red string tied around her wrist. If she gets lost in the mountains, it could be perilous. Indeed, without hesitation, Kong Liang led his team to search for the girl. As they ventured deeper into the woods, Yang Lin began to sense something was amiss. Just then, a voice called out from not far away. Lin Ye, come here. You have to see this. Kong Liang's tone was laced with fear. What's wrong? Yang Lin hurried over to find Kong Liang standing in front of a cave, staring blankly at its entrance. Following Kong Liang's gaze, Yang Lin was equally stunned. At the cave's mouth lay 2 desiccated bones, yellowed and bleached. The flesh had rotted away, leaving only tattered remnants of clothing clinging to the skeletons. One was larger, and the smaller one was clearly that of a child. Yang Lin noticed that the smaller skeleton had a dirty red string tied around its wrist, the vivid hue strikingly apparent. Stunned, Yang Lin found his mind racing. At that moment, voices from a security team echoed nearby. Lin Ye, we found it. You must come see. This call was filled with excitement. Yang Lin's heart raced as he glanced back at the skeletal remains, swallowing hard. What did they discover now? He hurriedly led Kong Liang to the source of the commotion. Chapter 80. Good and evil will eventually be rewarded. It just takes time. This area was also a cave, shallow but obscured by large stones and surrounded by waist-high weeds, rendering it quite hidden. As they approached, Yang Lin was astonished to see members of the security team struggling to lift a large wooden box from within the cave. The effort involved indicated its considerable weight. Outside, they had already opened another box they had just extracted, revealing it to be filled to the brim with gleaming silver coins. Look, Lingo, we have found it. This should be the silver hidden by the bandits. And there are many more boxes. The excitement was palpable as Yang Lin led the team into the cave. The tunnel was not deep. After walking a few meters and turning a corner, they reached the end. There, against the stone wall, lay several large wooden boxes. Yang Lin counted and found a total of 12 boxes, including those already brought outside. He casually opened one, discovering it too was filled with silver. Excellent. Yang Lin exhaled a sigh of relief. Had they not found this treasure, it would have been a missed opportunity, but now, this victory in the battle at Heifeng Mountain felt complete. Soon, Yang Lin and his team carried all the boxes outside and opened them one by one to inspect their contents. Most of the 12 boxes contained silver, with a minority holding gold, jewels, jade, antiques, emeralds, and pearls. It was evident that these treasures had been plundered from the people. Under the sunlight, the glimmering gold and silver dazzled, leaving the security team awestruck. Coming from humble backgrounds, they had never even dared to dream of such opulence. In that moment, each person's eyes sparkled with longing as they gazed at the wealth before them. However, despite being dazzled by the sight, their focus ultimately converged on Yang Lin. Lingo, what about these silver coins? One young member of the security team began to speak, but before he could finish, Kong Liang slapped him on the back of the head. What are you thinking? All this silver belongs to Lin Ge. Kong Liang glared at the youth and then addressed the others. We are all part of the security team, and the team belongs to Lin Ge. He pays us, but beyond that, we must not harbor any inappropriate thoughts. No matter how great the haul, we must not forget our roots. The security team members shook their heads in agreement. No, Lin Ge treats us very well. We would never be greedy. I swear, I have no designs on this silver. The young man who had just been slapped protested. Kong Ge, you are mistaken. I never intended to covet the silver. With so much wealth, how could I dare think of it? I merely wanted to joke and ask Lin Ge if this bounty means we might receive bonuses. Oh, is that so? Then all is well. Kong Liang's face flushed as he scratched his head and continued. As for bonuses, when has Lin Ge ever shortchanged us? We have only recently joined the security team and have not yet achieved any significant merits. Yet we have already received bonuses. So you can rest assured. He looked toward Yang Lin. The others also turned to Yang Lin, smiling. Yang Lin chuckled. There's an old saying, wealth stirs the heart. The ancients also said that it is easy to share adversity, but difficult to share prosperity. I was genuinely worried that upon seeing this silver, you might quarrel among yourselves. With such a substantial sum, if mishandled, we could easily turn against each other, which would be a loss indeed. However, now that I see you all have no objections, I will take responsibility for these coins. Everyone nodded in agreement. Yang Lin continued, I am not a greedy person. To me, wealth is not about abundance, but about sufficiency. This silver is the result of the bandits' plunder from the common people. If I were to enjoy it, I would feel uneasy. The silver taken by the bandits has already been squandered, and the remainder, while appearing ample, would hardly suffice if distributed among the local populace. It is said that wealth taken from the people should be used for the people. I plan to use this money to develop industries and employ more people. Teaching a man to fish is better than giving him a fish. Only when everyone has stable and profitable work will their lives truly improve. After hearing Yang Lin's words, the security team was invigorated. Listen, that is what Lin Ge means. This is what we call vision. Kong Liang praised. While we think only of our own comfort, Lin Ji's goal is to ensure everyone lives well. The admiration in everyone's eyes for Yang Lin deepened. Yang Lin felt a surge of emotion. Who cares about benefiting the people? The crowd cheered again. Under normal circumstances, this silver would have been confiscated by the authorities. Yet everyone understood that such confiscation did not fill the coffers of the Great Qian Empire, but rather lined the pockets of local officials in Jianghe County, led by the Zhou and Zhao families. Thus, unless Yang Lin has lost his senses, how could he possibly hand over such a treasure? By the way, Liang, earlier I heard you mention finding something. Was it the little girl who discovered it? Someone inquired. Upon hearing the phrase little girl, both Yang Lin and Kong Liang's expressions shifted dramatically. What's the matter? The others looked on in confusion. We have found 2 corpses. Over there. Kong Liang pointed in that direction, noting that one of the children's wrist bore the red string that Lin Gu had mentioned. As Kong Liang explained, an unsettling chill swept over the group, despite the summer heat. Qin Shuang, momentarily taken aback, remarked, "Perhaps this is the work of fate." "How so?" Yang Lin asked. "Think about it, Lin Gu. If it weren't for that little girl, we would never have discovered the silver hidden by the bandits, and without our intervention, the vengeance for those who fell victim to the bandits would remain unfulfilled. Indeed, the mountains are vast, the caves hidden deep within the woods, and so obscure. Had they not sought the little girl, they would never have stumbled upon this place." With this thought, the group instinctively shuddered again. Qin Shuang continued, "Perhaps we avenged them, and in gratitude, they guided us to find this silver." Yang Lin exhaled deeply. He did not believe in deities or spirits, considering it all perhaps mere illusions. Yet, he firmly believed that good and evil ultimately receive their due recompense. Only the timing may vary. Chapter 81. 1 nitrate, 2 sulfur, 3 charcoal, with a dash of sugar. Meanwhile, Li Yuyao and Liao Hongying, waiting at the bandit camp, were exhilarated to learn that the silver hidden by the bandits had been found, and in such substantial quantities. However, on the descent, Qin Shuang noticed a peculiar sight in the forest and instinctively spoke up. "Lin Gu, look at that white line on the hillside. It appears quite strange." Following Qin Shuang's indication, Yang Lin immediately spotted the white line she mentioned and paused to scrutinize it for a while. The white line referred to by Qin Shuang was not an actual line, but rather a white mark on the mountainside, resembling a taut white rope, strikingly conspicuous. Yang Lin understood that from a distance it merely appeared as a line, but in reality it was a layer of rock embedded in the hillside. The abrupt emergence of a white rock layer within the mountain led Yang Lin to contemplate a possibility. "Let's go take a look." The group was momentarily taken aback. Who would have expected that a casual remark from Qin Shuang would prompt him to investigate? Qin Shuang, equally bewildered, responded, "Lin Gu, I was just joking. It's merely a white line. It's probably just a rock. What is so interesting about it?" Yang Lin, however, shook his head. What if it's not just an ordinary rock? The group, though puzzled, followed Yang Lin over. As they approached, they finally discerned the white line. It was a crystalline rock layer measuring 2 to 3 meters in thickness. Yang Lin crouched down, using an iron arrowhead to chip off a small piece. He examined it closely, inhaled its scent, and ultimately sampled it. After tasting and spitting it out, a look of delight spread across his face. "What is it? Could this be another useful stone?" Li Yuyao inquired curiously. She picked up a small piece, scrutinizing it closely, but no matter how hard she tried, she could not discern what made this crystalline white stone unique. Yang Lin nodded. "Indeed, this is saltpeter." Li Yuyao was taken aback, questioning. "An herbal medicine?" Although she was unfamiliar with saltpeter, she had heard of an herb called sal ammoniac. However, Yang Lin shook his head. "What you are referring to is a different compound. This saltpeter is known as potassium nitrate." "Potassium nitrate?" Liao Hongying asked curiously, "What is it used for?" Naturally, potassium nitrate is used to make gunpowder. Yet, as he was about to elaborate further, Yang Lin refrained from continuing. As the saying goes, 1 nitrate, 2 sulfur, 3 charcoal, and a dash of sugar. Crafting black powder isn't overly complicated, but it is not as simple as just combining those 3 elements. Yang Lin distinctly remembered that the most effective ratio for potassium nitrate, sulfur, and carbon is 75, 10-15. If this ratio is adhered to, producing black powder after a few experiments would be entirely feasible. When he first arrived at Qian, he discovered both sulfur and even pyrite in the hills behind the village, with an ample supply of sulfur. Now, having found saltpeter, he had gathered all the necessary materials to create black powder. However, gunpowder is a matter of grave significance. If used wisely, it could alter the course of history. Thus, he must carefully plan how to produce and utilize it. It wasn't that Yang Lin doubted the security of his team. It was simply that this matter was too crucial. Just like the ease of producing plaster, once the method is known, the price of plaster can plummet overnight. In contrast, black powder is far more critical and perilous. Yang Lin would never allow the formula for black powder to be divulged, not even the identity of a single ingredient. Of course, it can also be utilized as fertilizer. This saltpeter is rich in a substance known as potassium nitrate, which is beneficial for plant growth, by processing it into powder and dispersing it across fields. Even barren land can be transformed into fertile soil. The group stood in stunned silence after Yang Lin's explanation. The notion that a stone could serve as fertilizer was entirely foreign to them. Yet, Li Yuyao had unshakable faith in Yang Lin's words. She was merely curious about how he knew all this, particularly about the potassium nitrate. However, Li Yuyao sensed that matters were not as simple as they appeared. Just as she pondered, she heard Yang Lin whispering to her. Li Yuyao's eyes lit up. Surely there must be another layer of intrigue. What could it be? She too began to feel a sense of anticipation. Nevertheless, they promptly conveyed the good news from home to Yang Lin. Everyone has awakened, reported the fourth sister, who stayed behind to care for the injured. They're awake? That is splendid. Yang Lin exclaimed joyously. Yet, upon looking around, he found no one at home. Yang Lin sighed and nodded. Regardless, it is good that they have regained consciousness. Did you inform them about the stitches? Yang Lin inquired. Yes. I told them to come to our house in a few days when their wounds begin to heal to have the stitches removed, the fourth sister replied. Yang Lin felt relieved. The thread he used for suturing was merely ordinary cotton thread. Even professional medical sutures cannot entirely resist rejection, so cotton thread would be even less effective. Therefore, it is imperative to remove the stitches promptly. Otherwise, complications such as rejection reactions or infections could arise, leading to dire consequences. My dear husband, are these truly all silver? The fifth sister asked, gazing at the boxes filled to the brim with silver. Her expression one of disbelief. All the boxes were opened, revealing stacks of gleaming silver. Despite having seen considerable amounts of silver before, they were still astonished at that moment. After dinner, they began to tally the silver. It took them over an hour to meticulously count all the valuables. Over 6,300 taels of silver, 220 taels of gold. Altogether, it amounted to a value equivalent to over 8,000 taels. However, what Yang Lin did not anticipate was that this was not even the most valuable aspect. After examining the treasures, including gems, agate, pearls, jade, and antiques, Li Yuyao confidently declared, the combined worth of those antique jade artifacts exceeds 10,000 taels of silver. And this is not the entirety of it. What thrilled Yang Lin most was that among the wooden boxes containing the treasures, he also discovered several letters. Chapter 82. Money Beyond Comprehension. These letters were correspondences exchanged over the past few years between Heihu and Zhou Kun, Zhao Dei, and even County Magistrate Wu Yong. By examining these letters, one can glean the nuances of their meetings over the years, including the times, locations, and the benefits exchanged between Heihu and them. Without a doubt, these letters were deliberately left by Heihu to leverage against the powerful elites. Perhaps the Zhou family and the Zhao family have turned a blind eye to the lawlessness of the Heifeng Mountain Bandits, not only because they have accepted benefits from Heihu, but also due to being threatened by him. Consequently, they have become complicit in his wrongdoing. Upon viewing these letters, Yang Lin contemplated their potential utility. With these letters in hand, the audacious plan he harbored in his heart would be much easier to execute. So much gold and silver. How can we possibly accommodate all of this? Remarked Xiao Jiuhan Mengzhu, furrowing her brow. The other women were momentarily taken aback, caught between laughter and tears. The room, already cramped with 11 residents, had its cabinets filled with the silver they had previously earned. Now, with the addition of numerous gold and silver pieces, as well as antiques and jade artifacts, there was simply no space left. Perhaps this is the bittersweet dilemma of happiness, having too much money to store. All the women turned their gazes toward Yang Lin. After a moment of thought, he suggested, let us store it in the warehouse. The warehouse? The women exclaimed in astonishment, looking at Yang Lin with incredulity. The warehouse was typically used for storing grains, farming tools, bran, seeds, and various idle items. Yang Lin intended to use it for gold and silver. He shrugged, saying, although this silver appears plentiful, once we pour out from the boxes and stack it in a corner, it doesn't amount to much. However, our room cannot accommodate any more. We cannot pile in the courtyard, can we? So the warehouse it is. The women exchanged peculiar glances at the mention of storing so much money in the warehouse. Nevertheless, having heard Yang Lin's reasoning, they acquiesced to his decision. They promptly transported the boxes to the warehouse, carelessly dumping the gold and silver into the far corner before discarding the boxes outside. As the pile of silver grew higher, the women couldn't help but reminisce about the time when they first arrived at this home, worrying over merely 1,001. Yet, in just a month's time, they were now able to use the warehouse to store silver. Sixth sister remarked, with so much silver, I fear we may never spend it all. However, as soon as she uttered those words, a thought struck her. The women turned their heads toward Yang Lin. Clearing his throat, Yang Lin shyly said, actually, it can indeed be spent. Not to mention, once we commence the second phase of our new house project, these funds may not suffice. The women were left in stunned silence. Given that the total silver in the warehouse, including funds from Lu Dezujia and the house construction contributions, had already surpassed 10,000 taels, how could that possibly be insufficient for building a house? Just how grand of a house was he planning to construct? Only Li Yuyao understood that the term building a house was an understatement. According to Yang Lin's prior descriptions, the so-called second phase of the project was practically the blueprint for constructing a city. The following day, Qian village resumed its usual hustle and bustle. The road repair team, tofu workshop, smelting workshop, housing construction team, logging team, quarrying team, and kiln team all resumed work. Simultaneously, Yang Lin announced that effective immediately, wages for villagers working for him would see another increase by 1 Just a few days prior, he had raised wages from 5 to 6 and now, with this additional raise, the villagers were naturally elated, shaking off their previous gloom. Moreover, Yang Lin declared an ongoing recruitment initiative. The defense team, logging team, and kiln team would each see an addition of 10 members, while the housing construction team would increase by 20. The coal mining and quarrying teams would merge to form a mining team, which would also expand by 10 members to collect saltpeter from Heifeng Mountain. Finally, Yang Lin announced the bonuses to be distributed following the recent defense battle in Qian village. 100 taels would be awarded as compensation for the deceased. Medical expenses for the seriously injured would be reimbursed, along with a bonus of 10 taels. Every member of the road repair team, who had been coerced by the bandits, would receive a bonus of 101. Members of the defense team would each earn 201. Additionally, those who participated in the assault on Heifeng Mountain would receive 1,000 each. Villagers who had gone to the county town the day prior would also receive 20 each. Following the announcement of these bonuses, the villagers erupted in excitement. Every resident of Qian village could envision a bright future ahead. For Yang Lin, while it seemed he had dispensed a significant amount of money, the total expenditure was merely 300 taels, which barely scratched the surface of the gains from the Heifeng Mountain expedition. However, this endeavor would undoubtedly bolster the unity and cohesion of Qian village to unprecedented heights. After a day of intense activity, as Yang Lin prepared to expand Du Jing's design workshop for the development of black gunpowder, Qin Shuang from the defense team approached him. At just over 19 years of age, Qin Shuang was quite astute, and thus Yang Lin appointed him as a small team leader responsible for patrolling. Lingo, a young woman has arrived in our village. Qin Shuang whispered conspiratorially. A woman? Is there a problem? Yang Lin inquired. Given the influx of traveling merchants from the town and county, it was unlikely that Qin Shuang would report to him about an ordinary girl. Yes, there's a problem. A significant one. Qin Shuang leaned closer to Yang Lin, lowering his voice. The girl is about 20 years old, dressed in tatters like a refugee. But she possesses a unique aura. Most importantly, she has come to our village in search of a woman. A woman? Yang Lin echoed, Bouzlet. Yes, indeed. She is seeking a woman. Qin Shuang nodded vigorously. Based on her description, I believe she is looking for someone resembling my sister-in-law. He turned to Yang Lin with a knowing look. Yang Lin was taken aback. Which sister-in-law? Of course, the eldest sister-in-law. Qin Shuang replied with a wink. Liu? Yang Lin's heart raced. He surmised that Li Yuyao had a mysterious background and might be harboring a story, and even her name might not be genuine. The person searching for her could either be a relative or an enemy. Where is she? Yang Lin asked urgently. I don't know who she is. I didn't dare share my sister-in-law's information with her, so I arranged for her to stay at the village chief's house before hurrying over to find you. Qin Shuang explained. Nodding in approval, Yang Lin responded, well done. Let us go see her now. Following Qin Shuang, they arrived at Zhao Fugui's home, where they immediately spotted the girl he had described. She appeared to be around 20 years old, with a delicate appearance, albeit in tattered clothing. However, when the girl lifted her head, Yang Lin was met with a pair of piercing, predatory eyes, reminiscent of a hawk in search of prey. Chapter 83. The origin of the Lady Yang Lin entered with a cheerful demeanor. The woman immediately stood up, warily observing him, and furrowed her brow as she addressed Qin Shuang behind him. Didn't you say you were going to inquire about someone? Who is this? Yang Lin stepped forward. Introducing himself, I am Yang Lin. May I ask for your esteemed name? Fair maiden? Z.E. The woman replied coldly. Have you seen the person I am searching for? I may have seen the person you seek, but their description was not very clear. So I cannot be certain if the woman I encountered is the one you are looking for. Therefore, Miss Z.E., could you describe the individual you seek in more detail? Perhaps her appearance or distinguishing features? Yang Lin inquired politely, though his vigilance grew. Z.E. was undoubtedly a pseudonym. It is not common for someone to bear the surname Z. Z.E. furrowed her brow slightly. She is about my age, even thinner than I am, with stunning looks. Peach blossom eyes, long brows, a high nose, full red lips, and very fair skin. While she may lack distinct features, she possesses a remarkably unique aura. Being gentle and dignified, exuding an air of authority without anger, and possessing a strong character, her word being her bond. As she spoke, Z.E. raised her gaze and fixed her intense stare upon Yang Lin, her dark eyes seeming to penetrate into the depths of his soul. Young master, the person I seek is a woman of extraordinary caliber, one rarely encountered in a millennium. Not only in these mountains, but in the world today, such a woman is indeed a rarity. If you have seen her, I implore you to share your knowledge sincerely. Should you assist me in locating her, I shall reward you handsomely. Z proclaimed, bowing respectfully to Yang Lin. Yang Lin was momentarily taken aback. From her description, he was certain that the person Z sought was none other than Li Yuyao. However, he remained uncertain about Zi's identity and her intentions regarding Li Yuyao. Previously, he had surmised that Li Yuyao might be a woman of noble birth, yet Zi's demeanor resembled that of a wandering hero. What connection could there possibly be between them? Until he clarified her identity, Yang Lin had no intention of revealing Li Yuyao's whereabouts. Without a hint of hesitation, as soon as Z.E. finished speaking, he nodded in realization. Ah, upon hearing your description, I can indeed confirm that I have encountered the woman you seek. What might she be? Tofu, she inquired with a peculiar expression. When will she next arrive? Yang Lin shook his head once more. I cannot say. However, she last visited 3 days ago, and typically comes every 3 to 4 days, so I expect she will arrive soon. By the way, Miss, what is your relationship with her? What business do you have with her? Z.E. simply shook her head. Thank you for the information, young master. But some matters are best left unknown to you. Since you will be returning shortly, I shall wait here. Your kindness shall be repaid in due time. With a bow of her hands in gratitude to both Yang Lin and Zhao Fugui's wife, she excused herself and strode out of Zhao Fugui's home. As Yang Lin pondered the sudden urgency of Zi's departure, he noticed her seeking out a large tree outside and sitting cross-legged beneath it, closing her eyes in meditation. Yang Lin was momentarily speechless. Could she truly intend to wait here beneath the tree? Ahem, Miss Z.E., I have a small courtyard available. If you do not mind, you may rest there until the woman you seek arrives, and I shall summon you then. Thank you for your kind offer, but it is unnecessary. I shall wait here, she replied, falling silent as if entering a deep state of meditation, her breathing becoming nearly imperceptible. Yang Lin scrutinized her attire. Although tattered, she carried a tightly secured bundle on her back, which she had not set down since their meeting. It undoubtedly contained something of great significance. Additionally, Yang Lin observed that while Z.E. possessed an exquisite figure, her waist appeared oddly bulging, suggesting that she concealed something there as well. Bring a few people to keep an eye on her. Monitor her every move, but do not alarm her, and ensure she does not approach my home. Yang Lin instructed Qin Shuang discreetly. Understood. Qin Shuang nodded in affirmation. You have arrived at the perfect moment, Yang Lin remarked, somewhat surprised that Li Yuyao had recalled this. My dear, have you ever heard of gunpowder? Li Yuyao shook her head in confusion. Gunpowder? Is it a type of medicinal herb? She asked, perplexed. She genuinely had no inkling of where Yang Lin had acquired such unfamiliar terminology. Yang Lin chuckled and shook his head. Gunpowder is not a medicine. It is an explosive substance. Explosive? What is that? Li Yuyao looked at Yang Lin with renewed confusion. He then realized that before gunpowder's existence, the term explosive would have been entirely novel. Yang Lin thought for a moment, opting to explain in a manner that Li Yuyao could understand. My dear, do you know thunder? An explosion is akin to a type of thunder. It can release immense power in an instant, destroying everything around it, creating high temperatures and shock waves of great force. Li Yuyao's eyes widened in shock, and she exclaimed, Are you implying that we can create a weapon comparable to thunder using niter? No, that is impossible. Thunder is a divine force. How can mere mortals possess such power? Even if you have crafted tofu, a water wheel, and improved iron smelting, I cannot fathom that anything could rival the might of thunder, especially if it is made from rocks. It is utterly preposterous. Observing Li Yuyao's astonishment, Yang Lin was not surprised. Convincing others of something entirely unprecedented is a formidable challenge. Let us set this matter aside for now. My dear, we have been married for quite some time, yet you have never shared anything about yourself. Myself? Li Yuyao furrowed her brow, an anxious feeling creeping in. If he were to discover that she was a princess of the Qian, once an empress, my dear, I can tell you are different from others, and I have long been curious about your origins. Yang Lin shrugged, as husband and wife. It is preferable for us to be candid with one another. And you, Li Yuyao retorted, a mere scholar who failed the provincial examination has invented tofu, a water wheel, and mastered iron smelting, while also being knowledgeable about gypsum, coal, and niter? Do not tell me you learned all this from a book. I truly do not know of any book containing such knowledge. She gazed intently at Yang Lin. At that moment, Yang Lin realized, while she had not been forthcoming with her own truths, he too had not revealed his. Well, my story is rather mystical, and I fear you may find it hard to believe. Go ahead, share it. I will judge for myself whether to believe you. Li Yuyao challenged, gazing into Yang Lin's eyes. All right, in fact, the day before I met you, I had a dream. A dream? Li Yuyao's eyes conveyed her skepticism. Indeed, a dream, Yang Lin asserted with conviction. I dreamed of entering another world, a place filled with wondrous and advanced technologies never seen here. As Yang Lin recounted his experiences, he unwittingly wore a smile, reminiscing about the surreal nature of his previous life. To his surprise, Li Yuyao, who had initially dismissed his words, gradually became captivated by his tale. When he finished, Li Yuyao suddenly recalled something. In that dream world, I lived a brief yet bustling life, and it was there that I learned many new things, Yang Lin continued. He realized he needed a plausible explanation for the more inventions he created, the more challenging it would be to justify their existence. Learning from a dream, with guidance from celestial beings, how utterly incredible. If such a world truly existed, it must be one of divine intervention. Li Yuyao's expression softened. Huh? Yang Lin was taken aback. After sharing so much, Li Yuyao had connected his words to celestial guidance. Indeed, in my dream, a celestial being remarked upon my exceptional potential, declaring me a person destined to save the nation and its people. The world needs me. Therefore, the protection of the world and the maintenance of peace rests upon my shoulders. Yang Lin spouted this absurdity casually. Li Yuyao, unfamiliar with such expressions, was utterly taken aback by his declaration. To protect the world? To maintain peace? Such grand aspirations. Reflecting on Yang Lin's assertion that he dreamt of the celestial realm before meeting her, it suddenly dawned on her that all of this might not be mere coincidence. The celestial being's guidance may have been an indication for him to rescue her, to aid in revitalizing the Qian. The more she contemplated, the more exhilarated she became. Indeed, the heavens seemed to favor one's cause. Yang Lin could hardly fathom that his casual banter not only convinced Li Yuyao, but also inspired her to resolve to reveal her truth. How splendid! You are truly a celestial being sent to assist me. Have you not always wished to uncover my identity? Allow me to enlighten you. I am the Emperor. In the solitude of the chamber, Li Yuyao, overwhelmed, unveiled her deepest secret. Yang Lin was taken aback. Very well, if you choose not to disclose, that is your prerogative. Li Yuyao glared. Did you not hear my proclamation? I am indeed the emperor. I have just ascended the throne, but due to the treachery of the Yin Wang, who besieged the palace, I was compelled to flee to this desolate place. Is that so? Yang Lin approached her, and before she could react, he reached out to touch her chest. Soft and ample, the sensation was delightful. Yang Lin shook his head, astonished that his wife could weave such tales with such ease. An emperor with a bosom? Li Yuyao was flabbergasted. How dare he lay his hands on her? You shameless rogue. Her heart raced, her face flushed like a ripe apple. Yang Lin shrugged. My dear, do not blame me. You must bear the responsibility for your fanciful tales that nearly ensnared my belief. Fortunately, I was merely overthinking. Hee. No matter how robust a man's physique, it could never possess such softness. That sensation is undeniably feminine. You, Li Yuyao, guritit, hertit. I am truly the emperor, she insisted, her eyes blazing. Quietly, she added, and I am indeed a celestial being. Yang Lin blinked. Ha, an emperor? Your majesty, your bosom is indeed magnificent. Yang Lin laugid heartily. He never expected that his usually serious wife would jest. Li Yuyao's lips trembled in anger, utterly mortified. Enough. Li Yuyao turned to leave. She had intended to be forthright, but considering her extraordinary experiences, she realized that even Yang Lin might not believe her. If she were to hear of a woman claiming to be an emperor, she too would be incredulous. Since you are reluctant to share, allow me to inquire about another matter. Do you have any enemies? Or perhaps friends? If someone were to seek you out, would they be an enemy or a friend? Yang Lin inquired. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Yuyao replied, I have no friends left. My uncle conspired against me, and my courtiers betrayed me. Those who once followed me have either perished or fled. Who do I have left? The bitterness in her heart was unfathomable to anyone. If anyone were to seek her out, they would surely be agents of the Yin Wang, scouring for her. That treacherous uncle was inherently suspicious. He demanded to see the living and the dead. Understanding dawned upon Yang Lin. He needed to confront that Ziyu now. Chapter 85. The woman behind Miss Ziyu. I just inquired again. The woman you seek was residing in Wangjia village, but 2 days ago, for reasons unknown, she departed, purportedly heading to Pingyuan County. Yang Lin's eyes radiated sincerity as he spun a tale. Ziyu furrowed her brow slightly. She left. Indeed, she must have. Many in our village witnessed her departure. Yang Lin spoke with fervent conviction. Pondering, Yang Lin knitted his brows. Since Li Yuyao claimed to have no friends, it was likely that this Ziyu was an adversary. Miss Ziyu, if you insist on waiting, I shall arrange accommodations for you. A young lady like yourself should not be loitering at the entrance of our village. Gossip would spread, and others might think we are bullying you. Come. I shall prepare a clean bed for you and brew a pot of steaming meat soup, so you can rest well. Yang Lin insisted, taking her by the arm. Ziyu swallowed hard. After days of hardship, her stomach was empty, and the thought of that unknown meat soup, combined with the genuine gaze before her, convinced her that he was not one to deceive. Ziyu clasped her hands in gratitude. Then I shall trouble you, young master. Following Yang Lin, they arrived at another residence bestowed upon him by the Liu family, where he warmly made arrangements. The bedding was fresh, and the meat soup would be ready soon. You can rest in a room while I check on them, Yang Lin said, closing the door behind him. Outside, Qin Shuang immediately handed him a large copper lock. Securing the door, Young Master Yang, what is the meaning of this? Ziyu questioned from within. Yang Lin reassured her, Miss Ziyu, do not worry. Simply rest here, and someone will bring you food shortly. First, he needed to contain her, then bring Li Yao to identify her, discerning friend from foe before deciding on further action. However, in the next moment, with a loud crash, 2 sturdy doors fell down. The seemingly delicate Ziyu had already stepped over the fallen timber and stood before Yang Lin. You schemed against me? Ziyu glared at him, raising her hand to strike. Yang Lin was taken aback. Protect Lin Ge, Qin Shuang shouted as he rushed forward. And the security team followed suit. Yet, the moment Qin Shuang charged, he was sent flying. Ziyu moved with the speed of the wind, dispatching the security team with a series of swift strikes, leaving them sprawled on the ground in disarray. Yang Lin's eyes widened in disbelief as he beheld the girl before him. Is this the legendary martial arts master? Yang Lin quickly smiled apologetichali. Misunderstanding. I truly bear no ill will. Yet, as he spoke, he swiftly picked up the fallen crossbow belonging to Qin Shuang. With practiced precision, he loaded it in one smooth motion. Ziyu remained unfazed, her gaze fixed on the crossbow with apparent intrigue. Do you not believe I would shoot? Yang Lin frowned. Ziyu ignored his words, instead addressing someone behind him. This man is cunning. He has not spoken a single truth, yet he should know something of importance. Yang Lin's heart skipped a beat. Who was she addressing? Is there someone behind him? Suddenly, a cold, low voice emerged from behind. Chapter 86. Yang Lin is captured. Yang Lin's heart sank. Could it be that someone truly was there? With no time to ponder, he immediately pulled the trigger. However, Yang Lin could only watch in horror as Ziyu sidestepped, effortlessly grasping the bolt with her bare hands. Is she even human? Quickly take him away. The voice commanded from behind. The bolt was seized and discarded, and then two women advanced, seizing him and leading him away from the courtyard. Yang Lin felt a delicate hand press against his lower back, and suddenly he was devoid of strength, his body going limp as he allowed himself to be taken from the village. Only then did Yang Lin finally catch a glimpse of the woman behind him. In her 20s, clad in a blue attire with loose hair, she had a stature similar to Ziyu's, exuding an imposing presence, her expression icy. In the courtyard, Qin Shuang and the others clumsily rose to their feet, but by the time they rushed out, Yang Lin and the two women had vanished without a trace. This is disastrous. Qin Shuang felt as though the sky had collapsed, urgently shouting, "Quick! Inform Brother Zhong that the master has been captured by two women. Lu Chong, go summon the road crew. Zhang Pei, call out by the river. Zhao Dao, seek the village chief." After dispatching his orders, Qin Shuang hurried towards Yang Lin's residence. What? Yang Lin has been taken? Zhao Fugui, upon hearing this news, dashed outside without even putting on his shoes. Village chief, it was two women, extraordinarily powerful. Even with 7 or 8 of us, we were no match for them. Zhao Adahu explained hastily. Zhao Fugui furrowed his brow. Regardless of who they are, Yang Lin must not come to harm. Quickly, alert everyone. I am heading to the Yang residence. As Zhao Fugui rushed towards Yang Lin's home, news spread throughout the road crew, quarry crew, lumber team, tofu workshop, and construction crew alike. What to do now? Whoever dares to harm Yang Lin, I shall fight back fiercely. Li Yu Yao and the other women in her household learned of the situation through Qin Shuang's account. What should we do? Xiao Ba, already timid by nature, burst into tears upon hearing the news. The person has just been taken. We must hurry to find him. Fourth sister anxiously urged. Liao Hongying quickly replied, Sisters, do not panic. My elder sister will certainly have a solution. The women all turned their gazes towards Li Yuyao, Zhao Fugui Zhong Tao, Qin Shuang, and others also awaited Li Yuyao's words with bated breath. They will not harm Yang Lin. Li Yuyao's assertion left everyone momentarily stunned. They are here to find me, so as long as they locate me, Yang Lin will be safe. I am from the capital. My family has fallen on hard times, and I fled due to immense debts. Those who seek me are merely here to collect. Li Yuyao had surmised the truth, but had to concoct a reason to conceal her identity. At that moment, everyone was preoccupied with concerns for Yang Lin's safety, hardly considering the true intent of their visitors. Li Yuyao continued. Just now, Qin Shuang mentioned that the individuals fled from the east end of the village. Therefore, since they are here for me, they cannot have gone far. Village chief, you should lead a group from the east side and spread out to search. Zhao Fugui nodded in agreement. Certainly. Zhong Tao, you take a team to exit the village from the south and encircle them from the outside towards the east. Qin Shuang, you lead a team from the north side of the village and also encircle from the outside towards the east. The remaining individuals should search in pairs. Bring crossbows and weapons. Let us set off. At Li Yuyao's command, the women, their expressions grave, armed themselves and marched forth. Even Wang Laosan, still recovering from his injuries, joined the throng and left the village. Even the youngest children, merely 6 or 7 years old, shouted excitedly as they raced towards the village's outskirts. The entire Kaoshan village was set into a frenzy. Meanwhile, Yang Lin, accompanied by the women clad in purple and green, was unceremoniously dropped to the ground in a small grove. The two women ventured deeper into the woods, ensuring that Yang Lin could not overhear their conversation before they paused. It seems we truly found the right place, the woman in green remarked. The woman in purple nodded. Indeed, I suspect he has indeed seen the emperor. This man is exceedingly cunning. He nearly deceived me. Remembering his sincere eyes, the woman in purple felt a fierce urge to strangle him. What do you plan to do? The woman in green inquired. The woman in purple replied coldly, what else is there to do? We must compel him to reveal the emperor's whereabouts. Do you think he already knows the emperor's identity? Otherwise, why would he deceive you without disclosing the truth? How could that be? The woman in purple frowned. The emperor is always meticulous and would never divulge such information. As for why he lied, the woman in purple shook her head. Perhaps he harbors ulterior motives. Upon entering the village, I sense that this place is quite unusual. The woman in green pondered. Will we be discovered if we remain here? The woman in purple shook her head. Rest assured, the forest is vast. Even if someone comes searching, they would need at least 100 people to find us. He attempted to escape earlier, but lacked the strength. The woman in green asked, where's the person we seek? Yang Lin closed his eyes and ignored her. I advise you not to invite punishment by refusing to drink the wine offered. The woman in purple's expression was icy. The woman in green added, we are merely looking for someone. Once we find them, we shall naturally release you. Otherwise, you may suffer a bit. The woman in purple coldly warned, I will give you 10 breaths of time. If you do not speak, I shall sever one of your fingers. 1 finger for each breath. And once all 10 are gone, I shall proceed to your toes, and after they are gone, I will gouge out your eyes and sever your ears. Every part of you that can be cut will be severed. As she spoke, the woman in purple drew a soft sword from her waist. Chapter 87. The people are invincible. Yang Lin could no longer remain calm. If you seek someone, you must inform me of their identity and your relation to them. The woman in purple's expression remained frigid. This is none of your concern. You need only tell me the whereabouts of the person I seek. 3 breaths remain. 3, 2. The woman in purple approached Yang Lin's fingers with the soft sword. Yang Lin, feeling the cold blade near his skin, shouted in alarm, wait. I do know where the person you seek is, but if you dare to cut my skin, I swear, even in death, I will not utter a word. Go ahead and strike me down. You will learn nothing. Yang Lin steeled himself and closed his eyes. He shouted vehemently, first, tell me if you're friends or foes with her. Should you be her allies, and I am also her friend, then friends of friends remain friends. Thus, if we are all friends, how could you just cut my fingers? Moreover, if you are her enemies, I too share animosity with her. The enemy of my enemy is my friend, and we remain friends. Therefore, no matter how it unfolds, we are friends, and friends do not start by severing fingers. Yang Lin spoke rapidly and loudly. The women in purple and green were momentarily taken aback. Friends of friends are friends? Enemies of enemies are also friends? The woman in green muttered, he seems to have a point. If he truly is an ally, severing his fingers would be a mistake. But what if he is an enemy? The woman in purple frowned. We'll find out by asking. The woman in green kicked Yang Lin. Hey, what is your relationship with the person we are searching for? Yang Lin's heart raced again. He knew very well that the other party sought Li Yuyao's whereabouts. As long as he remained silent, they would not easily kill him. Our relationship is rather complex. Ladies, may I sit up so we can discuss this calmly? Just then, the woman in purple and the woman in green exchanged glances. Someone is coming. Let us go. Although no figures were yet visible, both women acted decisively, dragging Yang Lin deeper into the woods. They had not gone far when they halted, astonished by what lay ahead. There are people here too. Their specialized training granted them an exceptional sense of hearing. They quickly changed direction, yet after only a few steps, they heard footsteps again. Their expressions changed drastically. From 3 directions, individuals were approaching, indicating they were surrounded. Throughout their journey, they had encountered fierce mountain bandits, yet none had been able to best them. And now, in a small mountain village, they found themselves encircled. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of the forest, Li Yuyao was directing the members of the security team and villagers to tighten the encirclement. Everyone, be cautious. The adversary possesses formidable martial skills. Do not alert them. Maintain composure and gradually close in. The entire village, numbering 400 to 500, conducted a sweeping search, scouring every inch of the terrain in this direction. This direction was the only place where individuals could hide. Hence, Li Yuyao concluded that the enemy was indeed within the grove. To avoid alarming them, she refrained from recklessly sending people into the woods. Instead, she surrounded the small grove from the outside and gradually contracted the encirclement. We found them. A villager finally spotted the two women in purple and green, dragging Yang Lin. The encirclement quickly converged towards this direction. Charge! Yang Lin is here. Release our master. The villagers shouted as they rushed forward. Within the encircled area, the women in purple and green, upon hearing the cries, noticed a tidal wave of people surging from all directions. At least 400 to 500. Yang Lin finally breathed a sigh of relief. Surrender. For the power of the people is invincible. Yang Lin remarked with a wry smile. At the forefront were the security team, 30 strong, armed with swords, spears, and 7 bows and crossbows, completely surrounding the two women. Then came the villagers, armed with various farming tools, surrounding the area in layers. A path was cleared in the crowd, and Li Yuyao, accompanied by women wielding crossbows, advanced with an air of lethal intent. Chapter 88. Yea, sister? The eldest sister exclaimed. Do not harm our husband. Whatever you desire, money or otherwise, please let us know. But if even a single hair on him is harmed, we will not spare you. The women's expressions were icy, their loaded crossbows aimed squarely at the figures in purple and green attire. Yet, none noticed that Li Yuyao, standing nearby, had widened her eyes in disbelief, staring at the two before her. Both the women in purple and green were momentarily stunned, mouths agape, tears streaming down their faces. After a fleeting moment of daze, Li Yuyao shouted, Lower your crossbows. This is a misunderstanding. She hurried forward. Zhao Fuge and Zhong Tao, standing by, were momentarily bewildered, just about to caution Li Yuyao to be careful, only to witness the women in purple and green abandon Yang Lin and rush towards Li Yuyao. Be careful, the crowd called out urgently. Although Li Yuyao claimed it was a misunderstanding, to the villagers, those two women who had taken Yang Lin were undoubtedly villains. How could one trust a villain? Yang Lin lay on the ground, having been dropped by the two, his body limp. Nevertheless, he finally exhaled in relief. Judging by Li Yuyao's reaction, this was indeed a blunder. Meanwhile, Zhong Tao had moved quickly to rescue Yang Lin. On Li Yuyao's side, as the crowd looked on with surprise and concern, the women in purple and green, upon drawing near, unexpectedly knelt before Li Yuyao. Tears streamed down their faces. Yet surrounded by so many people, they opened their mouths but could utter nothing. Everything was conveyed in silence. Get up. You are still alive, Li Yuyao exclaimed, pulling them up, her heart filled with overwhelming emotion. The women in purple and green were her closest attendants, having grown up alongside her, always by her side. Although they were referred to as mistress and servants, Li Yuyao had long considered them family. At this moment, she had an abundance of words to express, but found herself at a loss for speech. Li Yuyao glanced at the still limp Yang Lin and anxiously inquired, What has happened to him? As Qingyi began to speak, Li Yuyao hurriedly interjected, From now on, just call me sister. The two women widened their eyes in astonishment. To address her, the sovereign, as sister, they dare not. Yes, Li Yuyao nodded. Qingyi rushed over and, under the watchful eyes of the villagers, pressed a spot on Yang Lin's lower back. He felt a wave of tingling sensation course through his body, and he was astonished to discover he could move once again. Is this acupoint manipulation? Although it was not as depicted in martial arts films where one is rendered completely immobile, it was still quite remarkable. Young master, I apologize, Qingyi said, bowing her head. She recognized that Yang Lin was not a villain, and that his relationship with the sovereign seemed extraordinary. Otherwise, the sovereign would not have been so eager to come and search for him. Yang Lin, under the threat from the women in purple, had said not a word. Are you all right? I'm sorry. They are my attendants, who have grown up with me and would never harm me, Li Yuyao quickly explained to Yang Lin, feeling guilty. As for the identities of the women in purple and green, who among ordinary people had bodyguards, thus, she could only refer to them as attendants. At this point, Li Yuyao finally understood the misunderstanding. After she had become separated from them, they had been searching for her until they found this place. Yang Lin, uneasy about the arrival of these mysterious women, assumed they were his enemies, thus refusing to reveal his whereabouts. Meanwhile, the women in purple and green, not knowing Yang Lin's identity, had created this misunderstanding. It's all right, but your attendant is quite remarkable, Yang Lin remarked with a wry smile, raising his thumb. Despite the tumultuous journey, the outcome was ultimately favorable. As long as they were not enemies, he felt reassured. The two women in purple and green quickly knelt before him, clasping their fists, and said, We are at fault. Please punish us, young master. Get up, Yang Lin sighed, stepping forward to help them rise. There is no need for punishment. After all, we are all working for Yao's sake. Yao. The women in purple and green were taken aback. They could discern the close relationship between Li Yuyao and Yang Lin. However, how could a man refer to the sovereign as Yao? Anyone with sense could surmise their true relationship. Yet, how could the sovereign be involved with a man from the village? At this moment, the eldest sister, second sister, third sister, fourth younger sister, fifth younger sister, sixth younger sister, and the younger ones all rushed over to Yang Lin, inquiring about his well-being and addressing the sovereign as sister. This left the women in purple and green even more astonished. Ahem, the situation is somewhat complicated. Let us discuss it slowly, Li Yuyao said, pointing towards the depths of the woods. Ahem, Yang Lin chuckled. May I also listen? No, Li Yuyao firmly rejected. Remembering how he had suddenly touched her earlier, she shot Yang Lin a fierce glare. Well then, Yang Lin understood that since her attendants had arrived, they likely wished to speak privately, and since she did not want him to know, he would not press the matter. As for Li Yuyao, with such formidable attendants to protect her, he would no longer need to worry about her safety. Li Yuyao, along with the women in purple and green, walked a distance away until they were out of sight of others. The two women immediately knelt before Li Yuyao again. We pay our respects to your majesty. Get up. Li Yuyao assisted them, saying, Here, there are no rulers and subjects. We shall address each other as sisters from now on. Qingyi spoke up when there were outsiders present. We shall call you Miss, correct? Regardless, they dared not refer to the sovereign as sister. Very well, Li Yuyao did not insist, sitting down with the two women and quickly asking, Now tell me, what happened after that day? How did you find your way here? That day, the few attendants who had escaped the capital with her dwindled significantly, and along the way, they encountered a large band of bandits. In order to protect Li Yuyao, the women in purple and green fought against the bandits, becoming surrounded. Li Yuyao assumed they had met a dire fate, and, not wanting them to sacrifice themselves for her, she left without confirming their survival. After that, she was alone and followed a group of refugees to Jianghe County. Chapter 89. I entrust this life to him. Your Majesty. Initially Qingyi began to recount. At that time, the women in purple and green believed they would certainly perish while trying to buy time for Li Yuyao. However, in their frenzy, they frightened the bandits into retreating, ultimately carving out a bloody path. Once they broke through, they immediately set out to find Li Yuyao. However, Li Yuyao thought her guards had perished in battle, and even if someone sought her out, it could only be bandits or traitors. Thus, she did her utmost to conceal her whereabouts. Consequently, even a master tracker like Qingyi took over half a month investigating, inquiring, and gathering information before finally discovering a lead. Following the movements of the refugees until they arrived at Jianghe County. After hearing their account, Li Yuyao was filled with emotion. Your Majesty, look at this, Qingyi said as she unwrapped a bundle from her back, revealing several items. Upon seeing these items, Li Yuyao was taken aback. This is still here. She reached out, caressing the palm-sized, milky white jade seal, intricately carved with a dragon head on one side and the characters Emperor's treasure on the other. Taking a deep breath, she noted the collection of jade seals, including the Emperor's treasure, the Decree's treasure, and the Destiny's treasure, all intact. The three imperial seals belong to the esteemed Emperor Qian. Among them, the seal of command is utilized for bestowing rewards and punishments, as well as for the appointment of officials. The seal of merit is employed for conferring noble titles. The Emperor's seal, however, is the most frequently used, serving to issue edicts, confer titles upon empresses, and even for significant events such as the Emperor's ascension, succession, and granting amnesty to the realm. The package also contains the Emperor's brush, cinnabar, treasured inkstone, and 3 blank edicts. Li Yuyao gazed gratefully at the two individuals before her, astonished that she could once again behold these treasures. They were remnants left to her by her late father, not only affirming her legitimacy as the rightful heir of Emperor Qian, but also serving as cherished mementos. Your Majesty, you are the true heir of Qian. Regardless of what outsiders may think, both Qingyi and I recognize only you as our sovereign, Li Yuyao declared, her fingers caressing the Emperor's seal, her gaze resolute. Upon hearing her grand declarations, both Zi and Qingyi felt their hearts stirred. However, upon hearing the name Yang Lin, their expressions grew peculiar. Zi spoke, Your Majesty. This Yang Lin, he is my husband. Li Yuyao bit her crimson lip, her cheeks tinged with crimson as she spoke. Zi and Qingyi gasped in astonishment. To them, this was an inconceivable revelation. Not only had the emperor ascended to the throne, but even in her previous life as a princess, her pride had been formidable. None among the noble sons of the capital had ever captured her interest. Yet now, she had married a simple village man, though the emperor was their sovereign. They cherished Li Yuyao as a precious gem. The notion of their sovereign being so debased, so unjustly treated, made them feel as though their own fertile fields had been ravaged by swine. Zi, trembling with suppressed fury, inquired, Your Majesty, did Yang Lin coerce you? If you are unwilling, we shall go and eliminate him at once. No. Li Yuyao hastily shook her head. He did not coerce me. Zi and Qingyi were even more astonished. No coercion? That made it all the more perplexing. Recalling her past, when she had followed the refugees to Jianghe County and had been captured by corrupt officials, sent to the countryside to be chosen as a wife, Li Yuyao clenched her fists tightly at the memory of that humiliation. Fortunately, she had concealed her appearance at the outset, preventing anyone from recognizing her true identity until she met him. Reflecting on that day, when Yang Lin had stood before them and declared, I will take them all, a smile began to emerge on her lips. All 9 of the refugees who had been with her that day had been spared by him, while she and the others had lamented over the petty bribe of 1,400 coins demanded by a minor official. She had thought him to be a lecherous scoundrel, only to discover, within a mere 2 days, he had managed to earn that very amount. From that point on, everything became increasingly extraordinary. He invented tofu, sold miraculous potions, improved iron smelting, established earthen kilns for brickmaking and cement production, and even devised crossbows, aiding the common folk in constructing homes and repairing roads. In this journey, they had even vanquished bandits twice, and though the aristocracy resented him, they could do nothing against him. In just the brief span of a month, they had amassed over 10,000 taels of silver. In Kaoshan village, his reputation had become unparalleled. As Li Yuyao spoke with increasing fervor, Zi and Qingyi listened in stunned silence. No wonder Kaoshan village was so extraordinary. No wonder the emperor held such affection for him. It was truly astonishing that such a hidden genius existed in the wilderness. At one point, Li Yuyao had even contemplated sacrificing herself to preserve the royal family's honor. Yet, she chuckled at her own naivety. I underestimated his character. The reason I entrusted myself to him lies in his integrity. In truth, I remain untouched. Li Yuyao spoke shyly. Zi and Qingyi were once again taken aback. With the emperor's beauty, it was inconceivable that not a single man had been moved by her, especially with her noble and aloof demeanor, which would ignite the desire for conquest in any man. How could he not have approached the emperor? Could it be that Yang Lin was lacking in that regard? Zi and Qingyi began to let their imaginations run wild. Yang Lin was indeed unique. He never took advantage of others. He had left her and the other women untouched, merely wishing to prevent them from becoming lost in the world. To call him a good man would be an understatement, for he often employed his cunning to benefit the common folk, leading them to a better life, instilling hope, and earning their genuine respect. He treated everyone with dignity, never taking liberties even with other women, instead fostering a sisterly bond with them, treating the younger ones as beloved sisters and caring for them tenderly. As Li Yuyao recounted these events, a smile unconsciously graced her lips. In summary, he was a man of remarkable talent and virtue who had shown her kindness, though she still viewed him more as a benefactor than a romantic partner. She had resolved to entrust her life to him. Within the cramped quarters, 13 individuals were squeezed together, even the sovereign sleeping among them on the shared bedding. Allow me to introduce you. This is Zi, and this is Qingyi. They were once my attendants. After we parted ways, they managed to find their way here. Li Yuyao explained to Yang Lin. Zi possesses formidable martial skills, while Qingyi excels at acupoint sealing. From now on, let them accompany you, for their presence will safeguard your safety. Yang Lin shook his head vigorously. No. Protect me? As long as you don't chop off my fingers. I'll be grateful. We shall accept our punishment for our past transgressions. Zi and Qingyi immediately knelt before Yang Lin. Oh, please rise. I was merely jesting. You need not accompany me. Remain with your mistress. As long as you protect her, I shall be content. Having been kidnapped for the first time and threatened with the loss of his fingers, it would be disingenuous to claim he was unperturbed. But now that the truth was laid bare and he had two formidable allies by his side, Yang Lin felt emboldened. Li Yuyao handed the package to Yang Lin, startling Zi and Qingyi once more. "What is this?" Yang Lin asked, taken aback. He had sensed the significance of the package earlier, yet never expected Li Yuyao to give it to him after receiving it from Zi. "This is something of mine, very important to me. Please keep it safe and store it in a secure location," Li Yuyao instructed. Of course, Yang Lin nodded readily. "But the contents are of great importance. You must not look," she added. "No problem," Yang Lin replied casually, shaking the package. "It's rather heavy." With that, he exited with the package in hand. Zi and Qingyi were left in stunned silence. The emperor entrusted such valuable items to Yang Lin? Was he truly reliable? Would he genuinely refrain from peeking? Concealing the items in a desolate, well, might not be the most hidden choice. Yet their home was so cramped that there was simply no room for anything else. Naturally, Yang Lin felt a twinge of curiosity about the contents, but he was determined to uphold his promise. Thus, Zi and Qingyi joined the household, squeezing in alongside the other women. Initially, they were baffled with their wealth and other properties. Why not disperse their family members across different residences instead of cramming them all into this small abode? Gradually, they came to realize that their continued proximity was a matter of security. For the multitude of women who have endured hardships, the current moments of respite, although somewhat crowded, have led them to become accustomed to life together in Jianghe Zhoujia. In the study, Zhou Qian was lost in thought when a sudden knock on the door startled him. Ever since Yang Lin had come with gifts, Zhou Qian and his son Zhou Zhengyang had been living in a state of constant anxiety, unable to find peace by day or sleep by night. For 2 consecutive nights, Zhou Qian had dreamt of the bloodied head of the black tiger, glaring at him with bulging eyes, shouting, "Return my life." "Sir, Master Zhao has arrived." The voice of the old steward called from outside. "Please come in." Zhou Qian awoke from his reverie. Moments later, Zhao Dai entered, and upon seeing Zhou Qian's exhausted expression, frowned involuntarily. "Master Zhao." Zhou Qian hastily bowed in greeting. Zhao Dai waved his hand dismissively and said with a furrowed brow, "Old Zhou, how could you be so frightened? It's merely the corpses of some bandits that have been dealt with. What is there to worry about?" Zhou Qian forced a smile on his face while inwardly grumbling. He wanted to say, "Those heads were not discarded in your courtyard. If they had been, you would be in no better condition." "Master Zhao, my true concern lies with Yang Lin. We are still at a loss as to how Black Tiger met his end at his hands. Moreover, Yang Lin is a madman. If he could slay Black Tiger, he would not hesitate to turn against us. The most critical issue is that this matter has already spread. My own disgrace is secondary, but if the allegations of colluding with bandits reach the magistrate, we will be finished." Although Zhou Qian was terrified, he was not foolish. He knew what was of utmost importance. He even suspected that Yang Lin orchestrated this incident to escalate the situation, ensuring that the higher authorities would be unable to feign ignorance. At that time, whether or not he was truly colluding with bandits would be irrelevant. The officials would use him as a scapegoat to quell public outrage. "Old Zhou, I have come to discuss this very matter with you," Zhao Dai began. "Oh." Zhou Qian stared blankly at Zhao Dai. "Please, enlighten me, Master Zhao." Zhao Dai stroked his beard and said, "The crux of the matter lies with Yang Lin. This man is no simpleton. A mere country bumpkin dares to cause a scene in front of your interrogation room, and yet we have no means to deal with him. If we do not act swiftly to eliminate him, once he grows stronger, he will surely ride roughshod over us." Zhao Dai narrowed his eyes, revealing a fierce glint. Zhou Qian, however, wore a bitter expression. "Master Zhao, do you think I'm unaware of this? The issue is that we have no way to handle him. He can easily manipulate the common folk. But Yang Lin has already dispatched the bandits of Heifeng Mountain. If we provoke him, he will become a man unafraid of consequences." This was precisely Zhou Qian's predicament. Who in their right mind would provoke a madman? Is there truly no way? Zhao Dai sneered. "I have devised a foolproof plan that will ensure Yang Lin meets his demise." "Oh." Zhou Qian's eyes brightened at this revelation. "Please, Master Zhao, do share." Zhao Dai stroked his beard again. "In less than half a month, summer taxes will be due. We simply need to gather 3 groups of Yamen runners to go to Kaoshan village and find some pretense to oppress the villagers. If Yang Lin cannot stand by and confront us, We can seize the opportunity to capture him and accuse him of treason. We can eliminate him on the spot. Do not forget, we are officials. The law is in our hands. If you strike him, will he dare to retaliate? If he does, that would be an assault on a court official. So, not only will he not dare to fight back, but if he even steps forward, we can at the very least charge him with tax evasion. As the month progressed, the night deepened, and a full moon hung high in the sky. Inside the Yang residence, everyone gathered around, watching Xiao Jiu tally the accounts. The heat of summer had already set in shortly after the Dragon Boat Festival, and though the women wore light clothing, they were fanning themselves vigorously, trying to cool down. It's calculated. Yesterday, we spent 8 taels and 6 coins, with an income of 36 taels and 2 coins. Our total now stands at 12,368 taels, not counting the odd coins. Han Mengzhu exclaimed excitedly. The women exchanged puzzled glances. The eldest sister remarked, "We have spent quite a bit these past few days, yet how is it that our wealth continues to grow?" The second sister nodded in agreement. "Indeed, every time my husband spends money, it pains me to see it, yet our funds seem to increase rather than diminish. It's truly strange." Liao Hongying was also left in a state of bewilderment. Although Yang Lin had many ventures, including a defense team, a transportation team, constructing houses, and repairing roads, as well as pottery, metallurgy, lumbering, and quarrying, the only profitable enterprise remained the tofu workshop. The tofu business had merely expanded from the original medicinal liquids in tofu to include tofu skin, fuju, yellow soybean paste, and soy sauce. To support so many workers in the other workshops was a daunting task, yet the funds continued to multiply. Yang Lin chuckled. "Is it truly so difficult to spend money? If I truly set my mind to it, I could easily spend half of our wealth." The women rolled their eyes. "More than 10,000 taels, isn't enough? You're boasting." "Really, believe it or not, I could spend half of it by tomorrow." Yang Lin Laoget. "We believe you, but please don't waste it. We trust you, of course. My husband is the best." Yang Lin sighed. "All right, everyone, let us retire early. Tomorrow we will hold a grand meeting, and our development will reach a new height." He was not a miser. He understood the laws of economic development. To grow, one must invest. Whether upgrading industries or funding research and development, one should never be stingy with money. Only advanced technology can lead the world and change the future. The following evening, by the riverside outside the village, tables and benches were set up, and large pots simmered with fragrant pork. This marked the 4th pork banquet in Kaoshan village in just over a month. Yet the villagers were filled with excitement and even a touch of nervousness. Just days prior, Yang Lin had announced that this banquet would not only be a feast, but would also herald some good news. What Yang Lin did not anticipate was that before he could announce his good tidings, Du Jing arrived with news of success. "We did it! Lingdi, we succeeded!" Du Jing exclaimed, his face alight with excitement as he shook Yang Lin's shoulders. Yang Lin was taken aback, quickly realizing the implication. "Is it successful in papermaking?" "Yes, we did it." Du Jing shook Yang Lin again, bubbling with enthusiasm. "We truly created the kind of paper you envisioned. Lighter, thinner, and more resilient. Plus, the cost has been reduced by at least 50%. Du Jing was ecstatic, fully aware of the significance of this groundbreaking invention. Yang Lin let out a long sigh of relief. The paper he had designed was an improvement on Kai Ho's papermaking technique. While it could not yet rival the methods of the previous era, it had already established a significant gap compared to the paper of this world. "Ying Yi, you have once again achieved great merit. This time, you and your design workshop will not go unrewarded." Du Jing, however, shook his head in excitement. "The wages you provided are already quite generous. The bonus is not my concern. I simply did not expect that we would actually create something capable of changing the world. What do you plan to do next?" Du Jing inquired eagerly, his anticipation for further inventions ignited by the success of papermaking. Yang Lin pondered for a moment. As inspiration struck him, the paper still has considerable room for improvement. We will continue to produce while simultaneously enhancing it. "Continue to improve?" Du Jing exclaimed in surprise. "Indeed. The current paper still has potential for further enhancement, such as making it even thinner, sturdier, and whiter. Simultaneously, we can also explore other types of paper. For instance, paper suitable for calligraphy and painting, paper designed for food packaging, and even a type that is inexpensive enough for those of modest means to afford. Furthermore, we could develop cardboard for making boxes, paper suitable for printing, paper for wall and window decoration, and waterproof paper. Yang Lin spoke rapidly, leaving Du Jing in a state of astonishment. He had never imagined that something as simple as paper could be classified into so many categories. Yang Lin chuckled and said, "There's no rush concerning work. Today, let's simply enjoy our feast." Each table was adorned with a large pot of tender and fragrant braised pork. Yet the villagers refrained from eating, eagerly awaiting Yang Lin. "Fellow villagers," Yang Lin proclaimed from a raised platform, "I am delighted to announce our first piece of good news. We are hiring." At the mention of job openings, many eyes sparkled with excitement. This time, there is no limit to the number of positions available. Anyone from our village who joins us will earn 6 won a day. The banquet erupted into cheers, and those yet to find work were moved to tears. Next, I will announce some changes and adjustments in our industries. First, the road repair team, house construction team, logging team, and kiln team will be merged to form a construction team. Gao de Zhuang will oversee the construction team. Oncle da Zhuang, please come up and share the recent progress of our projects. Gao de Zhuang was taken aback. However, at this moment, Yang Lin called him, and he could only awkwardly ascend the platform. The villagers laughed as they watched Gao de Zhuang, who stood there speechless. "Uncle de Zhuang, no need to be nervous. Just share what you know about the project progress." Gao de Zhuang scratched his head, stammering, "We, have recently repaired 10 miles of road. 3 miles to the east of the village, 3 miles to the west, 2 miles along the riverbank, and 2 miles at Laohe Mountain. Our roads are wider and smoother now. The kiln has produced 83,000 bricks, 26,000 tiles, and 3,900 stones of cement. The new village project has leveled 33 acres of land and laid the foundations for 20 houses, with 28 more foundations currently under construction." Gao de Zhuang scratched his head again. When Yang Lin appointed him as the overseer, he had noted down these figures, but now, under pressure, he had forgotten them all. Yang Lin applauded. "Uncle de Zhuang has spoken well. These are the changes in our village. In the future, we will continue to build roads, extending them from our village to the town and even to the county. At this pace, the new village project will be completed within 6 months. By then, every household will have a new brick house to live in. Uncle de Zhuang, starting tomorrow, the construction team will expand and recruit an additional 100 workers." Yang Lin declared, Gao da Zhuang was stunned. "Do we really need so many people? The construction team already has over 200 members. Do we really need another 100? The time for caution has passed. We can now accelerate our development, strengthen our industries, and increase our production capacity. Is 100 too many? At the kiln, we could simply open a few more earth kilns to double the production of bricks, tiles, and cement. For house construction, adding a few dozen workers will allow our villagers to move into new homes sooner." But Gao de Zhuang hesitated. Uncle de Zhuang seemed to imply that this would require spending money, didn't he? "Money is not an issue. Uncle de Zhuang, I will allocate 1,000 taels of silver to the construction team." This statement left the entire assembly in shock. Gao de Zhuang, too, gaped in disbelief at Yang Lin. "Master, that is far too much. Really, expanding the kiln won't cost nearly that much." Gao de Zhuang continued to decline the offer. "Any funds that are not immediately spent can be saved for future use. From today onwards, each workshop will operate autonomously, meaning I will invest in each workshop, allowing the overseers to freely manage this money for production, procurement, and wages. All will be self-sufficient." Upon hearing this, the crowd exchanged glances, particularly those appointed as overseers, who were utterly astonished. Yang Lin's words significantly elevated their status and expanded their authority. Gao de Zhuang wished to decline again, but Yang Lin had already patted his shoulder. "It is settled." After Gao de Zhuang stepped down, the overseers of the other workshops took turns introducing themselves. The captain of the security team, Zhong Tao, the head of the procurement and transportation team, Wang Gui, the overseer of the design workshop, Du Jing, the overseer of the smelting workshop, Zhao Shunzi, the captain of the mining team, Wang Mushin. Finally, Yang Lin announced further investments in various industries, which once again astonished the crowd. Today, a total of 6,500 taels of silver will be allocated to the workshops. After discussing the workshops, Yang Lin announced another significant development. Chapter 93. The paper workshop will be established. I plan to open the first shop in the town and currently require a shopkeeper and 2 assistants. The shopkeeper's wage will be 20 won a day, while the assistants will earn 8 won each. We have not yet selected candidates. Those with business experience and literacy are welcome to apply. Additionally, tomorrow we will establish a paper workshop, initially hiring 30 workers, with wages comparable to the other workshops. Anyone interested in the paper workshop can come to register after the meal. The crowd was once again astonished. A paper workshop? We all know what paper is. But Yang Lin is actually going to produce it? Transitioning from tofu making to paper production is a vast leap. Lastly, Yang Lin annonce. I will cover this year's summer tax for everyone. This proclamation sent shockwaves through the crowd. For years, summer taxes, autumn taxes, household taxes, and land taxes had loomed over them like mountains. Now, Yang Lin was willing to pay their taxes? Master, you need not do this. We now have money and can manage it ourselves. Indeed, Master has been more than generous. We cannot continue to take advantage of you. Exactly. We now have food and drink, and sometimes even a feast of meat. We have work and income. We cannot be greedy and keep taking from you. As Yang Lin's reputation grew, more and more people began to address him as Master rather than using his name. Yang Lin smiled and said, I understand everyone's sentiments. This is also my small token of gratitude. When the bandits attacked, everyone united, facing the fierce foes together, and no one betrayed me. I will not forget this. As long as I, Yang Lin, have a morsel to eat, I will ensure that my fellow villagers will never suffer from hunger or poverty again. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted with applause. Many elderly villagers were moved to tears. After living for several decades, they never imagined that one day they could lead such a blessed life. The next morning, Yang Lin brought the 30 newly hired individuals, along with several women, to the design workshop. Even at this moment, many remained uncertain if they could genuinely produce paper. When it came to paper, all they could think of was one word: expensive. Aside from that, they knew nothing about how to make paper. Thus, even the women were skeptical about their ability to create paper. However, when Du Jing presented a large stack of the newly made paper from the previous day before everyone, all were left astounded. Touching a sheet, they exclaimed, It's astonishingly thin. My heavens, is this really paper? How is it made? This is incredible. The most astonished among them was Li Yuyao. Although she had not been an emperor for long, during her time as a princess, she frequently assisted her father with state affairs and understood the significance of paper. Scholars require paper, businessmen need paper, book compilers rely on paper, and educating the masses necessitates paper. Yet, the paper of the past, aside from being costly, was too thick, rough in texture, prone to tearing and breaking, and difficult to preserve over time. Consequently, many crucial pieces of information have been lost throughout history, complicating the transmission of knowledge. The paper before me, when touched, reveals its delicate nature. Its surface is smooth, and when crumpled, it feels as soft as silk, quickly returning to its original form, leaving only minor creases without tearing or affecting its usability. What is the cost of this paper? In light of its confidentiality, Li Yuyao pulled Yang Lin aside and inquired hastily. While the quality of the paper is exceptional, if it is prohibitively expensive, it would hold little significance for the common folk. For instance, in the imperial court, besides paper, materials such as parchment, silk, and cloth are also utilized. But the issue lies in their exorbitant costs. Li Yuyao furrowed her brow slightly. Is the cost of a single sheet of paper truly 21? That seems excessively high. She sighed inwardly, realizing the insurmountable challenge. Currently, ordinary paper, measuring 3 feet in length and 2 feet in width, is sold for merely 1 won. How many commoners can afford paper priced at 21 per sheet? The notion left her disheartened. However, Du Jing interjected. Sister-in-law, you have misunderstood. I'm not referring to the cost of a single sheet, but rather the cost of this entire stack. What? Li Yuyao was taken aback. This entire stack? She gazed incredulously at the thick pile before her, swallowing hard as she fixed her eyes on Du Jing, her tone icy. Do not jest about such matters. How many sheets are there? Surely, there must be at least 200 or 300. Only 21 in total? She cannot believe it. Indeed, I have meticulously calculated. There are 500 sheets, and the total cost is 21, Du Jing stated earnestly. The innovative papermaking method taught to him by Yang Lin utilizes merely plant materials. Although the raw materials are abundant in nature, he procured them from the logging team at market price. Otherwise, even 21 would not suffice. Li Yuyao was utterly stunned. 500 sheets of paper at a cost of merely 21? This implies that one could yield 25 sheets of paper, If sold at the ordinary rate of 1 per sheet, that would represent a profit margin of 25 times. This figure left Li Yuyao astounded yet again. Moreover, Du Jing continued, if we employ the assembly line model used in tofu production, we could reduce costs by an additional 10%. Furthermore, l'invention a water windmill. If constructed, it could potentially have the current production costs. Upon hearing this, not only Li Yuyao, but also the other women were left in a state of shock. Although they may not grasp the significance of paper, they understood all too well what such a substantial profit margin represented. In that moment, everyone exchanged wide-eyed glances, momentarily at a loss for words. Ahem. In a few days, once you have all mastered the art of papermaking, come seek me, and we shall embark on an intriguing venture together. The materials for gunpowder have long been prepared. However, the process is fraught with danger, so I shall not conduct any experiments until I am thoroughly prepared. No problem. Du Jing réagit replied. Yang Lin continuait. Tofu production is not only laborious, but also yields low profits. Thus, I do not intend to expand the scale of the tofu workshop any further. In the future, when people think of paper, they will undoubtedly think of our Qian village. Yang Lin was acutely aware that the advantage of technological superiority would bring about absolute monopoly in the industry. There would be no need for him to engage in price wars or undercutting. Selling at the same price as others would suffice, as he could produce paper in abundance. Consequently, he would not confine the papermaking industry to this modest workshop of 30 people. He aimed to transform it into a colossal enterprise. That afternoon, someone finally stepped forward, expressing a desire to manage Yang Lin's shop. However, the individual who approached took Yang Lin by surprise. It was Lu Shi, the steward of the Lu landlord's household. Young Master Yang, I have come at the behest of Madam. She expressed her gratitude for saving Miss Qiaoyan and is aware that you are in search of a manager. Understanding the difficulty of finding a suitable candidate in this village, she sent me on her behalf. Rest assured, young Master Yang, upon leaving the Lu household, Madam returned my contract to me, and I am now a free man, with no further ties to the Lu family. If you still harbor doubts, I can present the contract to you. Lu Shi respectfully handed over a piece of paper. Yang Lin accepted it, and indeed, it was Lu Shi's contract of servitude. At over 40 years of age, Lu Shi sported a tuft of goat-like whiskers. He was literate, skilled in accounting, and had previously managed the Lu family's estate, so his capabilities were unquestionable. Though Yang Lin initially hesitated at the prospect of hiring someone from the Lu family, Lu Shi's presentation of the contract made Yang Lin reconsider. Firstly, the Lu family's downfall rendered any potential conspiracy unlikely. After all, he was merely seeking a manager, which did not involve any confidential matters. At worst, Lu Shi might abscond with some funds, but how much could he truly lose? Secondly, he genuinely had no one else to rely on. Opening a shop was imperative, yet there were no talents available in Qian village. Had there been suitable candidates, they would have approached him long ago. Very well, I shall be frank, at present. I do not fully trust you. Since you are willing to exchange your contract for my trust, I shall accept it for now. As the saying goes, time reveals a person's true character. Let us allow time to speak for us. Once we are better acquainted, I shall return the contract to you. Yes, young master. Lu Shi's heart swelled with joy as he hurriedly bowed in gratitude. Lu Shi's intention to manage Yang Lin's shop was devoid of ulterior motives. He merely sought another sturdy tree to lean upon. After spending half a lifetime in servitude to the Lu family, he had now obtained his contract back, which held little significance for him. Without offspring to consider, he had no concerns for future generations. Thus, whether as a servant or a free man, his priority was to find a benevolent master, secure his basic needs, and save enough to enjoy a peaceful retirement. The shop staff was already in place. You will need to procure 30 taels of silver, and tomorrow you can take the staff to the town to rent a place for the shop. The name will be Yang's Trading Company, opening in 3 days, selling only paper for the time being. A transport team will deliver goods daily. Keep meticulous records and settle accounts every 3 days. After discussing the shop's affairs, Lu Shi took his leave. Just as the sun began to set, a piece of news arrived. The authorities have come to collect taxes. Tax collection at night? Something is amiss. Initially, when villagers approached Yang Lin, he was puzzled. Although the summer tax was due in the next few days, he would collect taxes at night. However, as more villagers arrived, 2 of whom had been beaten by the enforcers, Yang Lin began to sense that something was amiss. Shortly thereafter, the patrol team brought word. "Master, there are many enforcers outside, at least 100. Dozens have entered the village, while the rest wait outside." Zhao Fuge, who had come to consult with Yang Lin, realized this is trouble. Yang Lin furrowed his brow and said, "Third uncle, gather everyone here. Regardless of what they are plotting, I have already promised to pay this year's summer tax for everyone." "Understood," Zhao Fugue replied, taking a few men to notify each household. "Husband, their intentions are not good. They are likely targeting us." Liu Yao Ramarka. Yang Lin nodded, frowning in contemplation as he calculated the situation. Collecting taxes at night surely indicated malicious intent, aiming to catch us off guard. The ability to mobilize such numbers could only belong to either County Magistrate Wu Yong or the Zhou and Zhao families. As for how they would deal with me, Yang Lin pondered for a moment, furrowing his brow and muttering to himself. "I just heard newcomers say that this time the tax collectors are being unreasonable, as if they are deliberately looking for trouble. Coupled with the fact that they have gathered so many people waiting outside the village, it is not difficult to guess their intentions. For instance, they might resort to beating officials or even resisting taxes. My lady, do you understand the law? What crime is tax resistance?" Yang Lin turned to Liu Yao. However, Liu Yao's expression suddenly changed. The crime of resisting taxes can be light or severe. At its worst, it can lead to immediate execution. She was, of course, well acquainted with the laws of Qian, some clauses of which she had even helped her father modify. At this moment, thinking of the crime of tax resistance, Liu Yao could not help but frown. She understood that this was a blatant conspiracy. Even if one knows what they intend to do, there is nothing that can be changed. The common people are inherently at a disadvantage against the officials, now that they are clearly seeking trouble. Conceding would mean incurring the grave crime of tax resistance. Refusing? If one dares to resist, it is tantamount to rebellion. In any case, the officials can twist words to their advantage. They can justify their actions however they please. Therefore, we must make the most thorough preparations and brace for the worst. Qingyi, summon the entire guard team and distribute 10 crossbows to ambush in front and behind the house. Currently, 30 crossbows and 600 bolts have been manufactured, but aside from training, the crossbows are kept in Yang Lin's family warehouse, with only Zhong Tao permitted to carry one at any time. For the moment, we must endure. If the other side truly crosses the line, then we will retaliate fiercely. Yang Lin gazed at the women. He held no reverence for the officials or the court of this era. If one does not offend me, I shall not offend them. Being able to live peacefully in this small village is the best outcome. However, if pushed to a dead end, he would not shy away from taking drastic measures. Understood. The women nodded in unison, each harboring a surge of determination. Suddenly, Liu Yao recalled something and hurriedly asked, "What about the bundle I entrusted to you for safekeeping last time?" "Oh, it is in the dry well at the back courtyard." "What is inside?" Yang Lin inquired. "Bouzlet. Could it be that the bundle contains something to counter the authorities?" After much contemplation, Yang Lin could only surmise that perhaps Liu Yao, coming from an official family, had some token of her lineage in that bundle, such as a family insignia that would render any official compliant once presented. But does such a thing truly exist? "Wait for me." Liu Yao offered no explanation, leaving only that sentence before hastily rushing to the back courtyard with Z. Clearly, there was an issue. Nevertheless, Yang Lin did not dwell on it. If Liu Yao had a backup plan, then that would be for the best. Regardless of what her plan entailed, he needed to prepare himself. Ultimately, only he could safeguard his own interests. Before long, the villagers arrived at Yang Lin's home. As night fell, torches illuminated the entrance of the Yang residence. Alongside the villagers were dozens of tax collectors, as well as the bewildered Zhou Kuan and Zhao Dei. They had prepared extensively for this day, resolved to eradicate Yang Lin once and for all. Thus, despite Zhou Kuan being terrified by Yang Lin previously, he steeled himself and personally came to Kaoshan village. This time, they were thoroughly equipped. In addition to mobilizing nearly all the tax collectors from Jianghe County, they had also procured 20 bows and arrows from a storeroom, and every member was armed with blades. Although they claimed it was for tax collection, their true intent was clear: to kill. However, the situation soon exceeded their expectations. Upon entering the village, they followed their plan to collect taxes from house to house, intentionally provoking the villagers and even assaulting 2 of them. They assumed that these actions would prompt Yang Lin to intervene. Yet, not only did Yang Lin not show up, but the villagers instead flocked to Yang Lin's home. Reluctantly, They had no choice but to follow. As they reached the entrance, Zhou Kun, mounted on a tall steed, deliberately shouted, "What are you rascals gathering here for? Do you dare resist taxes?" Regardless of Yang Lin's intentions, he would first cast blame. "I will pay the taxes." The crowd parted, and Yang Lin emerged surrounded by a group of robust young men. Chapter 96. Bestow an official title upon Yang Lin boldly. "Do you dare resist? What did you say? You come a pay?" Zhang Wu, who believed he had secured the favor of the Zhou family, arrogantly stepped forward, ready to scold them. But upon hearing Yang Lin's declaration of coming to pay, he was momentarily taken aback. "You will pay?" Zhang Wu frowned and then scoffed. "The summer tax for all 238 households in Kaoshan village. Can you afford it?" Yang Lin waved his hand, and his elder sister and second sister approached, carrying a sack of copper coins. Yang Lin smirked. "You want to collect taxes, right? Royal grain and national tax are just and proper. The money is here. Let us begin." Witnessing Yang Lin confidently produce such a large sack of copper coins, Zhang Wu was instantly dumbfounded. In his memory, Yang Lin was still that impoverished boy who could not even produce 1,401. Yet now, he had brought forth a full sack of copper coins. This left the tax collectors utterly bewildered, and they hastily glanced at Zhou Kun and Zhao Dai. Zhao Dai also frowned and said, "Collect." Immediately, the tax collector took out the ledger and read, "Huang Chujiao's household, 5 members, summer tax 101. The summer tax is paid in money, while the autumn tax is paid in grain. According to the Qian law, the tax is 10 when per person, and those without land are not counted." After the tax collector finished reading, villager Huang Chujiao was momentarily stunned. "What? 101? Wasn't it 81 last year?" Most villagers are not well versed in the law. They can only pay whatever amount the tax collectors demand each year. However, how could the tax have increased from 81 last year to 101 this year? The tax collector glared, raising the whip in his hand, and coldly shouted, "You dare? You will pay what I tell you. But do you dare resist taxes?" Those who entered the village were all confidants of the Zhou and Zhao families, aware that the Zhou and Zhao families were deliberately seeking trouble, and they certainly wished to perform well at this moment. Villager Huang Chujiao was at a loss and looked towards Yang Lin. "Pay." Yang Lin replied calmly. An additional 20 when per household amounts to just over 4,001 for the entire village of over 200 households, which is less than 5 taels of silver. Yang Lin accepted it. His elder sister and second sister began counting the copper coins. The tax collector was once again taken aback. Before arriving, the officials had all said that Yang Lin was arrogant and dismissive and would surely not be able to endure. Yet, how had he managed to endure this time? Zhao Dai furrowed his brow, but was also left with no other options. Thus, the tax collector had no choice but to accept the payment. Afterward, the tax collector continued reading names, while Yang Lin counted the coins to pay the taxes. The copper coins were heavy, and one sack could not hold much, so it quickly became empty. Yang Lin waved his hand again, and another sack of copper coins was brought forth. The tax collectors gasped in astonishment. Zhou Wu's eyes sparkled with delight. At that moment, Zhao Dai suddenly recalled something and shouted, "Wait, this copper money has an unknown origin. We will not accept it. If you want to pay taxes, bring silver." The tax collector's eyes lit up. "Brilliant." "Indeed," Zhang Wu coldly stated, "bringing so much copper money. Do you wish to exhaust us? We only accept silver. If you cannot produce silver, then, that will be tax resistance." Yang Lin remained unfazed and waved his hand. Meanwhile, the copper coins were taken away, and a box of silver was brought forth. The glimmering silver made all the tax collectors' eyes widen even further. Zhou Wu was left speechless. This large box contained at least several hundred taels of silver. Where had Yang Lin acquired such a vast fortune? Now, is this acceptable? Yang Lin smirked. If such trivial harassment was all they had, he would not mind. The tax collectors were once again left with no choice but to look toward Zhao Dai. Zhao Dai felt utterly speechless, but with a flicker of inspiration, he coldly snorted, "The quality of this silver is subpar. Too many impurities. We cannot accept it." Yang Lin let out a derisive laugh and waved his hand. In the blink of an eye, Sanjia and Simi carried away the box of silver, while Wume and Liuli brought forth a box of gold. Yang Lin extracted a piece, shook it slightly, and proclaimed, "This is a 5-tael gold ingot minted by the Qian National Treasury, official gold." He was eager to see what trouble Zhao Dai could concoct next. Zhao Dai was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Yang Lin could produce such a substantial amount of gold, all of it being official currency. However, he had come seeking trouble, and finding fault was not a difficult task. How audacious! I, as an official, have come to collect the summer tax, which is in copper coins, yet you present me with gold. Are you attempting to mock me? Zhao Dai exclaimed. Oh. It suddenly comes to mind that just the other day, the Ma family in the county was robbed, losing gold. How much is in that box of yours? Yang Lin, fully aware of Zhao Dai's ploy, replied, 100 taels. Indeed, the Ma family lost exactly 100 taels of gold, all in 5-tael official ingots. Therefore, I have ample reason to suspect you are the thief. Zhao Dai shouted. The constables were elated and rushed forward to seize the gold. Witnessing such underhanded tactics, the villagers were incensed and stepped forward to confront the constables. On what grounds? This gold belongs to Yang Lin. Indeed, what evidence do you have to claim Yang Lin is a thief? Do not slander an innocent man. The villagers attempted to reason with them, unaware that from the very beginning, the other party had no intention of engaging in dialogue. The villagers, filled with righteous indignation, faced off against the constables. Meanwhile, Zhao Dai's heart swelled with delight. He feared that Yang Lin might maintain his composure, refraining from retaliation or verbal rebuke. If that were the case, he would be at a loss. But now, an opportunity had presented itself. How bold! Are you attempting to rebel? Yang Lin, you incite the villagers to violently resist tax collection. Your intentions are treasonous. As an official of the court, I must apprehend you. The scoundrel, bring them to me and encircle them. It was evident that dozens of constables could not surround over 100 villagers. However, Zhao Dai and his cohorts had long been prepared. At this moment, he ordered the constables waiting outside the village to enter. This also effectively cast the label of tax resistance upon them. Thus, he could eliminate Yang Lin without hesitation. Once Yang Lin was dead, even if inquiries arose later, it would be impossible to ascertain the initial cause of the villagers' resistance against the constables. By then, Yang Lin would be firmly implicated in inciting the populace to violently resist tax collection, while they would emerge unscathed, heralded as heroes for suppressing the unrest. As the villagers and constables faced off in the rear courtyard, Li Yueying, having retrieved the imperial seal, vermilion, imperial brush, and blank edict from the dry well, found herself in a quandary. Her original plan was straightforward. Simply draft an edict, affix the imperial seal, and casually bestow upon Yang Lin an official title, making him untouchable by these petty officials. However, she soon realized that although the edict and seal were genuine, the process of conferring an official title was indeed cumbersome. She would need to draft the edict, send it to the Central Secretariat for review by the Chancellor, then submit it to the Ministry of Personnel for the minister's signature and record, followed by forwarding it to the Ministry of Rights to determine the official attire. Each department required documentation to be retained. Thus, while this approach could help her navigate the immediate crisis, if someone were to investigate, it would be evident that the edict was fraudulent. Chapter 97. A 20-year-old duke? Li Yueying gritted her teeth, determined to proceed with her plan. Even if the authenticity of the edict could be verified, it would at least take several months for the Ministry of Personnel to conduct an examination. Given the present urgency, she had no choice but to take the gamble. Just as Li Yueying lifted the imperial brush, preparing to inscribe the edict by hand, Z, beside her, interjected, "Your Majesty, I have another suggestion." Oh, the process of conferring an official title was complex, with many procedures, but you could grant the young master a noble title. Zi's words lit up Li Yueying's eyes. Of course, when it came to matters concerning Yang Lin, she inexplicably lost her usual composure. With Zi's reminder, Li Yueying suddenly realized the distinction between conferring a title and an official position. By granting a noble title, one effectively becomes part of the aristocracy, enjoying privileges. Even in the absence of an official post, one would not be easily bullied by these petty officials from Jianghe County. Noble titles were primarily bestowed upon royal relatives and rewarded individuals of merit. Although merely an honor, a noble title conferred substantial privileges, such as exemption from minor penalties, the right to possess land, and the ability to petition the emperor directly. The mere ability to petition the emperor was extraordinary. It meant one could write to the emperor at any time to present grievances. Naturally, the emperor could not personally manage these trivial matters. Thus, whenever a noble petitioned, regardless of the cause, the outcome would invariably favor the noble. For the emperor himself is the greatest noble in the realm. Nobles are allies among themselves, and one could say that nobles are the true lords of the land, while officials merely assist in governing it. Therefore, even the smallest noble title could reach the ears of the emperor and instill trepidation in many officials without titles. Li Yueying began to write. However, what title should she bestow? She contemplated bestowing Yang Lin a duke's title outright. Yet, she knew that this was utterly implausible. Any duke is a significant minister of the state, either having achieved remarkable military feats or having ancestors who accomplished extraordinary deeds. A 20-year-old duke? Too far-fetched. Even if the other party lacked the power to verify it, such an absurd title would not do. Ultimately, Li Yueying could only grant Yang Lin the smallest noble title. In the front courtyard, the villagers and constables remained locked in confrontation. Particularly under Zhao Dei's instigation, the constables deliberately provoked the villagers, seizing the opportunity to strike those standing in front. Many villagers were soon left crying out in pain. Outside the village, archers and nearly 100 constables had also entered, forming a tight encirclement around the villagers. As the tide appeared to turn decisively, Zhou Kuan grew increasingly exhilarated, shouting, "Yang Lin, you have nowhere left to escape. Will you not confess and submit?" Zhao Dei sneered. "Villagers of Kaoshan, heed my words. My patience is limited. I shall give you 3 breaths of time. If anyone dares to obstruct my tax collection again, they shall be executed on the spot." With that, the constables drew their swords, pointing them at the villagers. 1, 2. As the constables prepared to act, the villagers' expressions changed drastically. Yet, none retreated. Instead, they stood their ground, resolutely blocking the advance of the constables. "Gulme, if you wish to capture Yang Lin, you must first step over my dead body. Fellow villagers, if they dare to strike, we shall fight back." The cries resonated powerfully, and the villagers were filled with fervor. Witnessing this scene, Zhou Kuan and Zhao Dei were utterly astonished. The villagers they had previously encountered were always timid in their presence, scarcely daring to breathe. Did the people of Kaoshan village fear death? Yang Lin felt deeply moved. "Guard team," he bellowed. "Present. Ready." The members of the guard team responded with a resounding shout, brandishing their crossbows and stepping forward. Yang Lin shouted, "If they dare to harm our villagers again, shoot to kill. Do not let a single one escape." "Yes, yes, yes." Though not perfectly synchronized, their voices rang out loudly into the night sky. Zhou Kuan and Zhao Dei were left utterly stunned. Although the defense team consisted of merely 30 individuals, their relentless training and the encounter with the bandits had transformed them into formidable warriors, far surpassing the inept officials who merely oppressed the common folk without ever confronting true threats. The palpable aura of menace they exuded swiftly obliterated any remnants of confidence that Zhao Dei and his companions might have harbored. Zhao Dei and Zhou Kuan found themselves utterly bewildered. Initially, they had intended to provoke Yang Lin into action, even contemplating the grim possibility of harming a few innocent villagers. Yet now, as they beheld the hundreds of villagers, their eyes ablaze with righteous fury, and the defense team wielding crossbows, swords, and spears, they felt as though every gaze was poised to devour them whole. Consequently, not only did the officials falter, but even Zhao Dei and Zhou Kuan succumbed to fear. The words they had prepared to utter were stifled in their throats, for they now comprehended the dire consequences of resorting to violence. It would indeed incite Yang Lin's wrath, leading to their inevitable demise. Despite the presence of over 100 armed officials behind them, they felt an inexplicable certainty that victory was unattainable. Cold sweat began to trickle down their brows, and even the armed officials instinctively hesitated to advance. At that moment, Li Yuyao and Zi approached. "How audacious, Zhao Dei! Are you attempting to rebel?" Li Yuyao stepped forward, immediately casting aspersions upon him. Her voice, though serene, resonated with authority and an irresistible force, akin to a thunderclap that reverberated through the hearts of all present in this tense standoff. "What did you say? You claim I wish to rebel? How dare you?" Zhao Dei retorted, yet his rebuttal was feeble. "Humph, still in denial? Look at what you are doing. To conspire against a noble without cause. What else could it be but treason?" Her words startled not only Zhao Dei, but also Yang Lin and his companions. "What? A noble?" Yang Lin stared at Li Yuyao in disbelief. He had suspected she possessed some hidden strength, Yet he never imagined that she was of noble lineage. Being somewhat knowledgeable about history, he understood the vast chasm that separated nobles from commoners in ancient times. Even ordinary officials could not afford to offend a noble. In that instant, realization dawned upon him. His wife was indeed a noble. After a moment of stunned silence, Zhao Dei erupted into laughter. What did you say? A noble? Are you implying that you are a noble? Woman, impersonating a noble is a grave offense deserving of death. What nonsense! How could there possibly be a noble in a mere village? Zhao Dei expressed his disbelief. However, Li Yuyao's subsequent declaration left everyone astounded. I'm not a noble, but my husband, Yang Lin, is the Kosh Baron, personally conferred by the late emperor. With this proclamation, Li Yuyao called out, "Present the imperial decree." Zi promptly stepped forward, holding the decree, and began to unfurl it before the astonished crowd, her voice rising as she recited its contents. By the grace of heaven, the emperor decrees, Yang Lin of Jianghe, possessing great talents, is broad-minded and cautious, virtuous and filial, deeply favored by the throne. As a reward, he is to be conferred the title of Kosh Baron, with the village of Kosh and 300 households as his fief. Thus it is decreed. Upon concluding the reading, an eerie silence enveloped the scene. Although the villagers did not fully comprehend the implications, they grasped that the emperor deemed Yang Lin worthy of such an honor. Yet, how could this be possible? Yang Lin had grown up in Kosh village, never straying beyond Jianghe County. How could the emperor know of him, let alone confer a title? Thus, both Zhao Dei and the villagers found it hard to believe. This must be a fabrication, Zhao Dei growled, pointing an accusatory finger at Yang Lin. How dare you even forge an imperial decree? It seems you are truly plotting rebellion. Yang Lin was equally bewildered. He had anticipated Li Yuyao revealing her noble status, yet instead, she had produced an imperial decree. The emperor had conferred upon him the title of Kosh Baron. Yang Lin found the situation absurd. He himself could not believe this decree. How dare you? Zi shouted. This decree was personally issued by the late emperor. Who are you, a mere county officer, to question it? My lord is the Kosh Baron, as decreed by his majesty. If anyone doubts this, they are welcome to verify it. Zhao Dei's aide, Song Qian, quickly whispered, my lord. The authenticity of the decree can easily be determined. If it is indeed valid, we must tread carefully. Oh, do you know how to verify it? Zhao Dei scoffed. Having never even seen an imperial decree, Song Qian nodded vigorously. I have read about it. The emperor's decree is made of jade silk, embroidered with auspicious clouds and cranes, with silver dragons flying at both ends. The top bears the words by the grace of heaven, the emperor, and the bottom has the year and reign name written in red ink, sealed with the imperial seal. Then go examine it and expose these audacious impostors. Zhao Dei waved dismissively. Song Qian hurriedly dismounted and respectfully accepted the decree from Zi, scrutinizing it closely. A clever man, he served Zhao Dei, but was not foolish enough to burn his own bridges. Though he suspected the decree was false, he wished to verify it, lest he find himself in peril alongside Zhao Dei. As he held the decree, he was immediately taken aback. Though he had not examined it in detail, the weight and texture felt exquisite, far beyond what a counterfeit could replicate. Comparing it to the descriptions in the text he had read, he noted that the embroidered clouds and cranes were vividly depicted, and the inscription indeed bore the words by the grace of heaven, the emperor. The entire decree was written in red ink, and the date read autumn of the 28th year of Xuanda. There was not a single flaw to be found. Song Qian's hands trembled uncontrollably, and his breath quickened. This was real. He had never seen an authentic decree, but this one was identical to the descriptions in his books. As for doubts about the decree being forged, impossible. The craftsmanship was far beyond what could be produced in such a remote village. Even the shops in Jianghe County could not replicate it. Furthermore, the book he had read was not a renowned text, making it nearly impossible for an ordinary person to know the exact format of an imperial decree. Even if someone attempted to forge one, they would surely leave traces of their deception. In the midst of his racing thoughts, Song Qian made a fateful decision. He kneeled before Yang Lin. I am Song Qian, paying my respects to the Baron. He bowed deeply, repeatedly prostrating himself. Baron, today's events were orchestrated entirely by Zhao Dei, who sought to compel you into violence. I can testify to this. In that moment, everyone was left in stunned silence. This was indeed a stroke of fortune. Rise, Yang Lin said with a placid demeanor, offering a supportive gesture. I had intended to interact with you as an ordinary person. It seems you have overstepped your bounds. No more pretense. I am indeed the K.O.S.H.N. Baron. Zhao Dei. You have conspired against me and provoked me without just cause. Do you not comprehend your crimes? Yang Lin raised his head proudly, pointing at Zhao Dei, his commanding presence palpable. Though he had never experienced such authority, he had seen many a powerful official on television in his previous life. He knew how to wield rhetoric and intimidate others. Even if he could not master it fully, he could at least mimic it well enough. Despite his own confusion, with the decree in hand and the opposition's subordinates switching sides, he was determined to assert the authority of a baron. Zhao Dei and Zhou Kuan were left utterly dumbfounded. Although Zhao Dei inwardly cursed Song Qian, the traitor who turned against him in battle and condemned his ancestors for generations, he also recognized that Song Qian was exceptionally adept at seizing opportunities. The fact that he could openly undermine himself, sever ties with Zhao, and switch allegiance to Yang Lin indicated he possessed considerable assurance. Could it be that the imperial decree was indeed authentic? Was Yang Lin genuinely a noble bestowed by the emperor? Though merely a baron, he was still a member of the aristocracy. In the entirety of Jianghe County, there had never been a noble before. Not to mention Zhao, a mere county lieutenant. Even the county magistrate would not dare offend a noble. Zhao Dei was left dumbfounded. Zhou Kuan was equally bewildered. At that moment, the constables stood in a daze, utterly at a loss. The individual they sought to capture had transformed into a noble, and even Song Shiya had knelt before him. How could they dare take action? However, after a brief moment of shock, Zhao Dei quickly regained his composure. If Yang Lin truly was a noble, then he must die. Someone seize Yang Lin for impersonating an imperial decree and plotting rebellion. Execute this scoundrel. Zhao Dei's heart hardened. He resolved to act decisively. If Yang Lin was not eliminated, then with his noble status, Zhao feared for his own life. Upon uttering this command, the constables remained frozen in place. Were they truly to act? The other party appeared to be a noble. For a moment, the constables exchanged glances, waiting for further instructions. They were not true soldiers and could not simply follow orders. Zhao's command could well lead to a death sentence, and after a pause, none dared to move. Who dares? Taking advantage of a situation, Liu Yao seized the imperial decree and shouted loudly, according to the law of Qian, those who dare to attack a noble without cause shall be annihilated along with their clan. Do you wish to follow Zhao Dei to ruin? The constables, already timid, trembled at Liu Yao's words, some dropping their weapons in fear. Zhao Dei was furious, bellowing, I command you to kill Yang Lin. Do you hear me? In his rage, Zhao swung his whip at the nearest constables. Yet, the more frantic he became, the more the constables hesitated. They were not foolish. With no one stepping forward, even Zhao, in his fury, could not punish them all. Meanwhile, Yang Lin's group, numbering in the hundreds and exuding a fierce aura, now possessed the legitimacy of a noble. Better to be safe than sorry. If Yang Lin's noble status were indeed genuine, then Zhao Dei not only could not protect them, but his own fate would be sealed. You useless fools! Zhao Dei shouted in exasperation. He felt humiliated. One of his subordinates had betrayed him, and the others refused to heed his command, leaving him unsure of how to resolve the situation. He understood that at this point, it was no longer merely a matter of face. By revealing his noble identity, if he were to slink away, it would equate to admitting defeat and acknowledging Yang Lin's status. This would render it impossible to mobilize the government against Yang Lin in the future. However, what Zhao Dei did not expect was that while he hesitated, Yang Lin suddenly and audaciously proclaimed, Zhao Dei intends to murder this noble. His crime warrants execution. Kill him on the spot. Loose the arrows. As Yang Lin's voice fell, the bow in Zhong Tao's hand was immediately drawn, and the arrow flew like a meteor, striking Zhao Dei in the chest. Simultaneously, the rest of the security team, only a beat behind Zhong Tao, released their arrows in unison. In a mere blink, Zhao Dei was pierced by a dozen arrows, each one finding its mark. With disbelief in his eyes, filled with resentment and fear, Zhao Dei opened his mouth to speak. But no words came forth as crimson blood oozed from his wounds, and he fell from his horse like a hedgehog, motionless. The constables, terrified, retreated, trembling with their weapons in hand. Everything had transpired too swiftly. No one had anticipated such an outcome. Even the villagers were astonished that Yang Lin had truly ordered the arrows to be loosed. They never expected the security team to obey him so unquestioningly. He commanded them to shoot, and they did. That was the county lieutenant. Just like that, he was killed. Fearful, the constables glanced at one another, terrified of Yang Lin's command to shoot them. Yet too frightened to advance, they huddled together, uncertain of what to do. Zhou Qian was utterly bewildered. The county lieutenant was dead. How could this happen? Did Yang Lin truly dare to kill? If Yang Lin were indeed a noble, then Zhao Dai's death would be justified, and even in death, he would face punishment. Yang Lin shouted, "The instigator Zhao Dai is dead. You all must lay down your weapons and surrender. Should anyone resist, they shall be killed without mercy." The traitorous Song Qian, now transformed into a sycophant, echoed, "Brothers, surrender quickly. Young Master Yang is truly a noble. I have verified the decree. It is absolutely authentic, according to the law of the Qian. Assaulting a noble is a grave offense. Zhao Dai got what he deserved. Do you wish to die alongside him, or enjoy a life of luxury with the noble?" The already terrified constables had no intention of resisting. Upon hearing this, they promptly dropped their weapons and surrendered. Yang Lin's eyes lit up. This Song Qian was not only eloquent, but also understood what he desired. No wonder Zhao Dai had valued him. A talented individual. However, his duplicitous nature, capable of betrayal at any moment, made him useful yet not to be overly trusted. Yang Lin mentally labeled Song Qian. At this moment, Zhou Qian, still mounted, was thoroughly bewildered. With Zhao Dai dead and the constable surrendering, what was he to do? Test Qian. Yang Lin called out sharply. Zhou Qian trembled in fear, abandoning his pride as he tumbled from his horse and clumsily knelt before Yang Lin. My lord, spare me. All of this was Zhao Dai's doing. I was unaware. I know I was wrong." Zhou Qian wept and bowed repeatedly. He was terrified, having been shaken by a previous incident. Witnessing Yang Lin kill Zhao Dai before his eyes left him in dread. If Yang Lin could kill the county lieutenant, what was he? A mere head of the penal department? If Yang Lin were to act on impulse, a mere gesture could cost him his life. What was pride worth? Could it be consumed? Thus, he chose to submit. Seeing Zhou Qian kneeling, Yang Lin finally breathed a sigh of relief. Excellent. The instigator is Zhao Dai. I trust you all were misled by him. As long as you cooperate with me, I shall not make things difficult for you. He ordered the collection of the constable's weapons and had the surrendered constables gathered in the courtyard, binding Zhou Qian before he called upon Li Yuyao, Zhong Tao, and Zhao Fugui to enter the house. As they stepped inside, Yang Lin quickly patted his chest to calm his nerves. Given the current situation, we must take risks. Third uncle, do you recall the plan I mentioned before? It seems we must expedite that plan. Zhao Fugui was startled. To this day, he had not decided whether to join Yang Lin in such a reckless endeavor. Yet today, the matter had escalated so dramatically, and Yang Lin intended to advance that plan. Yang Lin was about to speak candidly, preparing to deny it, when Li Yuyao interjected. It is true. Zhao Fugui and Zhong Tao gasped in shock. Yang Lin cast a peculiar glance at Li Yuyao. However, in front of so many people, he could not inquire further and could only nod in response. Third uncle. Regardless of whether my title is genuine or not, for now, it must be treated as if it is. Do you understand? Zhao Fugui nodded eagerly. He understood all too well. If it were true, it would indeed be advantageous. But if it were false, they would have to brazenly pretend it was real. Otherwise, given the incident involving the county magistrate's death, the Yang family, and even the villagers present tonight would face dire consequences. Yet, what should they do next? Zhao Dai was, after all, the county magistrate. I truly did not expect you to have such audacity, to kill without hesitation. Zhao Fugui sighed heavily. Yang Lin shook his head, stating, Zhao Dai has already set his sights on us. If he remains alive, he will undoubtedly find ways to annihilate us. Therefore, we must seize this opportunity to eliminate him. As for what comes next, that is precisely why I have decided to expedite the plan. Third uncle, Tao Ge, this matter requires both of you to take risks. So I must obtain your consent. If both of you agree, we shall proceed according to the previous plan. If you both, before Yang Lin could finish. Zhong Tao clenched his fists, his expression resolute, and nodded in agreement. I might as well die. I will follow you. Zhao Fuge also slammed his fist into his palm, displaying unyielding determination. Very well, let us prepare and set off immediately. I will accompany you. Li Yuyao quickly interjected. I am well versed in the law. I might be able to assist you. As for home, I can leave it to third sister. That works. Yang Lin did not hesitate to agree. Third uncle, you should also gather some manpower. The more, the better. We need able-bodied men, and each one who joins us will receive 5 taels of silver. Zhao Fugawei and Zhong Tao nodded in haste. Soon, everything was ready. Zhong Tao had assembled a security team of 20, equipped with various weapons, and saddled up on 20 horses seized from the Haifeng mountain bandits, leaving Qin Shuang with 10 men to guard the village. Though many among them had only recently learned to ride and could not fight as proficiently as true cavalry, they could serve as foot soldiers or perform some charges and slashing movements without issue. At this moment, these 20 men bore crossbows at their left hips, long knives at their right, and held long spears in hand. Even under their clothing, they had strapped iron plates forged from fine steel, giving them an imposing presence on horseback, their aura now radiating an intimidating fierceness. Zhao Fugawei had also swiftly gathered over 80 individuals. Hearing that a trip to the county would earn them 5 taels of silver, few were unwilling to join. Even some astute ones, who anticipated that tonight's journey to the county might spell trouble, speculated whether Yang Lin was planning a rebellion. Yet, this did not deter their decision. 5 taels of silver was enough for them to stake their lives. Let us depart. With Yang Lin's command, Zhong Tao led the security team, riding in formation, flanking the confiscated officers in the center, with villagers armed with various weapons clearing the path ahead. Apart from Zhao Fuge, Yang Lin brought only Li Yuyao, along with Zi Yi and Qing Yi. In the past, Yang Lin would never have dared to venture out in such a manner. However, after witnessing the prowess of Zi Yi and Qing Yi, he felt secure regarding their safety. On that day, when he had led a dozen men from the security team, they were utterly powerless against Zi Yi alone. Later, he learned that she had been fatigued and famished at the time, yet still effortlessly subdued the security team. Now, in her prime, what might her strength be? Yang Lin could scarcely fathom it. As for Qing Yi, she was no less formidable. Although Li Yuyao claimed she excelled in pressure points, Yang Lin had witnessed that her martial skills were not inferior to those of Zi Yi. With such 2 formidable experts by his side, he felt reassured. Nevertheless, this mattered little. Regardless of how the imperial decree came to be, now that he possessed the title of noble, it mattered not whether others believed it. His plans would undoubtedly unfold with greater efficacy. Before entering the city, Yang Lin halted the main force and approached the officers, requesting them to bring forth a box. Upon its opening, it revealed a treasure trove of silver. Brothers, with Zhao Dai now vanquished and Zhou Kuan facing incarceration, 2 positions have been vacated: the county magistrate and the chief of the criminal division. I shall not conceal from you that in the past, I was disinterested in these mundane affairs and had no desire to mingle in the official realm. Yet, given the current circumstances, I must embark upon this bureaucratic journey. Yang Lin paused, surveying the crowd before continuing. As for the position of county magistrate, I have already made arrangements. However, regarding the chief of the criminal division and other vacant positions, he surveyed the assembly and slowly declared, all present. As long as you are in my service, we'll have an opportunity. Past grievances will be forgiven. But from this moment forward, anyone who dares to oppose me shall meet the same fate as Zhao Dai. As for those who work for me, Yang Lin retrieved a 10-tael silver ingot from the box and casually tossed it to Song Qian. Song Qian instantly displayed a sycophantic smile, cradling the silver and respectfully proclaiming, "Thank you for your generosity, my lord. I shall undoubtedly serve you loyally. Now, those who wish to serve me, step forward to receive 2 taels of silver each. As for those who wish to stand against me, you may leave now." On one side was 2 taels of silver, and on the other, enmity with the nobility. No one was foolish enough to depart under such circumstances. Did they not see the surrounding archers glaring at them with murderous intent? With Zhao Dai already dead, they certainly would not accompany him to the grave. Particularly the astute among them, who had already surmised that Yang Lin, leading such a large contingent, intended to settle accounts with the Zhao and Zhou families tonight. After this night, the power dynamics in Jianghe County would likely undergo a significant reshuffling. Chapter 101: raiding homes, rooting out the weeds. Bold individuals immediately stepped forward to claim their silver. I pledge my unwavering loyalty to you, my lord. After receiving the silver, the officers clasped their fists in respect. With one leading the way, others followed suit, lining up to receive their silver and uttering words of loyalty. Some even questioned the necessity of their loyalty, seemingly echoing the sentiments of those before them. If they remained silent, it would appear improper. Among them were also several who hesitated, as they had previously been loyal to the Zhou and Zhao families, having engaged in numerous endeavors alongside Zhou Qian and Zhao Dai. Thus, they feared that even if they accepted the silver, Yang Lin would not spare them. I have stated that past matters are to be forgotten. If anyone wishes to hold on to past grudges, I, Yang Lin, am more than willing to entertain them. Upon hearing this, those who had been indecisive hurriedly stepped forward to claim their silver. Their current concern was that Yang Lin might not let them off the hook, and, given his words, if they did not come forward for the silver, it would be akin to openly opposing him. Who would dare to confront a noble with private soldiers, archers, titles, wealth, and popular support? They were not quite that brave. Soon, all 134 officers present had claimed their silver, whether sincerely or insincerely. They all expressed their loyalty to Yang Lin. Song Qian, standing beside him, quietly remarked, "My lord, among them are several relatives of the Zhao and Zhou families. Should we not cleanse them thoroughly?" A glint of ruthlessness flickered in Song Qian's eyes. Yang Lin waved his hand, feigning ignorance of Song Qian's implication. "Ah, now everyone is one of us. There's no need to sever ties completely with our brothers." However, as Song Qian attempted to speak further, Yang Lin interrupted him. "I'm a man who values loyalty. Once a brother, always a brother. Mr. Song, I have made my decision. Please do not urge me otherwise." Yang Lin was well aware that among the officers were still loyalists of the Zhou and Zhao families. Yet, there were far too many tasks at hand. It was impossible to completely control them in a single night. In contrast to purging dissenters, Yang Lin's objective was to bind these individuals firmly to his own vessel. As for the mice droppings, they could still be utilized for the time being. Once he truly seized control of the situation, he could gradually cleanse them at a later date. "Who among you holds the highest position?" Yang Lin inquired. Immediately, someone stepped forward, clasping their fists in salute. Song Qian lowered his voice. "He is neither from the Zhao family nor the Zhou family." Zhang Ping was overjoyed and hurriedly expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, your grace. I shall dedicate myself wholeheartedly to repay your grace." Zhang Ping's heart raced with excitement. He had always navigated his affairs with prudence, neither seeking to ingratiate himself with the powerful nor to antagonize them. He had believed that his nonpartisan approach would lead to a life confined to the role of a minor official. To his astonishment, he found himself today as the greatest beneficiary. Apart from the county lieutenant and the county chief, all officials within the county could be appointed or dismissed at the discretion of the county magistrate. Regarding whether the magistrate would heed Yang Lin's words, he harbored no concerns. Others might be unaware, but as a minor official, Zhang Ping was privy to the fact that when Zhao Dai had previously sought to confront Yang Lin, the magistrate Wu had hastily dispatched the clerk Zheng Dongxiao to Kaoshan village, forcing Zhao Dai to retreat empty-handed. It was evident that the magistrate was already aware of Yang Lin's noble status. Unbeknownst to Zhang Ping, he was overthinking. After temporarily pacifying the officials, the next step was to bind them to his cause. Into the city, Yang Lin commanded with a wave of his hand, and the 200-strong contingent promptly advanced into the city. At this hour, around 10 o'clock at night, the townsfolk had no entertainment activities, thus they retired early. The vast county town lay shrouded in darkness, enveloped in silence. Jianghe County lacked walls, and the patrolling officials had all been reassigned by Zhao Dai, allowing Yang Lin and his entourage to enter the city as if it were uninhabited. The group of over 200 moved silently toward the Zhou residence. It was not until they arrived at the entrance that the officials finally comprehended Yang Lin's intentions. Many felt a sense of dread, yet at this juncture, there was no turning back. Third uncle positioned guards at the front and back gates, as well as around the courtyard walls. Not a single fly shall escape. Yang Lin instructed. "Rest assured," Zhao Fugue replied, already committed, fully aware of the undertaking, yet feeling a surge of excitement. "Tao Gu, leave the task to the officials. Your duty is to keep a close watch on them and prevent any of those mice droppings from causing trouble. If anyone attempts to stir unrest, do not consult me. Simply shoot to kill. Understood. Zhong Tao quickly nodded. Brother Zhou Li, at last, we can avenge you. Remembering Zhou Li's tragic demise at the hands of bandits. Zhong Tao's fists clenched tightly, cracking with intensity. After assigning his own people, Yang Lin wasted no time, offering no opportunity for the officials to ponder, and shouted, "Everyone follow me. Charge in and ransack the house." No sooner had Yang Lin's words fallen than Zhao Fugui directed a dozen robust villagers to storm the Zhou residence's gates. Newly promoted Zhang Ping, resolute at this moment, shouted, "Those from the Zhuanban, follow me." Although the gates were sturdy, they were not impenetrable. In an instant, a dozen individuals converged, toppling the two gates. Zhang Ping led the Zhuanban officials into the fray. Though the remaining officials were hesitant, they dared not linger with Zhong Tao's security team eyeing them closely. They had no choice but to follow suit. They understood that breaching the Zhou residence equated to severing ties with the old aristocracy and positioning themselves firmly against them. Should they fail to align with Yang Lin in the future, these former nobles would not spare them. Stepping through that threshold meant they would become Yang Lin's subordinates. Song Qian was equally astonished. He surmised that Yang Lin's intent in bringing so many into the city was to seize the moment, eliminate dissenters, and establish his own foundation to solidify his power. However, he had not anticipated Yang Lin's decisiveness in bringing his men directly to the Zhou residence for a raid. This was a move to eradicate any remnants of the opposition. Such ruthlessness and decisiveness were commendable, and far more effective than a gradual sifting through the Zhou and Zhao family's confidence. Yet this action was a gamble. A victory would yield everything, but a loss would result in dire consequences. At this moment, within the Zhou residence, Zhou Zhengyang, sound asleep, was vaguely disturbed by the commotion of his old servant's shouts, causing him irritation. What is all this noise in the dead of night? It's a funeral, Zhou Zhengyang muttered without opening his eyes, rolling over and cursing. Bang! In the next instant, the door was kicked open, and a group of torch-bearing officials burst in. Zhou Zhengyang was about to continue his tirade when he sat up, stunned to see so many intruders. Among them was Zhang Wu, the official who had previously fawned over him, prompting Zhou Zhengyang to erupt into a fresh round of curses. "What do you want? Did I permit you to enter? Get out!" he shouted vehemently, pointing towards the doorway. Yet, as soon as he finished cursing, he finally grasped the situation, catching the sound of cries from outside. Soon after, he saw Yang Lin, flanked by a throng of followers, stride in. "Yang Lin, how could you be here? Someone, quickly, seize this rebel." Zhou Zhengyang's eyes widened in shock as he shouted. He was aware that tonight his father and County Lieutenant Zhao had set out to deal with Yang Lin. But how could Yang Lin appear in his bedroom at such an hour, accompanied by so many officials? "Why are you still standing there?" Zhou Zhengyang glared at the officials, grinding his teeth. "You dogs! Don't you fear my father's wrath for disobeying my orders?" Yang Lin chuckled coldly. "Young Master Zhou, are you still not awake? The days of relying on your father and bullying others are over. Take him away." With a wave of his hand, the officials promptly advanced, dragging the bewildered Zhou Zhengyang from his bed, swiftly binding him tightly. "You have audacity. What enchantment has Yang Lin cast upon you? Why do you obey him? My father will not spare you." As he was dragged from the bed, Zhou Zhengyang remained oblivious to the situation, continuing to curse. Zhang Wu kicked out in response. "Silence. Your father plotted against his grace and will not escape death. We were deceived by your father, but his grace, being magnanimous, does not hold it against us. We are now loyal to his grace. Do you still think you are a young master? If his grace shows mercy, you may yet continue to live as a young master in prison for the rest of your life." At this moment, Zhang Wu was eager to dissociate himself from the Zhou family. Thus he exerted himself even more. Father was captured, plotting against his grace? Who was his grace? Zhou Zhengyang was utterly bewildered. As he was shoved toward the courtyard by the officials, the entire Zhou family lay entirely within their grasp. Zhou Kuan's wife, 3 concubines, Zhou Zhengyang's elder brother, and a multitude of servants, attendants, and subordinates were all securely bound. "Everyone is here. Not a single person escaped," Zhong Tao reported. Yang Lin nodded. Tao Ge immediately arranged for these individuals to be separated and interrogated. We must unearth all the misdeeds and wickedness the Zhou family has committed over the years and obtain their confessions as soon as possible. We can leverage the servants and subordinates to find breakthroughs, informing them that those who provide useful information will not only have their sentences reduced or lifted, but may even receive rewards. However, should they fail to report what they know and we discover it, their punishment shall be doubled. Understood. Zhong Tao promptly began arrangements. As long as no one escaped, there would be no leaks, and thus Yang Lin decided to thoroughly resolve the Zhou family issue before turning his attention to the Zhao family. To Yang Lin's surprise, within less than an hour, the interrogations concluded. The saying goes, when a tree falls, the monkeys scatter. Although the servants of the Zhou family were still unclear about the exact circumstances, the current situation made it evident that the Zhou family had met its demise. With Yang Lin advocating for a policy of leniency for those who confess and severity for those who resist. Even the servants who were initially reluctant to speak out became anxious. They feared that if they remained silent, others would speak up, and they would not only miss out on rewards, but also face harsher consequences. Consequently, they eagerly confessed, as many of the misdeeds were indeed instigated by the Zhou family, leaving the servants merely to act as their lackeys. Seizing the opportunity to confess, they shifted all the blame onto the Zhou family members. The entire process of recording statements, taking fingerprints, and signing documents proceeded smoothly. Even Zhou Kuan's concubine and Zhou Zhengyang confessed to numerous crimes. When Zhong Tao, trembling with rage, presented the thick stack of confessions to Yang Lin, he exclaimed, "Look at these scoundrels. They all deserve death." As he handed the confessions to Yang Lin, his expression was one of sheer ferocity. Yang Lin perused the confessions, having already mentally prepared himself, knowing that the Zhou family had colluded with bandits and terrorized Jianghe County for many years. It was unbelievable that they had not committed any heinous acts. However, as he continued to read, his fury became increasingly uncontrollable. These wretches! Yang Lin's lips quivered with rage. The total of 28 confessions documented at least 50 crimes committed by the Zhou family, including extortion, assaults, the violation of women, and coercion into prostitution. They had even resorted to beating people to death in the streets to seize land. When victims reported these crimes to the county office, the officials were beaten to death as well. The extent of their transgressions was beyond description. How should we deal with these individuals? Zhong Tao inquired. Confine them here for now. We will report to the authorities at dawn, Yang Lin replied. Everything done tonight, regardless of the legitimacy of his noble title, was undeniably illegal. Thus, he could not continue this reckless course of action. He had no intention of staging a rebellion. It was imperative to conclude tonight's audacious endeavor through lawful means. This was precisely why Yang Lin collected the confessions. If the final outcome could withstand scrutiny, did the process matter? By then, both the Zhou and Zhao families would have confessed and faced execution, leaving no one to absolve them of their guilt. Once the outcome became a foregone conclusion, they could openly eradicate them. Zhong Tao left 2 members of the guard to oversee the prisoners, while 20 villagers secured the perimeter and the courtyard walls. Yang Lin and the remaining individuals promptly made their way to the Zhao family. Drawing from their experience with the Zhou family, the process of apprehending the Zhao family went even more smoothly. By the time they had bound all the members of the Zhao family and obtained their confessions, dawn was approaching. The crimes committed by Zhao Dai's family were no less severe than those of the Zhou family, each one equally deserving of condemnation from both heaven and humanity. Despite the exhausting night, no one felt the slightest inclination to sleep, for they all understood that the most critical moment was drawing near. The downfall of the Zhou and Zhao families relied on brute force. The subsequent challenge was to lawfully imprison and prosecute them, which would require a confrontation with the county magistrate, Wu Yong. To keep tonight's events within manageable bounds, Wu Yong's cooperation was essential. The question of whether they could secure Wu Yong's compliance weighed heavily on everyone's minds. Wu Yong was a 7th-grade county magistrate, a genuine official of the court. Even with Yang Lin's noble title, he had no legal authority to meddle in administrative matters. Should Wu Yong refuse to cooperate, everything would remain uncertain. Your Grace, what if the county magistrate refuses to cooperate? Song Qian asked, his voice tinged with concern. Having come this far, if they could not manage the magistrate, all their efforts would be in vain. The others shared similar apprehensions, gazing anxiously at Yang Lin. Yang Lin, taken aback, responded, Why should he cooperate? The crowd was taken aback. Yang Lin continued. The pursuit of criminals falls under the jurisdiction of the county captain. The trial of cases is the responsibility of the county assistant. Now that we have captured the culprits, we simply need to approach the county assistant for the trial. There is no need to trouble the county magistrate. Upon hearing this, everyone recognized the validity of his reasoning, yet they sensed an underlying dissonance. After a moment of shock, Song Qian's expression shifted to one of astonishment as he stared at Yang Lin, his eyes wide with disbelief. He had just conceived a potential scenario. Initially, he believed Yang Lin intended to leave the county magistrate with no choice. However, he now comprehended that Yang Lin aimed to render the magistrate's authority obsolete. Song Qian gasped, realizing the audacity of Yang Lin's plan. Should this endeavor succeed, the county magistrate would become merely a puppet, while Yang Lin would emerge as the true sovereign of Jianghe. Ha, do you understand now? If you do, then focus on your tasks. You shall not be wronged. Yang Lin reassured him, patting Song Qian on the shoulder. To serve your grace, I would gladly endure fire and water. Song Qian replied, bowing respectfully. Just as dawn began to break, County Assistant Zhao Kong was still asleep when he was abruptly awakened by urgent knocking at the door. Sir, there is a grave matter, came the voice of steward Zhao Zhoming from outside. What is it? Zhao Kong grumbled, sitting up reluctantly, a frown creasing his brow. Zhao Fugue from Qian village has come, saying that Yang Lin requests your presence for a detailed discussion. Upon hearing Zhao Zhoming's words, Zhao Kong felt a mix of emotions. He recalled his first visit to Qian village, where he had met Yang Lin as a figure of authority. Subsequent visits had seen him approach Yang Lin as an equal partner. Now, however, he realized that his status had dramatically diminished in Yang Lin's eyes. Zhao Kang's displeasure was evident as he glanced at the dim light outside, realizing it was still early and feeling irritated at being disturbed from his dreams. The young man, whom he initially regarded with some favor, now seemed utterly presumptuous. How dare he presume to summon him? Tell them to wait outside, he commanded, intending to return to his slumber. However, Zhao Zhoming urgently interjected, Sir, this is truly serious. Zhao Fugue said they went to the homes of Zhou Kuan and Zhao Dei last night and captured everyone. What? Zhao Kong jolted upright, instantly alert and disregarding the maidservants as he hastily dressed. I do not know the details, Zhao Zhoming replied, shaking his head. Zhao Fugue merely brought a few statements, informing me that they apprehended members of the Zhao and Zhou families last night, and now Yang Lin is in the county assistance hall, requesting your presence for further discussion. As he spoke, Zhao Zhoming handed Zhao Kong several confessions. Zhao Kong took them and gasped in shock. The confessions included admissions from both the Zhou and Zhao families, detailing crimes of varying severity. Based on these confessions, Zhao Dei and Zhou Kuan's families could face imprisonment, exile, or even execution. Zhao Kong, taken aback, swiftly inquired, Where's my cousin now? He wished to locate Zhao Fugue to clarify the situation. However, Zhao Zhoming appeared troubled as he replied. He left after sending the message. Zhao Kong inhaled sharply, feeling a pang of frustration. The fact that Zhao Fugue had merely delivered a message and departed indicated a blatant disregard for his authority. Yet, considering the gravity of their actions, he commanded, Prepare the horses. I must see what schemes they are concocting. In the county office, besides the main hall, there were also the county assistant's hall and the county captain's hall. In truth, most of the county magistrates are dispatched from elsewhere to prevent their authority from being undermined. They have always maintained a dual approach, personally overseeing both the responsibilities of the county chief and the county officer. Consequently, the place for handling cases has consistently been the grand hall of the county office. As for the grand halls designated for the county chief and county officer, they have gradually devolved into mere offices. At this moment, when Zhao Kong arrived at his office, he was utterly astonished. The usually desolate county chief's hall was now teeming with people, bustling with activity. Among them were the bound family members and servants of Zhou Kuan and Zhao Dei, nearly the entire contingent of local constables, and many curious onlookers, just like him, bewildered by the unfolding events. Master Zhao, our noble lord is right across, ready with tea, eagerly awaiting your presence, Zhao Fuqi said with a broad smile. Noble lord? Zhao Kong was momentarily taken aback. Let us go over. Zhao Fuqi gestured towards the tea house across the street. As Zhao Kong followed Zhao Fuqi to the elegant seating area of the tea house, He furrowed his brow upon seeing the young man seated there. He turned to Zhao Fuqi in confusion. "The noble lord you mentioned, is it Yang Lin?" "Indeed." Zhao Fuqi nodded with a smile. "What nonsense!" Zhao Kang's anger flared immediately. "Him? A noble lord? This is absurd. Do you not understand that impersonating nobility is a grave offense that endangers 3 clans? Having served in Jianghe County for many years, he was fully aware that no nobility existed in this small county, let alone a mere boy from a village claiming to be one. Was he to be considered a fool? Zhao Kang strode forward, intent on reprimanding the young man. However, he was met with a woman beside Yang Lin, who tossed a bright yellow scroll towards him. Zhao Kang hesitated, perplexed as he opened it, and gasped in shock. "Is this an imperial edict?" His eyes widened as he scrutinized the text and examined the material of the edict. After a lengthy inspection, he could not discern its authenticity. Just as he was about to inquire, Yang Lin spoke. "Master Zhao, there is no need to doubt the authenticity of the edict. I am indeed the baron granted by the late emperor, though I have never disclosed this to outsiders." Yang Lin reclined calmly in his chair, his demeanor unperturbed. Before Zhao Kang could respond, Yang Lin added, "The last person to doubt the edict's authenticity was Zhao Dai, and he is now dead." Zhao Kang inhaled sharply, the threat unmistakable. In that instant, he comprehended that the authenticity of the edict was no longer of consequence. "What do you intend to do?" Zhao Kang shifted his gaze from the edict to Yang Lin. Yang Lin produced a thick stack of papers from his sleeve and placed them on the table. "These are the incriminating evidences against Zhou Qian and Zhao Dai, comprising 98 signed testimonies." Zhao Kang quickly took the documents to peruse them. Upon reading, he gasped again, slamming his hand on the table. "They possess extraordinary audacity. I never imagined they would commit such heinous acts. What do you wish to do?" Zhao Kang regarded Yang Lin with intrigue. He had come specifically to seek him out, indicating he must have ulterior motives. Yang Lin's expression grew solemn. "With both witness and material evidence present, I only hope for you, my lord, to uphold justice." "Uphold justice?" Zhao Kang frowned. He had only skimmed the documents, yet he could ascertain that half of the contents contained capital offenses. Executing them would be straightforward, but doing so would undoubtedly offend the prominent families represented by the Zhou and Zhao clans. Considering that the actions of these families were not unique, and that his own household could also be scrutinized, he knew that in this small place of Jianghe, where the elite often extended courtesies to one another, enforcing the law in such a manner would alienate them all. "Are you unwilling, Master Zhao?" Yang Lin narrowed his eyes, inquiring nonchalantly. Zhao Kang fixed his gaze on Yang Lin. "Speak plainly, what is it you truly desire?" Zhao Kang understood that if Yang Lin merely sought vengeance against Zhou Qian and Zhao Dai, he could have acted already. His visit indicated he sought something more. Yang Lin smiled. "Master Zhao is indeed astute. I shall not keep you in suspense. I propose a transaction. I will assist you in ascending to a higher position, and in return, you will help me place a few individuals in the county office." Zhao Kang scoffed. "Assist me in ascending? Lord Yang, you have quite the audacity. Pray tell, even if you were a true baron without an official position, how could you elevate me?" Deep down, he did not believe Yang Lin was a true noble. Yet he found himself at a disadvantage, faced with Yang Lin's imposing presence. "It is simple," Li Yuyao interjected. "According to the laws of Qian, officials of the 8th or 9th rank require 3 years of satisfactory evaluations and a recommendation from a superior to be promoted. I presume you are aware that achieving satisfactory evaluations is not difficult, but obtaining a recommendation is the challenge. Coincidentally, my younger sister is the daughter of Han Feng, the governor of Nanyang. With his recommendation, your promotion would be effortless." Zhao Kang was taken aback, but soon realized that this proposition was not without merit. "But why would you help me ascend?" he asked. Yang Lin smiled. "As I said, we each have our needs. I wish for my uncle Zhao to be by your side as a deputy, learning the ways of governance from you. I also have a brother I wish to place in the criminal division as a deputy. In the future, after your promotion, my uncle could assume the position of county chief, and my brother would take charge of the criminal division." Zhao Kang inhaled sharply again, fully comprehending the implications. Yang Lin aimed to ally with him to marginalize the county magistrate, with control over county affairs and the criminal division commanding the county's martial power. They could easily defy the magistrate's orders. If they truly succeeded in sidelining the magistrate, Zhao Kang would effectively become the ruler of Jianghe County. He felt a stir of temptation within. However, being a meticulous thinker, Zhao Kong recognized that while Yang Lin's promises were alluring, the prospect of marginalizing the magistrate and seizing control was fraught with peril. This was no trivial game. The magistrate was no fool, and a misstep could lead them to ruin. After deep contemplation, Zhao Kong inquired, I can control the county affairs, but can you ensure control over the local constables? Zhanghe had no stationed military. The local constables represented the entirety of the county's martial force, and their control was paramount. Yang Lin understood that without demonstrating his strength, Zhao Kong would be hesitant to commit. Uncle, please summon Zhang Ping and bring in the 3 local constable officers. Yang Lin instructed Zhao Fuqi beside him. Upon hearing Zhang Ping's name, Zhao Kong was taken aback. Had Yang Lin managed to recruit Zhang Ping? Shortly thereafter, Zhang Ping rushed in with 3 others, first bowing to Yang Lin, then belatedly acknowledging Zhao Kong. Greetings, noble lord. Master Zhao. Zhao Kong was astounded. He recognized the newcomers, besides Zhang Ping. The others were the standing officer, the rapid response officer, and Zhang Ping's former deputy. Had they all been swayed by Yang Lin? Zhang Ping, overjoyed, quickly expressed his gratitude. Thank you, noble lord, for your patronage. I shall certainly follow your lead. Yang Lin nodded. Master Zhao is one of us now. I entrust you all with Jianghe County. In serving me, you shall not be neglected. Zhang Ping was equally astonished. Even the county chief, Master Zhao, was one of them now. This meant they effectively marginalized the county magistrate. All the officials had been in their positions for many years, and Zhang Ping immediately grasped the essence of the situation. Yang Lin waved his hand, signaling Zhang Ping and others to depart. At this moment, Zhao Kong was utterly astonished. Yang Lin had truly managed to gain control over all the officers of the 3rd Division. How had he accomplished such a feat? How could the officers be so obedient to him? Zhao Kong could hardly fathom that last night Yang Lin had employed a strategy of both carrot and stick, ultimately bringing them all onto his side, thereby offending the Zhou and Zhao families entirely, leaving these officers with no choice but to comply. Yang Lin had already seized the initiative. With this realization, Zhao Kong exhaled deeply and cupped his hands, stating, Very well, I shall act according to your lordship's orders. This case will be handled with the utmost impartiality. This address indicated his stance. Chapter 105. At 3 o'clock this afternoon, a decisive execution outside the hall. In the back hall of the county office, County Magistrate Wu Yong was groggily roused by his secretary, Zheng Dongxiao. What? Upon hearing Zheng Dongxiao's account, Wu Yong furrowed his brow in rage. They have arrested members of the Zhou and Zhao families? Right in the county magistrate's hall? What does Zhao Kong intend to do? Does he not acknowledge my authority as magistrate? My lord, this cannot be left to Zhao Kang's whims. Zheng Dongxiao hastily interjected. Wu Yong nodded, understanding the gravity of the situation. Zhao Kang's actions, bypassing him to target the Zhou and Zhao families, were a direct challenge to his authority. Gather the men. I must see what Zhao Kong intends to do. With a command, Wu Yong prepared to dispatch a team of officers. However, after waiting a long while, only 2 elderly officers hastily arrived. Zheng Dongxiao, with a resigned expression, explained, My lord, yesterday Zhao Dai transferred all the officers from the 3rd Division, leaving just these 2 behind. The magistrate's fury escalated, and Zheng Dongxiao felt helpless, unsure of the officers' whereabouts. At that moment, Wu Yong realized that something was amiss. He quickly called several of his own servants, and, disregarding the need for a palanquin, hurried towards the county magistrate's office. Meanwhile, outside the county magistrate's hall, an extraordinary commotion ensued as countless citizens blocked the street, eager to witness the proceedings. They had heard that the magistrate was personally presiding over a case. The case in question concerned long-standing grievances involving the Zhou Kuan and Zhao Dai families. Unlike previous sessions, which had been held behind closed doors, today's trial was open to the public, allowing citizens to observe. Initially, many citizens were skeptical upon hearing that the trial involved Zhao Dai and Zhou Kuan. After all, who didn't he know that the Zhou and Zhao families were among the most powerful in Jianghe? It was well understood that even the magistrate, let alone the county magistrate, had to think twice before challenging them. However, as they witnessed the family members of Zhou Kuan and Zhao Dai bound outside the magistrate's office, their astonishment grew. They realized that this time it was indeed serious. Have you heard? They say Zhou Kuan has been sentenced to death. What? Is that possible? Are they serious? The citizens were abuzz with excitement. Among them were many who had suffered under the Zhou and Zhao families, and they yearned to push closer for a better view. Though the crowd was too dense. Inside the hall, Zhao Kong presided, flanked by the officers standing rigidly on either side. With a loud bang, Zhao Kong struck the gavel and declared, "The accused, Zhou Jingyang, last March, publicly seized the wife of citizen Su Lu, Su Zhangshi, leading to her death through assault, and then murdered Su Lu himself. Later, in collusion with his father Zhou Kuan, he caused the death of Su Lu's father, Su Daliang. As per the laws of the Qian, he is to be executed, serving as a warning to the populace not to emulate such heinous acts." As Zhao Kong finished reading the charges, Zhou Zhengyang collapsed in a faint. "Excellent. Truly commendable. A just magistrate." The citizens outside erupted in cheers, with many moved to tears. Zhao Kong inscribed a large character for execution on the case file before setting it aside and picking up another. The accused, Zhou Wushi, a concubine of Zhou Kuan, exploited her husband's official position to accept bribes totaling 860 taels, abusing her power for personal gain. According to the laws of the Qian, she is to be imprisoned. Yet, considering her prior acknowledgement of wrongdoing and her contribution in reporting, she shall be spared imprisonment and receive 20 lashes instead. Zhou Kuan's concubine, upon hearing this, was overjoyed and hurriedly prostrated in gratitude. One by one, each case, despite having witnesses and evidence, took over 2 hours to adjudicate, with each verdict greeted by cheers from the crowd. Hearing the resounding applause from outside, Zhao Kong felt a mix of emotions. To serve the people had always been his original intention, yet being in power exposed him to the darkness of the world. Avoiding complicity was already a remarkable achievement. To cleanse the corruption seemed like a fool's dream. Zhao Kong understood that Yang Lin's encouragement to hold an open trial was also a means to bolster his reputation. Since he had already offended the powerful families, he might as well be an honest and upright official, allowing himself some peace of mind. The accused, Zhou Kuan, Zhou Zhengyang, Zhou Qiani, Zhou Yuliang, Zhou Li, Zhao Guang, Zhao Hui, Zhao Zhong, Zhao Dexing, and Zhao Sanhai, shall be executed today at 3 o'clock outside the hall. As this declaration left Zhao Kang's lips, the citizens outside were once again taken aback. Although they had just heard the sentence of execution, such sentences typically required approval from the Ministry of Justice. Executing first and reporting later could lead to complications. Yet now, the case had been decided and would be executed immediately, demanding great courage from the presiding magistrate. Outside the magistrate's hall, Wuji County had arrived, but was unable to push through the throngs of citizens, merely hearing their discussions, which only fueled his anger. Zhao Kong was audacious. Not only had he overstepped his bounds by usurping authority, but he had also passed such severe sentences on the Zhao and Zhou families. As a path suddenly opened in front of him, Wu Yong's anger reached its peak, and without further ado, he attempted to force his way inside. At that moment, a line of officers emerged, escorting the accused toward him. "Release them," Wu Yong bellowed. Chapter 106. I shall settle accounts with you later. What had transpired was no longer relevant. At this moment, Wu Yong wanted everyone to recognize that he was the true authority in Jianghe. He was the one who ruled Jianghe. Zheng Dongxiao hurriedly stepped forward, reprimanding the officers. "Did you not hear the magistrate's command? Release the prisoners at once." Guan, who had been paralyzed with fear, upon hearing Wu Yong's words, burst into tears. "My lord, save me. Zhao Kong has gone mad. He is in league with Yang Lin. He wants to kill me." Zhou Kuan grasped at the opportunity, desperate to reach out to Wu Yong, sobbing uncontrollably. "Yang Lin?" Wu Yong pondered, recalling the name vaguely but unable to place it. Yet it mattered not. In Jianghe, no one could stir up any turmoil under his watch. "Fear not. As long as I am here, I will not give the order. Let us see who dares to harm you." Wu Yong replied coldly, scanning the room with a steely gaze. One must acknowledge that years of authority have endowed him with an intangible aura, such that, at this moment, no one dared to meet his gaze. Wu Yong, harboring a cold sneer within, rebuked the constables once more. "Are you deaf? I command you to release the prisoners." Wu Yong was taken aback and followed their line of sight. Among the crowd, Yang Lin approached, flanked by individuals in purple and green attire, as well as members of the security team. He did not cast a glance at Wu Yong, but merely gestured to the constables. "What are you waiting for? It is too crowded here. Take them forward to execute. Yes. The constables, no longer hesitating, proceeded to push the wailing Zhou Kuan and others onward. Yu. Wu Yong's eyes widened in disbelief as he watched the constables blatantly ignore him. They were not foolish. They had already severely offended the Zhou and Zhao families and were acutely aware that Zhao Kong was now under Yang Lin's influence. In such circumstances, it was evident who held the power in Jianghe County. Yang Lin arrived before Wu Yong, narrowing his eyes and coldly stating, Wu Ji County. If you wish to retain some semblance of dignity, I suggest you immediately cease your prattling. Stand aside. I shall deal with you later. Wu Yong was utterly bewildered. In Jianghe County, no one had ever spoken to him in such a manner. He intended to protest, but upon hearing the other refer to himself as this noble, he was rendered speechless. This noble? A nobleman of rank? Yet, was there even a nobility in Jianghe County? My lord, that is Yang Lin. The last incident with Zhao Dai earned us 400 taels of silver. Zheng Dongxiao whispered urgently beside him. Wu Yong suddenly understood, and his fury surged. Yang Lin, that rustic scholar? How dare he speak to an official in such a manner? Wu Yong was about to confront him when Zheng Dongxiao hastily restrained him. My lord, this situation is precarious. Look, the 3 classes of constables are all here, seemingly obedient to him, especially with Zhao Kong. Before Zheng Dongxiao could finish, Wu Yong grasped the gravity of the situation and involuntarily gasped. The very scenario he had dreaded most had come to pass. He glared as the constables led the criminals past him, even as Zhao Kong approached without sparing him a glance, and Wu Yong fell into a panic. Not far away, a group of prisoners knelt on the ground as the surrounding populace parted. In a short while, the executioner, who had enjoyed years of idleness in Jianghe County, swaggered over with a bowl of wine and a ghost-headed saber adorned with a red tassel. The sight of the prisoners made even him gasp. Today's execution involved more victims than he had dealt with in years. The time has come. Execute. Zhao Kong commanded, and the executioner, without hesitation, gulped down a large bowl of wine before raising his great blade. With a crisp crack, a head rolled on the ground, followed by cheers and the resounding cries of "Long live the magistrate" from the crowd. 1 head, 2 heads, 3 heads. As the heads continued to roll, blood soon stained the ground in front of the county magistrate's hall and upon the final execution. Those who had suffered at the hands of the Zhou and Zhao families collapsed in tears, exclaiming that justice had finally been served. At this moment, Yang Lin finally breathed a sigh of relief. The situation was settled. The subsequent matters would be handled by others. Soon, Yang Lin found himself in the back office of the county magistrate, meeting Wu Yong. At this point, Wu Yong had finally pieced together the events. Upon learning that Yang Lin had led the constables to raid the homes of Zhou Kuan and Zhao Dai the previous night, and that he possessed an imperial decree affirming his status as a baron, Wu Yong realized that his power had waned. Despite his reluctance, he could only endure and prepare to play the role of a puppet. As for resisting Yang Lin or opposing him, Wu Yong did not even entertain the thought. The downfall of the Zhou and Zhao families served as a stark warning. The death of a county magistrate in Jianghe County would not be a significant matter. My lord, I apologize for the lack of a proper welcome, Wu Yong exclaimed with a smile, as if nothing had transpired. Too kind, Wu Darren, Yang Lin replied, returning the gesture. Appreciating the other's tact, Yang Lin refrained from creating trouble and engaged Wu Yong in friendly conversation. As they spoke, Yang Lin broached a serious subject. I believe that Zhao Dai and Zhou Kuan conspired with bandits to harm the nobility. These matters are unknown to Wu Darren and have no relation to you. At Yang Lin's words, Wu Yong felt a jolt in his heart, recognizing the underlying warning, and quickly nodded. Indeed, they are treacherous. I have been deceived by them. I bear responsibility for my oversight. What compensation do you suggest, my lord? Yang Lin smiled. Wu Darren need not blame himself. If it were not for a few loyal subordinates saving me, I might have met a dire fate. I require no compensation. But if Wu Darren could secure them positions in the county office, I would be most grateful. This request, Wu Yong did not ponder long before nodding in agreement. However, he soon regretted it. Zhang Ping, appointed as the head of the criminal division, Zhong Tao as a clerk in the criminal division, Zhao Fuge as the chief scribe of Jianghe, Zhang Chong as the instructor of Jianghe, Lu Hong as the inspector of Jianghe, Wang Kuei as the county teacher of Jianghe. Yang Lin effortlessly enumerated a multitude of names and positions, ensuring his people were firmly placed throughout the county office. How much silver was seized? Wu Yong trembled with rage, glaring at Yang Lin at a loss for words. This arrangement effectively positioned his people in every department of the county office. What? Wu Darren is unwilling? Yang Lin continued. Rest assured, I reiterate, the plot against me has no connection to you. However, this matter must be thoroughly investigated. Although Zhou Kuan and Zhao Dai are dead, there may be others pulling the strings behind them. Do you not agree, Wu Darren? Yang Lin smiled, casting a meaningful glance at Wu Yong. Wu Yong could not miss the implications in Yang Lin's words. Deep down, he did not believe that Yang Lin was truly a baron of influence. However, one could never be too certain. Should Yang Lin truly be of noble birth, the deaths of Zhou Kuan and Zhao Dai would leave no witnesses. If he could present his case to the emperor, regardless of the truth, Wu Yong would face consequences. My lord, your recommendations are indeed wise. Those you suggested are all talented individuals, and these positions are quite suitable. I shall draft the appointment documents immediately, Wu Yong said with a forced smile. At this juncture, he had acquiesced. If he must play the role of a puppet, so be it. With power slipping away as long as he complied, he could safely await a transfer away from this cursed place. Then I shall rely on you, Wu Darren. Yang Lin smiled and nodded. Wu Yong was resolute, promptly agreeing to Yang Lin's terms without delay. Within an hour, everything was arranged precisely as Yang Lin requested. As Yang Lin departed, Wu Yong even offered him 800 taels of silver, a gesture of double repayment for the 400 taels Yang Lin had previously given him. Yang Lin graciously accepted without hesitation. However, no sooner had Yang Lin left than Wu Yong hastily summoned Zheng Dongxiao. Wu Yong's eyes sparkled with anticipation. As the county magistrate, he was acutely aware of how much Zhou Kuan and Zhao Dai had embezzled over the years, with both families now fallen. It was the perfect opportunity to claim their wealth as his own. Yet, Zheng Dongxiao's face was grim. My lord, it's too late. While you were speaking with Yang Lin, his men had already finished looting their homes. Wu Yong was left speechless, while Huzi trembled with rage. Scoundrel! Scoundrel indeed! That was all my money. What is the purpose of being an official? Is it not to amass wealth? Yet now, the juicy morsel is slipping right from my grasp. My lord, what shall we do? We cannot simply swallow this anger. Zheng Dongxiao said indignantly. As the secretary to the county magistrate, he was second only to the magistrate himself in Jianghe. The magistrate wielded authority, and not only did he enjoy prestige, but he also reaped considerable benefits. But now, with a magistrate being undermined, what was Zheng Dongxiao worth? Certainly, this could not be allowed to pass. Wu Yong narrowed his eyes and spoke coldly. Oh! Zheng Dongxiao's eyes brightened. My lord, what do you plan? For now, we shall concede a little to him. Every noble in the realm has their records registered with the Ministry of Rights. I will discreetly send someone to the capital to investigate whether he is truly a noble. If he is, we shall naturally not provoke him and will have to accept our fate. But if his identity is false... A glimmer of cold light flickered in Wu Yong's eyes. After leaving the yamen, Zhong Tao hurriedly approached. What is the matter? Seeing Zhong Tao's hurried demeanor, Yang Lin quickly inquired. Master, you must come and see. You won't believe how much silver we seized. Zhong Tao's eyes sparkled with excitement. Oh, a great deal of silver. You say? Let me guess. A total of 10,000 taels from the two families combined? In his previous life, there was a saying, 3 years of a clear governor, 100,000 snowflakes silver. The Great Qian Dynasty employed a county system, where the county chief and the governor held equal rank, and Zhou Kuan and Zhao Dai were far from the level of a county chief. So Yang Lin estimated around 10,000 taels. However, Zhong Tao fervently shook his head. Less. 12,000? 14,000? 18,000? Could there be 20,000? Yang Lin's eyes also showed a hint of surprise. Zhong Tao lacked Yang Lin's composure and could no longer contain his excitement, extending 3 fingers. 30,000 taels. Just in silver, we seized 30,000 taels. Yang Lin gasped. This was merely the silver. Various gold and silver ornaments, jewels, and properties had yet to be counted. Song Qian mentioned that these would add up to at least 10,000 taels. Yang Lin was utterly astonished. Altogether, that amounts to 40,000 taels? And I only raided the homes of 2 minor officials in the county. Let's go and take a look. Having been in the Great Qian for some time, Yang Lin had developed a clear understanding of the value of silver. One tael of silver was approximately equivalent to 1,000 of his previous life as currency. Thus, 40,000 taels of silver was roughly equivalent to 40 million from his past life. This world was scarce in resources, and places where one could spend silver were limited, resulting in insufficient economic circulation, which made the actual purchasing power of silver far stronger than its nominal value. To an ordinary person, 40,000 taels was indeed an astronomical figure. Master, though they had not slept all night, they were now invigorated, feeling no fatigue whatsoever. Yang Lin nodded to the others, and they soon beheld the seized silver. Typically, the silver obtained from a raid would be confiscated by the yamen and returned to the national treasury. Yet, everyone understood that this was a cruel jungle. The silver belonged to whoever was strongest. Li Yuyao also nodded in agreement. Such a vast sum of money was truly staggering to her. The national treasury's annual income was merely in the tens of millions of taels, and yet these two minor officials in the county possessed such immense wealth. However, Yang Lin shook his head. No. Chapter 108. The human heart cannot withstand tests. The group was momentarily stunned. Li Yuyao quickly comprehended the situation. Indeed, the amount of silver is simply too much. At this moment, everyone is gathered here with their hearts aligned, and even if a few harbor ulterior motives, they cannot act upon them. However, on a long and winding road, it is difficult to guarantee that no one will entertain dishonest thoughts. If someone were to seize the silver and flee, others would undoubtedly follow suit. At that point, both the silver and the people would vanish. The human heart cannot withstand such tests. If someone were to develop dishonest thoughts, we can only blame the silver's abundance. More importantly, until the situation in the county stabilized, they could not leave without trustworthy individuals to escort them. They could not feel at ease. What shall we do? Li Yuyao looked at Yang Lin helplessly. Tao Yi, you should personally lead a team to transport the silver from the Zhao family here. We shall temporarily reside here, Yang Lin instructed. Understood. Zhong Tao immediately nodded and departed. But we cannot leave this silver here indefinitely, can we? After Zhong Tao left, Li Yuyao asked. Yang Lin smiled. Who said I intend to leave it here? With so much silver, it would be like a ticking time bomb. The safest course of action is to spend all of it. A bomb? Li Yuyao opened her mouth, about to ask what a bomb was, but soon realized and exclaimed in shock. You mean to spend all this money? Having known Yang Lin for quite some time, she understood that whatever he said, no matter how shocking, was never mere talk. However, that was 40,000 taels. Spend it? How? Could it even be spent? Li Yuyao was perplexed. Even she, who had once been an emperor, would not be so extravagant. Yang Lin, who grew up in the mountains, seemed to spend money even more lavishly than her. Yang Lin nodded. Of course we must spend it. Otherwise, this silver would be too hot to handle. But how do you plan to spend it? Li Yuyao pressa. It's simple, Yang Lin replied. We will procure supplies, hire workers, and invest in businesses. But that S40,000, Li Yuyao's eyes widened. You think that will suffice to spend it all? Yang Lin chuckled. Are you worried we won't spend it all? That S easy. We'll just procure more supplies, hire more workers, and invest in more businesses. Don't believe me? Tomorrow, I will take you to spend it. And I guarantee that in one day, I can make it all disappear. Li Yuyao's lips trembled slightly. Was he actually proud of such reckless spending? After some time, the silver from the Zhao family was successfully transported to the Zhou family and secured in the warehouse under Yang Lin's arrangements. Once everything was settled, Yang Lin immediately gathered everyone together to discuss rewards and accolades. Third uncle, yesterday I promised everyone that for this endeavor, each person would receive 5 taels of silver. Upon hearing this, the villagers in the Zhou family courtyard were instantly stirred, gazing at Yang Lin with eager eyes. That was 5 taels of silver, a sum they could not earn in an entire year. Just from last night until now, in less than a day and night. They had earned so much that many felt they did not deserve such a reward. Then they heard Yang Lin's words shift. However, hearing the word however, everyone's hearts sank, realizing that the 5 taels of silver might be in jeopardy. After all, they had not put in much effort, nor had they engaged in rebellion as imagined. If they were to receive 5 taels for that, they themselves would feel guilty. Master, we did not do much. We merely stood guard and kept watch. We do not need so much silver. Yes. Now that everyone's lives have improved, we cannot be greedy. How dare we ask for so much silver? The villagers chimed in. Although they could not receive 5 taels, they felt more at ease. Hearing the villagers' words, Yang Lin could only smile wryly. He gestured for everyone to quiet down before continuing. However, this journey was indeed challenging, and the task was executed most satisfactorily. Therefore, I have decided that each person will receive an additional 5 taels of silver. Everyone will get 10 taels, and the guards will receive 15. Once this was announced, everyone present was left utterly dumbfounded. What? Do we need to add another 5 taels of silver? As the villagers were about to refuse, Yang Lin's expression darkened. This is settled. Come forward to collect your silver. They had seldom seen Yang Lin so serious, and though they initially intended to decline, they were momentarily silenced. Before long, everyone had received their silver, as they felt the weight of the cloth pouches at their waists. Each face revealed a mixture of excitement and exhilaration. In the past, they had never dared to dream that one day they would earn such a substantial amount of money. Mr. Song, this is yours. Yang Lin casually tossed a 50-tael silver ingot to Song Qian. Thank you, my lord, for your generous gift. I shall serve you faithfully, repaying your kindness. Song Qian exclaimed, elated as he received the silver, bowing in gratitude. At that moment, he was filled with fervor. Although he had previously followed Zhao Dai, he had merely earned a servant's wage, offering advice with only occasional meager rewards. In contrast to Yang Lin's generosity, Zhao Dai's rewards were but scattered coins. Therefore, 50 taels was indeed a significant sum for him. Moreover, Yang Lin recognized that Song Qian had truly been instrumental. He understood the background of the constables, aware of whom to win over, whom to suppress, and whom to be wary of. Song Qian was a pragmatic and self-serving individual. While such a character is difficult to gain loyalty from, he proved to be an excellent tool, readily manageable. Work diligently, and I shall assist you in the future. You could very well become a county magistrate, Yang Lin said, patting Song Qian on the shoulder, painting a bright future for him. Song Qian was immediately more excited, showering Yang Lin with gratitude. Yang Lin smiled. The art of persuasion has proven consistently effective across the ages. Tao Ge, San Shu, this silver is for you. And this. After distributing the silver, Yang Lin took out 2 documents from his sleeve and handed them to the 2 men. Both could read, and upon recognizing the words on the documents, they were instantly filled with passion, with Zhao Fugui nearly moved to tears. When Yang Lin had first proposed this audacious idea, they had considered it mere fantasy. Little did they expect that just a few days later, it would come to fruition. The documents Yang Lin presented were the appointments of Zhao Fugui as the chief scribe of Jianghe County and Zhong Tao as the officer of the criminal department. Although these positions served as aides to the county magistrate and the county captain, they wielded considerable authority. Most importantly, while the county magistrate and captain were both of the 8th rank, their appointments required the direct endorsement of the prefect, rendering the county magistrate powerless to interfere. Thus, the highest positions Yang Lin could assign to the 2 men were those of chief scribe and officer. Yet for them, these were positions they had never even dared to imagine. Starting tomorrow, you will remain at the Yamen. San Shu, you must diligently learn the ways of governance. I shall entrust Jianghe County to you. Yang Lin continued, Tao Ge, learn the art of managing subordinates from Zhang Ping, striving to fully grasp the strength of the 3 classes of constables. Remember, the fist is the ultimate truth. Do not be greedy. Opportunities to earn will come aplenty in the future, lest you become blinded by wealth. Yang Lin earnestly cautioned the 2. They both nodded vigorously. Upon hearing Yang Lin's intention to leave the security team behind, both men grew anxious. Zhao Fugui spoke up, this cannot be. If you leave the security team with us, what will you do? Zhong Tao quickly nodded in agreement. Yes, my lord, your safety is paramount. It is best to keep the security team by your side. Yang Lin chuckled. No worries. With Sister Zi and Qingyi here, my safety is assured. This matter is settled. After briefing the 2, Yang Lin called for Zhang Ping for a private conversation. What are your orders, my lord? Yang Lin handed the documents to Zhang Ping. From this moment on, you are the chief officer of the criminal department. Zhang Ping's eyes lit up with joy as he received the documents. Thank you for your support, my lord. He was overwhelmed with emotion. Never in his wildest dreams did he expect to attain the position of chief officer. Yang Lin patted Zhang Ping on the shoulder, smiling. I have already spoken with County Magistrate Wu. No new county captain will be appointed for the time being, so you will temporarily take on the duties of county captain. Furthermore, I have also recommended a new county captain to Magistrate Wu, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, within 6 months, you shall be the new county captain." Upon hearing this, Zhang Ping was so excited that he immediately knelt down, repeatedly bowing to Yang Lin. "My lord, I, Zhang Ping, pledge that regardless of the position I attain in the future, I shall always follow your lead." At this moment, his gratitude was genuine and profound. Originally, with his disposition of not aligning with the powerful families, he would have never had a chance to rise. Yet now, overnight, he had been promoted, and the position he once dared not even dream of was now within reach. Yang Lin smiled and helped him up, saying, "There is no need for formality. The new officer of the criminal department, Zhong Tao, is my hometown friend. He is new to this role and has much to learn, so you shall guide him in the ways of governance." "Yes." Zhang Ping's eyes sparkled as he nodded eagerly. "The brothers have worked hard these past few days. When Zhang Gu departs later, please go to the storeroom and take 500 taels of silver to distribute among the brothers as a token of my appreciation, and to celebrate your new position." Zhang Ping was even more excited, and after a few rounds of polite refusal, he hurriedly expressed his gratitude once again. After the outsiders had departed, Li Yuyao approached with a frown. "Aren't you being too generous with them? Those constables are not exactly good people." Li Yuyao held a poor impression of the constables, recalling how they had nearly sold her to a brothel when she was taken as a refugee. That was a shame she would never forget. Yang Lin sighed. "I am well aware of this. Within the county office, one could randomly select someone, subject them to severe torture, and likely uncover some heinous acts. Most constables have committed acts of oppression against the innocent." Liu Yao fronat. "Then why do you still give them silver?" Yang Lin smiled wryly. "Because I am not a deity. We have only just begun to gain control over the situation. And who knows how many eyes are watching us from the shadows. If we were to turn against the constables now, what would happen? The result would be widespread panic and fear. Even a cornered rabbit will bite. If we were to confront them now, exposing their secrets and pushing them too hard, they would retaliate fiercely. Ultimately, our current control over the situation hinges on surprise, catching them off guard. Should they unite against us due to a common enemy, do you think we would still have a chance?" Li Yao shook her head. This was not difficult to comprehend. Yang Lin's reminder made her realize the truth. People fear losing hope the most. If hope is lost, they may act unpredictably. Seeing the look of realization on Li Yuyao's face, Yang Lin continued thus. "The most crucial thing now is stability. Stability will grant us the time to develop. Once we become stronger, and Zhao, Fugui, and Zhong Tao truly grasp the reins of power here, then we can settle scores later." Yang Lin narrowed his eyes. Li Yuyao nodded. She acknowledged that Yang Lin's analysis was quite reasonable, especially the phrase about settling scores later, which she found particularly appealing. "And what about now?" Li Yuyao inquired. "Now, naturally, it is time to sleep and rest well." Yang Lin casually took hold of Li Yuyao's small hand and led her inside. They had not rested for 2 days and nights, and now that all matters were settled, their fatigue was mounting. When her small hand was suddenly grasped, Li Yuyao instinctively attempted to pull away. However, in an instant, upon realizing that the person beside her was her husband, she did not shy away, allowing Yang Lin to take her hand and lead her into the room. As they approached the bedroom, Li Yuyao's heart raced faster and faster. "Are we going to sleep here?" Li Yuyao stood at the door, hesitant to step inside, her expression revealing a hint of reluctance. Despite being married for several days, they had not yet shared an intimate moment, primarily due to the large number of people in the household, which had prevented Yang Lin from taking that step. Now, in this empty inner residence, it was just the two of them, a solitary man and woman. With nightfall approaching, the prospect of sharing the same room loomed over her, and she was acutely aware of what might transpire. Although she had told herself on numerous occasions that she would entrust her future to him, in this moment, Li Yuyao realized she was not quite prepared. "Well, of course, we're going to sleep." "What is it?" Yang Lin asked, puzzled. "Ah, how could I have forgotten? My dear, today the Zhou family has faced a massacre. Are you not frightened to spend the night in their residence?" Frightened? Li Yuyao was taken aback. She had not considered this aspect. After all, she had emerged from the sea of corpses and blood after the Yan Wang's rebellion when she ascended to the throne. She had seen too many dead to ever feel fear. Yet now, Li Yuyao quickly nodded her head, feigning acute demeanor. "Yes, I am afraid. This is easily resolved. Let's find an inn." Yang Lin immediately devised a plan. Thus, With Zi and Qingyi in tow, they arrived at the inn. After securing a room, Li Yuyao was left utterly dumbfounded. 2 rooms had been booked. Yang Lin and Li Yuyao would occupy the inner room, while Zi and Qingyi would stay in the outer room. As the door to the inner room slowly closed under the astonished gazes of Zi and Qingyi, Li Yuyao's breath quickened once more. For the first time in her life, she felt like an ordinary girl, instinctively clutching her garment's hem and nervously glancing at Yang Lin. At this moment, the sky had just begun to darken, and although the room was not lit, they could still see one another clearly. Yang Lin had not given it much thought initially, but upon noticing the feminine demeanor emanating from Li Yuyao, he became acutely aware of the situation and swallowed hard. "My dear, it's getting late. Let us rest." Yang Lin took Li Yuyao's hand and walked to the bedside, inhaling the faint, delicate fragrance of a young girl, instinctively wrapping his arm around her waist. Her slender waist felt soft to the touch. Li Yuyao's cheeks flushed crimson, her heartbeat escalating. "Husband," Li Yuyao began to speak, but Yang Lin's finger silenced her. "Do not speak. Kiss me." In the next moment, he leaned in and kissed her luscious lips, embracing her warmth. Li Yuyao instinctively pushed back, but at that moment, Yang Lin held her tightly, and for some reason, her body felt weak and limp, leaving her only able to emit muffled sounds of resistance. Little did she know that this half-hearted struggle only served to excite Yang Lin further. He promptly pushed her onto the bed, deepening their kiss. Li Yuyao found her mind blank. Resistance? Defiance? The dignity of royalty? The pride of a princess? In that instant, all these concerns seemed to fade into insignificance. This was a sensation she had never experienced before. It felt as if they had become one, savoring each other's warm lips as they explored one another's mouths. Their lips grew increasingly moist, enveloped in warmth and comfort, her heartbeat quickening, her breath growing more frantic. Unbeknownst to her, her arms had unconsciously wrapped around his waist, fully immersed in this ocean of love, reveling in its wonder and beauty. Yang Lin was engrossed in the kiss, lost in the moment, his hands beginning to wander. Just as he became oblivious, instinctively starting to unfasten his belt, he suddenly noticed the bed beneath them and furrowed his brow, his passion cooling instantly. He merely held Li Yuyao close, lying beside her, continuing to enjoy the sweetness of their kiss. Li Yuyao's heart felt as if it might leap from her throat. Moments ago, Yang Lin's hands had been roaming over her body, even beginning to unfasten his belt. She was prepared for what was to come. Although she remained a maiden, having grown up in the palace, she had learned about adult matters from the etiquette matrons and even practiced some positions with the older matrons. Yet, she never expected that just as his pants were nearly undone, Yang Lin would suddenly stop. What is wrong?" Li Yuyao blushed, looking at him curiously. At this juncture, she was no longer nervous. In fact, she felt a subtle anticipation for what was about to occur. Yang Lin hurriedly explained, "This place is not sanitary." He had to clarify this. If it led her to think he was inadequate, it would be embarrassing. Sanitary? Li Yuyao was perplexed. She glanced at the bed, which seemed quite clean. They were not short of money, having chosen one of the best inns in Jianghe County. While it appeared relatively clean, this bed had surely been slept in by others. It could harbor bacteria, so we cannot undress. Bacteria? What are they? Li Yuyao was increasingly baffled. Yang Lin then realized that he had inadvertently mentioned a term that did not exist in this world. However, he needed to clarify. Bacteria are tiny creatures invisible to the naked eye, found everywhere, on our bodies, on the bedding, even within us. If we were to come into contact with harmful bacteria from another person, we could fall ill. In ancient times, there were no hygiene standards, so even the best inns would not change their sheets daily as modern hotels do. It was not that ancient people disregarded cleanliness. They simply did not have that concept. As long as there were no visible stains, they deemed it clean. Yet, even in modern hotels, there were significant hygiene risks. Thus, even if his desire to make her truly his wife burned within him, Yang Lin would never consummate their union on a bed that had been used by countless others. Yang Lin's explanation was thorough and reasonable, yet he overlooked one crucial fact. Li Yuyao did not believe him at all. Tears welled up in Li Yuyao's eyes, and soon, sparkling droplets escaped down her cheeks. "What is wrong?" Yang Lin asked, taken aback. He had said nothing to provoke this reaction. Why was she suddenly like this? "If you find me undesirable, just say so. Why resort to such a clumsy excuse? Bacteria? Invisible little bugs? Ridiculous." Li Yuyao's expression turned icy, her lips quivering slightly, her gaze piercing as she fixed it on Yang Lin. "I'm not lying. There truly are bacteria," Yang Lin exclaimed, exasperated, hastily clarifying. While the chances of falling ill from bacteria were slim, given that it was their first time in the absence of a developed healthcare system, he would never take that risk. Yet, to Li Yuyao, his explanation sounded utterly feeble. "Let me ask you, if these bacteria are invisible to the human eye, how can anyone know of their existence?" Yang Lin was at a loss, rubbing his head in frustration. How could he explain the principle of a microscope to her? Even if he attempted to explain, she might not believe him. It involved complex optical theories, and moreover, this world lacked convex and concave lenses, making it impossible to elucidate fully. Just as Yang Lin pondered how to clarify to Li Yuyao that he did not mean it in that way, an idea struck him.